Chapter 161 Senior Lu. There should be no problem. Did you see the expressions of those Shojun students just now? This mecha can even fool them. Other people who are not familiar with Lu Qiyang should not be able to tell it. Ji Sinyu looked at the mecha in front of her curiously. Although she had known for a long time that this transformable mecha designed by the school mechanical engineering department had a camouflage function, she did not expect its camouflage effect to be so realistic that it frightened several Shojun students. Xie Yinhan also looked very satisfied. She carefully explained some details that needed attention to the person in front of her. After she felt that nothing was missed, she said very straightforwardly, "I have told you all the information about the capital army. You can use your own ideas for the rest. If you are ready, let go now." Wait a minute. A slightly uneasy voice came from the fake phone. Diao Si looked at Xie Yinhan nervously and said weakly, "Commander-in-Chief Xie, why don't you let someone who specializes in mechas come? I am a mobile infantry major who has just learned how to operate a mecha. I am a little worried that I will mess things up." Xie Yinhan shook his head. "You are the most suitable person for this mission. Don't worry too much. This mission does not require high combat power. You only need to know the basic operation of the mecha. The key is how to deceive the enemy team trust. I think you have the ability. Although the camouflage function of this transforming mecha looks magical, it can only camouflage the appearance. It cannot achieve the same attributes as the imitated mecha in terms of attack, defense, etc. In order to better camouflage, this mecha sacrifices its own attributes and functions when simulating the forms of other mechas. In other words, in the camouflage state, it is just a complete fake. However, Xie Yinhan does not need this mecha to have a strong attack capability. The core of camouflage is deception. What she needs is a person with a flexible mind and quick reaction. As for the force value, there is no high requirement. But it is not easy to find the right person. If you want to deceive those students of the First Army, it is not enough to just disguise the mecha as phone. This person must lie as naturally as breathing, and be able to deal with various emergencies. Xie Yinhan immediately thought of Diao Si. When he was at the Dionysus space station, he had demonstrated his ability to tell lies to different people. It is most appropriate for him to perform this task. Listening to Xie Yinhan's confident tone, Diao Si's inner tension was relieved a lot. He used to feel that he was out of tune with other people in the school. He was mean and selfish, and behaved like a mean person. Compared with his peers, who were as dazzling as the sun, he felt like a mouse hiding in the dark. Being selected into the league list of participants was beyond his expectations. Unlike the surprise and excitement shown by other selected students, he had been trembling with fear since the start of the league. He still remembered that he almost missed the docking of the recovery ship and the warship at the end of the game due to an injury in the first round of the Military Academy qualifying match last year. Although most people probably forgot this little episode, Diao Si actually still felt bad about it. He was afraid that he would make a mistake like in the Military Academy qualifying match and drag down others. Because of this worry, even if he came to the capital planet, he couldn't get excited at all. Because this was a place he had never dreamed of having the opportunity to set foot on before. Originally, he thought he was just a bystander in the team, and he just needed to stay alert and not make mistakes. However, he did not expect Xie Yinhan to hand over such an important task to him. After hearing what Xie Yinhan said, Diao Si gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Since the commander-in-chief believed in his ability, he had nothing to retreat from. It was just a lie, wasn't it? He might not be sure about other things, but Diao Si was a professional in lying. The three armies are coming to raid? Is this true or not? Why do I feel that this news is a bit outrageous? A mechanized infantry squad of the First Army was resting in the woods after killing a nest of short-tailed badgers. When they received the news from the headquarters, the expressions of several members were very surprised. It more than outrageous. I almost thought I was dreaming, a student said in an exaggerated tone. It only the second day of the competition. What are the three armies doing? Do they think there is no hope of advancing and directly launch a suicide attack at the beginning? I don't think so. Didn't they say that a team had been eliminated? Even the Mecha Team 3 where Senior Lu was almost wiped out. Only Senior Lu escaped. The three armies were clearly well prepared. I think it better not to underestimate the enemy. But the student who spoke earlier seemed a little unconvinced. That because the three armies took advantage of the surprise attack. Otherwise, how could they succeed so easily with their poor strength? Now that we know of their existence, their good days are over. You're right. They were able to get a few kill points just by taking advantage of the information gap. If they really fought face to face, they wouldn't last long. They really thought that the main players of our first army were vegetarians. Another student spread his hands. It's just that Senior Lu is really unlucky. Their team probably encountered an ambush by the three armies. If they had been prepared earlier, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Now Senior Lu has lost his teammates, and can only be temporarily assigned to other teams. Senior Lu is considered good. I think the other third-year seniors are even worse off. A student next to him sighed. Think about it. With their strength, they could have shined in the league. But they were eliminated on the second day of the competition. I feel suffocated if I put myself in their shoes. Several Shojuin students were talking. And suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the woods nearby. They all fell silent in an instant, and quickly picked up their weapons, and aimed them in the direction of the sound. We just talked about the three armies. Could it be that they just bumped into each other? Under the vigilant gazes of several people, a blue-black mecha appeared in front of them. Hey, isn't this Lu Qiyang mecha phoning? Several students breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and then became a little embarrassed. Senior Lu? Thinking that they were just discussing something about Lu Qiyang team, several people looked at the silent mecha in front of them nervously, secretly wondering if the other party heard what they were talking about. Although they didn't say anything bad. Lu Qiyang, a gifted child of heaven, had never suffered such a big loss in the past. It was not good to let the person concerned hear their discussion. The students of the mobile infantry major were all sophomores. They didn't have much contact with Lu Qiyang, the third-year head of the individual soldier department. The hierarchy within the capital army was clear. If Lu Qiyang really hated them, then their future days in school would probably not be too easy. Although the other party had a good reputation, it was hard to know a person's heart. Several students looked at the blue-black mecha cautiously, thinking to themselves, this Senior Lu would not be as petty and vengeful as Zheng Yuan. Right? You should have received the latest order from the headquarters. The three armies are suppressing our school outgoing team. It's not safe here. What are you still doing here? Just when several students from the first army were feeling anxious, a slightly arrogant male voice came out from the blue-black mecha. Although it was slightly distorted by the built-in loudspeaker of the mecha, the stern tone of the other party could still be felt. The hearts of several second-year students were lifted up all of a sudden. It felt like they were suddenly called by the teacher when they were absent from class. You know, Lu Qiyang is a main player, and he is also their direct senior. They are still a little afraid of him. Captain Xiaoshui laughed dryly and explained. Senior Lu. We were actually planning to leave just now. Didn't Commander Zheng tell us to get closer to the nearby team as soon as possible? We were just about to go to the assembly point. Are you going to the assembly point? The blue-black mecha pondered for a while and said, how about I go with you? Xiaoshui was delighted and quickly agreed. If Senior is willing, that would be great. Lu Qiyang is the leader of the third-year individual soldier department. His combat effectiveness is unquestionable. If he can join, the strength of their search team will be greatly improved. Xiaoshui did not expect to be hit by such an unexpected surprise. You know, the mecha soldiers of the First Army have always been high and mighty, and they simply disdain to be with their mobile infantry, let alone top individual soldiers like Lu Qiyang. After thinking about it for a while, she roughly guessed the reason. Senior Lu lost his teammates and is now alone, facing the enemy who is eyeing him covetously. He cannot fight alone. He just happened to meet them, so he would naturally choose to act with the main force. Moreover, the enemy suffered such a big loss at the hands of the three armies, and they must want revenge very much. Just when Xiaoshui thoughts drifted away, the blue-black mecha urged her. The three armies have already attacked several teams. They want to use this to continuously weaken our army strength. The most important thing now is to quickly assemble the team and not give them a chance to take advantage of us. Don't dawdle. Let go. Several mobile infantrymen thought so too, turned on the power system of the armor, and rushed to the assembly point with the blue-black mecha. Thinking of Lu Qiyang's narrow escape from the enemy encirclement not long ago, and seeing the scars of all sizes on the surface of the other side mecha, Xiaoshui couldn't help asking, Senior Lu, is the strength of the three armies very strong this time? The blue-black mecha on the move snorted coldly, with a very disdainful tone. They are just a group of despicable villains. They can't beat us head-on, so they sneak attack us. Their own strength has not improved much compared to last year. And just when Lu Qiyang dissed the three armies, the barrage in the central live broadcast room was flooded with a sentence. No matter how despicable they are. Can they be as despicable as U-627? Chapter 162 Liar. No matter how strong the three armies were, Qiyang team suffered heavy losses, and it was even more frustrating because the enemy's strength was mediocre. Several students from the first army sensitively noticed that there was a hint of anger in the voice of Senior Lu, and they tactfully said nothing more, but they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. They said, the three armies were not that strong at all, they just took advantage of the sneak attack. It's just a pity for Senior Lu. All his teammates are gone after going out. I don't know which team he will be reassigned to later. The location of the assembly point is not far from the mechanized infantry team. When these students arrived at the assembly point, the other two mechanized infantry teams also arrived one after another, and the three teams met smoothly. Seeing the blue-black mecha with several mobile infantrymen, the members of the other two mechanized infantry teams couldn't help but be stunned. Why is Senior Lu here? Senior Lu, are you going to act with us? A student asked cautiously. After receiving a positive answer, the members of the two mechanized infantry teams were as excited as Qiao Shui team. After the team gathered, the next step was to search the surrounding area. With Qiyang, a double S-level mecha soldier. In the same team, these Shoujun students felt a full sense of security in their hearts. But after walking for a while, Qiao Shui couldn't help but frown slightly. Senior Lu, this direction doesn't seem to be our area of responsibility. Right? Hey, I didn't notice it until you said it. Are we going the wrong way? Senior Lu, this area is under the charge of other teams. Should we turn around? After hearing what Qiao Shui said, the other students subconsciously stopped and looked at the dark blue mecha walking in the front. In the suspicious eyes of these Shoujun students, even Diao Si, a veteran liar, couldn't help but beat faster. You have to know that the fake phone he was driving was just a showpiece. As a mobile infantryman, he was not familiar with the operation of the mecha at all. It was good enough that he could make the mecha move. If his identity was really discovered by these Shoujun students, he would probably not be able to escape. His elimination was secondary. If he alerted the enemy, it would be bad if the Shoujun was alerted in advance. I know. But I feel that direction seems a little strange. Although he was nervous, Diao Si's voice still sounded very calm. And no one could detect any abnormality. Is there an enemy? Qiao Shui's face suddenly became serious. She did not question the other party words. Senior Lu's mental power level was S level, and his perception was much more sensitive than theirs. Should we contact the headquarters now? Another student said worriedly. Let's go investigate first. Maybe I'm wrong. Diao Si stopped him quickly. Yes. It better to be safe. The other students nodded in understanding, and tightened their weapons, and the team set off again. Don't be too nervous. If we really encounter the enemy later, I will be responsible for attracting their attention, and you will find a cover in the back to snipe. A gentle and calm male voice sounded, dispelling the anxiety in everyone's heart. Looking at the tall back of the blue-black mecha walking in the front, all the students present had the same thought in their hearts. I didn't expect Senior Lu to be a good person. These sophomores didn't have much contact with Qiyang before, but just this short period of time together has made them feel more favorable towards this Senior Lu. What they didn't know was that the audience in the live broadcast room was looking at them with great sympathy. It too miserable. These Shoujun students are being played around by the 627th Military Academy. Seeing them talking about Senior Lu in front and Senior Lu in the back, I can't bear to continue watching. This is not Qiyang at all. You are heading for a dead end if you follow him. Until now, they still think that the three armies are coming to raid. A group of Shoujun students are following the fakes and cursing the three armies indignantly. Why didn't I realize that Shoujun students are so naive before? Am I the only one who thinks Qiyang is the worst off? He was the only one left in the mecha team on the second day of the competition. He finally managed to escape death, but now he is being impersonated by someone else. The dignified double S soldier has become a clown. Sanjun, haven't said anything yet. You are sitting at home, but the blame comes from the sky. Who can be worse off than Sanjun? The biggest scapegoat? Senior Lin, have something to say. After all, he is the #1 figure in the First Army. He was directly imprisoned when he met the group of people from the 627th Military Academy. Who else can be worse off than him? Why is this development different from what I imagined? Didn't we say that the 627th Military Academy was here to give the First Army a head? Why don't they play by the rules? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Will the First Army be defeated by these old idiots? Just as the barrage was discussing, the camera of the central live broadcast room silently switched to another location of the holographic arena. It was still star number 2. The audience looked at the familiar blue-black mecha in the picture. If the background behind the mecha had not changed, they really couldn't tell the difference between this mecha and the previous fake one at first glance. After the difficult breakout, Qiyang did not return directly to the base, but rushed to the A61 area where Mech Team 1 and Mech Team 4 were located, and just now successfully met up with these two mech teams. Senior Lu, can you tell me in detail the whole process of your team encounter with the enemy? After both parties confirmed their identities, Sowing took the initiative to ask Qiyang about his previous experience, and the others also looked at this third-year senior with considerable strength with curiosity. At this time, Qiyang looked a little embarrassed. The smooth surface of Sowing was covered with a layer of dirty sand, and there were many damages on the external armor. Although they were only in the corners, the S-Class mecha no longer had the spirit of the past. Everyone thought secretly, the overall strength of Mecha Team 3, where Senior Lu was located, was not weak. What kind of opponent could force them to this point? We first received a warning from the radar. Qiyang calmed himself down and began to recount his previous experience. This was not a pleasant memory. If possible, Qiyang would rather hide the whole thing as a black history, rather than telling a group of juniors how he was beaten by the enemy and had to flee in embarrassment. But he knew the priorities. Compared with his personal face, the overall interests of the school were naturally more important. As the only survivor who had direct contact with the enemy, the information he provided might play a key role. Therefore, Qiyang racked his brains to recall all the details. Listening to Qiyang's story, the expressions of the others were very solemn. The enemy seemed to be stronger than they imagined. The number of soldiers who could hold Qiyang back by themselves could be counted on one hand among all the students of the participating military academies. In addition to his distinctive personal characteristic of using a long spear, how could they not know that there was such a person in the three armies? Sowing pondered for a while and asked, Senior, how did you confirm that the other party was from the three armies? There are only 3 military schools on this planet. If it not the 3 armies, could it be 627? Qiyang replied without thinking. That right. Isn't 627 an ordinary military school? How could they beat the Mecha Team 3 where the senior is? Others nodded in agreement. Qiyang further explained how he came to his judgment. Not to mention whether the 627 military school has the strength. Their base is in the polar region. The 3 armies are backed by the rich plains, and may quickly accumulate a large number of resource points to unlock temporary teleportation points after the game starts. The 627 military school does not have this condition at all. There seems to be no problem with the logic. But you are just guessing, right? Sowing still looked unconvinced. Why? Sowing, do you think it is not the 3 armies who came, but the people from 627? Yida asked in surprise. I am more inclined to this guess, because I don't think the 3 armies will suddenly change so much. So it can only be 627, which is also the only uncertain factor among all the participating schools in the league. Actually, Qiyang had doubts before about the fact that the school attacked was the 3 armies. But the reason he had such doubts was because he felt that the 3 armies did not have the strength. However, if the 3 armies did not have the strength, did the 627th Military Academy have it? Qiyang subconsciously did not want to believe this answer. While everyone was thinking, Kelvin and Qiyang looked towards the southwest at the same time. It seems that someone is fighting over there. Qiyang sensed the information transmitted by his mental power, and could not help but frown. Could it be that another team encountered the group of unidentified enemies? Let go and take a look. Kelvin engine was fully turned on, and the domineering dark golden mecha rushed towards the direction of the mental power warning without hesitation. Seeing this, the others also drove their mechas to follow. Before they arrived at their destination, they met 3 of their own mechas that were shaky halfway. The 3 mecha soldiers were also very excited when they saw Kelvin and the others. The leading student was about to say something to Kelvin, but he caught a glimpse of the blue-black mecha on the side, which suddenly took a defensive posture, and the light energy gun was directly aimed at Sowing's cockpit. The students on Kelvin's side noticed the other party abnormal behavior, and they immediately became alert and raised their weapons. So, a very strange picture appeared in the live broadcast. Obviously, both sides were students of the First Army, but they pointed guns at each other and confronted each other in a tense confrontation. God K. Be careful of Qiyang. Don't be fooled by him. He has betrayed the first army. The mecha soldier was excited. Ah? What is he talking about? Lu Qiyang? Betrayal? Hearing the other party accusation, Kelvin's students almost thought that there was something wrong with their ears. And they almost failed to control the mecha and hold the light energy gun in their hands. Is this guy serious? How could Senior Lu betray? But his reaction didn't seem to be a lie. So what is going on? Several students only felt a lot of question marks in their heads. And Lu Qiyang, who was accused of being a traitor in person, had a completely dark face. Chapter 163 Discovery. My junior, there are some things you can't say carelessly. After being splashed with a large basin of dirty water for no reason, Lu Qiyang finally couldn't help but speak out. His tone was still gentle, but the warning implied in his words was obvious. In fact, he was really angry. As a rare double S-level soldier, Lu Qiyang has high qualifications, good family background, has always been the center of the crowd, and is sought after by people around him. He never thought that one day he would be pointed at and called a traitor by his juniors in the same school at such an important occasion as the Military Academy League. If he hadn't been concerned about the live camera, he would have taught the nonsense guy a lesson, considering that the internal conflict in the league would bring shame to the First Army. He temporarily suppressed his anger. However, the mecha soldier did not appreciate it, but sneered. Senior Lu, you know whether I slandered you or not. If you hadn't deliberately led the team into the enemy ambush, how could we have been surrounded by them? His companion also spoke up at this time. I testify that what Wang Ren said is true. At first we thought that the encounter with the enemy was just an accident. But just when we were about to meet the enemy, Lu Qiyang suddenly turned against us. Later we realized that the group of people did not attack Lu Qiyang mecha at all. It was obvious that they had colluded long ago. Another person even brought up the previous attack on Mecha Team 3. Wasn't Lu Qiyang team wiped out except for him? I suspect there is something fishy going on. Think about it. Lu Qiyang is a double S-level player, and the rest of their team are seniors. If there wasn't an insider, how could they be defeated so easily? The mecha soldier who spoke first continued to add. We had quite a few people just now, 3 mecha squads and 1 mecha squad. If Lu Qiyang hadn't suddenly stabbed us in the back, we wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. In the end, only the 3 of us escaped. At first, the students on Kelvin's side did not believe the accusations of the 3 mecha soldiers against Lu Qiyang. Don't be ridiculous. How could Senior Lu be a traitor? What good would it be for him to betray the First Army? And the league was broadcast live. Whatever he did was directly exposed to the public, unless Lu Qiyang was crazy. He would not do such a self-destructive thing. But seeing the 3 people's solemn promises, these students suddenly became a little uncertain. Just as they didn't think Lu Qiyang would betray, they also didn't think the 3 mecha soldiers would lie. Lu Qiyang has a strong family background and a promising future. There is no benefit in offending him. Moreover, the crime of falsifying intelligence is not a light one. If it affects the second round of the First Army, the 3 sophomores will face extremely severe punishment from the school. They do not think that the 3 will take such a big risk to slander Lu Qiyang, a direct senior who is not easy to mess with. Lu Qiyang's face was gloomy, like a volcano about to erupt, and his tone suppressed endless anger. I never thought that I, Lu Qiyang, would be suspected of being a traitor one day. He almost laughed out of anger. I can swear on my career that I, Lu Qiyang, will never betray the enemy under any circumstances. Loyalty is one of the most important criteria for testing whether a soldier is qualified. Although this is just a mock battle between students, it is different from going to the battlefield. Even if Lu Qiyang really betrayed his school in this game, he would not be convicted. But this accusation against him actually involves questioning his personal professional ethics. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little solemn. Yido looked at the furious Lu Qiyang, and then looked at the 3 second-year students who were still holding their weapons in a vigilant manner, and couldn't help but ask, could there be some misunderstanding? Slosha frowned, and looked at the 3 mecha soldiers. When did you meet Senior Lu? Do you remember when you last saw him? The 2 sides compared the time and found that the time given by the 3 people to see Feng Yin last was 4 minutes later, when Lu Qiyang and Kelvin and others would meet. And the distance between the 2 places could not be reached in 4 minutes. That's strange. Could it be that Senior Lu can clone himself? Howell was shocked. You didn't recognize the wrong person, did you? The 3 sophomores who were originally filled with righteous indignation also hesitated. But what we saw with our own eyes, how could it be false? Sowing is an S-class mecha. We are not blind. How could we recognize the wrong person? That not necessarily true. Seeing is not necessarily believing. Slusha's tone was quite meaningful. Juan Feng frowned. You just said there are 4 teams in total. The 3 mechanized infantry teams should be the same search group. What about you? How did you meet and go together? How did you run into Senior Liu? The 3 were about to answer, Kelvin said. Take us to the place where you just fought, and we can talk on the way if there is anything. When the group followed the 3 mecha soldiers to the place where they were ambushed before, the enemy had disappeared long ago. The ground was pitted by artillery fire, and the remains of armor fragments and the bodies of the fallen Shoujuan students were everywhere. As for the guns and ammunition left on them, they were gone. We are still a step late. Howell sighed regretfully, a little puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. You have a lot of people. Even if you are in the enemy ambush, you shouldn't be powerless to resist at all. Right? It hasn't been long. Even if the enemy firepower is fierce, the First Army has a whole mechanized infantry team, plus a strong mecha team. Isn't it a bit too fast to lose? That because the enemy was on land from the beginning. Wang Ran paused, and changed his words. Under the guidance of the insider, our team leader was eliminated by concentrated fire, which made it impossible for the rest of us to communicate and coordinate the subsequent actions. Everyone understood. Once the mecha team, which was the main force of the attack, was in chaos, the mechanized infantry team played a limited role. It was no wonder. The enemy had more people than us, and it was a sneak attack. In addition, we were distracted by the sudden situation at that time, so we could not resist the fierce attack from the opposite side. Liu Qiyang was the 3rd-year leader of the individual soldier department. His sudden backstab had a great impact on all the students of the First Army present at the time. These people were stunned by the extremely explosive event of Liu Qiyang betrayal. How could they have any morale? Naturally, they were defeated. Did you recognize that these people were from the 3 armies, or the 627th Military Academy? Kelvin asked after a while. The 3 mecha soldiers could not help but be stunned. They had been focusing on Liu Qiyang betrayal, but to some extent ignored the enemy troops. It from the 627th Military Academy. When a teammate is eliminated, his teammates will receive a kill notification. Wang Ran flipped through the system message he had received before, and his expression was extremely surprised. Didn't the command center say before that the raiders were from the 3 armed forces? How could it be from the 627th Military Academy? It really 627. Perhaps because he had heard Slusha doubts and speculations about the identity of the enemy before, when it was confirmed that the enemy was from the 627th Military Academy, Yida and others felt like the other shoe had finally dropped. This matter must be reported to the headquarters as soon as possible. Everyone's face became particularly solemn. The series of events that happened at the moment showed them that this ordinary military academy that entered the 2nd round of the league for the first time did not seem to be as simple as they imagined. The First Army Station. Zheng Yuan was anxiously waiting for the reconnaissance team to report the whereabouts of the enemy, however. There was no sign of the enemy, and the first to arrive at the headquarters were 3 pieces of latest intelligence that he found extremely incredible. What? It was not the 3 armed forces that came to raid, but the 627th Military Academy? Another mecha squad and 3 mechanized infantry squads have been attacked, and we lost 17 combatants. The enemy army is suspected to have some kind of camouflage mecha, and used Liu Qiyang identity to lead the unsuspecting squad into an ambush? Zheng Yuan frowned as he listened to Kelvin report on the other end of the communicator. At first, he was just skeptical, but when he heard the end, he fell silent. When things were too outrageous, he suddenly didn't know how to react. Zheng Yuan's mind was filled with the 3 words "what the hell" if it wasn't for Kelvin who reported to him. He almost thought that the other party was deliberately joking with him. Zheng Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and began to contact the captains of the 4 teams. After finding that he really couldn't contact these captains, and listening to the reports of Liu Qiyang, Wang Ran and others, his expression became very solemn. The one who attacked them was actually the 627th Military Academy, which was initially stationed in the polar region. Zheng Yuan had never taken this military academy seriously before. He planned to harvest the points of the 3 armies on the 4th day, but he did not expect that this ordinary military academy that he had ignored would catch them off guard shortly after the game started. So far, they have lost 6 mechas and 4 mechanized infantry teams, including several main players. The loss is quite heavy. Zheng Yuan naturally cannot let the situation continue to deteriorate. But it was already late at night. If the teams continued to search outside, they would most likely encounter another sneak attack from the enemy. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath. Although the third piece of information had not yet been fully confirmed, it was probably true. In other words, the enemy might have sneaked into their team through disguise. Zheng Yuan thought of this and immediately opened the public channel, reminding all personnel who were out to be vigilant and to conduct internal self-inspection of the team. After receiving reports from the captains, he was relieved after confirming that no outsiders had sneaked into the team. Then he recalled the teams that were out and asked them to build a defense line around the base to prevent the 627th Military Academy from attacking the base at night. Late at night, the base of the First Army was still brightly lit. Zheng Yuan paced back and forth in the command center, and he couldn't rest at all. In the defensive positions around the base, the students of the First Army were also on edge, always on guard against possible enemies. However, what they didn't know was that the enemy they were worried about was not heading towards the base as they had imagined, but was using the cover of night to shuttle through the mountains and forests to make other preparations. Chapter 164 Warrior Mecha. The audience in the live broadcast room were originally looking forward to the confrontation between the 627th Military Academy and the First Army, but they were somewhat disappointed that the 627th Military Academy did not seem to intend to attack the First Army base at this time. Alger explained. The First Army has already established a defense line around the base, but the 627th Military Academy obviously does not intend to fight them head-on, which is actually a wise choice. The 627th Military Academy is at a disadvantage in terms of material supply, and the battle of attrition is not good for them. Titus on the side did not quite agree with this point of view. They were able to succeed before mainly by taking the enemy by surprise, but now the First Army has noticed their presence, and their camouflage tactics have been exposed. I am not optimistic that they will continue to use their previous combat methods. That's true. Their previous victory was mainly due to the information asymmetry between the two sides, but now the First Army has reacted, and the difficulty of the ambush will be greatly increased. Alger nodded. And the complex terrain of the mountain environment will inevitably impose certain restrictions on mobile operations. To maintain the mobility of the team, it is necessary to be familiar with the terrain. The team must also be able to quickly transfer and adjust according to changes in the battle situation in a timely manner. This requires very high quality of the commanders and combat personnel. However, Alger still had some expectations for the performance of the 627th Military Academy. In the previous few battles, the actions taken by the 627th Military Academy almost broke his original judgment every time. He was very curious whether this military academy, which was on the league stage for the first time, would continue to bring them more surprises. On the contrary, Titus was not very optimistic about the future situation of the 627th Military Academy. In fact, after watching the previous battles of the students of the 627th Military Academy, Titus had changed his opinion of this school. He originally had a very bad impression of the 627th Military Academy. The hot searches on StarNet made him feel that this unknown school was deliberately sensationalizing for the sake of popularity, and he has always been very disgusted with this kind of behavior, so he has some prejudice against this school. But after watching the live broadcast of the game, he found that the strength of this school was not as bad as he imagined. However, even if he did not look at it with prejudice, Titus still felt that it was very short-sighted and stupid for the 627th Military Academy to raid the First Army on the second day of the game. Although they did win a few small victories, in the long run, their hope of taking over the First Army's base was still very slim. The First Army not only has the advantage in material supply, but also has stronger overall strength than the 627th Military Academy. If an offensive battle is launched, the 627th Military Academy will find it difficult to bear the huge losses during the battle. However, if the mounting guerrilla warfare continues, they can at most cause some harassment to the enemy, and cannot play a decisive role in the battle. The most fatal thing is that the 627th Military Academy has abandoned its base. It is only the second day of the competition. The resource point gap between the First Army and the 627th Military Academy is not particularly large. But the longer it drags on, the more unfavorable the situation will be for the 627th Military Academy. Inside the holographic arena, the students of the First Army were on alert all night, but the enemy never showed up. When it was dawn the next morning, Zheng Yuan immediately sent out a ground search team again. In addition, he also sent out 2 reconnaissance planes. The First Army did not get many resource points in the past 2 days, and barely squeezed out the resource points to unlock the fighter planes. In order to find the whereabouts of the 627 Military Academy team, Zheng Yuan can be said to have spent a lot of money. And not just Zheng Yuan. The fighting spirit of the First Army is unprecedentedly high. They have never suffered such a big loss from any school in the past. The First Army has always pursued the supremacy of strength. If they failed in a direct battle, they would not be so resentful. But in their eyes, this fake school that came out of nowhere was not a fair winner at all. Which decent school would sneak around other people's bases to launch a sneak attack on the second day of the game? It's okay to launch a sneak attack, but this group of extremely sinister guys even pretended to be Senior Lu, and fooled him around in front of the federal audience. How could they tolerate this? But what these Shojuan students didn't expect was that, when they thought the people from the 627th Military Academy were already shameless, they could be even more shameless. As soon as the Shojuan reconnaissance plane flew out of the base, Xie Yinhan had already received relevant intelligence. Although the 627th Military Academy did not directly attack the Shojuan base last night, the reconnaissance team had already been secretly lurking near the enemy position. Xie Yinhan looked at the terrain map drawn by Lin Tianan, and said with the tiredness of getting up early, "The enemy search team has set off. The mecha team can move, and the mechanized infantry team will go to the target location in batches, waiting for the friendly signal." After all the combatants who participated in the operation left the temporary camp, the students who stayed behind were not idle either. They began to pack up and prepare to move the camp. With sufficient reliable intelligence tips, the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy and the search team of the First Army met in the mountains and forests soon after. This was completely beyond the expectations of the students of the First Army. In their eyes, the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy appeared very suddenly. The radar and infrared thermal imaging did not play their due role at all. The external colors of the enemy mechas were even more confusing. These mechas were almost perfectly integrated into the surrounding environment. It was not until the two sides were less than 200 meters apart that they discovered the existence of the enemy. Of course, the students of the First Army also discovered that the mechas of the 627 Military Academy mecha team were all warriors, a model that had long been eliminated. They actually looked down on this in their hearts. As expected, ordinary military academies are ordinary schools. They would even use warriors to participate in league events. There are no such antiques on the market now. Could these mechas be bought from garbage planets? The students of the First Army were full of confidence. Even if the enemy mechas were concealed, it would not matter. You have to know that the ordinary soldiers of the First Army were all using the latest 7th generation standard mechas. It would not take a few minutes to deal with the backward 4th generation mechas like warriors. The enemy was simply dreaming of using this mecha to defeat them. These people thought they were the anonymous master in the arena. Oh, that anonymous master seemed to be a teacher at the 627th Military Academy. But that doesn't mean anything. The teacher is good, but it doesn't mean the students are good. For people with average qualifications, driving a samurai is a disaster. And the subsequent development of the matter was just as they expected. These samurai mechas were completely vulnerable. After just one encounter, the warrior mech that rushed in the front was kicked to the ground by a white mech from the First Army. Just like that, the white mech was stunned. Senior Lu and his team were almost wiped out by such an enemy. A creaking sound of metal friction suddenly sounded, like a dying old man groaning in pain. The warrior mech that had fallen to the ground was trying to get up from the ground. During the struggle, several parts fell out from somewhere on the fuselage, looking at a nut that rolled down to their feet. The expressions of the students of the First Army were very strange. They really doubted that these mechas were pulled back directly from the garbage planet. Could these mechas really still be used? Why did they feel that they were about to fall apart? The students of the First Army did not think much about it, and directly launched a fierce attack on the warrior team of the 627th Military Academy. The group stage was originally ranked by points, and one head was worth at least 5 points. So they would not let it go. The warrior team seemed to have realized that the situation was not good, and immediately fled to the depths of the forest. As they fled in panic, many parts fell off their mechas, and the heavy mechanical legs made a tooth-grinding sound with every step, as if the inside was completely rusted. The students of the First Army watched the points gradually moving away from them, and turned on their engines to the maximum, chasing after the warrior mechas. But what surprised them was that although these broken mechas looked shaky, they were running at a very fast speed. They chased for a long time with their engines fully turned on. But they always kept a distance of about 2 meters from the warrior mechas. The white mech running in the front threw the alloy sword in his hand when he saw this. But the warrior mech in front of him just tilted his body and dodged it. Coincidence? The white mech had a little doubt in his heart. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly sounded, which was like a signal. A group of mobile infantry rushed out from the dense forest on the side. And the warrior mechs that were still running in front also stopped and turned around. The students of the First Army realized that they had been tricked. But they were not particularly panicked. While contacting reinforcements, they took the initiative to meet several warrior mechs. But these warrior mechas changed their lingering appearance and suddenly became lively. Under the control of the 627th Military Academy students, these mechas moved quickly and agilely. And they were completely different from before. In addition, the students of the First Army also discovered another thing during the battle. Oh my god! These are not warrior mechas at all. These liars! The white mecha whose cockpit was pierced by a cannon let out a sad and angry cry before ejecting the simulator. Wei Tianhe, who was watching the live broadcast, smiled. You know, there is a reason why he set the initial form of this transformable mecha to be a warrior. Although the warrior mecha is an obsolete model, it has an unknown advantage. That is, its internal structure is very stable. This mecha, which looks ordinary on the outside, is actually made by a famous artist, designed by Mecha Master Scone. And its internal structure is extremely geometric, showing the master design aesthetics to the fullest. Wei Tianhe optimized the original warrior structure to a certain extent and designed such a unique mecha. All its joints can be disassembled, and it can be disguised as almost any mecha. The only drawback is that this mecha is not aggressive in camouflage mode and can only fight in the initial mode. Wei Tianhe naturally strengthened the performance of its warrior mode. This new mecha is far from being comparable to the original warrior mecha, although it is only B-level. Its performance in all aspects is infinitely close to that of A-level mecha. The students of the First Army didn't know this. They were very resentful at this time. These guys deliberately disguised the mecha as warriors to commit fraud. They were so good at acting, why did they participate in the league? Wouldn't it be better to be actors? What made the students of the First Army even more angry was that, when their reinforcements finally arrived, these guys from the 627th Military Academy quickly dispersed, went into the mountains and forests, and ran faster than rabbits. Chapter 165 Deal. The search team of the First Army suffered a series of sneak attacks. In order to improve concealment, and avoid being surrounded and annihilated by the enemy, the 627th Military Academy often dispersed into small teams. These soldiers were like ghosts. They quietly approached the First Army team, deliberately showed weakness, lured the enemy deep into the depths, and then used the terrain to ambush. Although Zheng Yuan reacted quickly, began to organize a counterattack, encircled and intercepted the enemy, but the results were minimal. The enemy commander was extremely cunning. Sometimes he would concentrate superior forces to launch a surprise attack. And sometimes he would split the team into small groups to hide. The flexible and changeable tactics made people confused, and they could not figure out the real movements of the enemy. What made the students of the First Army even more crazy was that the enemy seemed to know their movements very well. These guys could always appear suddenly and escape before the reinforcements arrived. This caused a new round of self-examination within the First Army. Did they remember that the enemy had pretended to be Senior Lu before? There was no guarantee that they would not disguise themselves as someone else and sneak into their team. Otherwise, how could they explain the enemy behavior that seemed to have opened their eyes? The audience in the live broadcast room were also extremely amazed at this time. Although the terrain in the mountainous area is very complex, these mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy still walked on flat ground. The seemingly heavy mechas moved lightly over obstacles under their operation, and shuttled through the mountains and forests like the wind. This warrior mecha is too powerful. I really want to know where to buy it. I just thought the transformation function was a bit interesting. I didn't expect that the attributes of this mecha are not bad in all aspects, especially in the complex terrain of the mountains. It can perform so well. I am moved by it. What wrong with the First Army? Last year league champion is like this? Why do I feel like they are being played around by the 627 Military Academy? I found that the 627 Military Academy is more mobile than the First Army. The 627 Military Academy has more team dispatches, but the team is more orderly and has a faster reaction speed. The First Army reaction is obviously a bit lagging behind. Do I think the overall command level of the First Army is average? In the viewing room, looking at the picture on the big screen, Alger showed a smile on his face. These students of the 627 Military Academy did better than I thought. He casually glanced at the bullet screen and began to explain. As I said before, it is very difficult to maintain mobility in a mountainous environment, and the requirements for commanders and combat personnel are very high. The show army obviously did not coordinate the actions between the various teams, and the command was far away from the front line, and failed to respond to changes in the battle situation in a timely manner. On the other hand, the 627th Military Academy has been moving the command center to ensure that the commander can quickly understand the battle situation and make corresponding tactical adjustments. In addition, the 627th Military Academy also obtained a large amount of intelligence through various means, mastered the enemy dynamics, and perfectly utilized special terrain environments such as passes and highlands to complete raids and ambushes on the enemy. It can be said that the 627th Military Academy showed us a textbook mountain guerrilla warfare. Titus added, guerrilla warfare is an irregular combat method, generally suitable for small-scale troops or militias to carry out sabotage activities behind enemy lines, and its main characteristics are flexible tactics and quick decisions. From this point of view, 627 Military Academy did a good job. But he immediately changed the subject. However, the number of enemies annihilated in each guerrilla operation is very limited. Although we see that the show army seems to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, the actions of the 627 Military Academy did not hurt their foundation, but only caused some harassment to them. This is also the characteristic of guerrilla warfare. This tactic does not seek to annihilate a large number of enemies in a short period of time, but is used to cooperate with the main force in combat. Simple guerrilla warfare cannot have an impact on the entire battle situation. Despite Titus' judgment, Zheng Yuan was still troubled by the guerrilla tactics adopted by the 627th Military Academy. Whenever he sent out a team, they would be attacked. These people would not fight each time. They would often fight a few people, grab some supplies and run away. When the reinforcements arrived, they could not find any trace of the enemy. So why not just not send anyone out and just hold the line of defense and adopt the I will not move unless the enemy moves approach? Zheng Yuan had thought about it. But regardless of whether the 627th Military Academy could afford it, the capital army could not afford it anyway. You have to know that this time period is the time to accumulate resource points. The opponent of the First Army is not just 627. Even if they finally defeat 627 Military Academy, they have not accumulated resource points. Will they still be suppressed by other military academies? Minerva Military Academy and Federal Military University are also in Group A. Zheng Yuan can't just focus on the enemy in front of him. In order to accumulate more resource points, he hopes to quickly get rid of the annoying 627 Military Academy in a short time. However, the enemy was very secretive and too dispersed. So the show army's several counterattack plans all failed. During this period, 2 reconnaissance planes seemed to have discovered the enemy temporary camp. But when the large troops rushed over excitedly, they found that they had been tricked again. The show army students were completely numb. After being fooled so many times, when they found that the camp was also fake, they suddenly felt that if it was the 627 Military Academy, it would not be strange. In fact, the 627 Military Academy created several fake camps throughout the mountainous area. They cut the weeds on the ground to simulate the traces of the mecha movement, and used abandoned gun barrels and brackets to camouflage the defensive positions. The real camp was constantly moving. It can be said that the tactics of real and fake were brought to the extreme. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. The barrage of comments complained. Fake Qiyang, fake warriors, and now a fake camp. What else is real about you 627? Suddenly I feel sorry for the students of the First Army. How could they be fooled again? The 627 Military Academy tactics are quite sophisticated. They stayed up all night last night just to do this? When it comes to disguise, I don't accept anyone but 627. In view of the series of tricks by the 627 Military Academy, the audience in the live broadcast room directly gave them a nickname, called 627 Fraud Group. This nickname and the deeds of the 627 Military Academy in the league quickly spread on the Star Network with the help of the spectators. The exclusive live broadcast room of the 627 Military Academy welcomed a large group of tour groups. And Shoujuan, the target of the 627 Military Academy fraud, also received the love and a series of ha-ha-ha from netizens. At this time, the students of Shoujuan in the simulator did not know about this. On the third and fourth days of the competition, they had been fighting with the guerrillas of the 627 Military Academy. As time passed, the enemy was still jumping around the station, and Shoujuan became anxious. At this time, 627 Military Academy suddenly proposed to make a deal with Shoujuan. Shoujuan students, who had been deceived so many times, naturally did not want to be led by 627 Military Academy again. But when Zheng Yuan heard the specific content of the deal, his face suddenly became solemn. They proposed to exchange prisoners of war for supplies? Lu Qiyang on the other end of the communicator also had a complicated expression. I did not receive the elimination notice from my teammates. 627 Military Academy should not be lying. They have not sent my 4 teammates out yet. It is not uncommon to trade prisoners of war. This can be used as a tactic. During the war between the Federation and the Empire, the Federation successfully persuaded a senior Imperial general in prison to defect by exchanging prisoners of war. Even in the early days of the war between humans and the Zerg, humans tried to use high-level Zerg to exchange commandos, who disappeared because they went deep into the Zerg nest. This was actually a test of the Zerg by humans. They wanted to know whether it was possible for the Zerg and humans to coexist in the universe. However, the final result of this test shattered the last bit of luck of humans. Humans and Zerg were destined to be a life-and-death relationship. Zheng Yuan rubbed his brows. Things were getting a little tricky. It seemed that the only option before him was to accept the trade, as long as the prisoners were still alive. As a commander, he could not give up on them first. The League was broadcast live. If he did so, it would most likely cause criticism and moral condemnation from others. He did not want to take such a risk. Moreover, the enemy proposed a trade not with ordinary players, but with 4 main players. For Shoujuan, it was not a loss even if they exchanged for supplies. This made Zheng Yuan guess that the enemy's supplies, which were not abundant to begin with, had probably been almost consumed in the previous battle. A main player was worth 7 points. If they were not really short of supplies, how could the other party take the initiative to propose such a deal? Come to think of it, the initial base of the 627th Military Academy was in the polar region where mutant creatures were rare. They should not have many resource points in their hands. Add to that the cost of unlocking the teleportation point, and the consumption of supplies in the past 2 days of fighting, the other party was almost visibly poorer. More importantly, they don't even have a resource exchange point. Even if they earn some resource points by hunting mutants, they can't exchange for supplies. No wonder they have to trade with them. Okay, but we have to decide the place of the transaction. Otherwise, no deal. Zheng Yuan was tough. After being cheated so many times, it was hard for him not to suspect that the enemy had no other intentions behind the transaction. Who knows if this is another bait deliberately released by the enemy? Zheng Yuan didn't trust the people of the 627th Military Academy at all. And Zheng Yuan also had his own little thoughts. He naturally didn't want to be led by the nose by the 627th Military Academy. If the enemy really got supplies, wouldn't they be able to continue to fight with them? This was definitely not what Zheng Yuan wanted to see, but he thought about it again, and felt that this might not be an opportunity. The people of the 627th Military Academy were too slippery. No matter what the enemy commander purpose was in proposing the deal, it didn't prevent him from using the deal as a bait. Of course, the deal had to be done, but after the deal was completed, these people didn't have to think about leaving. They could all count as points for their first army. Chapter 166 Raid. Although Zheng Yuan hoped that the trading location would be completely decided by the first army, the 627th Military Academy would naturally not agree. Just as the students of the First Army were worried that the people of the 627th Military Academy would cheat, the people of the 627th Military Academy also did not trust the students of the First Army. After a tug of war, the two sides finally agreed to complete the exchange of prisoners and supplies in a relatively open area at the foot of the mountain. The students of the two military academies quickly took action. Kelvin led a large group of people and arrived at the designated location with supplies. The team of the 627th Military Academy also appeared from the other side of the foot of the mountain soon after. When seeing Lin Muyuan and others tied up, the students of Shoujuan looked unhappy. Shoujuan had never suffered such a big loss in the Military Academy League. Lin Muyuan was in a very complicated mood at this time. He had thought about escaping during his detention. But the 627 Military Academy was guarded very strictly, and he was brought here before he could find a chance to escape. Seeing that the people of Shojun had also come, he immediately understood what happened. The 627 Military Academy must have made a deal with Zheng Yuan, with these main players of Shojun. Thinking that the league was live, he suddenly felt that it would be better for him to be eliminated directly before. It was better than being used as a bargaining chip for the 627 Military Academy to threaten the First Army and being seen in such an embarrassing scene. Just as Lin Miyuan was thinking about it, a student from the First Army said unhappily, "Now that we have brought the supplies, can you return the people to us?" "That won't work," the student from the 627 Military Academy said cautiously. "We have to inspect the goods first." Kelvin had no objection to this. "You can have one person come to confirm it." "Then I do it." Jisunu walked to the supply box with a light energy gun in hand, and was very vigilant. He carefully checked each one, turned back, and made an okay gesture to Su Chuqin. The Shojun student, who had spoken earlier, curled his lips when he saw this. "TSK, do you think we will cheat like you 627? Since we have checked everything, you can finally give us the person now." "Right." Su Chuqin nodded imperceptibly. At her signal, Lin Miyuan and other captives were pushed to the Shojun people. At the same time, several students from the 627th Military Academy rushed forward to bring back the supply boxes. The transaction was completed. Just when the 627th Military Academy was about to leave with the supplies, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a missile attacked the direction of their team at a very fast speed. Ruby's eyes sharpened, she stepped hard, and jumped high under the drive of the mecha thruster. The high-density alloy sword in her hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, and chopped the missile that fell from the sky with incomparable accuracy. In a short metallic scraping sound, the sharp sword blade cut through the missile shell, and shrapnel and gunpowder burst out from the inside of the missile almost instantly, exploding countless sparks in the air. This was like a signal, and more missiles were launched from behind the mountain. And the students of the Shojun army, who were about to leave, also turned around and drove their mechas towards the team of the 627th Military Academy. The students of the 627th Military Academy had never let down their guard, and they were not surprised to see that the Shojun army turned against them so quickly, and they immediately joined the battle with the enemy. Ruby rushed towards Kelvin with the alloy sword in her hand, while Fong Shangliu and Jisunu faced Kelvin teammates. This enemy team was all driving S-class mechas, which were the strongest force of the First Army. The rest of the mecha soldiers and mobile infantry were all fighting in one place, and the two sides were engaged in an extremely fierce fight. Ruby was close to Kelvin in an instant, and the alloy sword in her hand stabbed straight at the mental connection of his mecha like an arrow from a bow, but was blocked by a giant sword that suddenly appeared halfway. Clang! The two swords collided, dazzling sparks flashed where the blades met, and the swords began to vibrate violently. Ruby flew back several meters and fell down, secretly turning her wrist. She felt that half of her arm was numb from the blow just now. The opponent's strength was much greater than she imagined. And the next moment, she suddenly dodged to the side. The scorching light energy bullet almost brushed past her mecha cockpit. At the same time, Kelvin Mecha Knight suddenly appeared like a flash of lightning. The giant sword in his hand whistled towards her with amazing momentum. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room thought that Ruby was doomed, she slid in the plain camouflage mecha and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. This student from the 627 Military Academy reacted very quickly. "I just thought she was going to be eliminated. Is this a double S-level battle? I feel like my eyes can't keep up with their moves. I still underestimated 627. There are not many soldiers who can fight against Kelvin. Where did their principal get this treasure?" In the few minutes of the barrage exchange, Ruby and Kelvin exchanged several moves. The fight between the two was very fierce. Ruby's movements were agile and flexible, and her attacks were sharp and accurate, while Kelvin's fighting style was open and close, and he almost reached the extreme in speed and strength, making it extremely difficult for the opponent to defend. When the two mechas separated again, Ruby couldn't help but pull up her eyebrows. She recognized that Kelvin's giant sword was made of a kind of spiritual power transmission material called heavy stone. With an uncle who is a mecha engineer, Ruby is also familiar with all kinds of mecha materials. Heavy stone is a rare material for conducting mental power. It can change its weight when the user inputs different amounts of mental power. Kelvin made full use of this characteristic of heavy stone. Whenever he swung the giant sword to chop at her, he would increase the weight of the giant sword by increasing the input of mental power. And whenever he retracted the sword, He would reduce the input of mental power to make his actions faster. The two swords intertwined again. The alloy sword in Ruby's hand had curled up a little. The giant sword seemed to carry the weight of a mountain. It seemed to be able to cut off all obstacles in front of it. The huge force made Ruby's entire mecha tremble. Ruby vaguely felt Kelvin's suppression of her. Even the previous battle with Mia did not make her feel such a strong sense of crisis. She realized that this might be the most powerful opponent she had ever encountered. But Ruby is not someone who will give up easily. She changed to a light energy knife and launched another round of attacks. Mechanized Infantry Team 1 and Team 2 immediately go to destroy the enemy intelligent missile turret. The mecha squad in the front row should pay attention to the formation and do not retreat. Mechanized Infantry Team 6 and Team 7 should go to the flank. Su Chu-jin was the on-site commander of the battle at the 627th Military Academy. She observed the enemy dynamics from a global perspective, made decisions quickly, and coordinated the actions of the various teams. The battle was in full swing. Just when Tao Shan reported that the enemy automatic launch turret of smart missiles had been successfully destroyed, Su Chu-jin just breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly frowned slightly again. Something was wrong with the Shoujuan team. She found that these Shoujuan students seemed to be deliberately avoiding a certain area, and that area was the direction of the supply box. Su Chu-jin's pupil shrank, realizing something, and immediately reminded loudly, "All personnel, stay away from the supply box now." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a deafening roar exploded in everyone's ears. A huge flame shot up from the location of the supply box, followed by a series of explosions. The entire mountain shook, and rocks of all sizes rolled down the hillside. The surging air waves blew away all the people, trees and soil around. The students of the 627th Military Academy were close, and the students guarding the supply box were ejected from the simulator before they could even escape. Other students were also affected. Without waiting for them to regroup, the students of the Show Army quickly organized a strong counterattack, which was obviously premeditated. In a short time, the morale of the Show Army soared, and several people were eliminated from the 627th Military Academy. Zheng Yuan, who was far away at the Show Army's base, had been paying close attention to the situation on the front line. At this time, he clenched his fist and said excitedly, "Seize this opportunity to continue to expand the results of the battle. And be quick. Don't give them a chance to reorganize their troops." The materials that the Show Army gave to the 627th Military Academy were indeed not fake, because it would be too easy to be exposed. But this did not prevent them from doing other things with the materials. The trading condition proposed by the 627th Military Academy was that one main player would exchange for a box of supplies. For boxes of supplies were worth a lot of resource points. The First Army was not much richer than the 627th Military Academy. These supplies were squeezed out of their teeth. Although they felt sorry for these supplies, they decided to use these supplies as bait to lure the people of the 627th Military Academy. Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. This time he would make the 627th Military Academy pay a heavy price. But at this moment, fierce gunfire suddenly sounded outside the base, and Lu Qiyang's anxious voice came from the communicator. "A mecha team from the 627 Military Academy is trying to break through our defense line, requesting support." However, after hearing the number of enemy troops, Zheng Yuan frowned. "Can't you handle it with only one mecha team?" When formulating the battle plan, Zheng Yuan did not think that the enemy might make a feint to the east and attack the west, and launch a surprise attack on the base at this time. So he also left some combat personnel to continue guarding the defense line around the base. Lu Qiyang paused, and said with some difficulty, "There is Zephos in this team." At this moment, he looked at the huge Zerg mecha in front of him and once again recalled the opponent's terrible dominance in the battle. Chapter 167 Zerg Mecha. The First Army stationed at the base had a mecha squad and 4 mechanized infantry squads. Under Zheng Yuan arrangement, they were divided into 2 combat units, and were stationed in the defense line, halfway up the mountain in a horn-like manner. At the same time when Kelvin and others launched a counterattack against the 627 Military Academy, a sudden gunshot suddenly sounded in this area. "There is an enemy attack." The defenders reacted quickly. They immediately used the mountain wall as a cover, and engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, who suddenly appeared outside the defense line, and soon found that the enemy was not numerous. There was only 1 mecha squad in total. A group of people breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to use their numerical advantage to suppress the enemy firepower, A hideous and terrifying giant came out from behind the opposite bunker. Zerg mutant? At first glance, these students of the First Army felt their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. But when they looked more carefully, they found that it was a Zerg-shaped mecha. Their mouths opened into an O shape. My god, mechas can be designed like this? This strange mecha imitates the giant hammer worm among the advanced Zerg mutants in appearance. It has mechanical legs composed of connecting rods and pulleys, external armor that looks very thick, and a rotatable head composed of cameras and sensors. Most of the Federation mechas are humanoid. Even beast-shaped mechas are extremely rare, not to mention Zerg mechas, which are simply beyond the cognition of these first-class military students. When the live broadcast camera was focused on this unique giant hammer insect mecha, the audience in the live broadcast room were also very excited, and the barrage of comments exploded after a moment of stagnation. I was just wondering how Zerg mutants would appear in the group stage. This is too beyond the scope. I didn't expect it to be a mecha. What was the designer of this mecha thinking? Why did he design a good mecha into a Zerg form? I have a guess. Could this mecha be another disguised mecha from the 627th Military Academy? Although it looks intimidating, can it really be used in combat? A Zerg form mecha? I think this is a good idea. The current mecha designs are too stereotyped. I haven't seen such a bold innovation for a long time. The discussion on the bullet screen was heated. There were all kinds of things. Looking at the Zerg mecha approaching the defense line step by step, the students of the First Army looked at each other. Some couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Who going? The fear of Zerg is ingrained in human genes. Many people couldn't help but feel scared when they saw the appearance of this mecha that was similar to that of the advanced Zerg. Moreover, they had no experience fighting against this kind of alien mecha before, so the mecha soldiers present seemed a little hesitant. Barty volunteered to meet him. He threw down these words and jumped out from behind the bunker in his mecha storm, and rushed directly towards the Zerg mecha. Unlike others, he didn't believe that the 627th Military Academy could have any good mecha engineers. In his opinion, this Zerg mecha was just a showpiece used by the other party to attract attention. He would not be scared. Barty turned the engine to the maximum. Like a flash of lightning, he came close to the Zerg mecha in an instant, and the light energy knife in his hand whistled and chopped at its mechanical head. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Zerg mecha, like a real giant hammerworm. Its movements were very slow, facing the sudden attack of the storm. It did not react at all. It seems that being too unconventional is not a good thing. The function of a mecha is the most important. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room thought so, something happened suddenly. A black shadow flashed by, and the light knife in Barty's hand was clamped tightly by the metal claw of the Zerg mecha in an instant. Before he could react, the Zerg mecha other metal claw raised high stabbed down fiercely, and penetrated the cockpit of Baofeng almost without any hindrance. Instant kill? Both the students of the First Army watching the game, and the audience in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. The Baofeng driven by Barty was an S-class mecha. No matter the speed or the defense, it was not comparable to the general A-class mecha. However, it was defeated so easily. Seeing the Zerg mech continue to move towards the defense line, the students of the First Army behind the bunkers did not care about being surprised, and pulled the trigger one after another. The dense light energy bullets hit the thick outer armor of the Zerg mech, but failed to cause any damage to it, and could not hinder its progress at all. At this time, the barrage in the central live broadcast room had exploded, and the faces of the principals and teachers in the viewing room also changed. Some teachers even stood up from their seats excitedly. Everyone stared at the behemoth in the center of the live broadcast camera. This is actually an SS-class mecha. You should know that although S-class mechas are precious, they can still be obtained through auctions and other channels, but SS-class mechas are completely different. It is the highest level mecha that mecha engineers can design and manufacture at present. The number of SS-class mechas in the entire Federation does not exceed 30. Only a few masters in the field of mecha engineering are capable of designing and manufacturing mechas of this level. And these SS-class mechas are not circulated on the market at all. Their users are all famous combat heroes of the Federation. Now a brand new SS-class mecha has appeared in the Military Academy League. And the appearance of this mecha is so special, which is obviously an explosive news. Principal Yin. Is this mecha SS-class? Commentator Alger couldn't help but confirm with Yin Xiaonan in the audience. And the others in the viewing room also looked at her expectantly. Yes, this mecha is indeed SS-class. A suppressed exclamation immediately sounded in the viewing room. especially several teachers in the Department of Mechanical Engineering who wanted to glue their eyes to the big screen. When Alger began to popularize the SS-class mecha to the audience in the live broadcast room, Jiang Xuanyu curiously asked the person next to him, "Principal Yin, can I know who is the designer of this mecha?" The top mecha engineers in the entire Federation who can design and manufacture SS-class mechas can be counted on one hand, and only Guan Xiao and Su Qing are still active. However, their design styles are very different from this Zerg mecha. Jiang Xuanyu vaguely felt that this mecha seemed to adopt a design system that was different from the mainstream humanoid mechas in the Federation. Yin Xiaonan smiled. This mecha was designed and manufactured by Teacher Carter from the Mechanical Engineering Department of our school. She is a Saltman mecha engineer who specializes in beast-shaped mechas. This SS-class mecha is her breakthrough. After hearing Yin Xiaonan words, Jiang Xuanyu and Nandong Wei were both a little surprised. It turned out that this SS-class mecha was designed and manufactured by an alien mecha engineer. No wonder its structure is so special. Jiang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. I have heard that the alien mecha design system is unique, but I have never had the opportunity to come into contact with it. Today, I see that it is indeed extraordinary. Principal Yin, has Teacher Carter come to the Capital Star? Yin Xiaonan, she didn't come this time. But our teacher Wei Tianhe also participated in the manufacturing process of this mecha. If Principal Jiang is interested in the design ideas of this mecha, you can talk to him later. In fact, this Zerg mecha was not completely manufactured in accordance with the traditional mecha design concept of the Sultman tribe. It was an innovative product based on the original beast-shaped mecha after Carter absorbed the mainstream mecha design concepts and technologies of the Federation. Wei Tianhe also contributed a lot to it. Before the Zerg mecha was completed, the two of them had many arguments because of their different opinions. At this time, Wei Tianhe looked at the amazed expressions of the crowd. Besides being proud, he suddenly had a strong idea in his heart. He also wanted to design and manufacture his own SS-class mecha. This Zerg mecha was Carter work after all, and he didn't want to be outdone by the big white cat. On the distant 627D star, Carter was also watching the live broadcast of the game with his students. When she heard the commentator Alger endless praise for the Zerg mecha, she snorted proudly, saying that these humans had good taste. But she would not be happy just because of a few words of praise from humans. Her mecha was already very good, and she did not need human affirmation at all. But the big white cat did not expect that the two slightly shaking ears on her head had secretly betrayed her good mood at the moment. In the holographic arena, just as the Zerg mecha was about to approach the defense line, Lu Qiyang drove his mecha Fengyin to block the giant. He frowned at the mecha in front of him. SS level mecha? How is this possible? Even if this mecha is really SS level, does the 627 Military Academy have a soldier with a physique that reaches SS level? In a flash, Lu Qiyang suddenly had a person image in his mind, Zephos. His face changed slightly. 627 Military Academy, SS level physique, who else could it be except Zephos? What more? He remembered that before the game started, Barati and others did find the team leader to report that Zephos was going to participate in the league. But at that time, he didn't take it to heart. It not like he had never met Zephos before. As Zephos' former classmate, he knew his situation very well. Yes, his talent was indeed very good, but he couldn't even control his own mental power. So how could he pose a threat to the First Army? Lu Qiyang suspected that Zephos might get sick before the group stage began. This kind of person could defeat himself. So he didn't need to be afraid of him at all. However, when fighting with the Zerg mecha in front of him, Lu Qiyang found that he was wrong. Zephos showed no signs of losing control, which was completely different from the bad state before he dropped out of school. Facing Zephos, who was firing on all cylinders, Lu Qiyang once again recalled the pressure he had brought to him when he suddenly appeared 3 years ago. Seeing that even Lu Qiyang could not contain this metal behemoth that was constantly advancing towards the defense line, the other mecha soldiers of the First Army also attacked Zephos. Lu Qiyang opened the team channel and said to his teammates, "This mecha has high defense, but it runs slowly. We can use the advantage of moving speed to fly a kite." Thinking of the weakness of the giant hammer bug's slow movement, these Shoujin students' eyes lit up, and they did it immediately. But just as they were fleeing around with their speed advantage, the Zerg mecha originally curved legs suddenly merged and unfolded, and in the blink of an eye, the Zerg mecha turned into a chariot, and its 4 wheels steadily rolled over the uneven ground and chased after the Shoujin mecha. A Shoujin student glanced back at the Zerg mecha chasing behind him, and couldn't help shouting, "Old Lu, this thing is not slow at all." Lu Qiyang and the Shoujuan students who were screaming at the Zerg mecha shouted that it was a scam. Where is the giant hammer bug? How can a giant hammer bug have wheels? It not authentic at all. Bad review. Chapter 168 Zephos. This mecha only imitates the appearance of the giant hammer worm, and it is naturally impossible to accept all the weaknesses of this Zerg mutant. Carter got inspiration from the transformable mecha designed by Wei Tianhe, and solved the problem of the mecha slow movement by using transformable metal legs. After finding that they could not get rid of Zephos' pursuit, the Shoujuan kite flying plan was forced to abort. Next, Zephos showed them how powerful this SS-class Zerg mecha in his hands could be. This Zerg mecha has a total of 4 pairs of mechanical legs, all of which can be controlled by mental power. Compared with humanoid mechas with only 2 mechanical arms, it is more difficult to operate, but for a soldier like Zephos, who has reached the 4S level of qualifications, there is more room for maneuver. When Lu Qiyang blocked one of the mechanical legs with a flame blade, the other mechanical leg immediately stabbed at him from another direction. At the same time, the other pairs of legs of the Zerg mecha also attacked the enemy mechas on both sides with their fangs and claws. Facing the siege of 3 First Army mechas, Zephos was not at all inferior. His 8 mechanical legs worked well together, and the flamethrower on his head would occasionally spray out burning gas, making it difficult for the enemy to defend themselves. SS-class mechas have powerful performance, but they also have high requirements for users. Not to mention that the operation difficulty of this alien mecha is much higher than that of ordinary humanoid mechas. If everyone was only interested in the level and appearance of the Zerg mecha at the beginning, now their attention has shifted from the mecha itself to its driver. Most mechas on the market will choose a humanoid structure. This is because the operation of alien mechas is contrary to human intuition and habits. In addition, many soldiers will also apply fighting skills to mecha battles. But the fighting style of alien mechas is completely different. Algertone revealed a trace of undisguised appreciation. Like this Zerg mecha, its most important weapon is the 4 pairs of indestructible mechanical legs. To control them well, not only does it require a huge mental force to support it, but it also requires the ability to multitask and keep an eye on all directions. The mecha operation skills displayed by this student from the 627th Military Academy reminded me of the phrase "young people are formidable." I dare say that no student from the individual soldier department in this league can compare with him. His current ability has far exceeded the level that ordinary military academy students can achieve. It is the level that professional soldiers can achieve. The news that SS-level mechas appeared in the league has spread like wildfire. The number of online viewers in the central live broadcast room has skyrocketed. Although the audience in the live broadcast room were also amazed by Zephos' performance, they were still very surprised that Alger gives such high praise. Major Myron evaluation is so high? Is this student from the 627th Military Academy more powerful than Yi Yajing and Kelvin? He can operate an SS-level mecha, so his physique must be SS level, and his mental strength is probably SS level as well. With this kind of talent, he can kill at will in the league. Okay? What the name of this student? He is so powerful, why haven't I heard of him before? I know that other schools generally don't show their full strength in the auditions, but I didn't expect that the 627th Military Academy also has a trump card, and it's such a trump card, I suddenly feel that they might really make it to the finals. I know a little gossip about this person. He should be Zephos Gosman. I believe many people have heard of this name. He was recruited into the First Army with a 4S qualification 2 years ago, but later dropped out of school because of mental violence. It is said that he went to 627. The audience was originally very curious about the name of the pilot of the Zerg mecha in the 627 Military Academy. Many people were asking, but they did not expect that someone actually knew the identity of this student. However, many people frowned at the information revealed by this barrage. Zephos Gosman? Many people thought this name sounded familiar. When they saw the words, for S qualification, First Army, and so on, they had a look of realization in their eyes. It turned out to be him. As a rare 4S genius, Zephos was once highly expected by the public. But he did not appear in the First Army team for 2 consecutive leagues. Then, there was news that he suffered from psychotic disorder and injured his classmates. Many people have lamented the death of a genius, but they never thought that he would appear in this military academy league, and he would participate as a student of the 627th Military Academy. So Gao Simeng has recovered. If it is him, I would not be surprised. He was once a supernatural existence that overwhelmed all the geniuses of the same class. Before he had any problems, the chief soldier of the First Army was not Qiyang. No wonder I felt that Qiyang seemed a little afraid of him just now. Will Shoju and regret giving up on him now? The 627th Military Academy is lucky, and they got a big bargain. Looking at the laughing barrage, Barty's face was gloomy, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. He immediately typed a long paragraph into the barrage sending box. Don't you feel scared? How can such a person with mental berserker syndrome be qualified to participate in the Military Academy League? When he found that he had been ejected from the simulator, Barty's first reaction was disbelief. He was driving an S-class mecha. How could he be killed instantly by his opponent? At first, he thought there was something wrong with the simulator, but the staff told him that there was nothing wrong with the machine, so he opened the live broadcast room of the game. After watching the replay, he fell silent. There was indeed nothing wrong with the simulator. The strange mecha was not what he thought it was, but a genuine SS-class mecha, and he was not vigilant enough, and his opponent caught the loophole, so his loss was not unfair. But how could anyone in the 627th Military Academy be able to drive an SS-class mecha? Barty suddenly thought of a person, and his face immediately turned ugly. He knew that Zephos should not be allowed to participate in the competition. He was a nuisance. However, the audience in the live broadcast room did not join Barty in denouncing Zephos as he thought. Since the military can let him participate in the competition, there should be no problem. Right? He is in good condition. Maybe he is recovered? Do you have evidence? You are just talking nonsense here. I think you are just jealous of Zephos' strength. Barty was so angry when he saw these comments that his face turned green. Just as he was about to continue to send comments, the situation in the field suddenly changed. The 627th Military Academy came with a mecha team. While Zephos was holding back Qiyang and other main players, the other mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy also began to rush to the defense line. Seeing that the defense line was about to be breached, at the critical moment, a mecha soldier of the First Army suddenly shouted, "Gausming, you are a waste who was kicked out by the First Army. How dare you come to participate in the Military Academy League?" Zephos' attack paused for a moment. Qiyang would not miss this opportunity. He slashed the mechanical foot joint with his whistling flame knife, splitting it in two. The other mechas of the First Army also took the opportunity to surround him. Finding that his words could actually have an impact on Zephos, the mecha soldier of the First Army cursed even more vigorously. "You are a psychopath. A lunatic. You are not qualified to be a mecha soldier at all." Seeing this, several other students of the First Army followed suit, launching attacks while verbally attacking Zephos. "That right, don't forget, you almost killed someone before, you are a potential murderer. Mentally unstable people like you should stay at home. And your father is a traitor to the Federation. How can you? An imperial bastard. Enter our Federation army." "Okay, stop talking." Seeing that they were going too far, Qiyang shouted to stop them, and at this moment, a terrifying mental pressure quickly spread out with the Zerg mecha as the center. The faces of several students from the First Army suddenly changed. Some of them had witnessed the last time Zephos' mental power went out of control. The mecha soldier who spoke first couldn't help but feel a little regretful. At the same time, outside Zephos' simulation cabin, the medical and security personnel who were on standby also became nervous, ready to force Zephos to log out of the simulator at any time. Barty, who was watching the live broadcast, had his eyes lit up. He didn't care what happened to his companions at all. He had been eliminated anyway. He even felt a little gloating about the crisis that several teammates were facing. More importantly, Zephos is indeed in trouble. Barty couldn't help but smile in relief, and sent out another barrage. "Psychokinesis can't be cured. How can I be jealous of someone like him who can only stay in a mental hospital for the rest of his life? Such a person is not worthy of appearing in the league." Although many viewers accused Shoju of mean means, they also had doubts about Zephos' current state, and some voices opposing Zephos' continued participation in the live broadcast room had already appeared in the barrage. From this point of view, Zephos' mental power is really unstable. Is he really suitable to continue to stay in the competition? I think for the safety of other students, Zephos' qualification should be revoked. So does anyone know whether what those students of the First Army said is true? Did his father really betray the Federation? Then I think he can't join the army. No matter how strong he is, his unstable mental power will only become a time bomb. I now think that the First Army decision to let him drop out is correct. On the other hand, The 627th Military Academy is indeed a second-rate school. They only let Zephos participate in the competition because of his high qualifications, without considering the consequences of letting such a person with mental violence participate in the competition. While the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing Zephos' affairs, in the temporary camp of the 627th Military Academy, Zhao Chen couldn't help asking Xie Yanhan, "Commander Xia, are the people we sent to the 1st Army defense line too few?" Xie Yanhan glanced at him. "What you are really worried about is whether Zephos can handle this task." Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the eyes of Commander Xie. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I actually like Senior Gao Simeng very much. He is a pure person, but..." Xie Yanhan naturally knew what he had left unsaid. She remained calm. "If you doubt, don't use it. If you use it, don't doubt it. I believe Zephos can complete the task." In the foothills, several mecha teams of the 1st Army had already received Zheng Yuan order to immediately return to the defense line. "Slaosha, what wrong with you?" Yaida couldn't help asking when she saw Slaosha frowning. "Slaosha, it's too late to return now. Even if we rush back, it's very likely that we will be too late." Yida also showed a distressed look after hearing this. "But what else can we do now except hurrying back? Do you have any better ideas?" The other teammates couldn't help but look at him. Slaosha pondered for a moment and said, "We should influence the enemy actions, instead of listening to them. As the old saying goes, attack where they must rescue. We have to let the enemy follow our rhythm, so there may be a turning point." Several mecha soldiers seemed to understand. Huan Feng frowned. "What you said seems to make sense, but the commander-in-chief will not listen to your advice. He has silenced you, and if you question his decision again, it will only make him more angry, which will not do you any good." Slaosa obviously understood this. He hesitated for a while, and finally made up his mind, and said to the others, "Are you willing to trust me?" Several teammates nodded. They still trusted Slaosa's ability. Slaosa said firmly, "Then follow my command from now on, and I will bear the consequences of disobeying orders." Chapter 169, Furious Killing Intent. After receiving the news that the defense line of the base was in danger, under the cover of the mechanized infantry squad, several mechanized squads of the 1st Army began to retreat from the battle zone in the foothills. The students of the 627th Military Academy naturally did not want to let them do as they wished. Ruby, Fang Shangliu and other mechanized soldiers wanted to stop the opponents in front of them. But the enemy firepower was fierce. Those mechanized infantry squads of the 1st Army almost took out a desperate posture, and launched rounds of charges against the students of the 627th Military Academy one after another, and finally let several mechanized squads successfully leave the battle. Command post, this is the 1st combat group. Our combatants failed to stop them. The 1st Army mech squad has all evacuated. It is suspected that they are returning to the base. Please ask the Commander-in-Chief for instructions on whether to pursue the target. After receiving Su Chujin report, Xie Yanhan pondered for a moment and said, "No need to pursue. Concentrate all your forces and fire at full speed. Try to annihilate the enemy living forces still in the battle zone." Su Chujin paused and then nodded in response. Xie Yanhan seemed to have noticed the hidden worries in her heart. His tone was still calm. "Don't worry. It doesn't matter if the group of mech soldiers escape. It will take time for them to rush back. If nothing unexpected happens, we will receive good news soon." At the defense line of the 1st Army, Zephos' attack became more fierce than before, and what frightened several 1st Army soldiers even more was that the terrifying mental pressure became heavier and heavier, making them feel suffocated. Lu Qiyang's face darkened slightly. Even SS-level mutants could not bring such a strong mental pressure, and his uneasiness became more and more intense. Although he had received the news that the mecha team was coming back for help, he was more worried that they would not be able to wait until the reinforcements arrived. At this moment, the cockpits of the two 1st Army mechas were pierced by the metal legs of the Zerg mechas almost at the same time. Double kill? Before the audience in the live broadcast room could react, Zephos controlled the Zerg mecha to jump, and fiercely pounced on Lu Qiyang mecha Fengyin. His speed was too fast. The next second, the audience saw the Zerg mecha land steadily. One of the metal claws was slightly raised, and the sharp claw tip was facing forward, while the blue-black mecha opposite it fell to the ground in an instant, and a big hole was pierced in the mental connection, until he opened his eyes in the simulation cabin. Lu Qiyang was still a little confused. Although he had long expected that he could not match Zephos with his strength, he thought that he could resist for a while with his double S qualifications. But he did not expect that he seemed to be no different from others in front of the opponent. Zephos killed others in seconds. And he also killed him in seconds. The little advantage he had over his teammates was not enough in the eyes of the opponent. Thinking of this, Qiyang wiped his face, and suddenly felt that his self-esteem was seriously hurt. After all, he was the third-year leader of the 1st Army Individual Soldier Department. Even when he fought against Kelvin, he had never lost so badly. It was not pleasant to be crushed, especially in a league. Recalling the terrifying mental pressure, Qiyang was still in shock. He could hardly imagine how great his achievements would be in the future if Zephos had not suffered from mental violence. This was a monster born for war. Thinking that the opponent's mental power must be violent again, and there is a high probability that he will be disqualified from the competition, Qiyang felt a little more balanced, and even had a subtle sympathy for this former classmate. But when he opened the central live broadcast room, he was stunned. The subsequent development of the matter was completely different from what he imagined. In the holographic arena, with the destruction of the 1st Army Mecha Team 2, the defense line was completely defeated by the 627 Military Academy Mecha Team, and the remaining mobile infantry retreated from the defense line to the 1st Army base. The mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy were not in a hurry to continue the attack. Instead, they looked at the Zerg mecha that had been motionless since the end of the battle with concern. The mental pressure from the opponent made them dare not get too close to the opponent. Senior Gao Si? Langdon called him carefully, but saw the metal legs of the Zerg mecha move. Several mecha soldiers tightened their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. No way. Don't let it be what they think. They have seen how ferocious Zephos' mental power is when it is violent. Moreover, if Senior Gao Si mental power is really out of control, the military education department will not let him continue to participate in the competition. Several mecha soldiers prayed silently in their hearts, but they heard Zephos' voice suddenly sounded in the team channel. Contact the headquarters now. As his voice appeared, the violent mental power that originally surrounded the Zerg mecha also dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Several mecha soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Landon became excited again when he saw that Zephos was fine. You're right. We have to tell the others about this good news. Senior Gao Si was so cool just now. Dealing with those mechas of the 1st Army was as easy as cutting tofu. Shurja sighed and said, I just realized today that there can be such a big gap between geniuses. Jiang Xiu nodded. Fortunately, Senior Gao Si is here, otherwise our mission would not have gone so smoothly. What they didn't know was that the central live broadcast room had already exploded. Why do I feel a little unreal? That was Qiyang. Was he eliminated so easily? As expected of the legendary 4S genius, no wonder Major Melon gave him such a high evaluation. I thought Major Melon praised him too much, until I saw his battle just now. I just took a glass of water. How did the mecha team of the 1st Army get wiped out? 3 kills in 1 minute? And the opponents are all S-class mechas. Is this really something a human can do? I'm suddenly attracted by Zephos. Is he the strongest player in this league? This is impossible. Barty stared at the live camera and whispered. Zephos was clearly in a state of mental rage. Why can he still recover? Seeing the direction of the barrage change again, he reluctantly typed a line of words. Click to send. Don't forget, he has mental rage. Even if he doesn't get sick now, it will endanger the safety of others sooner or later. However, the federal people have always admired the strong. The extraordinary strength displayed by Zephos made the audience in the live broadcast room extremely excited. The barrage filled the entire screen. The barrage set by Barty did not cause any splashes, and was drowned in other barrages. This group of fence-sitters. Barty cursed angrily, almost biting his teeth. And outside the simulation cabin where Zephos was, the staff who were originally on high alert showed puzzled expressions. Just when they were about to take compulsory measures, the detection equipment attached to the simulation cabin actually showed that the opponent's mental power had stabilized again. How is this possible? Leeching Yu made the same exclamation as Barty. Once the mental power is in a violent state, the patient will lose consciousness directly. In her opinion, Zephos' own strength alone cannot take back this outward mental power. This is why she insisted on forcing Zephos out of the simulator immediately through the main control program. But before they could take action, they were stopped by the principal of the 627th Military Academy, who suddenly broke into the room. She looked at the woman standing in front of the simulation cabin, and after hesitating for a while, she said, Principal Yin. Although Zephos has lifted his mental frenzy, For the sake of his health, he is no longer suitable to continue participating in the competition. What do you think? However, Yin shouted and shook his head again. Li Qing, you couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could it be that this principal didn't care about the student's physical condition at all for the sake of the league results? You have to know that mental damage is irreversible, not to mention that the student named Zephos just had a violent mental state. It would be harmful to him to continue participating in the competition. She was about to argue, but she heard the person in front of her throw another bomb. His state just now was not a violent mental state, but an illusion caused by his own mental characteristics. You can compare the data again. What? Mental characteristics? Several medical staff in the room couldn't help but gasp. Li Qing, you couldn't help but widen his eyes, and asked stutteringly, are you talking about the mental characteristics that may not be possessed by one person among tens of millions of people? Yin Xiaoman, that right. Zephos has a mental trait called murderous rage. He just used this ability, not really falling into mental rage. You should know that people with mental rage can't distinguish between friend and foe. Not like Zephos just now. Li Qing, you thought about it. Zephos' series of performances did not completely meet the symptoms of mental rage. It was just because his mental pressure was too strong, which made them have some preconceived ideas. So the other party actually just used the ability of his own spiritual power. A group of medical staff looked at the simulation cabin again, as if they were looking at some rare treasure. This was their first time to come into contact with someone with spiritual power. After checking the data of the simulation cabin, Li Qing found that Zephos' physical condition was indeed normal, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I heard that this student named Zephos was transferred from Showdown to 627 Military Academy. A student with spiritual power. I don't know if the teacher of Showdown will regret it after knowing this news. In the temporary camp of the 627th Military Academy, Xie Yinhan soon received the victory report from the Zephos team. She looked satisfied. The main purpose of using prisoners of war for trading was not to exchange for supplies, but to attract the attention of the enemy large forces. This was a bait. The Showdown might not have thought of this, but after the guerrilla warfare in the previous 2 days, they were eager to find an opportunity to break the deadlock, and they had no choice but to ignore the few main players. And she took advantage of the enemy mentality, forcing them to follow her preset script. This was an open plot. While the battle group was holding back the enemy main force, she sent the Blade Squad to raid the headquarters of the First Army. As long as the enemy commander-in-chief was eliminated, the entire combat force of the First Army would fall into chaos. But just when everything seemed to be going smoothly according to Xie Yinhan's plan, the sound of explosions suddenly rang out, and the entire temporary camp was shaken. Chapter 170 Slosha. The temporary camp of the 627th Military Academy is located on a high ground, supported by the south side of a ridge. Howell had just finished a round of bombing with a rocket launcher. At this time, he grinned and said happily, Slosha, you are really good. How did you know that the enemy headquarters is here? This is also what the other mecha soldiers wanted to ask. Seeing that Howell asked for them, several mecha soldiers pricked up their ears to listen to Slosha's answer. Slosha explained, I mainly made a comprehensive judgment by looking at the topographic map and combining it with the enemy movements in the past few days. But I'm not so sure. I'm just betting on my intuition. Yida's eyes lit up when he heard this. You have been doing this privately these 2 days, right? It would take more than a short time to draw the enemy movement path on the map. Just now. Slosha didn't hesitate at all, and led the way for them directly. It was obvious that he had made relevant preparations early. Slosha nodded and said, before this, our army has been in a passive state. Finding the enemy headquarters is the real way to break the deadlock. The others fell silent. They all had the same idea in their minds. If Jing Yuan had listened to Slosha's advice before, wouldn't their Showdown have to face the current situation? In the viewing room, Alger couldn't help but sigh. It a pity for Showdown. It not that there are no capable people in their team, but their commander-in-chief is too stubborn and self-willed, and he failed to let each team member play to their maximum strength. Titus on the side frowned and said, no matter how capable the commander is, this student named Slosha should not act on his own. He is openly defying the orders of his superiors. If he were on the battlefield, he would be brought to a military court for such behavior. Major Bud, you are being too harsh. Alger coughed dryly. Isn't there a saying called adopting the right approach in an emergency? In special circumstances, certain flexibility is needed. I think Slosha's decision is very good. Since you threaten my rear, I will also threaten your rear. It's a risky move to give someone a taste of their own medicine. I don't deny that he does have some commanding abilities, but it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Titus remained unmoved. In this game, his position is to follow the team in command, and he is only responsible for conveying and executing the orders of the headquarters. If everyone acts according to their own ideas like him, what kind of discipline is there? Alger curled his lips when he heard this. Soldiers are not machines that blindly obey orders. They should be able to think and examine the situation on the battlefield by themselves, instead of mechanically and rigidly executing the orders of their superiors. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, and everything depends on the results of the battle. If you can't seize the opportunity and win the battle, what the point of observing discipline? After hearing Alger's declaration, Titus frowned even more. Frontline personnel can indeed grasp more on-site information, but they lack an understanding of the overall situation, without knowing the intention of the command. Even if they achieve a victory in the present, they may fail in the overall strategy. He questioned the person next to him unceremoniously. If everyone disagrees with the command orders, always acts on their own, and is unconventional, it doesn't matter if the results are good, but if it causes heavy losses to the army, who will be responsible for it? Although the two commentators were both majors in the military, they held completely different views, and the two sides quarreled and got angry. Titus sneered. Oh, by the way, how could I forget? Major Myron, you were given a serious warning by the military a few days ago because you violated the orders of your superiors and rashly opened fire on the border? It seems that slosha behavior really resonates with you. Alger was embarrassed by being exposed. He touched his nose uncomfortably and said stubbornly, "Who said I disobeyed orders? I was clearly creatively executing the instructions of my superiors." In fact, although Alger was punished that time, he was promoted because of it. Rules are rules, and everything is determined by the results of the battle is not something Alger said. However, he actually knew in his heart that Titus' words were not without reason. Compared with the commander, the frontline combatants lacked the overall battlefield information, and it was very likely that they would make things worse and destroy the overall situation for the sake of immediate military achievements. In addition, the discipline of the army could not be challenged. This is why he was punished by the military despite his meritorious service. The two looked at each other and tacitly chose truce and looked at the big screen in front of them at the same time. At this time, the camera turned to the temporary camp of the 627th Military Academy. When she realized that her camp was under attack, Xia Yinhan's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. In the previous few battles, she originally thought that she had already figured out the level of the enemy command. In her eyes, although the individual strength of the Shou army was strong, their command ability was indeed a bit too mediocre, and there was nothing to be afraid of. However, the enemy's surprise attack caught her off guard. Didn't Su Chujin say that the mecha squad of the First Army went back to support the base? How could they suddenly appear here? Xia Yinhan narrowed her eyes. It seems that she still underestimated the other party. Others in the camp were very panicked. All the mecha squads had been sent out by Xia Yinhan. There were not many combat personnel left in the camp. Except for a mecha squad, the rest were students from the ship department and the command department. Another cannon shot. The camp of the 627th Military Academy was originally built with mountain rocks as the main structure. With the fierce bombing, some debris and dust continued to fall from the top of the camp. The students half bent over and protected their heads with their hands. Zhao Chen said with a bitter face, "Xia Commander, what should we do now? It will take time for the large troops to come back for support. Can we really rely on the fortifications outside to hold out until then?" Compared to the worried people around him, Xia Yinhan's expression was still firm. "Now everyone go out with weapons. Our blade squad is breaking through the enemy last line of defense. This also means that the victory between us and the First Army will soon be decided." She paused, a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. "Now let's see who is faster." The 627th Military Academy established an anti-mech defense line outside the temporary camp. If the Slosha team wants to pass smoothly, they can only blast and demolish the roadblocks along the way. The mech team originally belonged to the Vanguard organization. They are used to fighting deep into the enemy territory. Under the powerful firepower, the defense line originally covered with barbed wire was quickly opened by them. But just as they were about to break through the defense line, the radar suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. Several well-trained mecha soldiers were not panicked. While firing particle cannons to intercept the missiles, they quickly formed a semicircular defense formation, protecting Slosha. the team commander. In the center, missiles exploded one after another in midair. Under the cover of the deafening roar, Howell suddenly felt the cockpit shake violently, and the mecha damage immediately changed from 0 to 20%. He immediately shouted to remind others, "Be careful. There are snipers on the opposite side." However, the enemy sniper's ability was far beyond their expectations. Although they had scattered and kept moving, the light energy bullets still hit their cockpits with great accuracy. Howell watched his mecha damage rate soar to 50% in just a few minutes. He was extremely anxious. If he was hit by another bullet, his mecha would be scrapped. He couldn't help but urge Yida, "Have you found the specific location of the enemy sniper point?" "Not yet." Yida frowned. "There should be more than one enemy sniper, and the position is constantly changing." Just as Slavsha was thinking about how to break the deadlock, a line of bright red words appeared in his sight. "Our commander-in-chief has been killed, and the command is being transferred." It was not just Slavsha. All the students of the First Army received such a prompt message, and the soldiers who were fighting could not help but stagnate, and the mecha teams that were rushing to the base suddenly stopped. "Oh my god! Zheng Yuan is dead?" Howell almost cursed. It's only the 4th day of the game. Right? The commander-in-chief is gone. How are we going to fight next? Slavsha said seriously. "This also means that our army base has been lost. Then what should we do now?" Yida said with a frown. "Continue to fight. Or retreat first. It depends on the time. The enemy reinforcements should be arriving soon." Slavsha looked at the enemy camp that was already close at hand, and felt a little unwilling. The defeat of the First Army was inevitable. But if they could break into the camp and hijack the enemy commander-in-chief, things might turn around. But they only had 5 people to break through the defense line before the enemy reinforcements arrived. The firepower was far from enough. What more? There were powerful snipers hidden on the enemy side. In a short moment, countless thoughts flashed through Slavsha's mind. In the end, he issued an order to retreat. His decision was undoubtedly correct. Just 5 minutes after their team evacuated, the team of 627 Military Academy arrived. Zhao Chen and others who were hiding behind the bunker couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With their strength, they were not able to resist the fierce attack of the mecha team of the First Army. Fortunately, Xie Yinhan and Lin Tianan pinned down the enemy through precise sniping. Otherwise, they might not be able to wait for the arrival of reinforcements. Zhao Chen thought to himself. Sister Lin is a fighter plane technician, so it is understandable that she is good at shooting. I didn't expect that Commander Xie is also so proficient in shooting. Are geniuses really so versatile? The barrage was also surprised by the shooting level that Xie Yinhan and Lin Tianan just showed. You should know that the mecha soldiers of the First Army are impeccable in terms of reaction speed and movement speed. But even so, they still cannot avoid those light energy bullets. And even professional snipers may not be able to do better than this. Xie Yinhan has also received the news from the Zephos team far away in the First Army's base. The commander-in-chief of the First Army has been eliminated, and the decapitation operation has been successfully completed. Then it's time to harvest points. She quickly issued several instructions to the Zephos team and the combat group in the foothills battle zone through the communicator, and then ordered the people around her to pack up and prepare to move the camp. Since someone has found their nest, they naturally can't stay here anymore. But she recalled the battle just now and was a little confused. Since the enemy knew the location of their camp, why did they only send one mecha team? This seems a bit illogical. Chapter 171: The End of the Battle. Even if Xie Yinhan was as good as a god, he could not know the twists and turns within the First Army. After Zheng Yuan was eliminated, the First Army fell into chaos. It stands to reason that the chief commander of the First Army was killed, and the command should be transferred to the deputy commander. However, the tragedy is that the deputy commander of the First Army, Lu Yisha, was also eliminated 4 minutes after Zheng Yuan's accident. This deputy commander had been commanding the battle at the foot of the mountain. After the mecha team returned to the defense line, the mecha team of the First Army was beaten back by the students of the 627th Military Academy. A stray bullet hit the mecha cockpit of the deputy commander, causing her to follow in Zheng Yuan's footsteps. The Shoujuan lost its chief commander and deputy commander in a short period of time. Without a leader, the team fell into chaos. Finally, Kelvin took over the command temporarily and managed to calm the others. Facing a lot of information reported by the team leaders in the public channel, Kelvin rubbed his brows with a headache. He was a single soldier, not a commander. It was okay for him to manage a team. But facing the dispatch of so many people, he had no idea where to start. What worse is that the 627th Military Academy took advantage of their confusion and frantically harvested heads in the foothills. Although the mecha teams that came back to support were now very close to the base, Kelvin still led the others to change direction again. If the base was lost, they could still take it back. But if the whole army was defeated, they would have no chance of turning the tables. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and asked in the public channel, Slosha, what the situation over there? As early as when Zheng Yuan ordered the mecha teams to return to the base, Slausa explained his plan to Kelvin. Due to various concerns, Kelvin refused to take other mecha teams with him. But he did not report Slausa violation of orders to Zheng Yuan. He actually agreed with what Slausa said. It was too late for them to return to the base. But he could not do a disobedient act in front of the live camera like Slausa did. Moreover, he did not trust the ability of Slausa, a first-year student in the command department. But despite this, he still turned a blind eye and decided to let the other party try. Even if they failed, the responsibility would be borne by Slausa himself, and it had nothing to do with him. After a period of noise, Slausa's voice sounded in the public channel. We have just found the enemy temporary camp. But because the enemy has snipers, our firepower is not enough, and we failed to break through. In the end, we temporarily retreated at the cost of sacrificing one person. Almost all the surviving students of the First Army could not help but hold their breath after hearing Slausa's words. Kelvin asked anxiously, You mean, you have found the enemy headquarters? Yes. The enemy temporary camp is on Hill 31, south of the Midia Ridge. Slausa paused, and then said, But after we retreated, the enemy reinforcements arrived, and the headquarters may have been moved. All the students of the First Army could not help but sigh with regret. Kelvin frowned, and felt a little annoyed. If he had chosen to take other mecha teams with Slausa's team, would the result be different? But the matter has already passed. It is useless to think too much. The current situation does not allow them to waste time on regret. Kelvin pondered for a while, and finally made up his mind. He said to Slausa, I will give you the command. You will organize the team. The students of the First Army were in an uproar. Although Zheng Yuan and Louisa had been eliminated, there were still other people in the command department. In any case, it was not the turn of Slausa, a freshman, to take over the command. Right? But it was Kelvin who spoke. Although the other students had their opinions, they did not question the other party decision. Slosha did not expect that the command power would fall on his head so easily. He was stunned for a moment, but did not refuse. He began to let each team leader report to him. Time was running out. With the team leader extremely fast report, various complicated information quickly gathered together. Slosha did not say anything, but just listened silently, until the last team leader finished reporting. He said, Okay, I understand. Without any hesitation, clear instructions were quickly passed down, making people feel as if he had been prepared for it. The originally chaotic team of Shojuin began to stabilize miraculously. The barrage was full of discussions. How did Shojuin choose the commander? A freshman is better than the previous commander-in-chief? Slausa is pretty good. I am optimistic about his future development. That Zheng Yuan was finally eliminated. I have been unhappy with him for a long time. I really doubt how he became the commander of Shojuin. He is specifically holding back God K. Don't you know? Zheng Yuan's father is a general in the military, and his mother is the director of the capital hospital. Now you can understand why he can become the commander-in-chief of the capital army. I'm a little disillusioned. The capital army is actually doing this behind-the-scenes manipulation in the league? It's really disgusting. Is this the case with the top military academy in the Federation? I think this student named Slosha will be in a miserable state after the league ends. Isn't his good performance a slap in the face of Zheng Yuan and the leaders of the capital military academy? The viewing room was silent at this time. Almost all the principals and teachers secretly looked at the principal of the First Army. Talin's face was dark. The principal who once had real power in the military had a look of oppression. Although he did not speak, it was like the calm before the storm, making people worry about when he would suddenly explode. At this moment, a sudden creaking sound was clearly heard in the room. Everyone hard jumped. Then the principal of the First Army suddenly stood up from his seat. Without waiting for the others to react, he strode out of the viewing room without saying a word. The door slammed shut with a bang, shaking the whole room. The principals and teachers in the viewing room looked at each other. and some whispers were heard in the originally quiet room. Nandong couldn't help but sigh. I have heard about some of the customs in the capital army for a long time, but I didn't expect the problem to be so serious. Jiang Xuanyu sighed when he heard it. In fact, although Lao Tua has a tough personality, he still wants to run a good school. It's just that there are many factions in the capital army, and there are many interests involved. Sometimes he can't take care of it. The two principals could understand Talin's situation. In fact, the Coalition Army and Minerva Military Academy were more or less facing similar difficulties. But the situation was not as serious as that of the capital army. Yin Xiaonan said calmly, the capital army can only make drastic reforms to truly solve the problem. It depends on whether Principal Talin has the courage to do so. That what I said? But it's not that easy to do it. Jiang Xuanyu held his chin. But this student in the command department is not bad. I heard that he has no background and offended the son of General Zheng. If Talin can't protect him, then I have to do it. Nandong glanced at her. Your coalition already has a command ace like Min Jing, and you are still not satisfied. I think this student is quite suitable for us Minerva. Our school is inclusive and open-minded. We welcome students with outstanding abilities the most. I don't agree with you. Min Jing is a sophomore. If Slusha goes there, won't our coalition be able to take over? Don't act as if only you Minerva are inclusive and open-minded. How is our coalition worse than yours? When the two principals were arguing, Yin Xiaonan coughed lightly and said, your coalition and Minerva are full of talents. Why don't you give this student named Slusha to our 627? The three principals looked at each other, their eyes sparking. Nandong narrowed her eyes. Since everyone is willing to accept this student, then it depends on your ability. The three of them looked at the big screen in front of them and showed a determined expression at the same time. However, Talin, who was angrily scolding his subordinates, did not know that some people had reached a consensus behind the scenes and planned how to poach him. After the formation was completed, the First Army began to retreat in an orderly manner. The students of the 627th Military Academy followed closely. The remaining troops of the first group in the foothills battle zone and the reinforcement troops returning to the camp surrounded and attacked the remnants of the First Army from the east and west. Seeing that the enemy encirclement was gradually closing, Slu launched a Napoleon-style internal counterattack, gathering troops to attack one point of the enemy to affect the entire enemy line. Finally, the remnants of the First Army successfully broke through the Yala Pass and withdrew from the mountain area through the teleportation point. After receiving the news from the front, Xie Yinhan's eyes flashed with interest. She originally thought that the First Army would fall into chaos without a commander, but she didn't expect them to regroup so quickly, and even their combat style has undergone a revolutionary change. She thought carelessly with her chin propped up. It seems that she made a wrong move. She should have kept Zheng Yuan. The new commander of the First Army is not the same fool as before, but this is more interesting. Isn't it? The audience in the live broadcast room were all very excited at this time. Some people originally thought that in Zephos' personal show, there was nothing that could interest them afterwards. But they did not expect that the final stage of the confrontation between the 627th Military Academy and the First Army would be equally exciting. The 627th Military Academy took advantage of the First Army brief confusion to quickly harvest heads, turning the foothill battle area into a slaughterhouse, and then pursued the remnants of the enemy army, demonstrating their strong combat effectiveness. The First Army did not just run away under the pursuit of the 627th Military Academy students. Under the dispatch and deployment of the new commander Slusha, they launched a small counterattack at the last minute, which still slightly restored the reputation of the First Army. As the Shoujuan team disappeared into the teleportation point, the duel that lasted for many days finally came to an end. What was most unexpected to the audience was that the 627th Military Academy would be the final winner. Counting the losses of the two schools in this battle, the 627th Military Academy eliminated a total of 47 people, including 7 mecha soldiers, while the Shoujuan team eliminated a total of 119 people, including the general, deputy commander, and several main players including Lu Qiyang, which was a serious blow to the vitality. If it were a few days ago, the audience would never believe such a result. But after seeing the flexible and changeable mountain guerrilla warfare of the 627th Military Academy, the vigorous decapitation operations, and various real and fake tactics, they had to admit that they had greatly underestimated the strength of this ordinary military academy. The battle came to an end, and the sky was completely dark. After cleaning the battlefield, the students of the 627th Military Academy officially moved into the mountain base. After several hours of fierce fighting, the combatants were exhausted, and only then were they able to rest. The two commentators also took advantage of this opportunity to make a final summary of the duel between the 627th Military Academy and the First Army. Titus was not in a very good mood. He did not expect that the students participating in this league of his alma mater would perform so poorly. It was simply a disgrace to the First Army. The First Army made a lot of mistakes in this battle. He did not show mercy just because it was his alma mater. The words were as sharp as ever. The defense line arranged by the commander around the station was too naive. The team, which was originally small in number, was divided into two combat units, resulting in insufficient firepower. The teams could not quickly support each other at all. This can actually be avoided. Alger couldn't help but sigh. Slausa once proposed to concentrate the main force on the central line to prepare for war, but the commander not only did not adopt it, but also directly silenced him. Although the commander does need to have the courage to make decisive decisions, this does not mean that he can act arbitrarily. Zheng Yuan, who had already come out of the simulator, couldn't help blushing when he heard this. The defense line was not really arranged. Titus glanced at the playback screen critically, and then said, "They didn't dig deep trenches and other fortifications, but only used the hilltop bunkers as a defense belt, which could not form a unified and dense firepower point at all. Alger, comparatively speaking, the defenses around the temporary camp of the 627th Military Academy are obviously better arranged." Perhaps he was in a bad mood. In the following time, Titus criticized the First Army from top to bottom. Those students who had been eliminated from the First Army wanted to find a hole to hide in. Not to mention Zheng Yuan, who was directly hit and became autistic. Seeing this, Alger still said something good to the students of the First Army. In fact, their performance cannot be said to be particularly bad, especially in terms of individual combat. Before the First Army mecha team returned to the base, the 627th Military Academy did not have the upper hand in the foothill battle zone. You must know that unlike the First Army, the 627th Military Academy dispatched all its mecha teams. Although the 627th Military Academy also has outstanding mecha soldiers, like Ruby and Fang Shengliu, the overall strength of the 627th Military Academy soldiers is actually not as good as that of the First Army. This means that they must invest more troops in the foothills battle zone to truly contain the opponent. And the 627th Military Academy camp, without a mecha team left behind, is naturally weak in defense. Xie Yanhan was not unaware of the risk of the camp being raided. But based on the intelligence she had obtained before and her experience of fighting Zheng Yuan several times, she did not think that Zheng Yuan would make such a risky decision. But she did not expect an accident like Slausha to occur. Alger, from the perspective of overall strength, 627 Military Academy is not as good as Shoujuan. Although Shoujuan command experience is slightly insufficient, it is not a particularly big shortcoming. 627 Military Academy has to take an unconventional approach if it wants to win. Although the audience is now blaming Zheng Yuan for Shoujuan defeat. To be fair, Zheng Yuan command level can only be said to be average. He is not the worst among all the participating schools. Otherwise, no matter how many benefits are given, Shoujuan will not be able to push him to the top. But he happened to meet Xie Yanhan, a talented commander like Slausha. In contrast, he was a tragedy. Whether it was the surprise attack at the beginning, or the fraudulent means that were indistinguishable from the real thing, they were all using surprise tactics, including the final use of a large force to contain the main force of the First Army. And the decapitation operation of the Blade Squad directly targeting the enemy headquarters was also a very risky strategy. But these were not the key to the victory of the 627th Military Academy. Alger paused, and said in a deep voice, "The most important thing is, reviewing the whole process, we can find that the 627th Military Academy actually always holds the initiative on the battlefield. And the First Army has been forced to follow the rhythm of the 627th Military Academy. This is because the 627th Military Academy has seized the information control from the beginning." Seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room were all asking what exactly is the right to control information, Alger further explained. The so-called right to control information refers to the dominant power of controlling information, and its goal is to control the information space of the battlefield, and even control the enemy cognitive and belief system. It can be said that controlling the right to control information means controlling the initiative on the battlefield. We can see that the command of the 627th Military Academy attaches great importance to the acquisition of intelligence, whether it is the interrogation of several First Army prisoners, or the reconnaissance team lurking near the enemy position. They can better grasp the enemy movements, while maintaining her own information initiative. She also used psychological warfare to seize the enemy freedom and initiative to use information. Titus nodded. The fake and real tactics of the 627th Military Academy made the enemy suspicious of everything around them, especially when the enemy found that they could disguise themselves as their own people. It was difficult not to have a crisis of trust within. Alger couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This commander of the 627th Military Academy is simply a master at playing with people's hearts. And the First Army defeat was really not unfair at all. And Slasha saw that the First Army had been following the enemy rhythm. So he wanted to force the 627th Military Academy to respond by attacking the enemy headquarters, so as to reverse the situation and regain the initiative on the battlefield. But unfortunately, he failed in the end. Chapter 172, the third stage of the group stage. After successfully taking over the mountain base, most of the students of the 627th Military Academy went to rest. They had been camping outdoors for the past 2 days, either to guard against the mutant beasts that would attack at night, or to worry that the First Army would discover the location of the camp. After being frightened for so long, they finally had a chance to breathe. As the war subsided, the camera in the live broadcast room also turned to other places. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, the individual soldiers of the 627th Military Academy left the base in high spirits to hunt mutant beasts. After occupying the mountain base, Xie Yinhan had already exchanged a large amount of supplies at the resource exchange office. In addition, the Shoujuan army also had some supplies that they could not take away, which were also sold to them at a low price. Now they have completely solved the problem of shortage of supplies. But now it is the 5th day of the competition. If they want to gain a greater advantage in the subsequent space battles, they must earn more resource points. In addition to the departure of the individual soldier team, several fighter planes also took off from the airport of the base. They used their air superiority to guide the ground combat troops, and provided certain air support, greatly improving combat efficiency. Finally getting his own fighter, Yin Ting was a little excited. He couldn't help but control the fighter to do a somersault in the air. The whole fighter turned over and flew past at a low altitude. The forest below was affected by the airflow, and the branches at the top shook and made a rustling sound. But the culprit had already gone away. Yin Ting laughed heartily in the cockpit. At the same time, the fighter plane pulled up, like a silver lightning streaking across the sky. But at this moment, he suddenly frowned and looked at the fighter plane tactical situation display. He noticed that an unknown radar beam had just appeared at the 9 o'clock direction. Although the signal disappeared quickly, it still made him alert. Yin Ting immediately reminded in the formation channel, "This is Falcon 1, pay attention. There are suspected enemy planes in the southwest direction. I can't find them now. I suspect the radar wave should be blocked by the surrounding mountains." The 4 fighters in the formation flew southwest, and soon found the target. 2 unfamiliar Cygnus reconnaissance planes appeared in the tactical situation display. Yin Ting pushed the joystick, approaching the enemy plane aggressively. As the radar entered the tracking mode, the missile began to lock the target. But this also alarmed the enemy pilots, and the 2 reconnaissance planes quickly turned around. Falcon No. 1 called the base. Found 2 Cygnus reconnaissance planes, 12.9 nautical miles away. Altitude 2,700. Heading 308. Speed 1.5. After receiving Yin Ting report, Xie Yinhan, who was far away at the base, looked at the radar screen in front of him. He saw that the 4 fighters of the Falcon formation were chasing the 2 panicked enemy reconnaissance planes from behind, and gradually flew towards the edge of the mountainous area. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. The enemy reconnaissance plane had entered the fighter range. It looked precarious. But was it really that simple? Xie Yinhan always felt that something was wrong. The Shoujuan, which had just evacuated not long ago, must not be able to send out fighters at the moment. So the people coming were from the 3 armies? The other side only sent 2 reconnaissance planes. Did they want to test their reaction first? Xie Yinhan still had a trace of doubt in her heart. She turned her head and asked Yilin beside her, "Did the air defense radar find anything?" Yilin shook her head. Xie Yinhan couldn't help but frown. The mountainous area has complex terrain. The The detection capability of the base air defense radar is greatly limited. She turned to Yenting and others on the other side and said, "Falcon formation, pay attention to the horizontal radar beam. Report to me at any time if there is any abnormality." Yenting naturally understood what Xie Yinhan meant. He looked at the tactical situation display again. No other enemy aircraft had been found for the time being. The 4 fighters accelerated to chase the reconnaissance plane. But what they didn't know was that there was a 4-plane formation flying low along the ridge in the northwest, approaching them quickly. Unlike the 627 Military Academy students who knew nothing, the number of online viewers in the central live broadcast room once again ushered in a big explosion. When the audience saw the scene, they couldn't help but hold their breath nervously. I guess there would be this battle when the Minerva Academy warship set out. It worth it that I got up early to watch the live broadcast. What kind of luck is this for the 627th Military Academy? They just fought with the First Army, and now they have to fight with Minerva. I'm a little curious about who will win in the end. I would have supported Minerva without a second thought before, but the 627th Military Academy beat the First Army away. Now I'm a little uncertain. Why hasn't the 627th Military Academy discovered these fighters yet? It seems that Minerva is more advantageous at the moment. The barrage of comments was full of discussion, and the live camera turned to the view inside the cabin. Li Washu, the chief of the ship department of Minerva Military Academy with many fans, appeared in the picture. Although the helmet and mask covered most of his face, the barrage of comments still rolled wildly. Mothership. This is the shadow formation. The enemy plane has taken the bait and is about to enter the range. The live camera quickly cut to space. A huge warship was in the orbit of star number 2. Han Suma, the commander-in-chief of Minerva Military Academy, said in a deep voice, "Prepare to open fire." In addition, the individual team entered the airdrop cabin and was ready to airdrop at any time. Although the 627th Military Academy had taken the lead in launching an attack on the enemy base on the second day, while they were still entangled with the First Army, the final winner had already been determined on planet number 3. First, the Silver Blade Military Academy and the Clawed Military Academy formed an alliance to defeat the 5th Military Academy. And then, the two sides had an internal conflict due to uneven distribution of spoils, and were taken down by the Minerva Military Academy that suddenly appeared, under the extremely powerful attack of the Minerva Military Academy. The remaining stragglers of the Silver Blade Military Academy and the Clawed Military Academy were forced to flee into the intricate caves under the ground of planet number 3, given that the cost required was too high, and the points that could be gained were few. This fierce army decisively gave up the pursuit of the remnants, and instead turned its attention to the nearby planet number 2. At 5 in the morning, the students of the Minerva Military Academy arrived at planet number 2 on a warship. As the commander, Han Suma also received the distribution map of the various garrisons on planet number 2. However, to her great surprise, the situation on planet number 2 was completely different from what she had expected. According to the rules of the competition, after the start of the competition, each participating school will be randomly assigned to an initial garrison. If the garrison is occupied by the enemy, the mark on the map will naturally change. Generally, on the 5th day of the competition, the ownership of the bases will change. Some schools will disappear from the map, and some schools will occupy multiple bases. However, star number 2 seems to have not changed at all. The 3 bases belong to 3 military academies, which looks very harmonious. Han Suma couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Isn't their speed a bit too slow? Moreover, the ordinary military academy called 627 Military Academy has not been eliminated yet. Han Suma seriously suspected that all members of the First Army were slacking off in the competition. Judging from the map, the base of the First Army is in the polar region. In this case, why didn't they hurry to occupy the base of 627 Military Academy or the 3 armies? Han Suma was really puzzled. What on earth were these people doing? Han Suma, who didn't have a god perspective, only thought that the polar base was the initial base of the First Army. She never thought that the 627th Military Academy and the First Army had actually fought a long time ago, and the two sides had exchanged bases. According to her previous assumptions, the First Army should have defeated the 3 armies and 627 at this time. And then, the next step would be the war between Minerva and the First Army. However, after seeing the base distribution map, she changed her mind and turned her attention to the mountain base, where the 627th Military Academy was located. Since the First Army won't take action, Minerva will take these points. Yin Ting stared at the Cygnus reconnaissance plane in front of him. The opponent had entered his range. With the constantly moving target lock frame encircling the enemy plane, he decisively pressed the missile launch button. A medium-range missile broke away from the fighter rack and chased the target in front with a whoosh. A huge explosion sounded in the air. Yin Ting was stunned. The missile he launched had not yet caught up with the enemy plane, but the explosion came from behind him. Before Yin Ting could react, the alarm beeped loudly in the cabin. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the display screen. He saw 4 black fighters appearing from nowhere, calling the base. Falcon 4 was hit, and Falcon 3 and I are being chased by enemy planes. There are not 2 enemy planes, but 6. In addition to 2 reconnaissance planes, there are also 4 H-7 fighters. Bailear's anxious voice sounded in the communication channel. Where on earth did these H-7s come from? Why didn't the radar detect them before? Yin Ting almost cursed. He ignored the reconnaissance plane in front of him and immediately turned to the other side, trying to escape the enemy radar tracking by maneuvering. With the addition of 4 H-7 fighters, the identities of prey and hunter were instantly exchanged. After finding that he couldn't get rid of the enemy lock by pulling up, Yin Ting's face became solemn. These H-7s are not simple. A terrible guess rose in his mind, but this critical moment did not allow him to think too much, and he quickly focused all his attention on the battle in front of him. Major Bud, I saw these H-7s flying at low altitudes before, so they used the terrain to avoid detection by enemy radar? Alger deliberately threw the topic to the person next to him. As the commentator of this league, it is their necessary duty to popularize some basic knowledge of their profession to the audience. The fighter planes of Minerva Military Academy naturally did not rely solely on low-altitude flight to achieve the unexpected effect. Titus nodded. Besides that, they have not turned on the radar, making it difficult for the 627th Military Academy to detect them through electromagnetic signals. He explained carefully. The 2 Cygnus reconnaissance planes are just baits. From the beginning, Minerva Military Academy wanted to use a trick of waiting for the opportunity. They have the conditions to do so. The warships have high-precision sensor devices and are far away in the orbit of star number 2, making it difficult for the enemy to detect them. These fighter planes only need to use data links to share information, and do not need to turn on the radar to expose their existence. During the few minutes when the 2 were talking, another fighter plane of the 627th Military Academy was hit by a missile. Before the pilot could eject from the cockpit, the whole fighter plane exploded violently. Now there were only 2 fighter planes left in the 627th Military Academy, and 4 H-7s were approaching them from different directions. Bailear was about to turn, and suddenly saw a particle beam shot from the upper side, hitting the nose of the fighter plane. With a shrill scream of the alarm, a black fighter plane appeared from the clouds. Bailear noticed that it was the H-7 that had just shot down the Falcon 3, and she was panicked for a moment. She immediately controlled the fighter plane to dive downward, trying to shake off the other party. But the H-7 caught up with her, and predicted her flight trajectory in advance, and bit her from behind. The fighter plane number 1 driven by Yin Ting was also in trouble at this time, and could not help her at all. Looking at the black fighter plane that still seemed to be very capable, Bailear's heart beat violently, and she felt that she was doomed this time. Just when she was in despair, several rockets suddenly took off into the air and headed straight for the black fighter plane. Bailear's eyes lit up, knowing that the individual support team had arrived. In addition, she saw several silver-gray friendly aircraft in the distant sky. Amid the continuous explosions, several H-7s quickly rose to a higher altitude, avoiding the anti-aircraft firepower on the ground. Bailear also escaped the enemy lock. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Reinforcements finally arrived. Chapter 173 Electronic Warfare. With the sudden appearance of the unknown enemy, the war has already started in full swing. The enemy offensive came extremely fast. When the Falcon formation was chased by several H-7s, the enemy individual squad had successfully completed the airdrop. They were approaching the defense line of the garrison step by step. At the same time, more black fighters appeared in the sky. The individual soldiers of the 627th Military Academy occupied the high ground and launched rounds of volleys at the enemy below. Rocket launchers and light energy bombs poured down like a rainstorm. However, the enemy mecha that led the charge was actually flashing with blue light patterns. The energy beam fell on it just like a stone falling into the lake. After a ripple, it stabilized again, completely dissipating the shock wave of the explosion. What going on? The students at the 627 Military Academy widened their eyes. Ruby hesitated. Why does this thing look a bit like the energy shield of a battleship? But energy shields are very expensive, not to mention that there has never been a micro-energy shield that can be applied to mechas on the market. Jisun's face was full of disbelief. Which school are these people from? I think they are definitely not from the three armies. Could they be from other planets? The closest to planet number 2 is planet number 3. And the strongest on planet number 3 is naturally Minerva Military Academy. One of the 4 top military academies. Everyone heart sank when they thought of this. Under the protection of the energy shield, the enemy continued to advance under the barrage of bullets. Seeing that the long-range firepower could not stop the enemy's steps, Ruby took the lead and rushed down from the high ground with dozens of warrior mechas, and killed into the enemy mecha formation. In a flash, the mechas were fighting in one place. The heavy armor collided with each other, and made a dull sound. The slower mobile infantry also joined the battle, and started a fierce fight with the enemy. From the sky, the teams of both sides were like two rivers that met, constantly stirring to form a chaotic vortex. There were stray bullets flying everywhere, and the light of explosions lit up from time to time. The soldiers in the battle were like wild beasts, rushing towards the enemy in front of them fiercely, as if they wanted to tear off the flesh of the other party. Just like the students of the 627th Military Academy were amazed by the miniature energy shield of the Minerva Military Academy, the soldiers of the Minerva Military Academy were also amazed by the fighting power displayed by the students of the 627th Military Academy. Originally, when they saw these backward warrior mechas, they looked down on them, but they did not expect that these warriors were not the same warriors. These B-class standard mechas did not completely fall into the disadvantage when fighting with A-class mechas. Min Luo looked at the warrior mechas in front of her, but her reaction was not as big as others. After all, she had seen a more powerful warrior before. In her opinion, although the skills of these people in front of her were good, they could not compare with the anonymous player who defeated her in the arena before. Just as the light energy knife stabbed at her, she suddenly jumped up and used an extremely sharp roundhouse kick. The huge force directly kicked the metal head of the warrior mecha away. Not far from Minyu, Jiang Jiwan was fighting fiercely with Ruby. She leaned back slightly to avoid the light energy knife attacking the mecha neck, and her left arm pushed forward to resist the mecha that was close to her, and the claw knife in her right hand stabbed out fiercely. Ruby on the opposite side also reacted quickly. Before the claw knife fell, she quickly grabbed Jiang Jiwan's wrist. At the same time, her other hand pulled the trigger of the embedded machine gun on the mechanical arm, and several light energy bullets rushed straight to the cockpit of the enemy mecha. Unexpectedly, with a slight sound, a dark blue energy shield suddenly appeared around the mecha, blocking all the light energy bullets as the light flowed. Ruby pouted when she saw this. This broken shield is really troublesome. Jiang Jiwan on the other side was not in a good mood either. Energy shields are not omnipotent. It takes a huge amount of energy to activate them. At this time, many mechas have run out of shield energy, but their advancement speed is far less than expected. The ground battle is in full swing. On the sky battlefield, the fighter planes of the two schools are also engaged in fierce dogfights. From time to time, missiles with long tails streak across the sky. The fighter planes that are hit become burning fireballs and fall from the sky. Fighter technology is the trump card of Minerva Military Academy. The pilots of 627 Military Academy have a certain gap in technology with the enemy. But with the assistance of anti-aircraft missile positions, Minerva Military Academy fighters did not gain much advantage. For a while, the battle situation became stalemate. Han Suma, who was paying close attention to the battlefield situation, could not help but frown. The enemy combat strength far exceeded her expectations. So is this the reason why the First Army has not eliminated 627 Military Academy? However, this thought only flashed through her mind briefly. In fact, she was not too panicked, because this alone would not affect her combat plan. She then opened the public channel. Has the electronic mecha reached the target point? Prepare for electronic suppression. With Han Suma order, a long antenna stretched out from the top of a tank-type mecha in the forest. The electromagnetic signal within the enemy working frequency band has been intercepted, and blocking interference is being carried out. In silence, the powerful interference noise spread rapidly from the electronic mecha. The fighter plane in the air was the first to notice the abnormality. Yinting saw that the screen on the display suddenly flickered, and then the image on the entire screen was distorted, making it impossible for him to recognize the target data. What going on? He muttered to himself and restarted the monitor, but found that the problem was not only not improved, but became more serious. Falcon 2, my display screen has a problem. How is it on your side? Hello, can you hear me? Base, this is Falcon I calling base, Falcon I calling base. Something worse happened. Yinting found that the communication had a problem. Not only could he not contact Bailir, who was on the same team, he could not contact the command center either. What was going on? Yinting checked everywhere, and did not find any problems. And at this moment, he found that Bailir fighter plane flew next to him. He looked over and saw the other party anxiously making several gestures. As for the tactical sign language used in this special situation, Yinting naturally could not fail to understand it. So Bailir communication was also problematic? Yinting now confirmed that it was definitely the enemy doing. As a student majoring in fighter jets, he knew the most likely cause of this situation, that is, the enemy had electronic interference with them, but what puzzled him was that there was no equipment specifically for electronic warfare in the resource exchange office. For example, the most commonly used electronic warfare aircraft in electronic warfare cannot be unlocked through the resource exchange office. So how did the enemy do it? Yinting was puzzled. Xia Yinhan, who was remotely monitoring the battlefield situation at the station, was also a little surprised that the enemy would unexpectedly launch an electronic warfare. The enemy should have a mecha specially used for electronic warfare. Looking at the radar screen covered with snowflakes and irregular stripes, Xia Yinhan said with a firm tone, "There is no electronic warfare equipment at the resource exchange office, so it can only be that the enemy-owned mecha has related functions. What should we do now? I tried, and I can't contact the individual teams and fighter formations outside at all." Yilin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and the other students were also panicked. Xia Yinhan rubbed his eyebrows. The equipment and systems here don't have the ability to conduct electronic warfare at all. I can't do anything about the hardware. I can only try programming. At this time, the battlefield was in complete chaos. The fighter formation of the 627th Military Academy was naturally the most affected. The lack of communication was secondary. The most terrible thing was that the radar guidance system of the fighter was almost unusable under the enemy electronic interference. Unable to locate the enemy aircraft, nor to lock the target. They could only get close to the enemy aircraft and manually control the missiles based on their feelings and experience. The only weapon that was completely unaffected was the aircraft gun. In addition, the failure of the air defense radar made the air defense missile position that could have cooperated with the attack almost useless, which made their situation even worse. The fighter formation of Minerva Military Academy quickly gained an overwhelming advantage in the air battlefield. Silver gray fighters from the 627th Military Academy continued to fall from the sky with billowing smoke. The ground battlefield was also affected. With the interference of communications and radars, the commander could not coordinate the actions of each team, and the soldiers could only fight on their own. Su Chujin observed the battle situation in front of him, with a heavy expression. Although the individual teams did not fall into chaos due to this sudden accident due to the tacit understanding in the past, the originally tight and orderly team was divided into scattered combat units. Originally, the average strength of the soldiers of the 627th Military Academy was slightly lower than that of the Minerva Military Academy. They relied on their tacit cooperation to fight back and forth with the Minerva Military Academy. She knew very well that if the communication could not be restored, their situation would be very dangerous. After thinking for a long time, Su Chujin finally made up her mind. At this moment, she suddenly heard the roar of a fighter plane coming from above her head. She looked up and saw two attack planes flying over them. After a while, rows of missiles fell out of their belly magazines and fell rapidly towards the ground. The huge explosion sounded like a thunder. The dirt and dust in the sky-high flames were thrown into the air. Countless deep pits were blasted on the ground. Some students, who could not escape, were immediately ejected from the simulator. After the overwhelming bombing, the soldiers of Minerva Military Academy launched a new round of charge under the leadership of Min Yu and other main players. Whether in the air battlefield or the ground battlefield, the 627th Military Academy was beaten back step by step. Because they had seen the Battle of Minerva Military Academy on planet number 3, the audience in the live broadcast room were not very surprised by such a result. I had long guessed that 627 couldn't beat Minerva. Although their transformable mecha and special paint are indeed quite surprising, after all. Minerva Military Academy has two killer weapons, micro-energy shield and electronic mecha. Who would have thought that Minerva would actually tinker with electronic mecha this time? This is probably something that even the organizers of the competition did not expect. There are no electronic warfare-related weapons at the exchange office. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. It over. Minerva has already mastered air superiority. It seems that the outcome of this duel is no longer suspenseful. I guessed that Minerva would win, but I didn't expect it to win so quickly. 627 even defeated the first army. The Shoju in previous command was too lagging behind. So 627 took advantage of it. Minerva is different. They have almost no weaknesses. They have also gained control of the electromagnetic spectrum. 627 radar and communications have been interfered with, which is equivalent to their eyes and ears being useless. How can they win? In fact, 627 current performance is already very good, isn't it? This is Minerva. Previously, several first-class military academies on planet number 3 performed worse than 627 under Minerva electronic suppression. Just as the audience was discussing, on the sky battlefield, Yinting found that the H7 he had been watching had quietly left the battle, and together with its wingman, it escorted two newly appeared bombers and flew southeast. Their target was the base. Yinting's face changed instantly, and he immediately drove his fighter plane to chase after them. Chapter 174 Crisis. Yinting was not the only one who noticed something was wrong. Balier and another fighter formation also intercepted the enemy planes. The enemy planes were obviously paying attention to the rear. When the 4 H7s responsible for the escort mission saw the fighters approaching, two of them immediately turned their noses and rushed towards them. Fortunately, Yinting found that the electronic interference was weakening, the communication of some channels had been restored, and the radar began to work normally, but he still could not contact the command center. He guessed that it might be because they were far away from the interference source, and the surrounding mountains also blocked and reflected part of the interference signal. The enemy target is the base. We must stop them. He locked the familiar H7 on the control panel and fired an air-to-air missile as soon as the opponent entered the range. At the same time, several other fighters also opened fire. Several missiles flew rapidly forward with long white tails. Yinting used the aiming ring to lock onto the fuselage of the enemy plane. He knew that at the distance just now, the probability of the missile launch before hitting the enemy was not high. He stared at the fighter HUD while preparing to launch another missile. However, before he could take the next step, the H7 suddenly dived downward at a large angle and released a large string of jamming bombs from its tail. The high-speed missile soon exploded in the expanding chaff cloud, and the enemy plane disappeared from Yinting radar. He searched everywhere, but still couldn't find a shadow of the H7. His heartbeat was a little rapid. He had guessed who was driving the H7, which gave him an endless sense of crisis. On the other side, after releasing the jamming bomb, Li Wangshu drove the H7 to dive down. The black fighter rushed straight to the ground at an extremely fast speed, causing the audience watching the live broadcast to hold their breath. Li Wangshu's expression was still calm. He didn't pull up the fighter until it was only 400 meters above the ground. But he didn't return to the sky again, but continued to let the H7 fly close to the top of the mountain. The black fighter was flying freely among the mountains, like a nimble swift. The audience was amazed at his superb flying skills, but they could not help but worry that the plane would crash into the mountains. This did not happen. When the H7 took off again, Li Wangshu had already circled behind the 627 Military Academy fighter group. He turned off the radar, climbed quickly to an altitude of 5,000 meters, and then turned on the infrared search and tracking device. Since infrared detection is passive detection, it does not need to actively emit electromagnetic waves to the target. Therefore, compared with radar detection, this detection method has stronger concealment and is more convenient for sneak attacks. Sure enough, the alarm did not sound. Li Wangshu quickly locked onto an enemy plane below and decisively pressed the missile launch button. A combat missile flew towards the enemy plane that was still unaware. As the missile approached, the fighter plane did not respond at all. A few seconds later, the entire fighter plane turned into a huge fireball in the air. This H7 just launched an R-24T missile, Titus explained to the audience in the live broadcast room. This is an infrared missile. As long as the radar tracking and following mode is not used, the radar warning will not be triggered. If you are not vigilant, You will be like the pilot on the F-11 just now. You didn't figure out the situation until you were shot down. Ningyu, who had already come out of the simulator, felt an arrow hit her knee. She had just been staring at the enemy plane in front of her. She didn't know that an enemy plane would suddenly appear behind her and shamelessly attack with a T-bomb. After learning that the person who eliminated him was Li Wangshu, Ningyu's expression was indescribable. It was true that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. This person was so sinister. What happened to the gentle and elegant he said he would be? It turned out that the Star Network was a lie. Ningyu elimination alerted others. But it did not affect Li Wangshu harvesting speed. He switched to tracking and scanning mode, locked multiple targets at the same time, and several missiles broke away from the racks and attacked the fighter planes of the 627 Military Academy from different directions. Amid the piercing alarm of the warning receiver, another F-11 fell headfirst, trailing a long trail of black smoke. Fortunately, this time the pilot ejected successfully. Li Wangshu naturally could not let go of the points in front of him. His left hand was already on the trigger of the aircraft gun. But just as he was about to aim at the target, a huge explosion sounded. He focused his eyes, and immediately pushed the joystick, flying rapidly towards the 5 o'clock direction. At this time, Yinting looked excited. After the Sparrowhawk formation helped to contain the two H-7s, there were only 2 escorting fighters left near the bomber. Bailier had just helped him divert one, and he used a missile to divert another. Without the fighters as bodyguards, the bomber fell into his aiming ring. The missiles whizzed out, and a huge flower of fire bloomed in the air. The bomber disintegrated in the violent explosion. However, Yinting was not happy for long, and Bailier's anxious voice sounded in the communication channel. Falcon 1. Pull to the right quickly. He did it subconsciously, and the next moment, a missile almost brushed past the left side of his fuselage. Yinting was still in shock, but the alarm was still screaming loudly. The missile that had already gone far away made a big off-axis turn and attacked him again. Fortunately, this missile was launched from the maximum range, and Yinting consumed its energy through a series of serpentine maneuvers, thus successfully getting rid of its pursuit. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the H-7 that was suspected to be driven by his cousin flying towards him head-on. Before that, a row of particle beams swept towards him. Yinting hurriedly pressed the stick down to avoid the attack. After this brief confrontation, he and the enemy plane flew in opposite directions. Countless thoughts flashed through Yinting's mind. He guessed in his heart whether the enemy plane would turn clockwise or counterclockwise. But no matter which direction it turned, as long as the opponent completed the turn first, the situation would be unfavorable to him. After thinking this through, he completed a small radius turn of more than 8G in advance, and forcibly pulled the nose of the plane over. Since the turning radius of the H-7 is larger, the entire turn has not been completed at this time. The huge overload made Yinting a little dizzy. He bit the tip of his tongue and stared at the black fighter in the distance with his eyes open. From his position, the H-7 was only as big as a peanut, like a fly moving at high speed. Without much time to think, he predicted the next flight trajectory of the enemy plane based on his past experience. Quickly aimed the nose of the plane a little ahead of the H-7, and pulled the trigger. The particle beam shot out from the muzzle of the aircraft gun, like a series of arrows of light, straight towards the enemy plane. But unfortunately H-7 reaction was also extremely sensitive, and it avoided the attack through a series of rolls. Now H-7 has completed the turn. Yinting heard the alarm beeping again. The two fighters entered the next round of confrontation, on the ground battlefield. Su Chujin was directing the battle on the front line through the mecha loudspeaker. Electronic interference was still affecting their communication, and the combat team of the 627th Military Academy could only receive instructions through the external loudspeaker. But this also completely exposed Su Chujin to the enemy sight. In fact, she had already encountered several attacks. Seeing the enemy attack aircraft appear again, Su Chujin looked worried. She hoped that the soldiers she sent out could move faster. In the mountains far away from the battle area, several mobile infantrymen conducted a carpet search. They were sent by Su Chujin to find the whereabouts of the electronic mecha. Due to the fierce enemy offensive, the defense line was in danger, and the front line was seriously short of manpower. The mecha soldiers could not get away at all. This very important task fell on the heads of several mobile infantrymen. There seems to be movement in that direction. Angelica suddenly looked to the left front. Tao Shan immediately led others to explore in the direction she pointed, and they found the enemy traces. It an electronic mecha. They found it. The students were happy at first, but soon they became worried. There were 2 A-class mechas guarding the electronic mecha. Let's take the news back and ask for support. A student couldn't help but whispered when he saw this. How can a few mobile infantrymen beat 2 fully armed A-class mechas like this? Tao Shan's face was also extremely solemn. But she still shook her head and said, "Time is running out. We don't have time to find reinforcements. Moreover, the positions of these mechas are likely to continue to change, and we may not be able to find them again. But even if we rush up, it will be useless. Right?" The faces of several mobile infantrymen in the team were full of lack of confidence. This is an A-class mecha with an energy shield. Even if a mecha soldier comes, he may not be able to get anything good, let alone them. Wouldn't they really die in vain if they went there? But we have no other choice. Tao Shan's words made everyone quiet down again. They knew that Tao Shan was right. If they didn't get rid of the electronic mecha quickly, they 627 would most likely lose the battle with Minerva. No matter what, let's fight. A student suddenly broke the silence. We haven't started fighting yet. Maybe we can win? Even if we can't win, we have to drag them down and die together. The looks of several mobile infantrymen became firm again. While on the air battlefield, Yenting was in danger. After a fierce fight, H7 was now located above Yenting left. Yenting made a sharp turn, intending to intercept the enemy plane. But before he had turned 180 degrees, the enemy plane had already pointed its nose at him. He had no choice but to change to level flight, speeding up to fly forward to get rid of the particle beam shot at him. And H7 quickly followed behind. The alarm sounded suddenly, and a group of missiles approached Yenting at a very fast speed. His pupil shrank, and he hurriedly controlled the fighter plane to dive down, turning left and right to make snake-like maneuvers. His evasive action worked, and the missile lost its target and flew blindly in other directions. Yenting was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly heard a loud bang from the tail of the plane, and the whole fuselage shook violently, and a large amount of smoke came out of the cockpit. He was hit? But didn't he just dodge the missile? Yenting pulled the ejection handle without thinking and escaped from the shaky fighter. Before leaving, he did not forget to take something from the cockpit. When the parachute opened, he finally reacted while hanging in the air. The group of missiles was followed by an infrared missile. No wonder the radar didn't prompt. Yenting's face twisted instantly. Damn, his cousin is really insidious. He immediately raised the rocket launcher in his hand and pulled the trigger at the culprit who shot him down. Li Wanshu? ? Audience who saw this scene? ? Whose pilot parachutes with a rocket launcher? Chapter 175 Minerva. This pilot from the Minerva Military Academy is very good at using the characteristics of various infrared missiles. The R-27T missile destroyed the F-11. Although this missile is very easy to evade and disengage when launched at a long distance, it does not require radar tracking in the final stage of flight. He just launched a group of semi-active radar-guided missiles to attract the attention of enemy aircraft. After the missile engine is finished working, he will launch the R-27T. In this way, the radar tracking of the infrared missile has been lifted. There is no smoke during the engine shutdown and taxiing, so it is difficult for enemy aircraft to detect it in advance. Seeing Yenting fighter plane being shot down, Titus began to analyze the tactics adopted by Li Wanshu. At this moment, the big screen fully presented Yenting's feat of attacking the enemy fighter plane with a rocket launcher, which made Titus, who was originally talking freely, pause, and Alger almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Although pilots usually carry weapons for self-defense when parachuting, they are at most pistols or rifles. The space in the cockpit of the fighter plane is limited. Who would carry such a large rocket launcher? Everyone was impressed by Yenting's operation. A large number of 666 floated across the live broadcast room. Li Wanshu did not expect that the enemy pilot would continue to attack after parachuting. He narrowly avoided the unexpected rocket with a dive turn of more than 8G. The rocket passed over the top of the black fighter with a steam trail. Finding that he failed to hit the target, Yenting felt very regretful and did not care at all that the other party was his cousin. Just a little bit, he could let his cousin accompany him. Yenting sighed with regret and suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped him. He turned his body with some difficulty, and saw that the black fighter plane had circled back again, and was above him with its nose pointed at him. Yenting panicked now. He didn't want to be eliminated now. But he was hanging in the air like a living target, and there was no way to avoid the attack. Cousin! Stop it! I'm your cousin! Ting shouted in his heart, pulling the parachute rope continuously, still struggling desperately. Li Washu, who almost capsized in the gutter, looked at the person under the parachute with murderous intent, but just when he was about to open fire, the alarm sounded at an inopportune time, so he had to give up the target in front of him, pulling the joystick to maneuver and evade. Ting breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the F-11 fighter plane arrive in time. He adjusted the opening angle of the parachute and moved away from the dangerous area at a faster speed. Now the pressure came to Belier. After the battle just now, there were only her and another F-11 left on their side, and the enemy still had 3 fighters. Belier had to hold back 2 enemy planes, so that her companions could help Ting out. However, she was very clear about the gap in strength between the 2 sides, and she had no confidence that she could defeat the enemy in front of her. Although she knew that she should not panic at such a time, Belier still felt a mess in her mind. Calm down, the enemy only had 1 more fighter than them, the gap was not unbridgeable. Besides, her goal was not to shoot down all enemy planes, but to kill the bomber that posed the greatest threat to the base. Belier encouraged herself silently in her heart, then pulled the joystick, and threw the 2 H-7S following her to the 8 o'clock direction. She began to search for the position of the other bomber. But unfortunately the radar did not find anything, and the 2 H-7S on her side gradually caught up. Seeing that the enemy planes were still accelerating, Belier pulled up the nose of the plane suddenly, and shook them to the front. Now she was finally in an advantageous position. She held her breath, and waited for the successful lock mark on the display to light up before pressing the missile launch button. Several missiles flew towards the 2 enemy planes. The flames of the explosion lit up in the air. One of the H-7S was unable to dodge, and was hit by the missile, turning into a huge burning fireball. The other H-7 evaded the attack with a maneuver. Although 4 missiles were fired but only 1 enemy plane was shot down, Belier was very satisfied with the result. Now they were 2 against 2 again, which gave her more confidence. But the next moment, the desperate voice of her only remaining companion suddenly rang out in the communication channel. I was locked by the enemy plane. Hold on. I be there soon. Belier wanted to go to support immediately, but her companion said, It useless. I have entered the missile no escape zone, and the enemy plane has opened fire. As the last friendly plane was shot down by the enemy, Belier was the only one left at the 627th Military Academy. She panicked again, especially when she saw the black fighter plane that shot down Ting, and the friendly plane approaching her. She had already recognized that the enemy plane was the H-7 that had chased her before. If the ground troops had not arrived in time to support her, she would have been shot down. Seeing the enemy plane following her, Belle tried the same trick again, trying to throw the enemy plane in front by suddenly climbing. But the enemy plane was not fooled. As she pulled up the nose of the plane, it also began to climb up. Belle tried several more times, but she still failed. She was a little anxious. She saw another H-7 coming towards her from the 4 o'clock direction. What should I do? What should I do? Amid the screaming of the alarm, Belier felt her mind go blank. She began to do serpentine maneuvers desperately, trying to get rid of the enemy plane tracking, but this action also made her consume more energy. Li Wangshu squinted his eyes at the F-11 in front of him, which was getting slower and slower. Just as he was about to launch a missile, the alarm suddenly exploded in the cabin. He scanned the display screen, and his face suddenly changed. I saw 8 strange fighters flying from the direction of the enemy base. How is this possible? Several Minerva Military Academy students looked at each other in doubt. How could the enemy have so many fighters? But seeing the huge group of fighters approaching on the display, the 2 H-7S hesitated for a while, and finally chose to temporarily avoid the attack, and escorted the bomber back together. Until the enemy planes were completely far away, Belle was relieved, but she was also a little confused. All their fighter formations had been sent out long ago, and what about these friendly planes coming from the base? At this time, she unexpectedly discovered that the communication with the base had been restored. Xie Yinhan first asked about her situation, then reported a coordinate to her, and asked her to meet up with another fighter formation. But Commander-in-Chief, I have a question. Belier curiously asked where the fighters that helped her out came from. Xie Yinhan did not hide it from her. After hearing Xie Yinhan answer, Belier couldn't help but widen her eyes. What? These friendly planes are all fake? It turns out that the so-called fighter group does not exist, but a false signal released by the base radar. Seeing that the friendly planes on the radar screen disappeared in an instant, Belier's eyes were full of astonishment. How did they do it? Although Liar knew that their commander-in-chief was very good at various deception tactics, she did not expect that the other party could even deceive the radar. This method is not unfamiliar to her. This is the deceptive interference in electronic warfare, but they have no electronic warfare equipment at all. Inside the base, the radar screen had completely returned to normal. After Xie Yinhan finished communicating with Liar, she began to contact Su Chujin on the ground battlefield. The communication was finally restored. Su Chujin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly talked about the current situation. After listening to Su Chujin report, Xie Yinhan immediately began to redeploy troops to prepare for a counterattack. As soon as she gave the order to the ground battlefield, Yilin on the side hurriedly said, "The traces of the enemy warships have been found." Xie Yinhan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Is it finally here? Inside the huge warship, Han Suma, the commander-in-chief of the Minerva Military Academy, was overlooking the battle zone in the distance from the porthole. Fires of explosions continued to light up in the mountains and forests, and the ground shook. Fighter planes in the sky chased each other, and from time to time, fighter planes with black smoke staggered and fell from the sky. Although Minerva Military Academy currently has the advantage on both the ground and air battlefields, Han Sumu is not very satisfied. What she wants is a lightning-fast victory. You know, when they were on the third star, they launched a dimensionality reduction attack on other schools through absolute electromagnetic dominance, and several battles were over within an hour. She didn't expect that this unknown ordinary military school could still hold on until now, when the command and communication were completely paralyzed. It seems that she still underestimated the other party. No wonder the First Army didn't bite off this hard bone before. Han Suma thought to himself, and ordered all personnel in the warship to enter the combat position and prepare to open fire. In fact, she wanted to conduct orbital bombing, but the resource points they had now were not enough to exchange for such high lethality weapons. So she had to let the battleship descend into the atmosphere. Several H-7s also received instructions from the mothership and flew around the battleship to escort it. The huge battleship headed towards the 627 Military Academy. At this moment, a group of anti-aircraft missiles suddenly flew straight towards the location of the battleship. Han Suma's eyes flashed with surprise. What going on? Isn't the enemy radar subject to electronic interference? How can it still launch anti-aircraft missiles? That not right. A student from the ship department said in surprise. According to the data fed back by the electronic mecha, the enemy radar should still be in signal disorder. What the situation now? The students in the bridge whispered to each other, and Han Suma couldn't help but frown. Before these anti-aircraft missiles approached the warship, they were intercepted by several H-7s responsible for escort, but the second group of anti-aircraft missiles also whistled in their direction. It's not a bad thing that the enemy radar is turned on. Han Suma pondered for a moment and ordered, "Prepare to launch anti-radiation missiles." Chapter 176 Counterattack. An overwhelming number of anti-aircraft missiles attacked the warships and fighter planes of the Minerva Military Academy. Although the hit rate was not high, their original formation was still disrupted by surprise. At this moment, two fighter planes carrying anti-radiation missiles dived from the side towards the location of the 627 Military Academy. At the same time, the pilots in the fighter planes opened the display screen of the targeting pod and began to lock the target. Xie Yinhan looked at the two aggressive H-7s with a serious expression. The enemy is likely to prepare to launch anti-radiation missiles. Yilin couldn't help but gasp when she heard this. Anti-radiation missiles cost 100 resource points each. Is Minerva Military Academy so generous? What should we do? Another student from the shipbuilding department said anxiously. Then we should shut down the radar quickly. We only have this radar system now. If it is destroyed, everything will be over. Anti-radiation missiles are a kind of powerful weapon specially designed to deal with enemy radars. As long as the enemy radar is turned on, this missile can lock its electromagnetic spectrum and automatically guide to the target to detonate. Because of its short range and high speed, it is difficult to intercept after launch. You can't shut it down. Lin Tianan objected. The enemy brought out anti-radiation missiles to force us to shut down the radar, which is exactly what they want. That's true. Now we only have this radar system to use. If we shut it down, the air defense missiles will become useless. But if we don't shut it down, the radar will be destroyed by the anti-radiation missiles, and our air defense positions will still be paralyzed. What should we do now? Yilin said with a bitter face. It seems that no matter whether it is turned off or not, the situation is not favorable to us. Although anti-radiation missiles are a powerful weapon against radars, air defense positions can often counter them by turning on multiple radars in turn, or by quickly moving after the radar is turned off in time so that the enemy cannot figure out the real location of the air defense position. However, due to the enemy electronic interference, the entire garrison of the 627 Military Academy currently has only one radar system that can be used, and it naturally cannot be turned off casually. The garrison cannot be abandoned unless it is absolutely necessary. It is undoubtedly a difficult problem for everyone in the 627 Military Academy. Commander-in-Chief, what should we do now? A group of students looked at Qiyang and heard him say in a deep voice, in electronic warfare, the electromagnetic spectrum is the largest battlefield. At this time, the two fighters of Minerva Military Academy had completed the lock, and they only waited for the target radar to enter the maximum range before pressing the launch button. Two anti-radiation missiles flew straight to the location of the radar. The students in the base couldn't help holding their breath, and saw Qiyang whispering something to the mecha team on the other end of the communicator. And the two missiles suddenly deviated from the original route and exploded in the air. Zephos, how did you do this? Yilin eyes lit up. Without waiting for Qiyang to answer, Lin Tianan said firmly, you should have added a specific interference signal to the radar transmission signal. She analyzed calmly. In this way, the anti-radiation missile will be interfered when receiving the radar signal, thus destroying the signal sampling process, making the seeker unable to correctly lock the radar. When the radar breaks free of the lock, the mecha team outside the base will launch some radiation bait, and the missile will be led away by the fake radiation signal. Qiyang curled her lips. It will take some time for our fighter planes to arrive. I added a signal processing algorithm when optimizing the radar system before. The other students were amazed when they heard her words. They were already shocked that the other party had used the algorithm to restore the operation of the radar system before, but they didn't expect that in addition to this, she could do this. In the viewing room, Nangongwei glanced at Qiyang on the live broadcast screen with a playful look. Principal Yin, you are an interesting student. Yin Xiaonan curled her lips. Really? That's still not as interesting as your school electronic mecha. She knew that. This was actually the result of Qiyang's intentional restraint. If Qiyang didn't want to expose his hacker identity in the live broadcast, the other party could even directly invade the network system of the Minerva Military Academy warship. As one of the most talented hackers in the Star Network, Qiyang has such ability. Although using such means in a student competition is a bit of a sledgehammer, Yin Xiaonan doesn't think there is anything wrong with Qiyang using his own advantages. The league is entirely based on strength. Who said her students are excellent? Han Sumu did not expect that both anti-radiation missiles would miss. She did not rashly let the fighter continue to launch missiles, but fell into deep thought. What she was most concerned about was how the enemy radar got rid of the anti-radiation missile lock. This almost determined what strategy she should adopt next. I suspect the enemy used electronic countermeasures. Just then, Li Wangshu's voice sounded in the public channel. He and another H7 rushed to the battleship after turning around. But he always felt that something was a little strange about the previous events. Until the anti-radiation missile failed again. He finally confirmed his guess that the enemy had definitely carried out electronic deception. Come to think of it, when almost all the fighters of both sides have been deployed to the air battlefield, they simply have no conditions to send out additional fighters from the base. But how is this possible? The competition does not provide any electronic warfare equipment at all. A student retorted without thinking. Li Wangshu chuckled. Since we can actively create conditions to electronically suppress the enemy in the competition, then others may have other means to counter us. Don't underestimate the opponent too much. However, the student disagreed. Not really. 627 Military Academy is just an ordinary military academy. You think too much of them. Most of Minerva's students actually share the same idea as him. Han Suma, the commander-in-chief, frowned and said, let the electronic mecha increase the intensity of electronic interference. In addition, continue to launch anti-radiation missiles. Another enemy plane is coming. In the 627 Military Academy base. Yilin looked at the radar screen and couldn't help but exclaimed. Qiyang's expression was not relaxed at this time. Although she could indeed interfere with the anti-radiation missiles launched by the enemy through some electronic countermeasures, it was still quite risky to start the confrontation without being able to move the position. Once the interception failed, they would end up losing everything. Fortunately, several F-11 fighters finally arrived and started to chase the enemy fighters, and the fighters of Minerva Military Academy also followed. completely shifting the main air battlefield to the airspace near the base. The fighters of the 627th Military Academy suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, although the base radar provided them with air environment information in time, and the communication of some channels was finally restored. They still could not defeat the huge fighter group of Minerva Military Academy. These pilots did not retreat, but bravely rushed towards the enemy fighters with a desperate posture and launched a close combat. From time to time, the fighter planes of the 627th Military Academy would drag the enemy fighter planes to their deaths, and they would turn into burning fireballs in the explosion. In this case, long-range weapons such as missiles could not be used at all. The fighter planes of the Minerva Military Academy tried to distance themselves from this group of crazy people, but those F-11s were like sticky candy, and they would stick to the opponent at the risk of being hit by the aircraft cannon. What made the pilots of the Minerva Military Academy even more speechless was that Yin Ting was not the only one who brought a rocket launcher into the cockpit. After the fighter plane was shot down, the pilots of the 627th Military Academy, who ejected successfully, used rocket launchers to launch the final fatal blow at their enemies, which made the students of the Minerva Military Academy numb. How could a pilot continue to attack after ejecting? These people have no martial ethics. Although the fighter planes of the Minerva Military Academy outnumbered the enemy planes in such an offensive, they were suppressed for a while. Han Suma couldn't help rubbing her eyebrows when she saw this. And at this moment, she received even worse news. The electronic mecha was just destroyed by the enemy. Min Luo. What going on? Han Suma took a deep breath and calmed down. Min Luo, who was far away on the ground battlefield, also looked a little ugly. The enemy mecha team has been pinned down by us. This shouldn't happen. At this time, the camera of the live broadcast room was in a mountain forest. The war had stopped, and the barrage almost covered the entire screen. Just as the battleship of Minerva Military Academy was heading towards the 627 Military Academy, several mobile infantrymen hiding behind the bunker finally launched a sneak attack on the electronic mecha. However, the bullets they fired were easily blocked by the electronic mecha energy shield, and the two A-class mechas responsible for security immediately became alert. When they found that the enemy troops who came to the door were just a few mobile infantry, the mecha soldiers of Minerva Military Academy mocked directly. You 627 are not out of people. Are you sending some mobile infantry to die? Several mobile infantry ignored his words and continued to shoot at the target. Dense bullets poured over like raindrops. 3 dark blue shields suddenly appeared, absorbing the energy of the bullets, dispersing and deflecting them. Under the protection of the shields, the 2 A-class mechas rushed towards the bunker under the fierce artillery fire. This was undoubtedly a battle with a huge disparity in strength. In front of the huge mechas, the mobile infantry was crushed in terms of reaction speed and firepower. In just one encounter, 2 mobile infantry were directly eliminated, and the rest immediately scattered and hid in the jungle. This could not slow down the speed of the 2 A-class mechas. I saw a mobile infantryman who was close to the enemy pull the fuse without hesitation and detonated the bomb in his hand with the belief of dying together, but the shock wave of the explosion only made the energy shield in front of the opponent flicker faintly. Don't hide, you can't beat us, so just give us your points. The mecha soldier who was attacked snorted and laughed. Bah, who said we can't beat you? Your energy shield also has a limit. Let me try where the limit of your energy shield is. Sally threw down these words and rushed towards the mecha in front of her. What was extremely horrifying was that she was actually tied with bombs all over her body, which made the Minerva Military Academy student in the mecha feel a little timid. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but was suddenly hugged by the other party. A ball of light that was many times brighter than before suddenly appeared. With a loud bang, the violent shock wave blew away the soil and grass leaves on the ground, and a huge mushroom cloud expanded. When the smoke and dust finally dissipated, Sally's figure had disappeared. Although the A-class mecha survived, it looked extremely embarrassed, and a large part of the external armor was sunken. Efrad, are you ready? The League is being broadcast live. I almost thought you were killed by the mobile infantry in front of everyone. Hearing his companion's ridicule, Efrad said bitterly, I was careless before. Next time, I won't give these guys a chance to take advantage of me. Chapter 177 Tao Shan. Perhaps he was really angry. Berard checked the data of the mecha and opened fire again. 2 heavy energy machine guns protruded from his shoulders, and the fierce firepower intertwined into a tight light net. The rocks and trees that blocked the view were instantly turned into countless fragments in this violent storm of fire. Several mobile infantrymen, who lost their cover hurriedly dodged the light energy bullets fired at them. Ferrard showed a happy smile on his face, pulled the trigger and poured out firepower crazily, but suddenly saw a mobile infantryman actually coming forward, boldly running towards his position. Ferrard's heart suddenly sounded the alarm. Although he disdained these mobile infantry, the 2 suicide attacks by the enemy still left him with some shadows. More importantly, the explosion just now had exhausted the last energy of the shield. If it happened again, he would really die with the enemy. For the enemy, this was undoubtedly a very cost-effective deal. Ferrard immediately changed his target, wanting to concentrate his firepower to eliminate this potential threat first, and not let the enemy get close to his mecha. 2 machine guns roared and formed an impenetrable firepower network in front of the mecha, successfully blocking the action of the mobile infantry, and a hint of interest flashed in Ferrard's eyes. The person in front of him was unexpectedly agile. She moved lightly and flexibly in the dense rain of bullets, and was never hit by the light energy bullets he fired. Tao Shan felt that her physical strength was rapidly fading. The surrounding bunkers were destroyed by the mecha. She had almost nowhere to hide. Cold sweat ran down her cheeks. She blinked her eyes, panted silently, and suddenly rolled to the side. The burning light energy bullets flew past her body. Without waiting to calm down, she turned over and climbed up, but suddenly felt a pain in her ankle, and her dodging became a little sluggish. Ferrard's eyes lit up, and he was about to pursue the victory, but he heard the beeping alarm and saw several rockets fired from a distance. He snorted coldly, turned the muzzle of his gun towards the sky, detonated several missiles in advance, and never expected that the mobile infantryman would take advantage of this short gap and pounce on him with lightning speed. Originally, there was still a distance of dozens of meters between the two. With the help of the power system, Tao Shan rushed like a cheetah at its prey, with amazing explosive power, and in a flash, he arrived in front of the A-class mecha, and the light energy knife in his hand whistled and slashed at the cockpit in the middle of the mecha. The audience in the live broadcast room did not expect this change. In a daze, they saw Ferrard hurriedly take a step back. Before he could retreat, the sharp blade slashed straight through the outer armor of the mecha, sparking a long string of dazzling sparks. Ferrard was distressed to see that the damage of the mecha had increased by another 8%. He did not expect Tao Shan to suddenly attack. The opponent's speed just now was almost comparable to that of the mecha with thrusters turned on, and he knew that the mobile infantry could only use the reaction force generated by the power system. This undoubtedly surprised him a little. Tao Shan failed to hit him with her first strike, not wanting to give the enemy time to react. She swung her knife again to chop at the waist of the mecha. However, the A-class mecha in front of her did not retreat, but advanced instead. Amid the exclamations of the audience, Ferrard suddenly grabbed Tao Shan's wrist with his left hand at lightning speed and pulled it apart. Then he raised his knee and slammed it into her abdomen. This strike was fierce and fast. A dull sound of impact was heard, causing many viewers in front of the screen to hiss softly, as if they felt the same as Tao Shan at this moment. They simply couldn't imagine how painful it would be if they were hit by this knee strike. Tao Shan was directly knocked out. Compared with the huge mecha, his extremely thin and fragile body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily on the mud. I admit that you performed very well, but it is impossible for mobile infantry to win against mecha. Ferrard approached, drew the alloy knife from his waist, and was about to make a final cut, but he felt the body of the mecha shake, and the mobile infantry actually grabbed the right leg of his mecha tightly. He couldn't help but be moved by the other party persistence, but this didn't slow down his knife speed. The game was all about winning or losing, and he couldn't let the opponent win. However, he had a little appreciation for the mobile infantryman. As a mobile infantryman, the opponent's strength was limited, but he didn't admit defeat until the last moment. His spirit was commendable. Ferrard decided to give this respectable opponent a quick death. The alloy knife went straight to the vital point of the mobile infantryman below, but he didn't expect the opponent to dodge it with a messy roll. Seeing this scene, several comments slowly floated across the live screen. I can't bear to watch it. I feel that the mobile infantry of the 627 Military Academy is really fighting hard, because their mission has not been completed yet. If they don't deal with that electronic mecha, their school may lose. But this is completely useless. Mobile infantry can't beat A-level mechas. Not to mention that her current physical condition is so bad. Tao Shan felt like she was being tortured. Her whole body was in severe pain. She bit her pale lips tightly to suppress the cry of pain that almost came out. She must stand up. Tao Shan urged herself in her heart, but the tumble just now seemed to have used up her last bit of strength. She was almost drowned by the overwhelming pain. She subconsciously touched the ammunition bag on her body, planning to pull the fuse and take Ferrard to death when he got closer. This was the last thing she could do for her companions. Her competition ended here. Tao Shan sighed with some regret, but inexplicably remembered a sentence that the principal had said to Diao Si in the military academy qualifying competition. Because it is a simulator, do you think life can be sacrificed at will? This sentence appeared here as if questioning her. Tao Shan was stunned for a moment, stopped her hand movements. She couldn't help thinking, is this really the only way? What if this is a real war? Did she really use all her strength? The pain made Tao Shan consciousness a little fuzzy. She seemed to see the encouraging eyes of the principal in a trance. Thinking that the other party was watching the live broadcast outside, she suddenly felt a surge of strength in her. Looking at the mobile infantry who got up from the ground, Ferrard was also stunned. He knew how hard he had hit. This is a ruthless person. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Seeing that the mobile infantry had rushed towards him again, Ferrard was worried that she was going to self-destruct, and he quickly pulled the trigger, but he saw that the figure had approached him at an alarming speed. A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. Ferrard stretched out his hand to block the opponent's fierce knife again, but he grabbed nothing, and the light knife chopped heavily on the outer armor of the mecha. He was panicked for a moment as he watched the rapidly increasing damage of the mecha. As an excellent student of the mecha major at the Minerva Military Academy, this was the first time he had such a strong sense of crisis because of a mobile infantry. In the following time, the opponent firmly grasped the initiative, and the offensive and defensive situation had quietly reversed. And despite Ferald's best efforts to defend, the damage of the mecha continued to increase. When Ferald opened his eyes from the simulation cabin, he was in a state of doubt about his life. Can mobile infantry really be so strong? It was not until a while later that he realized that he had been killed by a mobile infantryman from an ordinary military academy in the group stage. He did not have time to feel sad, but anxiously opened the live broadcast room of the event. Now he was a little worried about his remaining two companions. The live broadcast room was very lively, and the audience was still passionately discussing the battle that had just ended. Ferrard touched his nose awkwardly, and did not dare to look at the barrage, and only focused his eyes on the live broadcast screen. After Ferrard was eliminated, all the firepower of the 627th Military Academy was concentrated on the remaining A-class combat mecha. The energy shield around the mecha kept flashing under the intensive attack. Ferrard did not look at it, but was anxiously looking for something on the screen. When he finally found the bloody figure behind the electronic mecha, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. The electronic mecha of the Minerva Military Academy was destroyed. The fighting had stopped at this time. The bumpy ground was full of various parts and debris. The few students who survived were also injured, and were sitting on the ground gasping for breath. They looked at each other, and finally smiled with relief. Tao Shan opened the communication channel. This is the 1st Mechanized Infantry Team. We have successfully destroyed the enemy target mecha. Everyone can check whether the communication and radar have been restored. There was silence in the communication channel for a moment, and then a burst of excited cheers broke out. Su Chu-jin, who was on the frontline battlefield, couldn't help but quietly breathe a sigh of relief. The eyes of the soldiers who were fighting fiercely with the enemy suddenly burst into joy. The eyes that looked at the enemy again were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. In the garrison, Xie Yan'an raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect Tao Shan and others to be so fast. She immediately issued a series of orders. Now is the best time to counterattack. More anti-aircraft missiles than before took off into the air and attacked the enemy warships at lightning speed. The silver-gray fighter planes belonging to the 627th Military Academy were like ferocious birds circling in the air, and they rushed towards the enemy aircraft group with great momentum. Han Simo looked a little unhappy. Although they had not really lost yet, the current situation was already very unfavorable to them. The 627th Military Academy had the advantage of home court. She did not want to be dragged into a war of attrition by the enemy. Even if they won in the end, it would not be worth the loss. She took a last look at the garrison in the distance, and decisively issued an order to retreat. The huge warship slowly turned under the protection of the energy shield. The soldiers of the Minerva Military Academy, who were still fighting, received the latest order, and showed confusion on their faces. What? Not fighting anymore? Alger's voice sounded at the right time. Minerva Military Academy gave up the attack on the mountain garrison. Their commander Han Sima is a cautious person. After finding that the mountain garrison is difficult to capture, I guess she will most likely turn her attention to the plain garrison, where the three armies are located next. Leaving a group of people behind, Minerva Military Academy ground forces are now rushing to the recovery point to wait for the recovery ship to pick them up. The climax of the battle has passed. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked by the final result of this duel. Am I dreaming? The 627th Military Academy actually held its base. I wonder who said that the 627th Military Academy defeated the First Army just by luck. Compared with the First Army, Minerva Military Academy should have no shortcomings, but the 627th Military Academy still turned the tide. Everyone obviously underestimated the true strength of the 627th Military Academy. I can't understand it. Minerva Military Academy took out the electronic mecha, a powerful weapon, but still couldn't deal with the 627th Military Academy. No matter from the student qualifications or weapons and equipment, Minerva Military Academy is obviously more advantageous. Right? In fact, what surprised me the most was that the 627th Military Academy was able to kill the two A-class mechas protecting the electronic mechas with just a mecha squad. I always thought that mobile infantry were cannon fodder in the league. Alger glanced at the barrage and said, "In a war, any high-end weapons may be destroyed, energy and ammunition may be exhausted, and war is still a confrontation between people in the end." He stared at the mobile infantry on the big screen, who were supporting each other and moving forward, and his tone was quite meaningful. No matter how advanced the weapons and equipment are, there is a limit, and I always believe that. Human potential is unlimited. Chapter 178 Space War begins. As Alger speculated, the Minerva Military Academy team attacked the plain station, where the three armies were located after withdrawing from the mountainous area. Perhaps because they suffered a loss at the 627 Military Academy, their attitude became much more cautious this time. Han Somu directly sent the main force to protect the remaining electronic mecha. As the interference signal spread, the ground combat troops that had successfully completed the airborne launched a charge towards the enemy defense line under the cover of the fighter group. In the battle with the 627th Military Academy, the individual soldiers of the Minerva Military Academy suffered heavy losses. Due to the urgent situation, many soldiers did not have time to reach the recovery point when the recovery ship had to take off. The soldiers who were forced to retreat under the command of the commander vented all their anger in the next battle with the three armies. In less than half an hour, they captured the plain station where the three armies were located. Since they were assigned to the same planet as the First Army, the three armies have been terrified. But they never thought that it would be the Minerva Military Academy far away on planet number 3 that would take the lead in attacking their station. Seeing that the base had been breached by the enemy, Turner, the commander of the three armies, led the remaining troops out through the teleportation point. When choosing the teleportation destination, he hesitated again and finally chose the teleportation point near the mountain base, where the 627th Military Academy was located as the end point. Although he also found that the 627th Military Academy and the First Army had exchanged bases, he knew that there must be something fishy, but it might be that the First Army was too famous. When he faced the two options of the 627th Military Academy and the First Army, he still subconsciously avoided the location of the First Army. However, as soon as the remnants of the three armies completed the transmission, they saw a group of 627 Military Academy students waiting for them. After the Minerva Military Academy retreated, Xie Yinhan ordered the main force to continue chasing the enemy soldiers and parachuted pilots, who fell behind, and on the other hand, he assigned a group of people to squat at the location of the transmission point. As an outsider on planet number 2, the Minerva Military Academy, whether it was going to the polar garrison where the remnants of the First Army were located, or to the plain garrison where the three armies were located, there would inevitably be another battle, so the transmission point became a place that needed to be guarded. When they saw the three armies appear at the teleportation point, the eyes of the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time burst into excitement. With a burst of fierce gunfire, the 627th Military Academy individual soldier team took the lead in launching an attack. It was the 5th day of the competition. In order to prevent other military academies from raiding the base, each school would often set up secret sentries near the teleportation point at this stage. Turner knew that their appearance would most likely alert the enemy, and he had also imagined in advance the various situations that might be encountered after the teleportation. If there were only sentinels on guard around the teleportation point, then They would kill the enemy as quickly as possible to prevent the news from spreading. If the news had already spread, then they would have to leave quickly before the enemy main force arrived. If there were a large number of enemy troops around the teleportation point, then they would have to find a way to break through, because each school also had to earn resource points. It was impossible to waste time and let all combatants stand near the teleportation point. Therefore, Turner felt that even in the third case, their three armies could still break through smoothly. Once they got into the jungle, it would be difficult for the enemy to find them. However, the brutality of the 627th Military Academy individual troops was beyond his expectations. Seeing that they had tried several times but failed to break through successfully, and the number of survivors on their side was decreasing, Turner suddenly felt something was wrong. He finally realized why the pursuers from the Minerva Military Academy did not follow them even though it would take some time for the teleport point to close. Now that the teleport point has not been closed, Turner can choose to return to the teleport point near the plane station again. But there are also students from the Minerva Military Academy watching covetously. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Turner has never been so desperate. Sanjun became the first school to be eliminated in the group stage. Looking back at Sanjun group stage journey, they first took a lot of blame for the 627th Military Academy, then were targeted by the Minerva Military Academy, whose anger value was at its peak, and some people who finally escaped were surrounded by the 627th Military Academy. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh. They are not here to participate in the competition, but to survive the disaster. Right? Many people felt pity for this group of unlucky people. From then on, there were only 3 schools left on planet number 2, 627 Military Academy, Capital Military Academy and Minerva Military Academy. The First Army suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, and was not strong enough to compete with the other 2 schools. It was soon targeted by Xia Yinhan and Han Sima. However, their new commander-in-chief Slausha was extremely sensitive to the crisis. Without waiting for the 2 schools to attack, the remnants of the First Army took advantage of the night, and slipped away on the warships purchased from the Resource Exchange Office. It was already the 6th day of the competition. After losing the First Army as the target, the 627th Military Academy and the Minerva Military Academy once again turned their attention to each other. In the morning, Xia Yinhan and Han Simo only sent fighters to test each other. Several small-scale air battles broke out between the 2 sides. The situation suddenly became tense, and the battle was about to break out, but Han Sima had not yet made a decision to start the war. There were only 4.5 days left before the end of the competition, and the space war was about to begin. Now was the last chance to exchange supplies. She did not want to spend all her time fighting with the 627th Military Academy. This was a tough nut to crack. But such a large amount of points in front of her really made her a little excited. Moreover, their Minerva suffered such a big loss at the 627th Military Academy. She was eager to avenge the previous shame. They underestimated the enemy before, and they didn't know much about this ordinary military academy participating in the league for the first time. Han Sima felt that after summarizing the lessons of the last time, she might be able to inflict heavy damage on the opponent before the warship set off and get some points before leaving. Han Sima fingers tapped the table lightly, and suddenly he thought of a better idea. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was looking forward to the second confrontation between the 2 schools, Minerva Military Academy proposed an alliance invitation to 627, hoping that the 2 sides would temporarily cease fire and first jointly deal with the coalition forces of planet number 1. Xia Yinhan thought about it and agreed. Is there a trick in this? We are competitors with Minerva. Can they really cooperate with us? Elin said worriedly. Yes. We destroyed their precious electronic mecha. What if they suddenly stab us in the back? Listening to other people's discussions, Yen Ting twitched his lips. I say, do you really think anyone can outsmart our commander, Xia? Playing tricks with a person who has more tricks than a beehive. Isn't that a waste of time? The students of the 627th Military Academy all felt that Yen Ting's words made sense, and they put their hearts back in their stomachs. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be shocked. Were they too confident in their commander-in-chief? Be careful not to fall over. At this time, almost all schools were actively hunting mutants, earning resource points, and making final preparations for the space war. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the joint fleet composed of 627 Military Academy and Minerva Military Academy set off from planet number 2. The 2 schools quickly entered the honeymoon period from the hostile state. The fighters of both sides jointly carried out reconnaissance missions. Xie Yanhan, the commander-in-chief, and Han Sima were chatting and laughing in the bridge, looking like they had met each other too late. There are 5 military academies on planet number 1, where the coalition forces are located. In addition to the coalition forces, Qishao Military Academy is also from Taishi Star region. The schools in their Taishi Star region have always been in a group. Among the remaining 3 schools, Xingho Military Academy and 17th Military Academy are both first-class military academies with good strength. Songyu Military Academy is weaker, and should be the first to be eliminated. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Min Jing, and Min Luo from our school are sisters. They come from a mysterious ancient martial arts family. Min Jing often uses various ancient battle formations in battle, which is very difficult to deal with. Among the soldiers in their school, the most noteworthy ones are Mia, Ji Nanqing and Chui Yi. These 3 are all double S qualifications. As a longtime rival of the coalition forces, Minerva Military Academy has already thoroughly studied the opponent lineup this time. Han Sima generously told Xie Yanhan all this precious information. The First Army is no longer a threat. Planet number 1 where the coalition is located is rich in resources, and has many schools. More importantly, the commander-in-chief of the coalition, Min Jing, has always liked to play the game of forming alliances. Han Sima must of course pull an ally to his side. In fact, Minerva Military Academy came to planet number 2 to negotiate cooperation with the First Army in addition to earning resource points and points. However, the First Army was seriously injured in the battle with the 627 Military Academy, and withdrew from the competition for the top 3 in advance. In contrast, the 627th Military Academy suddenly appeared. Minerva Military Academy was upset by this hard bone, so it secretly wanted to divert the trouble to the east, so that the coalition forces would also be deceived. Then Minerva would reap the benefits. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Han Sima thought of this, and treated the people of the 627th Military Academy more kindly. Xie Yanhan was still smiling, as if he was unaware of Han Sima's private calculations. The huge fleet was moving silently in the dark space. What they didn't know was that the First Army, that set out first, had revealed their situation to the coalition forces. 627 Military Academy has SS-class mechas, and the commander Xie Yanhan is very good at using various deception tactics. They have secretly formed an alliance with Minerva Military Academy, and are heading to planet number 1. Min Jing glanced at the intelligence said by the First Army, her expression calm, and asked the captain beside her, "Have you found the First Army warship?" The captain shook his head. "They are running very fast. They should be well prepared." "Interesting." Min Jing narrowed her eyes. "This is not like the usual style of that idiot Zheng Yuan. It seems that the First Army has suffered heavy losses this time." She pondered for a while, and ordered the fleet to speed up at full speed. She knew that the intelligence given by the First Army could not be fully trusted, and the other party was obviously trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But she was not afraid at all, because she had enough confidence. Even if Minerva Military Academy and the 627 Military Academy formed an alliance, the size of their fleet was far from comparable to the combined fleet of the 3 schools of the coalition, Qishao Military Academy and Xingho Military Academy. The coalition first annihilated the large forces of Songyu Military Academy a few days ago, and then led Qishao Military Academy to capture the garrison of the 17th Military Academy, which frightened Xingho Military Academy to immediately surrender in order to protect itself. In other words, unlike the loose alliance of 627 Military Academy and Minerva Military Academy, Min Jing had the command of the entire combined fleet. 627. Min Jing's eyes darkened, being able to severely damage the First Army. This school participating in the league for the first time was obviously not as simple as it seemed. Chapter 179 Encounter. The group stage is not a point-deducting system like the auditions. Points are only related to kills, and do not consider combat losses. What is examined is the combat strength of students from each school. Even if a military school is completely wiped out before the end of the game, it will not lose the qualification to advance. As long as they can get enough kill points, they will have a chance to qualify. Such rules also lead to each school actively looking for opponents in the final stage of the game, instead of finding a secret place to hide until the end. This is meaningless behavior in the group stage. Only fighting can have the possibility of gaining points. The joint fleet of the 627th Military Academy and the Minerva Military Academy was already heading towards planet number 1. The coalition forces also received intelligence provided by the First Army as a friendly gift. The fleets of both sides soon discovered each other's existence at a distance of several light seconds. Commander-in-Chief, an unknown enemy fleet has been discovered. The distance from us is about 2.15 million. The relative speed is 81,000. And the target course is moving from 317 to 734. In the flagship of the coalition forces, Gu stared at the sensor screen in front of him intently, and quickly reported to Min Jing behind him. Min Jing ordered her to maximize the image detected by the sensor. There was a trace of inquiry in her eyes. Is this the joint fleet that showed you and mentioned? Gu was about to answer, but the sensor suddenly sounded an alarm. Almost at the same time, a somewhat panicked voice sounded in the communication channel. Flagship. This is cruiser number 2. The enemy has opened fire, and the port side of our warship was hit by a long-range laser cannon. Min Jing frowned when she heard it. How is the damage? Fortunately, the distance was too far, and the laser beam was scattered, so our losses were not great. The voice asked cautiously, do we need to open the energy shield now? The laser cannon is a light-speed weapon. Unlike special cases such as superluminal navigation and superluminal broadcasting, the transmission of general information cannot exceed the speed of light. When the sensor receives the information, it often means that the warship has been hit. It can be said that it is impossible to defend against it for the attack party. It is an extremely amazing thing that the enemy can hit the target at such a long distance. For beyond visual range strikes, what needs to be fought is time. Because the speed of light is constant, there will be an observation delay effect in space. What the enemy actually sees is the target from a few seconds ago. Even when the light-speed weapon arrives, the target is no longer in its original position. This is the phenomenon of maneuvering probability cloud in space warfare. Therefore, the attacker must make an accurate prediction of the target next location in advance in order to really hit the target. The several warships provided in the competition are obsolete models that lag behind the current warships. The hit rate of long-range weapons is pitifully low. The fleet never thought that it would be attacked by the enemy at this distance. In Min Jing's view, this is undoubtedly a provocation of showmanship. A subtle displeasure flashed across her face. She did not answer the other person, but directly opened the public channel and gave orders to the whole team. Immediately switch to the second battle speed. All personnel enter the battle position and be ready to fight back at any time. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were still enthusiastically discussing the amazing operation that Lin Tianan had just displayed, deciding the victory from thousands of miles away. Titus briefly explained the difficulty of this, and Alger brought the topic back to the space battle that had already started. From the number of warships owned by both sides, the three-school alliance on the coalition side is obviously more advantageous. Star number 1 is rich in resources, and their civil war ended earlier, which gave them more resource points to exchange for warships. Let's first look at the coalition lineup. They have a total of 9 warships, which is currently the school with the strongest warship strength on paper, 2 battleships, 2 cruisers, 1 destroyer and 3 frigates, taking both attack and defense into consideration. Counting the warships owned by the Spark Military Academy and the Scarlet Sky Military Academy, the number of warships owned by this luxurious fleet is nearly double that of the fleets of 627 and Minerva Military Academy. Although Alger was very optimistic about 627, when he saw the huge gap between the two fleets, he was also unsure about the final outcome of this space battle. Not to mention, the alliance between 627 and Minerva was not yet solid and could break up at any time. After he introduced the situation of the 3 schools on the coalition side, Titus then analyzed the lineup of the Minerva Military Academy. Minerva Military Academy has a total of 5 warships, including a battleship, 2 cruisers and 2 frigates. It is worth noting that they chose the defense-class cruiser, seemingly putting all their limited resources into defense. Minerva Military Academy fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but wail. Minerva is a bit miserable this time. The resources on Planet 3 are scarce. It was hard to get to Planet 2, and then they ran into 627, wasting all their time. In the end, they could barely get 5 warships together. According to what you said, wouldn't the First Army be in a worse situation? The First Army escaped from Planet number 2 overnight, without even 5 warships. Who would have thought that last year league champions and runners-up would be so miserable this year? Although I knew that Group A would be the group of death, I didn't expect Minerva and the First Army to be the ones in a worse situation. Actually, Although Minerva didn't earn many resource points, they should have the most points now. So it's not a loss. The comments were full of discussion. Titus finally introduced the lineup of the 627th Military Academy. The 627th Military Academy has a battleship, 2 destroyers and 4 frigates. They did not exchange for cruisers, but purchased light warships that are known for their speed. I guess they may continue to adopt more maneuverable tactics in the next battle. No one expected that the number of warships owned by an ordinary military academy, like the 627th Military Academy, could compete with several first-class military academies. The audience couldn't help but sigh. This is obviously not something that can be done by luck alone. You should know that the initial base of the 627th Military Academy was not much better than that of the Minerva Military Academy. But their commander-in-chief Qiyang boldly and decisively abandoned his own base on the second day of the competition and launched a surprise attack on the resource-rich mountain base. It can be said that their resource points were obtained through a gamble. At this time, the distance between the two sides had shortened to tens of thousands of kilometers, and the fleets of the 3 coalition schools began to transform from the original marching column to a battle formation, and deployed in all directions. Unlike the battlefield on the ground, in space, warships can travel in 3 dimensions, and the entire fleet is not on the same plane. In order to be able to change tracks and maneuver in time, the distance between the warships is very far, making the entire fleet appear larger. From a distance, it looks like a large dark cloud, which is extremely imposing. In the flagship of the 627 Military Academy, several students looked at the dense red dots on the sensor screen and couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Minerva wants to form an alliance with us. Why are there so many warships on the other side? The coalition should have also found other schools to form an alliance. Right? Otherwise, they alone wouldn't even have enough people to form a battleship crew. Although the battleship in the simulator has simplified some operations, a battleship still needs at least 6 students from the ship department to form a core crew. Therefore, the number of battleships is limited by the number of students. This is also the reason why many military schools choose to form an alliance in the final stage. While the few people were talking, the enemy had already opened fire. The dazzling particle beam shot over from a distance, like arrows of light. The battleships in the front row opened their energy shields one after another. The light blue light patterns flashed around the hulls. Qiyang and Han Sumu issued the attack order almost at the same time. Dense energy beams streaked across the dark space, like a meteor shower. At the same time, fighters flew out of the huge warships one after another, and rushed forward at a faster speed. In the viewing room, Titus glanced at the current battle situation and said, "The 3 allied schools have more warships. We can see that. 627 and Minerva schools are increasing the distance between the front row of warships to obtain a front with the same width as the enemy." Alger on the side added, "They did this to avoid being surrounded by the 3 coalition schools. Then why not just move the warships in the back row to the front?" Seeing the barrage raising questions, Alger further explained, "Yes, the number of warships in the front of the fleet determines the timeliness of the attack. There is a time difference in the attack in the back row. However, if all the troops are used to widen the front, it is easy for the enemy to break through and split from the middle. So," he concluded, "the fleet formation must strike a balance between the front and the depth. Space warfare is 3-dimensional. The fleet must not be arranged in a single plane." During the time Alger was explaining, the distance between the two sides had entered the range of medium-range weapons, and the attack became more intense. Lasers and particle beams were constantly fired from the battleship's huge gun muzzle. Railguns and uranium cannons were pouring out firepower crazily, and fighter planes were flexibly moving between these dangerous energy beams and high-speed moving projectiles. 1,500 kilometers, 800 kilometers, 300 km. Han Sumu stared at the sensor screen and ordered electronic interference. The electronic mecha inside the warship started to work again. There was a lot of noise in the enemy communication channel. The coalition warships could still be stabilized. Qishao Military Academy and Xingho Military Academy did not have enough tacit understanding with the coalition. They found that there was a problem with the communication. The warship fell into a small chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vanguards of 627 and Minerva Military Academy rushed into the 2 wings of the enemy like 2 sharp blades. Crescent formation? Alger couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the current formation of the combined fleet. Han Sumu and Qiyang both placed more troops at the 2 ends of the combined fleet. At this time, The warships in the middle of the fleet had opened up a considerable gap with the warships at the two ends. From the overall perspective, the front line of the team was in a huge arc. Are they trying to squeeze the enemy two wings, and then outflank the core forces of the combined forces together, with the central army that came later? Alger looked thoughtful. Indeed, the front of the enemy two wings are the warships of the Qishao Military Academy and the Xingho Military Academy, which seems to be a relatively good breakthrough point. I'm afraid things won't be as easy as they think, Titus suddenly said. Do you see what the formation of the coalition is? After Alger reminder, he carefully observed the fleets of the three coalition schools for a while, and couldn't help but exclaimed, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be the 8 Gates Formation? Chapter 188 Gates Formation. Seeing a row of question marks from the audience in the live broadcast room, Alger explained, the 8 Gates Formation was originally an ancient formation used for ground combat, and was later applied to space warfare. This formation usually takes the flagship as the center, and the remaining troops surround the flagship in 3 dimensions. Its biggest feature is that the warships distributed in various directions can change their positions flexibly, and there are as many as 36 basic formations. In other words, no matter what formation the enemy adopts, the commander can change the formation according to the actual situation. But because of this, the 8 Gates Formation has very high requirements for command, and there are very few people who are capable of setting up this formation. He looked at Minjing in the live broadcast camera, and said in an admiring tone, "She is worthy of being the most eye-catching command genius of the coalition. She is really extraordinary when she takes action." The audience also became excited after listening to Alger's description. They never thought that they could see such a complex battle formation in such a contest between students, and they all said that they had learned a lot. However, Titus said to Alger, "You are only half right. This is not an ordinary 8 Gates Formation." "Oh!" Alger looked at the person next to him curiously. "Did I say anything wrong?" Tester said, "The general 8 Gates Formation is the acquired Bagua Formation, and the one in the field should be the innate Bagua Formation that the Min family has never passed on to others." Alger repeated Titus' words with some doubt. "Innate Bagua Formation?" Titus explained, "The 8 Gates Formation is actually a formation deduced on the basis of Chiman Duanjia. This secret art used by humans in ancient times to explain the laws of heaven and earth has evolved into a mysterious cosmic geomancy in the interstellar era. Only a few ancient martial arts families have inherited it. There is a distinction between the innate Bagua and the acquired Bagua. The Min family has mastered an innate Bagua formation that is said to be much more powerful than the acquired Bagua formation. I was fortunate to hear the Min family talk about the difference between the two." Thinking of the background of Min Jing, the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Alger also suddenly realized, "No wonder I always felt that this formation seemed to be different from the 8-door formation I knew in terms of the deployment of troops." Titus analyzed, "The 8 gates of the 8 Gates Formation usually have 8 gates, rest, Sheng, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, and Kai. If it is the postnatal 8 trigrams formation, you can attack from the Sheng gate on the diagonal, then kill from the Jing gate on one side, and then continue to attack from the Sheng gate to attack the remaining enemy forces, thereby disrupting the opponent overall layout. However, the pre-heaven 8 trigrams formation is the opposite of the ordinary 8 gates formation. The Du gate in the middle of the front is actually a trap, and the side gates on the corners are all ping gates, followed by the Xiong gate, and the only Ji gate is placed at the end of the entire formation." "I see." Alger clapped his hands in praise. "This way, even if the enemy finds Jimin, because the distance is too far, there will be enough time to change the formation." Titus nodded. "It can be said that this formation has almost no weaknesses. Both defense and attack are perfect." The audience was even more excited. What is the Xiantian Bagua formation and the Hotian Bagua formation? They have never heard of it. Are there really 2 commentators who are so amazing? Ancient martial arts families have always been mysterious. Many people were successfully aroused to curiosity. They couldn't help but look at the screen in front of them more attentively, looking forward to the next development of things. The vanguards of Minerva Military Academy and 627 Military Academy were still charging forward at high speed. The front ends of the 2 teams were like sharp spearheads, constantly penetrating into the enemy interior, like 2 long nails trying to embed into wood. The main gun fired rounds of salvos at intervals of 2 minutes. The dazzling particle beams were like running meteors, streaking through the dark space. The low-cost rapid-fire guns never stopped, launching extremely intensive bombardments on the enemy ships. The warships of Qiyang Military Academy and Xingho Military Academy could not organize an effective counterattack under such an offensive. The energy shields around them kept flickering, and the increasingly faint light was like a candle that was about to go out in the wind. The warship in front finally couldn't resist. As the energy shield dissipated, the trembling hull exploded instantly, and flowers of death bloomed silently in the universe. The warships of Minerva and 627 Military Academy continued to advance triumphantly. Rather than cooperation, the two sides were more like competing with each other, and their respective warships silently competed in advancement speed. At this moment, the battle formation of the three coalition fleets suddenly started moving. The warships of Qiyang Military Academy and Xingho Military Academy suddenly retreated to the rear in a hurry. Minerva and 627 Military Academy were about to speed up their pursuit, but they were unexpectedly blocked by warships rushing over from the opposite sides. Fierce attacks were launched from both sides at the same time, like two rows of huge waves composed of energy particles, hitting over. And in an instant, they overwhelmed the firepower of Minerva and 627 Military Academy. Shugu looked at the rapidly decreasing shield energy with a worried look on his face. And at this moment, the entire warship shook violently, causing many students on the ship to scream in panic. "What going on?" Han Sumu asked in a deep voice. It was a space torpedo launched by the enemy. As soon as Shugu finished speaking, the warship shook again, and the shield energy dropped again in the blink of an eye. The two warships that had been advancing straight ahead became unable to move under the enemy sniper fire. The hill-like cruiser was at the forefront of the enemy fleet, and was difficult to shake easily. The warships of the two schools had to turn around. But looking around, there were enemy ships everywhere. They formed a series of connected walls, which bound the fleets of the two schools tightly inside, making them fight like trapped beasts. Obviously, it was impossible to retreat at this time, because they had entered too deep, and the enemy had formed a siege. The 8 Gates formation is actually a hollow formation. Most of the troops are deployed on the periphery, and when the enemy breaks into the formation, it is easier to be trapped. Titus analyzed this. Alger looked at Minjing, who was issuing orders in an orderly manner in the live broadcast camera, and couldn't help but be amazed, and once again sighed in his heart that the young are formidable. You know, even the General 8 Gates formation is not something that ordinary commanders can control. This overly flexible formation requires the commander to react quickly, be able to adapt to changes, and have absolute control over the entire team. Although the number of warships in Minjing 8 Gates formation is relatively small, it is much more difficult to achieve the current effect that everyone imagines. Alger couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. He grinned. It seems that if these seniors don't work harder, they will be beaten to death on the beach by the juniors in a short time. Han Sumo looked solemnly at his own warship that had completely disappeared from the sensor screen in front of him. The electronic mecha had long lost its function. Although theoretically, electronic signals can travel farther in space, warships also have stronger electronic countermeasure capabilities than ground facilities, and it is difficult for them to maintain complete suppression of the enemy for a long time. At this time, the battlefield situation has completely reversed, and more enemy warships are surrounding the fleets of the two schools. Flashes of explosions occasionally lit up in the dark universe. Turbulent energy particles swirled to form huge whirlpools. The warships of the two schools were like small boats, tossing in the wind and waves, and it looked like they could capsize at any time. "Please contact 627 for me." Han Sima finally spoke. Soon, Xie Yinhan image appeared on the communication screen. Han Sumu asked directly, "How long do you want to wait before you start?" Xie Yinhan chuckled. She saw the anxiety hidden under Han Sumu's calm appearance. "Don't worry, Commander Han. I have found the real breakthrough of this formation." Han Sumu was stunned. He still had some doubts in his heart. Minyu had said that her sister formation was not an ordinary 8-gate formation. Could Xie Yinhan really break through? But now it seemed that there was no other way except to believe in the other party. Han Sumu couldn't help but sigh. In the end, it was because he didn't accumulate enough resources in the early stage, which led to the passiveness at this moment. The reason why they failed to obtain more resource points was closely related to a certain school. It almost time. After Xie Yinhan hung up the call with the Commander-in-Chief of Minerva Military Academy, he whispered to himself, then switched to another communication line, and began to issue new instructions. In the viewing room, Alger looked at the destroyer rushing out from the back of the planet, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. 627 Military Academy actually has a warship hidden. Now this warship has circled to the rear of the enemy. He couldn't help but ask Titus beside him. You just said, the only safe door of the Xiantian Bagua formation is at the tail. So now is it possible for the 627th Military Academy to pose a threat to the battle formation of the three allied schools? Titus shook his head, with a somewhat regretful tone. The Commander-in-Chief of the 627th Military Academy is very perceptive. She did find the only way out, but a single destroyer can hardly change the situation. Inside the destroyer, Lin Tianan calmly ordered, transfer all energy to the power system. First battle speed. Head for 5 o'clock. And accelerate at full speed. The engine at the rear of the warship ejected a huge blue tail flame. Like a charging knight. Breaking into the enemy battle array weakest defense through the life gate. Leaving the pursuers far behind. At this time, the warships originally located near the shock gate and the injury gate were led away by Minerva and the vanguard of the 627th Military Academy. The destroyer was about to rush towards the coalition flagship in the center of the array, but saw the figure of a group of enemy fighters in front. These fighters rushed towards the destroyer in groups, and from a distance, they looked like a large black mass of hornets. The students in the bridge felt their scalps tingling, and looked at Lin Tianan one after another. Captain, what should we do now? Chapter 181 Change of Formation. Lin Tianan said in a deep voice, prepare to fire. The range of a destroyer is much longer than that of an ordinary fighter. Before the fighter group approaches, the omnidirectional turrets on the warship start to operate. Countless projectiles are fired at high speed from the rotating muzzles. The crisscrossing flight trajectories weave a dangerous firepower network in the void. Langdon sits excitedly in front of the turret control panel and pulls the launch lever as soon as the enemy aircraft enters the effective range. This was his first time to operate this kind of weapon. Due to the serious shortage of manpower in the warship, the students of individual soldier majors were also drafted, and everyone was assigned a lot of tasks. For these students of individual soldier majors, who are accustomed to ground combat, operating the turret is undoubtedly a very novel experience. They don't have to drive the mecha to fight the enemy in close combat, but this does not mean that the tasks assigned to them are simple. Facing the dense barrage fired by the destroyer, the fighter group immediately dispersed and skillfully made evasive actions. Although in space battles, the firepower output of a single fighter is naturally inferior to that of a huge warship. They are small targets, fast, and have a great advantage in maneuverability. The light destroyer, which is originally characterized by its lightness and agility, is like a clumsy African buffalo in front of these fighters, and is helpless in the face of flies harassing it. Seeing that most of the enemy fighters have avoided the shells and continue to approach the destroyer position at a rapid speed, the soldiers behind the turret control panel are very anxious. At this moment, the entire warship suddenly trembled, and some students failed to react and almost fell down. The enemy fighters opened fire. Missiles detached from the fighters' racks and flew silently towards the destroyer of the 627th Military Academy. The short-range defense guns around the warship immediately started to work, and the approaching missiles exploded into blue water in the dark space. However, there were too many enemy planes near the warship, and there were always some slippery fish. After escaping the intensive attack of the defensive guns, an explosion occurred on the outer armor of the warship. Fortunately, the energy shields around the warship lit up in time to resist some of the damage. The destroyer was not as tough as the heavy cruiser. In the fierce rain of bullets, the warship slowly turned, as if trying to get rid of the entanglement of the enemy planes. The fighter planes from the coalition forces were like a group of hyenas staring at their prey. They would never let go even if the friendly planes around them were constantly hit by the warship shells. The battleship was outnumbered, and it seemed to be unable to cope with the continuous attacks of the enemy fighters. Seeing that the light of the energy shield seemed to be fading, the battleship main gun, which had been accumulating for a long time, suddenly fired a salvo. 6 nuclear bombs flew out from the muzzle, forming an extremely standard regular hexagon around the battleship. The next moment, they exploded at the same time. Unlike the surface of the planet, due to the lack of medium in space, the explosion could not form a shock wave. 6 huge balls of light lit up in the dark universe, producing terrible light radiation. At this moment, the destroyer of the 627th Military Academy flew through the center of the regular hexagon like an arrow shot from a bow. The fighters wanted to continue chasing, but the high heat and radiation generated by the nuclear explosion disrupted their fire control lock. The destroyer of the 627th Military Academy successfully shook off the coalition fighters. Alger's excited voice sounded in the viewing room. He explained to the audience in the live broadcast room. Because there is no atmospheric obstruction, the radiation effect of the nuclear explosion in space is better than that in the atmosphere, especially the electromagnetic pulse generated by the explosion, which can cause certain interference to enemy fighters. The destroyer of the 627th Military Academy has a very accurate timing. Titus' eyes flashed with surprise. If they had passed through the nuclear bomb a little later, or if there were some deviations in the orbit calculation, they would have been very likely to be affected by the nuclear bomb they launched. After the analysis of the two commentators, the audience finally understood the thrill of it, and it was this extreme operation that allowed the destroyer and the fighter group to distance themselves again. Now the fighter planes had to spend time to bypass the area where the nuclear explosion occurred. And the destroyer, which was moving at high speed, had already approached the location of the enemy battleship. The coalition had 2 battleships in total, and the battleship at the rear was commanded by Deputy Commander Qiyang. When he found an enemy destroyer approaching, he was not panicked at all, but was excited. You know, as the core firepower output of the entire fleet, the battleship, except for its slightly inferior speed, is not comparable to a light destroyer in terms of defense and attack. He felt that he had a sure win, and he had always envied his allies who were reaping points on the front line. He naturally did not want to be a background player in such a rare opportunity as the League. Wasn't this his chance to show off? Qiyang suppressed his excitement and immediately ordered to lock on the enemy ship. However, before the battleship opened fire, the destroyer of the 627th Military Academy suddenly released several special space smoke bombs. A large cloud of colorful gas exploded around the battleship, swallowing up the enemy battleship not far away. Shut down the engine immediately. Lin Tian's calm voice sounded at the right time. The destroyer entered the silent sailing state and quietly concealed its traces, like a cheetah hiding in the dark, patiently watching the actions of its prey, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. The destroyer unconventional operation caught Qiyang off guard. He was originally planning to confront the enemy ship head-on, but he did not expect that his warship would crash into the gas cloud that suddenly appeared. At this moment, the Allied battleship vision was severely obstructed. There was a fog outside the porthole, and the sensors were also affected. This special gas cloud can absorb electromagnetic waves, making it difficult for the enemy ship to locate through radar. As for the enemy ship, he regarded as the target. He couldn't even find its shadow. Qiyang hurriedly contacted the Commander-in-Chief Min Jing, but found that even the communication was interfered in the gas cloud. He couldn't contact the flagship in a short time. He suddenly felt his mind was in a mess. Although he usually performed well in the school-simulated battles, this was in the Military Academy League after all. Perhaps because he could not find the enemy ship for a long time, he was enveloped by a huge sense of crisis. He even unconsciously thought of the worst result. What if? Qiyang suddenly woke up, unwilling to think about such a possibility. He wiped his face and tried to calm down. At present, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. It is obviously unwise to continue to stay in this gas cloud. However, when the sensors are disturbed, it is not so easy to sail out of this gas cloud. Qiyang was about to issue an order, but the whole warship suddenly trembled violently. The destroyer of the 627th Military Academy destroyed the battleship stationed in the rear of the coalition at a lightning speed. When the coalition fighter group finally arrived, they looked at the scene in front of them with almost full of astonishment. The battle was over at this time, leaving only countless fragments and debris floating quietly in the empty universe. In the following time, the elusive destroyer of the 627th Military Academy launched several hunts on the warships behind the coalition forces, which also made the audience in the live broadcast room remember the name Lin Tian deeply, especially when someone found out that Lin Tian was actually a student of Captain Watts. The outside world was completely boiling. Lin Tian's talent was really too outstanding. Anyone who watched the League live broadcast would find it difficult to deny this. They seemed to see a rising star rising, facing the unanimous praise and admiration of his cousin. Lin Muyuan's mood was particularly complicated. He had been eliminated as early as the 4th day of the group stage. Although Zheng Yuan did use supplies to exchange him with the 627th Military Academy, the next thing was a melee between the two schools. Lin Muyuan, who lost his personal mecha, unfortunately became cannon fodder in the fierce battle. However, what he found most difficult to accept was the unparalleled talent that his cousin Lin Tian had shown in front of everyone. He had always thought that she was just being stubborn by insisting on going to the military academy. And he did not think that she was that strong. But the facts before him told him that he was not as good as she was. How could the proud Lin Muyuan accept this? But in this way, his cousin would be more valuable. Lin Muyuan barely suppressed the jealousy in his heart, as if he was thinking about something. And a hint of calculation flashed in his eyes that was not noticed by others. Under Min Jing's control, the warships of Minerva and the 627th Military Academy that had entered the formation could not find any way out. Looking around, there were layers of enemy ships everywhere. The warships of the two schools were like moths caught in a spider web. The more they struggled, the deeper they got stuck. Min Jing looked at the explosion flashes that kept flashing outside the porthole with joy. Just as she was about to close the formation and grab the sweet fruits of victory that were already within her grasp, she heard several extremely panicked voices in the communication channel. Battleship number 2 has been destroyed, and several warships in the rear are harassed by unknown enemy forces. After listening to the reports of several people, her face darkened, and she had to change the order that had not yet been spoken. Seeing that the large forces of the two schools were about to be defeated in Min Jing 8 Gates formation, the coalition suddenly caught fire in the backyard, and the rear was turned upside down by an enemy destroyer, and even threatened the safety of the flagship. Min Jing had to withdraw troops to support, to maintain the operation of the 8 Gates formation. There are certain requirements for the number of warships. The number of warships used to set up the formation was too small. Now Min Jing has withdrawn several warships, and the battle formation inevitably has loopholes. And who are Xia Yinhan and Han Suma? There is no need to waste time communicating. They seized the opportunity sharply. Taking advantage of the enemy attention diverted, they joined forces to launch a new round of charge against the weak areas in the battle. The problem in the rear of the coalition army has not been solved yet, and they were attacked by two schools again. The originally orderly battle formation fell into chaos for a while. Min Jing found that she was still too arrogant. Although the enemy only had two schools, both Minerva and 627 were not so easy to deal with. The two were a strong combination, which was completely different from their situation of almost 1 to 2. If she had to organize a battle formation, Min Jing would never bring the two burdens from the Spark Military Academy and the Qishao Military Academy with her personality. She knocked on the control panel with some displeasure, and decided to change the original strategy. No longer continue to fight on multiple fronts, but to concentrate superior forces and defeat the enemy one by one. But Minerva and 627. Which one should be dealt with first? Min Jing scanned the fleets of the two schools several times, and frowned slightly. This should not be a multiple-choice question. Minerva Military Academy and the Allied forces are both top military academies in the Federation. This time, they even brought out the electronic mecha, a weapon that defies nature. They are clearly coming on strong. No matter how well the 627 Military Academy performs, it is just an ordinary military academy participating in the league for the first time. No matter how you look at it, Minerva Military Academy is still a greater threat to the Allied forces. But commanders often have extremely sharp intuition. Min Jing felt that she was inexplicably concerned about the 627 Military Academy that almost appeared out of nowhere. She thought of the destroyer of the 627th Military Academy that had disrupted her entire plan alone. And she couldn't help but narrow her eyes dangerously, and then issued a series of instructions in the communication channel. Just when Minerva and the warships of the 627th Military Academy were about to break through successfully, Xia Yinhan looked at the sensor screen in front of him with a slightly fixed gaze. Commander-in-Chief, is there something wrong? Seeing that she had been staring at the screen without saying a word, Yulin beside her couldn't help but ask curiously. The enemy is changing their formation. It seems that they are planning to put Minerva Military Academy aside and deal with us 627 first. Xia Yinhan replied casually, finally moving her eyes away from the sensor screen. Her tone was as nonchalant as ever, as if nothing in the world could shake her mind. Ah? The coalition forces are going to attack us first? Xia Yinhan's words were like a bomb to the other students. They all widened their eyes. But why? Obviously, Minerva Military Academy is a greater threat to the coalition forces. Right? Why not attack them first? That right, this is just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The students of 627 Military Academy were quite indignant. What they didn't know was that this shameless speech made the audience in the live broadcast room speechless. Although netizens were also a little surprised why the coalition forces would deal with 627 first instead of Minerva, but bullying the weak and fearing the strong? What kind of soft are these people? Chapter 182 Boarding Battle. Under the cover of the cruiser at the front, the fleets of the three coalition schools really began to change their formation. The troops in the rear of the fleet quietly gathered on the flank of the 627th Military Academy. At the same time, the destroyer at the front also accelerated its advancement. The entire team rotated clockwise, with the fleet of the 627th Military Academy as the center. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Titus said in a deep voice. The coalition concentrated its forces on the 627th Military Academy, forming a unilateral hook formation. This formation is a variation of the oblique attack formation, by weakening the troops on one side to strengthen the troops on the other side, thereby achieving a unilateral breakthrough, and then outflanking the enemy. It seems that the coalition forces have indeed chosen to deal with 627 first. Alger looked at the big screen in front of him, touched his chin and said, originally, after Min Jing transferred some warships to support the rear, the coalition forces' front line of defense inevitably had some weaknesses, but now she has shrunk the front line, specifically targeting the enemy on one wing, and has once again gained the advantage in manpower. The fleet of the Minerva Military Academy also got a chance to breathe. But in this way, the pressure on the 627 Military Academy increased. As the warships of both sides approached, the flames of the explosion and the beams of weapons of various colors almost illuminated the entire screen. The surging tide composed of energy particles roared silently in the dark universe, trying to devour everything around. Although the students of the 627 Military Academy were still complaining about why the coalition forces did not attack Minerva but came to attack them. They did not retreat because of the gathering of enemy warships, but reacted very quickly and launched a counterattack. Inside the flagship bridge, everyone was busy. The data on the screens kept changing. Xie Yinhan listened to the whispered reports from the people around him, while calmly issuing orders on the communication channel. His expression was unusually serious. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up outside the porthole, illuminating the entire bridge. Another frigate disintegrated. The students paused. Their forces were at a disadvantage, although they also destroyed 2 enemy frigates. If the loss continued at this rate, they would definitely be the first to collapse. Should we ask Minerva Military Academy to share the firepower now? Kong Shan moved anxiously on the cushioned soft chair, and couldn't help but suggest, we are allies with them. Now the coalition forces are only targeting us. They can't just sit there and watch. Right? I think it a bit risky. Zhao Chen on the side immediately poured cold water on it. Our alliance itself is not reliable. Don't forget that we are all competitors. If the coalition forces don't attack them now, they are happy to watch us, and the coalition forces consume each other. How could they take the initiative to come over? Kong Shan retorted, but if our 627 is eliminated, the next target of the coalition will be Minerva. They should understand the principle of lips and teeth are cold. Zhao Chen frowned, and was about to say something, when the warship suddenly shook violently without warning. He fell backwards uncontrollably, and his head hit the back of the chair behind him. The pain came, and he couldn't help but gasp, with a grin on his face. The other students were not much better, and there was a cry of surprise in the bridge. What going on? What happened? A sharp alarm suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Yilan's face was very ugly. The enemy has sent out a manned assault cabin, and we have been boarded. This is not right. How did they break in? Kong Shan was puzzled. The flagship was protected in the middle of the team, and could not be easily approached. It should be that the enemy took advantage of the frigate when it disintegrated just now. At this time, a number of metal giant eggs were firmly attached to the huge hull of the flagship of the 627 Military Academy. The sharp hot melt cutting drills protruded from the bottom of these giant eggs and broke holes in the outer armor of the warship. Several coalition mechas drilled into the warship. With a muffled rumble, the locked hatch was blown away. The tall black mechas barged into the corridor of the warship. Bullets and energy beams poured down like a storm, suppressing the individual soldiers of the 627th Military Academy, who came to intercept them so that they dared not show their heads. Several warrior mechas rushed towards the enemy mechas under the dense rain of bullets. But these warrior mechas that could fight against A-level mechas without losing the upper hand were no match for these black mechas. Especially the leading mecha with dark golden patterns all over its body. It wielded a heavy battle axe. knocking down all the surrounding enemies, like chopping melons and vegetables. Like a humanoid harvester. Leading the other coalition mechas to crush them all the way. I actually saw Mia and Ji launching. The coalition sent two 2S level soldiers. It seems that they are determined to capture the flagship of the 627 Military Academy. Isn't that nonsense? Landing on an enemy ship is inherently risky. This is the enemy territory. The number of assault teams is limited. If you are not careful, you may be surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. Of course, you have to send out elites to complete the mission. I don't know if it's my illusion, I feel that Mia is more powerful than before. It seems that the 627th Military Academy is in danger. Their troops are not as many as those of the 3 allied schools. Now the flagship has been invaded by an enemy single-soldier team. I wonder if Minerva will come to help them. The audience in the live broadcast room discussed the current situation enthusiastically. In fact, as one comment said, using a manned assault cabin to invade an enemy ship is a high-risk behavior. Not to mention that during the launch, the assault cabin has a high probability of being hit by the enemy ship's short-range defense guns. And the team members are basically unaware of the specific situation in the enemy ship. Given the information gap, they are likely to be the ones to be attacked. However, if this action is successful, it can also bring huge benefits. Not only can it directly disintegrate the enemy from the inside at a lower cost, but it can also take all the enemy warships and other supplies. Under the leadership of Mia and Ji launching, the coalition mecha team swept everything around with overwhelming force, and continued to approach the location of the bridge. The road was littered with the wreckage of power armor and fragments of tempered glass. The lighting on the top of the passage was also extinguished. The smoke from the explosion spread in the enclosed space, and the visibility around dropped rapidly. Seeing this, the coalition team turned on the searchlight on the head of the mecha. They could sense that the resistance on the other side seemed to be weakening. Just as they were about to speed up their advancement, they suddenly saw a hideous giant shadow appear at the end of the corridor. Mia and other coalition soldiers paused, and some even subconsciously took a small step back. In the surging smoke, they vaguely saw a huge monster as big as a small mountain, and several legs with fangs and claws poked out from the smoke. Zerg? Zerg mutant? They doubted whether there was something wrong with their eyes. How could there be Zerg in the warship of the 627 Military Academy? In the live broadcast room, the supporters of the 627 Military Academy, who were originally in a gloomy mood, were instantly cheered up. How could they almost forget that the 627 Military Academy still had a powerful weapon like Zephos? As the smoke in the passage gradually dissipated, the coalition soldiers finally saw the full appearance of the Zerg mecha. When they found out that the other side was actually an alien mecha that imitated the appearance of the Zerg, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I said it. How could there be Zerg in the holographic arena? Mia remembered the information revealed by the First Army before, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Is this the SS-class mecha of the 627 Military Academy? As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed over with the battle axe in her hand like a cannonball. However, just as she was about to approach the Zerg mecha, a sturdy metal leg suddenly stretched out like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity. Mia was slightly startled, and immediately tried to block with the battle axe in her hand, but was stopped by another leg. The sharp hook-like tarsus of the metal leg pierced her cockpit with great precision. The audience in the live broadcast room had all witnessed Zephos' extraordinary fighting power. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked, thinking that Mia was doomed. But she did not expect that she would dodge and narrowly avoid this fatal blow. Mia's subsequent performance was even more jaw-dropping. Under Zephos' extremely fierce attack, she not only did not lose quickly, but was able to fight back and forth with the opponent. Looking at the black and gold mecha that was no less powerful than the Zerg mecha, the faces of the audience watching the live broadcast suddenly changed. This reaction speed, this attack and defensibility, could it be what they thought? The principals and teachers in the viewing room also showed unbelievable expressions. There is actually an SS-level mecha in this league. Nandongwei stared at the huge battle axe in Mia's hand that could fire shockwaves, and suddenly remembered a piece of news she had accidentally learned before. I heard that Master Guan Xiao's latest work is a melee SS-class mecha with a battle axe as its main weapon. It should be this one. She looked at Jiang Xuanyu, who was sitting calmly beside her with a smile. Principal Jiang did a great job of keeping secrets. Isn't your student named Mia a double S-level talent? I don't think so. Jiang Xuanyu coughed dryly. The competition in the league is fierce. It's normal to keep a few cards, isn't it? Your school electronic mecha has always been hidden, right? When Jiang Xuanyu pointed out the electronic mecha, Nandong Wei shook her head. Electronic mecha is not a new thing. It's not like Principal Jiang, who has a student with qualifications higher than SS level and can hide it for so long, and secretly decided on Master Guan Xiao new mecha. A while ago, people outside were discussing who the owner of that SS level mecha was. Jiang Xuanyu looked up at the sky. Wasn't it because she was afraid that other schools would snatch away their coalition treasure? Mia should also be a 4S qualification. Yin Xiaonan glanced at the system information and was also a little surprised. When they were at the Tiandu Star Space Station, the other party was still a 3S level. But now they have successfully advanced to 4S. This is not so easy to do, Yin Xiaonan thought to himself. It seems that for this league, both Mia herself and the coalition have made great efforts. Alas, I thought that with Mia, the 4S soldier, our coalition would definitely win the championship of this league. Who could have thought that we would encounter Principal Yin 627? Jiang Xuanyu complained half-truthfully. Your school's Zerg mecha is really unexpected. Is this the first time that an alien mecha has appeared on the league stage? The three of them were chatting. But they didn't know that the other principals in the viewing room were in extremely complicated moods at this time. They kept looking at the three people quietly. The principals sighed silently. No wonder these three people can chat together. In their opinion, these three people are equally scheming. One is full of tricks, takes out electronic mechas to attack the league. One smiles but hides a knife, pretends to be a Buddhist on weekdays, but secretly hides the ambition of 4S soldiers. Another pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger. An ordinary military school has SS level mechas. The students' qualifications are so amazing. And it is these three culprits who raised the difficulty of Group A competition to hell. Looking at the three people chatting and laughing, the principals of other participating schools shuddered in unison. No way, really no way. Chapter 183 Han Suma Choice. Netizens were also discussing whether Mia Mecha was SS level or not. The main reason was that they couldn't believe that there would be a second SS level mecha in this league. After finally getting the confirmation from the two commentators, the whole live broadcast room was instantly boiling. Not only because of the SS level mecha, but also because it meant that Mia qualifications were not only double S level. Although Mia was also one of the best soldiers in the coalition, her reputation in the past was far less loud than Yu Yajing of the First Army and Kelvin of the First Army. Now that they suddenly knew the other party true qualifications, how could netizens not be excited? Originally, there were only a few soldiers with double S level qualifications. Sometimes, even one soldier could not be produced in several classes. Moreover, Mia did not have fatal flaws like Zephos, so she had a promising future. No wonder the coalition forces dared to send out manned assault cabins after learning that 627 had SS level mechas. It turned out that they had the confidence. So the coalition forces concealed Mia true qualifications? Oh my god. So insidious. Both sides have SS level mechas. Like guess who will win or lose in this battle? While the audience was discussing passionately, the coalition team had already fought with the main force of the 627th Military Academy. A flash of cold light flashed, and the spear in Fang Shangliu's hand whizzed towards Ji Nanqing mecha in an instant. Ruby quickly recognized that the person fighting Zephos was Mia, and it was obvious that the other party had reserved some strength when fighting her before. She was not very happy after realizing this truth, and her offensive against the enemy in front of her became more fierce. Many students in the bridge were watching the surveillance video nervously. They also knew that the enemy had sent out an SS-class mecha. Looking at the Zerg mecha fighting fiercely on the screen, the students unconsciously had a hint of worry in their eyes. Of course, they believed in the strength of Senior Gao Simong. What they were worried about was whether the opponent could still control his mental power under the threat of the SS-class mecha. At this moment, Elin looked at the picture displayed on the external sensor, and her face changed slightly. The battleship of Minerva Military Academy is approaching us. What do they mean? Kong Shan almost jumped up from his seat when he heard the news. Compared to helping others in need, Commander Han obviously prefers to take advantage of the situation. Xie Yinhan looked at the tactical situation display, and she didn't look surprised at all. Then she ordered in a cold voice, "All warships, pay attention to the Minerva Military Academy side, and the fighters are ready to attack." In the flagship of the Minerva Military Academy, Han Soma was also looking at the tactical situation display. after the coalition forces gradually transferred their forces to the 627 Military Academy. They had two choices. One was to move forward at full speed and fight against the coalition forces together with the 627 Military Academy. Or, as they were doing now, they took advantage of the coalition forces' fierce offensive against 627 to outflank the 627 fleet from another direction and get 627 out of the game first. Han Sumu did not hesitate when making the decision. But compared with the coalition forces with more troops, it was obvious that the weaker 627 would make it easier for Minerva to get a share. They did not accumulate enough resources in the early stage of this group match. Both the coalition fleet and the 627 fleet had more warships than they had. They could not gain an advantage in the frontal battle, so they could only take a different approach. Moreover, she had not forgotten the loss she suffered on planet number 2. Han Sumu directly ordered all fighter planes to take off, to intercept the incoming fighter planes of the 627th Military Academy, and to avenge the previous revenge on planet number 2, the flagship of the coalition forces. Min Jing couldn't help but curl her lips when she discovered the latest movement of the Minerva Military Academy fleet. Facing the attack from the two military academies, she narrowed the battle line and focused on attacking only one of the teams. Of course, to concentrate the troops, but also to divide them. Obviously, her strategy has worked. However, Minerva chose to deal with 627 first, which also meant that in Han Sumu's eyes, 627 was a very big threat. Thinking of this, Min Jing's attitude became more cautious. She still remembered the divination she had before the game. As the Minerva Military Academy fleet approached the direction of 627 Military Academy, the first to engage in fire were the faster fighters of both sides. The two large formations spread out in an umbrella shape, waiting for both sides to enter the range, and countless missiles detached from the racks, dragging long tails in the dark universe, intertwining with each other and rushing towards their own targets. This is the second time that the 627th Military Academy Fighter Group has fought against the Minerva Military Academy Fighter Group. Different from the previous air battle in the atmosphere, this time the background of the battle has become the universe. Fighter Major is the trump card major of the Minerva Military Academy. The pilots of the 627th Military Academy have already experienced the strength of their opponents. If they had not fought with their last breath and wanted to kill their opponents at all costs, they might not have been able to contain the enemy, fighting against the old rival again. In counter, the students of the 627th Military Academy were a little nervous, especially Yin Ting, who was almost eliminated. Looking at the dense light spots on the display, he could feel his heart beating violently. This time, he must not lose to his cousin again. After the long-range missile attack, the surviving fighters quickly entered into close-range combat. The alarm kept beeping, like an alarm clock that could not be turned off. Annoying, friendly and enemy aircraft, and the missiles flying all over the sky almost filled the entire display screen, and the pilots had no time to spend time to confirm the information. The students of the 627th Military Academy were not very accustomed to such large-scale combat, and for a moment, they were suppressed by the fighters of the Minerva Military Academy with their more sophisticated flight combat techniques. Li Wangshu pressed the missile launch button, and in an instant an F-11 exploded into a ball of fire. His eyes remained unchanged, and after a moment, he targeted another enemy plane. The aiming ring accurately locked onto the opponent fuselage, and the particle beam was fired. Seeing Li Wangshu destroy two enemy planes in a short period of time, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but exclaim, "This popular military school male god is not only outstanding in appearance. He is like a seasoned hunter, looking for prey with sharp eyes, and quickly adjusting the flight posture after finding the target, decisively delivering a fatal blow." Seeing that the number of their own fighters was rapidly decreasing, the remaining fighters of the 627th Military Academy suddenly changed their original flight trajectory, connecting head to tail to form a huge circle. "This is..." Li Wangshu couldn't help but frown, and Titus' voice sounded in the live broadcast room at the same time. The 627th Military Academy adopted the Lapri Big Circle tactics, which often allows multiple fighters to fly in circles around a center point on the same plane, thus forming a circle that can cover each other. It is a tactic that can attack and defend. Titus looked at the screen with a hint of approval in his eyes. You know, the Laidberry circle tactics requires a lot from pilots. Only when each fighter maintains an accurate flight trajectory, responds flexibly to enemy attacks, and cooperates with each other, Can the formation be kept stable in battle? This is a big test for the average level of pilots, and the tacit understanding between each other. I saw that an H7 of Minerva Military Academy had already launched an attack on an F11 in the circle formation. However, before the H7 locked the target, it was hit by the particle beam fired by another F11 behind it. When the circle is formed, if you attack any of the fighters, you will be bitten by the tail of the fighter behind you, just like what we just saw. In this way, the enemy will face threats from behind when attacking from any angle. The pilots of Minerva Military Academy also discovered this very quickly, and they couldn't find a way to crack it for a while. As another H7 exploded silently in space, the pilots of 627 Military Academy were all refreshed. While maintaining the stability of the formation, they continued to look for the opportunity to attack. But at this moment, a black H7 suddenly swooped down from above like a swift eagle, launching an extremely fierce attack on an F11 at the edge of the formation. The particle beam fell like dense raindrops, and the poor F11 that was targeted was unable to react in time, and turned into a huge fireball in the blink of an eye. Then, without waiting for other F11s to attack, the H7 broke away with one blow and immediately pulled up. Yenting's pupil shrank slightly. He guessed without thinking that this fighter must be driven by his cousin Li Wangshu, which made his breathing a little rapid. He still remembered how the other party shot down his fighter last time. At this time, Li Wangshu had already turned the fighter plane over and launched a second round of attack downwards. The circle formation that originally seemed to be tightly organized showed its rigid side under his extremely flexible one-hit and escape tactics, and could only passively take the beating. Under Li Wangshu's continuous sniping, the circle formation had been disrupted, and several H7s rushed towards the fighter planes of the 627 Military Academy. Yenting had been paying attention to the black H7 that was suspected to be driven by his cousin. Seeing that the other party had targeted another friendly plane, he hurriedly pulled the trigger. The particle beam shot straight at the enemy plane like golden arrows, but the enemy dodged it easily with a roll. Yenting was unwilling to continue chasing, but the enemy wingman was already flying towards him from another direction, so he had to turn around and look for another opportunity. But what he didn't know was that Li Wangshu had already developed a little interest in him. After getting rid of his lock, Li Wangshu immediately changed the direction of the nose with an extremely beautiful Stevens maneuver and switched to attack mode. Titus was stunned when he saw the scene, and his eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect that a student would perform such a difficult maneuver in the military school league. A row of particle beams shot obliquely at the tail of Yenting F11. He felt that the whole fuselage was shaking constantly. He could only dodge awkwardly, but he couldn't get rid of the H7 that was biting him tightly behind him. And other friendly aircraft were also in a bitter battle. He knew that this was not a solution. Looking at the huge earth-yellow planet in the distance, he opened the communication channel and gritted his teeth and said, "Let go. Let lead the enemy plane into the halo of the fifth planet." Chapter 184 Desperate Situation. Originally, the number of warships owned by Minerva Military Academy was less than that of 627 Military Academy, which means that, if the two schools were fighting alone, 627 Military Academy actually had a greater chance of winning. But now 627 Military Academy was already targeted by the coalition fleet, and faced with Minerva Military Academy attacking from the other side, it was inevitably stretched to its limits. Seeing that the fighter group of Minerva Military Academy had already occupied an advantageous position as the vanguard, in order to reduce the pressure on the warships in the rear, the fighter group of 627 Military Academy had to flee to the direction of planet number 5 with the pursuers behind them. This earth-colored planet has a very beautiful and wide planetary ring, like being surrounded by a colorful ribbon, which is very suitable for avoiding the enemy pursuit. Yenting pushed the joystick, accelerated and ran towards the location of the halo, unexpectedly. The H7 behind him chased him relentlessly, suddenly rushed towards him with a classic falling leaf fluttering. At the same time, the muzzle under the nose lit up with a dazzling light. Several particle beams passed through the fuselage of the F11, where Yenting was, and the fighter plane tilted uncontrollably in space. Yenting's heart skipped a beat. The alarm was screaming wildly in his ears. He pulled the joystick, trying to stabilize the fighter. He had never expected that H7 would fire when performing such a difficult maneuver, and actually hit the fuselage of F11. The superb shooting skills and precise grasp of timing displayed in it made him quite frightened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It can be said that he is worthy of being his cousin. It is really difficult to deal with. At this time, Yenting had already approached the halo of the fifth star. just as another particle beam was attacking the tail of the F-11. He suddenly controlled the fighter to dive down. The particle beam that had been shot out of the muzzle could not change direction halfway, and it hit a floating piece of gravel in front of it, instantly smashing the gravel, which was only 1/10 the size of the fighter, into pieces. Yinting also rushed into the halo area. This special area was densely covered with large and small gravel and ice particles. Although it provided a lot of natural shelters, the complex environment also created a lot of obstacles for flight. All fighters entering the halo area became more cautious. Yinting controlled the fighter plane to dodge left and right among the gravel, but he could not get rid of the H-7 chasing behind him. There are too many factors to consider in the battle in the space environment. It is difficult to catch the fleeting opportunity to fire with just human speed. In such a situation, mental power must be used to assist driving. The special environment also allows fighter planes to perform many difficult maneuvers in space that cannot be performed in the atmosphere, which in turn requires the physical fitness of pilots. Therefore, for Li Wanshu, who has a 2S qualification, the originally more difficult space flight can actually give him a greater advantage. Yinting obviously thought of this, and his nerves were tense. He narrowly avoided another fatal beam from behind, but he also knew that as long as he had not shaken off the enemy plane behind him, he would still be in danger. Commander-in-Chief, for safety reasons, why don't you take a group of people on a lifeboat to other warships first? Inside the flagship of the 627 Military Academy, Yilin looked at the battle that had not yet ended on the surveillance screen with concern, and said to Xie Yinhan, who was sitting next to her. As soon as she finished speaking, the interior of the warship shook violently again, and the sound of fierce fighting was faintly transmitted into the bridge through the layers of decks and bulkheads. His senior sister Yi is right. Zhao Chen covered his head that was hit again and couldn't help but speak out. Now they are fighting so fiercely down there. Let not talk about winning or losing for now. What if it affects the entire warship? I think the commander-in-chief should take the lifeboat and change to a warship as soon as possible. It will be too late if we are late. The students in the bridge looked at someone anxiously, but Xie Yinhan rejected their proposal without thinking. Since the coalition has sent out a manned assault cabin, they will naturally keep an eye on the situation on our side. The lifeboat will be a target at that time, and the other side will not give us a chance to reach other friendly ships. But in this case, what should they do next? Everyone heart sank, especially when they saw the Minerva Academy warship approaching on the sensor screen. The students felt unprecedented pressure. The coalition firepower was fierce, and the few soldiers who invaded the flagship had not been dealt with yet. Now the Minerva Academy has come to interfere again, with internal and external troubles. Is it destined that they, 627, can only go this far? We can see that the alliance between Minerva and 627 has broken down. The Minerva Academy fleet has outflanked 627 from the 4 o'clock direction, and objectively formed an encirclement of the 627 fleet together with the coalition fleet. Alger looked at the screen and clicked his tongue twice. After the coalition, Minerva Military Academy also chose to send 627 out without hesitation. It seems that they want to avenge their previous grudge on planet number 2. The audience in the live broadcast room were not optimistic about the current situation of 627 Military Academy, but they still wanted to know how the fleet of 627 Military Academy would deal with the current predicament. There is no way. Now all other schools have united to encircle 627. Even if they want to run, they can't escape. I think 627 is pretty good. Anyway, they should be able to advance to the finals with their performance in the past few days. Now they can get a few more points. It doesn't matter if they are eliminated. It a pity. I was shocked by 627 performance in this group stage. If Minerva hadn't suddenly changed sides, I think they might have been able to compete for the first place in Group A. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. This temporary alliance is not reliable. If the coalition forces are targeting Minerva, I believe that half of 627 Military Academy will make the same choice. The warships of the Minerva Military Academy had already opened fire. Dense energy beams were shooting towards the direction of the 627 Military Academy fleet, making the already flickering energy shields tremble even more. Commander-in-Chief, the energy shield of the flagship can't hold out for too long. Yillin's eyes were full of worry. Then other friendly ships also said bad news one after another through the communication channel in a panic. Amid the chaos, the flames of the warship's explosions kept lighting up, and then extinguished in an instant. Hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Xie Yanhan's voice sounded as calm as ever. She quietly looked at the tactical situation display, with a hint of excitement hidden in her eyes that was not easily noticed by others. At the same time, in the flagship of the Minerva Military Academy, Han Solo looked at the 627 Military Academy fleet, which had been decimated by the attack from both sides, and curled his lips in a good mood, in order to continue to increase the offensive, to tear as much meat as possible from the mouth of the coalition forces. Come! I just don't know why. She always felt a little uneasy in her heart. Were things going too smoothly? Logically, the other party fleet has now been surrounded by them, and the coalition forces, and has fallen into the center of the encirclement and suppression. It is almost impossible for them to make any waves. But when she thought of the 627, who always played cards unpredictably, she could never be completely relieved. It was also at this time that she realized that she had unconsciously regarded the 627 Military Academy as a great threat. 627. She silently repeated the name of the only ordinary military school that entered the group stage in her heart. No matter whether the opponent had any tricks, all she could do now was to make others more vigilant. I hope she was overthinking. At this moment, Yanting's condition was not very good. The right engine of the F-11 was hit by the particle beam emitted by the enemy aircraft cannon during the dodge just now, which greatly affected the flight performance and stability of the fighter. Facing the dangerous beams that followed, he felt like he was being chased by a terrifying beast. A huge pressure of survival enveloped him. He couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Would he be shot down again this time? Unlike the last time he escaped by luck. If he really had to eject again this time, he would have to shrink in this small escape pod, floating in space waiting for friendly rescue. Or, more likely, being sent away by the enemy. Naturally, he was not willing to end his group match journey in this way. He quickly contacted his wingman Balier. I am being chased by Li Wangshu now. Where are you flying to? Balier reported a coordinate. Yanting's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a way. Yanting F-11 and Balier fighter flew to the same position. Taking advantage of the short overlap time, Balier pulled the trigger at Li Wangshu H7. But unfortunately, she failed to hit it. When the two sides separated again, Yanting led the H7 behind him, and quickly bypassed a piece of rubble the size of a small mountain in front of him. Balier fighter plane flew over from another direction, and was blocked by the rubble. This was the largest piece of rubble nearby. The fighter plane flew for a long time, but failed to fly over it. From one side, it looked like a continuous mountain range, which made Yanting and Balier feel a little anxious. It should be soon. I can see the end. Be prepared. After finally passing the huge rubble, the two F-11s met again in the same direction. Yanting in front, Li Wangshu in the back, and Balier nose just faced Li Wangshu H7. Using this cross-flight method, Yanting created an excellent shooting window for Balier, and Balier aiming ring immediately caught the fuselage of the H7. An air-to-air missile broke away from the rack and accelerated to chase after it. Sachi cut. Titus revealed the name of this tactic in one breath. At the same time, Xie Yanhan, who had been silent just now, finally issued an attack order. The main guns of the 627 Military Academy warship had already accumulated energy, and now aimed the muzzles in the same direction and fired. In silence, various energy beams streaked across the dark space, like a grand meteor shower. When they finally converged at one point, they formed an extremely dazzling ball of light, just like a new star was born in a corner of the universe. Not good. Han Solo and Min Jing, who were already closely watching the battle, changed their expressions at the same time. Chapter 185 Reversal. Titus originally wanted to explain the tactical principle of sage shears in detail, but he did not expect such a change to happen on the main battlefield. The live camera quickly cut over, and almost everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. The 627th Military Academy warship did not attack the Minerva Military Academy or the Coalition fleet, but the nameless asteroid that happened to be on the side of the Minerva Military Academy fleet at this moment. A huge ball of light suddenly lit up in the darkness, almost illuminating the entire galaxy. And when the ball of light collided with the dim nameless asteroid, at one point, the outer part of the asteroid collapsed like a fragile eggshell. In a flash, the entire asteroid was broken into countless fragments, like a balloon that suddenly burst, or like fireworks that exploded at the highest point. And the debris burst in all directions. The Minerva Military Academy fleet, which was the closest, was the first to suffer, without giving them any time to react. The great rain created by the detonated asteroid hit them head-on. These fragments were extremely fast. Some were ejected again after hitting the thick outer armor of the warship, while others penetrated the warship defense directly, leaving charred holes on the hull. The warship was shaking violently under constant impact. The Minerva Military Academy students, who were inside the warship, fell to the ground one by one. There were dense collision sounds in their ears, as if they were in the center of a storm. Going further in the bridge, the high-pitched alarm sounded continuously. The captain was trying hard to overcome the continuous shock. He anxiously and panically ordered people to quickly close the inner gate of the airlock. The outer gate leading to space had been damaged in the collision. The air pressure in the warship was gradually lost. However, before the students of the Minerva Military Academy could make any remedies, the captain of the frigate looked at a piece of extremely large asteroid fragments with horror as it crashed into them. From a farther distance, the disintegration of the asteroid was more like a sudden avalanche. In the blink of an eye, the snow wave composed of fragments swallowed up all the warships of the Minerva Military Academy. The debris cloud was still moving, and the disintegrated Minerva Military Academy warship also became a part of it. At this moment, a tattered-looking warship finally rushed out of the debris cloud. The audience gasped when they saw the warship hull was dented by the dents, and they felt how dangerous this debris cloud was. Han Suma's face was very ugly at this moment. You know, the warships selected by Minerva Military Academy this time are still models with enhanced defense, but they are still helpless in the face of high-speed asteroid fragments. The flagship finally managed to escape from the debris cloud by using 2 cruisers as shields. Although Han Suma wanted to take a few more 627 Military Academy students as scapegoats, even if all the members were eliminated, the debris cloud between the 2 schools made it impossible for her to take revenge. Han Suma almost laughed out of anger. Commander Xie from the 627 Military Academy was really good job. She had never suffered such a big loss before. The live broadcast room barrage also ushered in a bigger explosion after a short pause. No one expected that the 627 Military Academy would break out in such a way. Especially the scene of the asteroid disintegration just now was so shocking. The barrage was almost filled with exclamation marks from the audience. Looking at the excited barrage, Titus and Alger looked at each other. They saw it more deeply than ordinary viewers. Using asteroids as space weapons is not just a new way. The difficulty is much higher than most people think. Although the asteroid disintegration is powerful, unlike missiles that can be locked, it is difficult for humans to control the direction of movement of these natural fragments, especially in deep space combat. These flying fragments are likely to not hit the target directly, only by attacking at a specific angle, and calculating the movement path of the asteroid fragments and the Minerva Academy fleet in advance. Can the current situation be achieved? The terrifying prediction and calculation ability, as well as the precise grasp of timing, surprised the 2 majors of the military department. After the Minerva Academy flagship escaped the debris cloud, the live broadcast camera finally cut back to the halo area of planet number 5. In fact, in the earth-shaking grapeshot rain just now on the main battlefield when it happened, the pursuit battle on planet number 5 was equally thrilling. The audience was stunned when they saw the fighter plane driven by Li Wanshu turned into a fireball, and they asked for a replay. Then, they saw the amazing reversal of the 2 F-11s from the 627 Military Academy working together, and finally defeating the unmatched Black H-7. However, the 2 pilots from the 627 Military Academy did not gain much advantage. The fighter plane driven by Yen Ting, who was used as bait, was also hit by the missile launched by Li Wanshu. He had no time to eject, and was eliminated together with Li Wanshu. Bailier was caught in a new chase with several Minerva Military Academy fighter planes, and was ejected from the simulator soon after. After coming out of the simulator, the 2 of them looked at their friends, who were still fighting in the live broadcast, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But in general, they were already very satisfied. After all, they had defeated Li Wanshu together. Yen Ting proudly sent a message to his cousin, and soon received a reply from him. "Oh, do you like T-bombs or R-bombs? Choose one, and I give it to you next time." Smile. Smile. Yen Ting felt a chill on his back. Although he was happy, he still knew the gap between himself and his cousin. This time, he and Bailier were able to eliminate Li Wanshu together, which was a bit of luck. If there hadn't been a piece of gravel that restricted the opponent maneuvering space, The missile launched by Baelier might not have hit the target in the end. Not to mention, he was also eliminated by a missile from the opponent. Yen Ting, who had been secretly pitted by his cousin since childhood, was already scared when he saw the two smiling faces. He knew very well how petty the other party was under the perfect appearance. It seemed that he would have a hard time in the finals. But Yen Ting was worried and secretly eager to try. After all, he had never thought that he could compete with his always excellent cousin. Even if there was only a slight possibility of winning, he would try his best. At this time, there was silence in the Coalition flagship. The Coalition students in the bridge couldn't help swallowing their saliva as they watched the Minerva Academy fleet being completely swallowed by the debris cloud. They felt a wave of fear in their hearts. If it was their coalition that was being plotted against, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed in this situation. Right? The Coalition students, who were originally full of confidence, felt the threat for the first time. Hiss, is the 627th Military Academy so cruel? Min Jing lowered her eyes and looked at the tactical situation display. Now the Minerva Academy fleet has completely disappeared, replaced by a large moving debris cloud. Her fingers couldn't help but tap the control panel in front of her. This commander of the 627th Military Academy is quite interesting. Someone suddenly spoke in the communication channel, interrupting her thoughts. After listening to the other party's somewhat panicked report, her expression changed again. All members of the assault team that invaded the 627th flagship, including Mia, have been eliminated? In fact, Min Jing sent out the manned assault cabin more out of trial. After learning that the 627 Military Academy also had SS-class mechas, she had always had such an idea. She never limited her vision to the victory or defeat of a game. After the group stage, there will be a more important finals. So sending a single soldier team that is not very useful in space battles to test the strength of potential opponents, isn't it a very cost-effective deal? If you can take this opportunity to directly eliminate the core personnel on the enemy flagship, it will be even better. However, the performance of the 627th Military Academy once again greatly exceeded Min Jing's expectations. Even if the assault team only has 5 people, she didn't expect to be defeated so quickly. Mia is a 4S level single soldier. This can only mean that the 627th Military Academy has opponents on the same level as Mia. Min Jing's eyes flashed with interest. It was interesting. It was really interesting. She didn't expect that in this group match. The 627th Military Academy would give her so many surprises. She turned on the communication channel and ordered in a cold voice. All ships should attack with all their strength. The warships in front should continue to move clockwise. Bite the tail of the enemy fleet. The students of the 627th Military Academy did not know that the coalition forces had already ignited a fierce fighting spirit. Many people in the flagship were still busy cleaning up the aftermath of the war. Their victory was not as easy as others imagined. Unlike the coalition soldiers who can do whatever they want. This is the flagship of the 627th Military Academy after all. In addition to defeating the enemy, they also have to guard against the enemy sabotage inside the warship, which inevitably makes them a little hesitant. However, to everyone's relief, Zephos did not fall into a mental frenzy this time. And he also solved the SS-class coalition mecha for them, which greatly reduced the pressure on the other soldiers. Now that the invading enemy has finally been solved, the students have not yet breathed a sigh of relief. And they found that the coalition offensive has suddenly become more fierce. And the warships originally located in the rear have been continuously mobilized, making the 627th Military Academy forces increasingly at a disadvantage. The audience in the live broadcast room were cheering for the 627th Military Academy clever plan to kill the Minerva Military Academy fleet. Unexpectedly, the battlefield situation was reversed again in the blink of an eye. Many people then remembered that there was a coalition army waiting for the 627th Military Academy. The coalition army doesn't have any asteroids. I'm very curious about what 627 will do next. There shouldn't be any other way except to fight hard. Right? The difference in military strength is not easy to make up. The coalition army firepower is too strong. If 627 can't win, it better to run away before the encirclement is fully formed. Why are you running? If the last day of the competition, you might as well fight the coalition forces directly. Maybe you can get some more points. In order to detonate the asteroid, the main gun of the 627th Military Academy warship had consumed a lot of energy. Under the coalition forces' bombardment, the energy shields of the warships could not hold up first, like fragile soap bubbles, and they burst in a puff. In the blink of an eye, another frigate of the 627th Military Academy was destroyed by the enemy artillery fire. But just when the coalition forces were about to pursue the victory, they suddenly found several unfamiliar warships on the other side of the fleet. Which school warships were these? Not only the coalition students, but also the audience in the central live broadcast room were puzzled. Only the diehard fans of the Capo Army, who had been following the Capo Army exclusive live broadcast room, finally came out to say, "Have you all forgotten that there is a school called Capo Military Academy? Sad. Is our Capo Army an unknown little transparent school? It seems that the status of the First Army is no longer secure. Everyone has forgotten its existence." Then, an enthusiastic netizen briefly explained to others what the First Army did during this period of disappearance. After the fleets of Minerva and 627 Military Academy left Planet Number 2, the First Army first made a comeback, returned to Planet Number 2, and got some more resource points, and gathered 5 warships before entering space. They carefully avoided the coalition forces, the large forces of 627 Military Academy, and destroyed the warships formed by the remaining forces on Planet Number 1 and Planet Number 3. Later, they kept hiding in the corner and watching the battle situation until now. The audience in the central live broadcast room also sighed after listening to Shoujuin experience. So miserable? If it were the former Shoujuin, they would not even care about the little shrimps on the number 1 and number 3 satellites. They were not enough to fill their teeth. So they are here to take advantage of the fire? But can they really beat the coalition forces? Don't we still have 627? So Shoujuin is now allied with 627. Have they forgotten that 627 is the culprit that caused them to fall to this point? You dare to cooperate. Aren't you afraid of being sold out? A mature commander will know that there are no eternal enemies or eternal allies in the League. However, this plot is indeed quite fantastic. First, Minerva backstabbed 627. And then 627 formed an alliance with the First Army to fight the coalition forces? The students in the flagship of the 627 Military Academy also felt that it was quite fantastic. They couldn't help but recall Xia Yinhan's reaction when they found that the coalition forces changed their formation to attack them. Form an alliance with the Show Army. They were all shocked when they heard the Commander-in-Chief words. Aren't we allies with Minerva? It depends on what the Minerva Military Academy will choose next. Xia Yinhan's tone was quite meaningful. But the Show Army is not here. Right? Kong Shan scratched his head. Even if we want to form an alliance, we can't find them. In response, Xia Yinhan's answer was, we don't need to look for them. When the time comes, they will naturally contact us. They still remembered the Commander-in-Chief demeanor at that time, as if he was sitting on a fishing island and waiting for the fish to bite the hook leisurely, and the First Army actually contacted them. After the First Army fleet suddenly joined the game, the battlefield situation changed again. Originally, the coalition forces wanted to bite the tail of the 627th Military Academy fleet, but at this time, they were surrounded by the 627th Military Academy and the First Army fleet, replaying the scene of Minerva and the coalition fleet outflanking and attacking the 627th Military Academy fleet together. With the advantage of the position, the two schools led the way with destroyers and launched a fierce charge against the coalition battle formation. Like two sharp arrows piercing the enemy ribs, the huge coalition fleet seemed a bit clumsy in the face of the enemy's surprise attack. When there are too many people, it is difficult to dispatch. If it is a favorable situation, it is fine. But it is different when encountering adversity. Moreover, this fleet is not entirely composed of the coalition-owned people. There are also warships from the Qishao Military Academy and the Xinghong Military Academy mixed in, which makes the already chaotic situation worse. Such a chaos also created a huge gap between their battle formations. Before the coalition warships could fill the gap in time, a destroyer that came out from the rear of the fleet rushed forward and approached the coalition flagship that was protected in the center. Even though Minjing did not expect that an enemy ship would come from this direction, she immediately realized that it was the 627 Military Academy warship that was causing trouble in their rear. At the same time, several crisp voices rang out from the destroyer. Has entered the main gun range. Plasma loading completed, manual correction check completed. Target locked, main gun fired. Under Lin Tian's calm gaze, without waiting for the coalition ships to come back for help, a dazzling beam of energy cut through the darkness, like a long sword, completely piercing the bridge of the coalition flagship. Almost all the students in the battle were stunned by this sudden incident. Xia Yinhan and Slausha reacted the fastest, and issued the attack order almost at the same time. Under the increasingly fierce offensive of 627 and Show Army, the three-school fleet of the coalition army, which lost its commander-in-chief, fell apart. The remaining students of the coalition army also hated the two schools to the extreme, and rushed to the enemy in front of them regardless of everything. The main battlefield was completely plunged into a melee. The flashes of light illuminated the entire universe. The energy beams flying everywhere formed an intricate network, and the fighter planes flexibly shuttled between them. The warships of 627 Military Academy fired another round of main gun salvos. The Show Army, which had strong individual strength, sent out several assault suicide squads, and launched a fierce boarding battle with the coalition army. From time to time, the warships of the three coalition schools were seized, or the self-destruction program was activated to prevent the invaders. Although sound cannot be transmitted in space, the live broadcast room thoughtfully prepared sound effects. The already fierce battle scenes were even more lively, with the sounds of attacks and explosions, and the audience watched with relish. When there was only 1 hour left before the end of the group stage, almost all the schools present were bloodthirsty. The schools attacked each other, and it didn't matter whether they were allies or not. They opened fire when they saw warships other than their own school. An hour passed in a flash, until everyone was forced to eject the simulator, and the Military Academy students, who were fighting hard, finally realized that the game was over. Chapter 186. Point Settlement. As the 10-day competition finally came to an end, whether it was the audience in the live broadcast room, the participating students, or the principals and teachers in the viewing room, they all waited for the final points settlement. The first place in Group B was no suspense. The first military school dominated the other schools throughout the whole game, almost killing through the entire arena. But the final ranking of Group A was a bit confusing. Looking at the whole game, the participating schools in Group A were like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Minerva Military Academy directly used the electronic mecha as a killer weapon, and defeated Silver Blade Military Academy and Clawed Military Academy at lightning speed in the early stage of the game, earning a large amount of points and locking in the promotion position in advance. The coalition, led by the genius Commander Min Jing, ended the civil war at a very small cost and formed a huge space fleet. Even if the fleets of 627 and the First Army joined forces later, they were only able to fight them on equal terms. It was a pity that the flagship had an accident when the game was about to end, but they had accumulated enough capital. The 627th Military Academy, which almost appeared out of nowhere, was the biggest surprise of this league. They defeated the strong with the weak several times when outsiders were not optimistic about them. Resolved crisis, defeated the First Army, Minerva Military Academy, and other strong enemies, and had the last laugh. As for the champion of the previous league, the Capital Military Academy, this time it withdrew from the competition for the top 3 in the group stage in advance. They were seriously injured in the battle with the 627th Military Academy, although the new commander Slosha, who took office later, turned the tide. The accumulation of resource points in the early stage was insufficient, and the gap in military strength with other schools was too large. The points obtained were limited. So, which one is first in Group A? Minerva Military Academy, the Allied Forces, or 627? Everyone stared at the big screen nervously, until the final ranking of Group A was updated, and the whole audience was shocked. 627 Military Academy topped the list with 3,012 points. Minerva Military Academy ranked second with 2,987 points, and the Allied Forces ranked third with 2,753 points, followed by the First Army with 1,794 points, Qiyang Military Academy with 612 points, and Silver Blade Military Academy with 463 points. Everyone was surprised, and not surprised, that the 627th Military Academy could take first place in Group A. The performance of the 627th Military Academy in this group match was indeed very impressive. But their luck was not very good. They met tough opponents like the First Army, Minerva Military Academy, and the Allied Forces. Even if they won, it was a narrow victory, and they did not get many points. In comparison, although the Minerva Military Academy was almost wiped out in the later stage of the game, it could still be ranked second, because the Silver Blade Military Academy and Clawed Military Academy on planet number 3 alone provided them with a lot of points. It can be said that if the 627th Military Academy had not come from behind in the subsequent space battle, the champion of this group match would have been the Minerva Military Academy. In fact, their current score gap is also very small. If the Minerva Military Academy can get a few more kills, it can easily catch up with the 627th. The coalition is the success of the alliance, and the failure of the alliance. They did not kill all the schools on the same planet, but wanted to kill them after they had solved the enemies on other planets. However, they did not expect that the points of the Qishao Military Academy and the Xingho Military Academy would eventually benefit the 627th and the Shoujuan, who were behind. As for the First Army, although it lost nearly half of its troops and most of its core players a few days before the game, its total points were still comparable to those of the Qishao Military Academy and the Yiran Military Academy. Slusha played a big role in this. 1794 points was the best result that could be obtained under such conditions. Otherwise, the First Army would be embarrassed this time. It can be said that the 6 schools that advanced from Group A were also divided into 3 levels. 627. Minerva and the Allied forces were in 1 level. The First Army was in 1 level. And the Qishao Military Academy and the Yiran Military Academy were in another level. After the results of the competition were announced, Yin Xiaonan heard a system notification sound. Main quest past the group stage has been completed. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. 2,000 points. The final ranking of the group in the group stage. Additional reward of 1,000 points. Free building School History Museum X1. You have been upgraded. With a light click, Yin Xiaonan felt that a barrier in his body was instantly broken, as if a layer of fog had been removed from his eyes, and his 5 senses were more acute than ever. Is this the double S level? She secretly clenched her fists, feeling the power filling her body, and suddenly wanted to find a place to vent. However, before that, she had some things to deal with. Jiang Xuanyu was originally looking at the scoreboard, but suddenly noticed something strange, and glanced at the person next to her. The other person seemed to be watching the big screen, and there didn't seem to be anything strange. However, Jiang Xuanyu felt a little confused. Why did she feel that the aura of Principal Yin seemed to be stronger than before? Noticing the gazes on him, Yin Xiaonan calmly restrained the mental energy that had overflowed due to his promotion, and looked back with a smile on his face. Principal Jiang? Jiang Xuanyu came back to his senses, and his eyebrows curved. Principal Yin. Congratulations. Your school deserves the first place. I am convinced. I haven't seen such a wonderful student competition for a long time. Yin Xiaonan immediately waved his hand modestly. It all the students' own efforts. Not to mention there is a final. I don't deserve such praise from Principal Jiang. Jiang Xuanyu and Nandong Wei felt a little sour after hearing this. Nandong Wei pretended to complain. Alas, I didn't expect that Principal Yin 627 was just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It deceived us all so badly. Who said it wasn't? Jiang Xuanyu also joined in. If even the 627 Military Academy is just an ordinary military academy, how can we, the first-class military academies, survive? Facing the condemning eyes of the 2 principals, Yin Xiaonan didn't feel guilty at all. Our school just passed the military academy qualification competition last year. Isn't it a genuine ordinary military academy? I didn't lie to you on purpose. In fact, Jiang Xuanyu and Nandong Wei were just joking. They all knew that with the strength shown by the 627th Military Academy now, it would never remain unknown. It was only a matter of time before it became a first-class military academy. Thinking of this, the 2 shrewd principals treated Yin Xiaonan more friendly, and even made an appointment to have dinner together later. After leaving the simulation cabin, the students of each participating school also paid attention to the release of the final ranking of the competition. After the students of the 627 Military Academy found out that they had won the first place in Group A, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Although they had known for a long time that 627 would definitely enter the finals, they did not expect that their points would actually rank first. The students looked up desperately. The golden word 627 Military Academy were at the top of the list, trampling Minerva Military Academy, the Allied forces, and the First Army under their feet. They still felt like they were dreaming at this time, and their heads were dizzy, although they had previously boasted that they would win the league championship. When they really saw the ranking, they felt that it was not real, especially the sophomores. Many of them had to choose a school that was not a formal military school at the time because they were rejected by other military schools. Although they have achieved a complete transformation through nearly 2 years of training, they still feel inferior deep down, especially when facing the proud students of top military schools such as Minerva. How many top military schools did they really beat in the group stage? Although it is not easy, it is not as difficult as imagined. After confirming that they were not dreaming, the faces of the young men from the 627th Military Academy finally broke into extremely bright smiles. They couldn't help but cheer loudly, and many students hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to pass on their excitement to their companions in this way. Listening to the faint laughter coming from next door, the students of the First Army felt very uncomfortable. The 4th place in the group may be good for ordinary military academies, but for the First Army, it can be regarded as a failure. What bothered them the most was that their points fell into the 2nd tier, which was not just a few points difference. Not to mention that the 627th Military Academy, which they had always looked down upon, won the 1st place in the group stage. Since seeing the ranking, the students of the First Army were silent, and the students who were eliminated before also came here specially to see the results today. At this time, they all looked lost, as if the last glimmer of luck was shattered. How is it possible? How could he be the first in that ordinary military academy? Zheng Yuan's excited voice broke the silence in the room. Kelvin was already in a bad mood. Hearing Zheng Yuan still making noises, he inexplicably felt a bit of anger. Shut up. Zheng Yuan subconsciously quieted down. But after realizing what he had done, his face instantly turned red, ashamed and angry. Why? Kelvin was just a single soldier leader, and he was the commander-in-chief of the First Army. What qualifications did the other party have to scold him in front of so many people? Zheng Yuan wanted to settle accounts with the other party immediately, but was stopped by Yutong. Okay, Zheng Yuan, don't make a scene here. Everyone is in a bad mood now. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost so badly. Can this be blamed entirely on me? Zheng Yuan widened his eyes, looked around, and saw that everyone was looking at him indifferently. He was immediately a little furious. It was obviously Slaosha who deliberately concealed important information in order to seize command, which caused me to make a wrong decision. Do you think everyone is blind? It's obviously your own problem. How dare you ask your first-year junior to take the blame? Listening to Zheng Yuan's words of shirking responsibility, Yaida couldn't help but feel sorry for Slaosha. Didn't Slaosha remind you not to disperse your forces? What did you do? You just silenced him. You are stubborn, and you are not a qualified commander at all. You? Zheng Yuan was furious, especially when he looked at Slaosha, but found that the other party didn't even bother to give him a look. He just felt his head buzzing. In an instant, he lost his mind and pounced on the damn guy. In his opinion, Yida's words were clearly instructed by Slaosha. Seeing this, the people around him immediately rushed up to separate them. In the chaos, everyone in the First Army received a notice from the school. After reading the message, the students of the First Army stopped their actions, and their faces became particularly solemn. The school asked them to go to the meeting room tomorrow afternoon. Could it be that they came to question them because of the result of the group stage? While the students of the First Army were anxious, the students of Minerva Military Academy and the Allied forces also had mixed feelings after seeing the results of the competition, especially the commanders of the two schools, Han Sumu and Min Jing, whose faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. The points were secondary, and the two of them really couldn't accept being calculated by others like this. No wonder the results of my divination were not good before. It's not good to go anywhere. The gentleman gets the carriage. The villain strips the house. Min Jing muttered to herself, and Han Sumu turned on the optical brain to search for news about the 627 Military Academy. After 10 days of competition, the students were very tired, especially those who participated in the last space battle, who had been on edge in the simulator, since the results of the competition were out. No matter what they thought in their hearts, the students of the participating schools quickly went back to the dormitory area to sleep. Anyway, the results cannot be changed, right? It is better to rest early, recuperate, and wait for the start of the finals. The next day, the students of the 627th Military Academy went to the viewing room in the park early, intending to watch the full video of the competition. However, before they opened the door of the viewing room, they heard footsteps, and the students turned around and looked over. Chapter 187, Watching a Movie. Hey, Isn't this our noble First Army student? What a coincidence, you are here to watch the video of the game too. Yinting recognized the person, and said with a smile. His tone sounded a bit weird. He still remembered the attitude of the First Army students towards them 627 before, and now seeing the defeater again, he was naturally refreshed. Faced with Yinting's active provocation, the First Army students did not say anything, and each of them looked worried, which made Yinting, who was still waiting for the opponent to make a move, couldn't help but be surprised. No way. Could it be that the guys from the First Army were so shocked that they were directly shut down by them? Others also thought that the reaction of the First Army was a little strange, and they all looked over with inquiring eyes. More than 20 people from the First Army came, mostly the core players. Kelvin was in the front. Zheng Yuan, the general commander of the game, was nowhere to be seen, and a boy who looked unfamiliar was walking on the left of Kelvin. Lu Qiyang and Lin Muyuan also came, and it was not known whether they were too shocked in the group stage. Both of them were a little silent this time, but Lin Muyuan still glanced at Lin Tianan in the crowd with an obscure look. The atmosphere was awkward. In the dead silence, someone whispered in Kelvin's ear, "Captain, why don't we come to the viewing room at another time?" It was embarrassing to lose to 627 in the group stage. Now if they were to review the video with the 627 team, wouldn't it be like throwing the face of the first team into outer space? No need. Kelvin rejected such a proposal without thinking. As the pride of the first team, he had his own pride. We have already lost. Now the important thing is to review the game. If you really feel ashamed, play well in the next game. This made several students bury their heads in embarrassment. Kelvin nodded slightly to Tao Shan, the leader of the 627th Military Academy. No matter what he thought in his heart, he was very generous to the outside world. At this time, two groups of people walked towards the viewing room one after another. Ruby! Mia saw an acquaintance in the team of the 627th Military Academy at a glance, and immediately ran over to say hello excitedly. "I was planning to look for you this afternoon, but I didn't expect to meet you here." Facing Mia's enthusiastic call, Ruby looked annoyed. "Humph. I don't have a friend like you. If it weren't for the group stage, I wouldn't have known that you weren't even double S level. You've been lying to me." Mia's face flushed. She scratched her hair and explained anxiously. "Ah, I really didn't mean to lie to you. It was the instructor who didn't let me tell anyone. I was promoted only last month." "You were promoted last month?" Ruby grasped the key point. "Does that mean you didn't let me win when you played against me before?" "Of course not." Listening to Mia's firm answer, Ruby finally felt much better. She waved her hand casually. "You should have said it earlier. I was angry only because I thought you deliberately let me win when you played against me before. If that's not the case, then it's okay." She looked at Mia with interest. "I didn't expect you to be at level 4S now. How about playing against me again when you have time?" Ruby and Mia just cleared up their misunderstanding. Ji Nanqing, who came over a step slower than Mia, looked at the girl standing next to Ruby. He smiled bitterly and said, "Student Fang, you won the group match this time. I thought I had made great progress during this period, but I didn't expect that you improved even faster than me. I lost with a clear conscience." However, the person he was looking at was confused. Ji Sinu hesitated and said, "Did you recognize the wrong person? You said Student Fang. Are you referring to senior sister Fang Shengliu? She over there." Ji Nanqing was silent for a moment, then he came to the real Fang Shengliu and spoke again. "Mr. Fang." At this time, the leader of the coalition Min Jing and Han Sima from Minerva Military Academy also came over with the main players. Han Sima looked at the people standing at the door of the viewing room, raised his eyebrows slightly. "You all came quite early." Kelvin glanced at the crowded corridor, and took the lead in pushing open the door of the viewing room. "Let go in first." The viewing room in the park was converted from a large lecture hall. It can accommodate up to 400 or 500 people. There are many seats. Students from several schools found their seats and sat down. I don't know if it's because of the poor ranking in this group match. The seats chosen by the students of the First Army are far away from the people from the other 3 military schools. Minerva and the Coalition Army sat together. Students from several schools came to the viewing room so early to watch the game video. Naturally, they didn't waste time chatting at this time. They soon quieted down and prepared to start watching the movie. However, at this moment, the door of the viewing room was pushed open again. "Hide, what are you doing here?" Han Sima was a little surprised to see the newcomer. "We should watch the video of Group B match in the viewing room number 2 downstairs." Right? A boy with a baby face strode in, with a group of students wearing the uniforms of the First Army. After taking a look at everyone present, they found a place to sit down. Hyde smiled and replied to Hansuma. I heard that the match of your Group A was very intense this time. We are curious and want to come and see it. He should be the commander-in-chief of the First Army. Hyde grinned. The tall girl next to him is their chief soldier, Yu Yajing. And the curly-haired guy next to him, who looks a little silly, is another 2S soldier in their First Army. Good Tianchen. Jisun Yu whispered to her companions. The students of the 627th Military Academy looked over with interest. They had not fought with the First Army yet. They didn't know who was stronger between these people and the First Army. Minerva. And the coalition forces. The people of the First Army were actually silently observing the students of the 627th Military Academy. When they learned that the first place in Group A was won by the only ordinary military academy that entered the group stage, they almost thought they had heard fake news. No way. What on earth are the First Army, Minerva, and the Allied forces doing? They can't even beat the ordinary military academy. The students of the First Army were both gloating. And they were also very curious about this ordinary military academy that defeated its old rivals. They wanted to know what the 627th Military Academy had to win the first place in Group A. With this purpose in mind, they came to the number 1 viewing room, where the video of Group A match was played. They did not expect to run into the real person, which was a pleasant surprise. After the students of the First Army took their seats, the video of the match officially began to play, and everyone focused their attention on the big screen in front. The match lasted for 7 days, so the video was naturally not that long. But it was edited in the later stage, retaining the essence of it, with a total length of more than 4 hours, which is equivalent to a feature film. The big screen lights up. The video opens with a montage, showing the initial login environment of each school in Group A. The coalition students look out at the sea on a sunny island. The Shoujuan students walk cautiously in the quiet and deep forest. The Minerva Military Academy students drive searchlights into the dark and terrifying underground cave. When the camera finally switches to the 627 Military Academy, the background becomes pure white, the wind is cold, the snow is white. The 627 Military Academy team walks on the thick ice. Their initial base was actually the polar base? Hansuma's pupils trembled slightly when she saw this scene. She had always thought that the initial base of the 627th Military Academy was the mountain base of planet number 2. It turned out that she guessed wrong? She soon understood that the First Army and 627 had definitely exchanged bases before they arrived at planet number 2. Although she had long guessed that 627 and the First Army had fought, and the First Army lost, she did not expect that the First Army was defeated with the advantage of home court, and even lost its initial base. Hansuma, who was originally depressed because of the failed space battle, suddenly felt a little comforted. Compared with the First Army, Minerva didn't seem to be so miserable. Hey, the initial base of the 627th Military Academy is not very good. On the First Army side, Hyde couldn't help but complain to the people around him. I thought they must have drawn a particularly good initial base to get the first place in the group. But it turned out not to be the case. Although the first place in the group is definitely not obtained by luck alone, Hyde still thinks that an ordinary military academy can defeat so many first-class military academies. There is definitely a component of luck. However, this start was completely beyond his expectations. You should know that the early stage of the group stage is to accumulate resource points. The initial base is very important. If the resource points are not accumulated enough, you cannot exchange for better weapons and equipment. If you fall behind one step, you will fall behind step by step. The subsequent development in the video really proves this point well. Although the 627th Military Academy did show its impressive strength in the fight against the mutant creatures, compared with several schools in resource-rich areas, their speed in obtaining resource points is much slower. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Unlike some places where you can encounter high-level mutant creatures just by walking around, in the polar region, sometimes you may not encounter a mutant beast even if you walk hundreds of kilometers. As time goes by, this gap will continue to widen. Just when students from various schools were curious about how they would break the deadlock, a firm female voice suddenly sounded. Take advantage of the time to earn more resource points tomorrow morning. We will leave here at noon tomorrow. On the big screen, Xie Yinhan looked down at the holographic map and pointed at the location of the capital army base. From the efficiency of obtaining resource points, the base of the capital military academy has more advantages. A low cry was heard in the viewing room immediately. Although judging from the results of the competition, the 627th Military Academy must have succeeded in breaking through, but they did not expect that this group of people would set their sights on the First Army. This is only the first day of the competition. Right? Isn't the 627th Military Academy a little too bold? Han Sumu and Min Jing showed a look of realization almost at the same time, so that it. The students of the First Army all had dark faces, and some of them wanted to leave midway when they thought of what happened later. Only the students of the First Army had no idea what happened in the game. At this time, they finally became a little interested. So the 627th Military Academy not only defeated the First Army, but also robbed the opponent base. As local military academies on the capital planet, the First Army and the First Army did not get along well. A group of people almost laughed out loud, sitting up straight, looking at the big screen in front of them intently. They couldn't wait to see such a scene. Chapter 188 Public Execution. The viewing room was filled with undercurrents, and students from various schools were secretly waiting to see the joke of the First Army. But as the video continued to play, their expressions gradually became serious. They had imagined in advance what tactics the 627th Military Academy would adopt, but they had never expected to see such a wonderful guerrilla war in such a complex terrain as the mountains, and the transforming mecha disguised as Qiyang performing the Disc War movie made everyone feel a chill, especially the students of the First Army who had never fought against 627th. Qiyang opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of shock. Oh my god! How can the lead be played like this? As the person involved, Qiyang couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, and finally understood why several soldiers from the same school recognized the wrong person at that time. But this made him even more annoyed. If he hadn't been rational, he would have almost left the field, looking at the fake phony on the screen that was swaggering among their First Army team. The First Army students clenched their fists in hatred. Although everything had been settled, they still couldn't help but want to curse when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a despicable military academy. This was just the beginning. When the camera cut to the few soldiers of the First Army who were captured by the 627 Military Academy, Yutong turned her head silently, pretending to have lost her memory. Lin Muyuan finally couldn't keep his calm appearance and looked a little gloomy. Then, the students of the 627 Military Academy proposed to trade a few prisoners with the First Army. Zheng Yuan nodded and agreed. The eyes of the several commanders sitting there flashed. They realized that this should be the turning point of the battle. In the picture, both schools began to prepare nervously. Zheng Yuan, the commander of the First Army, knew that this might be a trap, but he wanted to take advantage of the situation. He was confident that he could take this opportunity to capture the 627th Military Academy in one fell swoop. But just as he was giving orders with great enthusiasm, a steady male voice suddenly sounded, and the camera turned to a somewhat unfamiliar student of the First Army. Xia Yinhan, who had been daydreaming, glanced at the big screen and raised her eyebrows slightly. She recognized that this person was the boy who stood next to Calvin when she just entered the door, and she had already guessed his identity. Commander-in-Chief, I have objections to the deployment of the garrison defense line. Although it seems that the defense line has been extended by 2 combat units, it actually leads to insufficient firepower. It is better to concentrate the troops in the middle to prepare for battle. Shut up. Am I the Commander-in-Chief, or are you the Commander-in-Chief? Know your position clearly. You are only responsible for obeying my orders. Don't have any evil thoughts. Hearing the content of the conversation, the Shoujuan students looked very complicated. Did Slaosha notice the problem of the defense line so early? They couldn't help thinking, if Xing Yuan had listened to Slaosha's advice at that time, would their First Army not have lost so badly? Thinking that Zheng Yuan, as the Commander-in-Chief of the First Army, could not face failure, and refused to watch the replay of the game this morning, these First Army students' dissatisfaction with Zheng Yuan reached its peak at this moment. TSK, it's still that idiot. Min Jing's eyes were full of disdain. Then she focused on the ancient copper coins in her hand again. She shook her hands, and threw 3 ancient copper coins. The copper coins fell on the table with a crisp sound. On the big screen, with the sudden attack of the First Army, the battle had already begun, and countless missiles attacked the 627th Military Academy team. Ruby couldn't help but complain when she saw this. Look! It obviously the First Army that started it. You can't blame us. Who said it wasn't? Xiao Chen on the side also curled his lips. They still have the nerve to say that we are insidious. It obviously they who didn't abide by the agreement first. We were just passively counterattacking. The students of Minerva Military Academy and the coalition forces who were nearby were speechless when they heard the conversation between the two. If they hadn't fought against 627 before, they might really believe these guys' lies. Sure enough, the camera turned. A blade squad of the 627th Military Academy appeared near the headquarters of the First Army. When they saw the terrifying Zerg mecha, the audience room was filled with uncontrollable gasps. Zephos did not make many moves in the group stage. Only a few soldiers of the First Army and the Allied forces had seen his mecha with their own eyes. Others had only heard that the 627th Military Academy had such an SS-class Zerg mecha, and were far less shocked than seeing the video. Is this the Zerg mecha mentioned on the Star Network? Hyde carefully observed the details of Zephos' battle and asked the person next to him. If it were you, would you be sure to win? I don't know. You know, after you fight him, he very difficult to deal with. Yu Yajing looked at the big screen in front of her intently. Her eyes were deep. But what she liked most was the challenge. The viewing room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zephos' strength did not need to be proved with extra words. But his mental power violent disorder that could occur at any time made it impossible for the students present to truly regard him as a strong man they admired. For Zephos, they have an instinctive fear, sympathy for his experience, amazement at his strength, and even a subtle jealousy and secret gloating. The feelings of the students of the First Army are more complicated. Zephos used to be a student of their school. Although they don't like such a monster who has injured their classmates, they are very unhappy when he helped 627 to beat them. However, they soon have no time to dwell on this matter. In the background music that is becoming increasingly tense and urgent, 627 Military Academy breaks through their base, and the camera lens shows their embarrassed escape vividly. The students of Shojuin buried their heads in embarrassment. They could already imagine how the people from other military schools were laughing at them. They were somewhat glad that they chose a position far away from others. If it weren't for the fact that leaving at this time would only make them look like they couldn't afford to lose, they would have long since stopped wanting to stay here and be publicly executed. It was all Zheng Yuan's fault. He had no ability to be a commander, and he brought shame to Shojuin. The students of Shojuin silently cursed the culprit. The people from other military academies were indeed in a very happy mood at this time. The First Army had always acted in a domineering manner. Not to mention the 627 Military Academy, there were also occasional frictions between the First Army and several other top military academies. The First Army liked to recruit civilian students, so it was mocked as a slum by the second-generation rich of the First Army. The Allied forces were in the remote Taishi Star region, so it was ridiculed by the students of the First Army as a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. The Minerva Military Academy, which rose later, was not spared either, and was scolded as a marketing guy who was tied up to the top. Now the people of the three schools are naturally happy to see them suffer. If the people of the First Army were not still present, they would have to maintain a superficial decency. Many students would have wanted to applaud, although they did not defeat the First Army. It was so satisfying to see the always arrogant First Army fail in the league. But the people of Minerva Military Academy did not feel happy for too long. They saw their school warships also appear in the picture, and they could not laugh anymore. In the following time, the situation changed, and the students of Minerva and the coalition also experienced the taste of being publicly executed one by one. You know, the video of the league will be kept forever, and even used as a teaching example. When they think of the role of cannon fodder in it, a group of people would rather not have them in the video, especially those unlucky guys who were given a close-up. They wanted to cry without tears, and they wanted to invade the park system to destroy the body and wipe out the traces. But it is estimated that this will not have any effect, and the live broadcast screen recordings outside have already been flying all over the sky. When the video finally ended, the students of the First Army, Minerva and the Allied Army were all wilted, and the people of the First Army breathed a sigh of relief. They were shocked when they saw it. They were suddenly a little glad that they were not assigned to Group A. Otherwise, the First Army might also be among those publicly executed today. TSK, this match is really intense. Hyde touched his chin. After watching the replay of the match, he had to admit that the 627th Military Academy first place in the group was really not fake. Whether it was the electronic suppression of the Minerva Military Academy, or the 8 gates formation of the Allied forces, It was not something that any school could easily crack. Even if the commander of the First Army was poor, it might not be so bad if it met other military academies. He knew that the finals would probably be difficult to play. The First Army was eager to avenge its previous defeat. Minerva had electronic mechas and micro-energy shields. Min Jing, the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, was not easy to deal with either, not to mention the 627th Military Academy that almost appeared out of nowhere. After watching the video, the people of Showdown immediately stood up and left this embarrassing place impatiently. Others did not move. Min Jing looked down at the result of the divination and frowned slightly. Why is it the mountain-peeling hexagram again? Hey, charlatan. What did you get from the divination? Qiyang asked curiously. But Min Jing rolled his eyes at him. I calculated that our coalition can win the championship of this league. Are you kidding me? Qiyang looked unconvinced. He lowered his head and glanced at the strange symbols written on the paper. He did not understand and had to look away with regret. Hyde was very upset when he saw the scene. He called him. Qiyang. What are you doing? Let's go back to the meeting. Got it. After the people from the First Army left, only Minerva, the Allied forces, and the 627th Army were left in the viewing room. Min Jing glanced at the person sitting in the last row of the 627th Military Academy, and happened to meet the other person casual gaze. She smiled at the man, Xia Yinhan, and crumpled up the draft paper on the table, stuffed it into her pocket, and walked to the door. The other coalition students followed immediately. Mia even turned back and waved to Ruby slightly, and her lips seemed to say goodbye. Let go too. Xia Yinhan stretched his waist and said to his companions. The people from Minerva Military Academy stood up almost at the same time as the students from the 627 Military Academy, and a group of people lined up to leave the viewing room. When the two schools were about to part ways, Han Suma took the initiative to walk up to Xia Yinhan and said in a rare serious tone, You are very good, but I will not lose to you in the finals again. Xia Yinhan raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. At the same time when the schools were watching the video, the outside world was also discussing the group matches that had just passed. Compared to the unsuspenseful Group B match, the Group A match naturally attracted more attention. And the 627 Military Academy was the most discussed school among them. An ordinary military school defeated 3 top military schools and won the first place in the group. It was a big upset. Gamblers crying and going to the rooftop can be seen everywhere on the Star Internet. Some people who were unwilling to accept reality went to report that the 627 military school was cheating. But they were slapped in the face by the official inspection results. This dispute attracted more passers-by to pay attention to this league. After watching the live broadcast, everyone was silent. So, why can an ordinary military school participating in the league for the first time be so strong? This is definitely a lie. Netizens became more curious about the suddenly popular 627 Military Academy and learned more about them. Then some careful people found that 627 Military Academy was very likely to deliberately control the winning rate in the auditions, so that it would not meet the 4 major military academies in advance. Some people who had watched the auditions before suddenly realized that it was no wonder that 627 Military Academy ranked so high in the auditions, but had not matched with several top military academies. They thought that 627 Military Academy was lucky. They are really playing the pig to eat the tiger. Right? But how easy is it to control the winning rate? Everyone has a deeper understanding of the strength of the 627th Military Academy. The Federal Society has always admired the strong. Netizens from all walks of life have shown unprecedented interest in this ordinary military academy from the deserted planet. It's a pity that there is not much information about this military academy on the Star Network. In this case, the Federal Military Network announced that it would conduct an exclusive interview with Yin Xiaonan, the principal of the 627th Military Academy, which immediately attracted great attention. Chapter 189 scored twice. On the third day after the group stage, a floating car with a huge logo painted on the door entered the campus, where the participating students were staying. Inside the car, a woman dressed as a reporter was looking down at the information on the light computer. Wu Na is a senior reporter at the Capital Star headquarters of the Federal Army Network. In order to win the opportunity to interview Yin Xiaonan this time, she spent a lot of effort, and only then defeated a group of competitors. Of course, she had known for a long time that the principal of the 627th Military Academy had been interviewed by their branch of the Federal Military Network in the K-29 galaxy. But the present was different from the past. The Military Academy qualification competition, especially the Military Academy qualification competition in a region with scarce educational resources, like the UE Star region, did not attract many people. Even if the 627th Military Academy won the championship, it would not cause much splash. There were so many certified military academies in the Federation, except for some people in this Star region, who would care about a school that had just been certified as a military academy. Therefore, after the qualifying round, although the 627th Military Academy has gained some fame, it is not enough in the entire Federation. Many people first learned about this school through this Military Academy League. Unlike the Military Academy qualifying round, the Military Academy League is the most well-known and influential top event in the Federation, and has attracted the attention of people from all over the Federation. The Federation has always advocated the use of force, and the status of soldiers is supreme. However, except for a few military idols who have been pushed to the front, it is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with real soldiers. In this situation, Military Academy students, who are military reserve, are enthusiastically sought after by the public, and some outstanding Military Academy students have a large number of fans. The Military Academy League is the stage for Military Academy students to show themselves. The Federation uses the Military Academy League to demonstrate national strength, deter potential enemies including the Empire, and give the public confidence in their country. After all, Military Academy students, to a certain extent, represent the future of the Federation. In such a highly anticipated competition, an ordinary military academy that participated in the league for the first time actually defeated a group of first-class military academies including the First Army, Minerva, and the Allied Forces, which simply created history. After the results of the group stage came out, the people of the Federation were extremely curious about this military academy that almost appeared out of nowhere. The name of the 627 Military Academy has dominated the Star Network hot search list in the past 2 days, and netizens are enthusiastically discussing everything about it. What? This 627 Military Academy is built on a barren planet numbered 627D in the Z39 galaxy. Z39 galaxy, what is that place? And which serious military academy would be built on a barren planet? Is this definitely not fake news? Oh, it not fake. This school once broadcast live on a deserted planet? Where is the video? Oh my god, this protective shield, this greenery, is this really a deserted planet? And Captain Watts is actually a teacher at the 627th Military Academy? Is she the Drona What's they know? And this news, the teachers and students of the 627th Military Academy once helped the law enforcement team capture a group of vicious space pirates. It is said that after that, ordinary space pirates dared not provoke the spaceships of the 627th Military Academy, and they would deliberately avoid them if they met them? This is a bit far-fetched, right? Wait, did the law enforcement team of the UE Star region really issue a commendation notice for the 627 Military Academy? The media with a keen sense of smell have already dug up the 627 Military Academy thoroughly. After reading these true and false news, the netizens have become more interested in this school from a remote star system. Compared with other first-class military academies that have long been familiar to the public, there is still less information about the 627 Military Academy on the Star Network. In particular, netizens really want to know why the students of this ordinary military academy are so powerful. This is also what Wuna is most curious about. When the hovercraft finally stopped, she turned off the light brain, pushed open the car door, and walked into the building next to it with a faint expectation. The Federal Army Network had already agreed with Yin Xiaonan on the time and place for the interview in advance, and there was still more than half an hour before the interview began. Wuna had just sat in the conference room for a while when she heard footsteps approaching. She quickly got up from her chair and looked towards the door. The person who came was indeed Yin Xiaonan, the principal of the 627 Military Academy. Wuna recognized the other person at a glance, but she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the principal was young, especially considering the achievements of the 627 Military Academy in the league. Her sigh was even deeper. This Principal Yin is really young and promising. If the 627 Military Academy continues to develop at this pace, it may become the 5th top military academy in the Federation. Wuna thought secretly. The two exchanged greetings, and when the time came, the interview officially began. Wuna asked, Principal Yin, we all know that the results of the group stage are out. The 627th Military Academy is the first in Group A. Have you ever thought that you could get such a good result? Of course I did, Yin Xiaonan said without hesitation. Because I have always been confident in my students. Such an answer surprised Wu Na a little. She did not expect the other party tone to be so firm. She continued to ask with interest. Group A, where the 627th Military Academy is located, includes the Capital Military Academy, Minerva Military Academy, and other very powerful military academies. And we know that the 627th Military Academy is participating in the Military Academy League for the first time. Can you tell me, what is your confidence based on? Yin Xiaonan said, in fact, before the league started, I had conducted special training for the participating students. So I had a rough estimate of the level they could perform in the league. And don't forget, we also have a secret weapon like Warrior Pro, which can achieve a surprising victory in the league if used well. Warrior Pro? Wu Na was curious. Is this the name of the transforming mecha? Yin Xiaonan nodded. This mecha is designed based on the original frame of the warrior, but it has better performance than the real warrior. I think after watching the live broadcast, there should be many people who want to have the same model. Right? Now there is a rare opportunity. Without waiting for Wu Na to react, Yin Xiaonan looked at the camera lens in front of him with a smile. Our school online store has opened the pre-sale channel. You only need to pay a deposit of 1/3 to reserve a league mecha of the same model in advance. Don't miss it if you are interested. Wu Na couldn't help but twitch her lips. Why did Principal Yin start advertising while talking? And doesn't this operation seem familiar? Wu Na did a lot of homework before coming here. Thinking of the same operation the other party did when he was interviewed by the branch last time, why did she suddenly feel that the other party accepted their interview just to advertise? And in the following interview, Wu Na became more and more certain of her guess. The other party must be here to advertise. Right? Don't bring up their 627D local specialty online store all the time. But apart from that, Wu Na still gained a lot of valuable materials, so when she left, she was in a good mood. Principal Yin, today interview ends here. Thank you for your wonderful sharing and patient answers. I sincerely hope that the 627 Military Academy can also achieve good results in the finals in the near future. Finally, she shook hands with Yin Xiaonan, ending the interview. After the people from the Federal Army Network left, Yin Xiaonan also stood up and prepared to go to the training ground to stretch her muscles. At this moment, her brain suddenly vibrated. She glanced at the incoming call notification, answered the call with some confusion, and found that it was from the park guard room. Someone from the Teresa family wanted to talk to her about Ji Bin. Yin Xiaonan immediately understood. Based on the evidence, she submitted to the law enforcement team. Ji Bin would most likely be sent to a planet with a harsh environment to be developed to do hard labor for more than 20 years. Was the other party here to call for punishment? She told the guard that she didn't know these people, and then hung up the call. Yin Xiaonan originally didn't plan to care about the Teresa family anymore. The original owner, father, and stepmother had nothing to do with her. But if the Teresa family still wanted to bother her, she wouldn't mind giving them a few more surprises. Thinking of what happened on Dionysus, she knew that even if she didn't do anything, the Teresa family probably wouldn't have many good days. Yin Xiaonan interview video was quickly posted on Starnet, and netizens who had received the news couldn't wait to click on it. However, the content of the video seems to be different from what they imagined. For only 59999, you can reserve a mecha of the same model as the 627 Military Academy League. You can pay the balance after the actual competition is over. If you are not satisfied, you can get a refund. Warrior Pro, the most cost-effective mecha in history, you will really make a profit if you buy it. The quantity is limited, first come first served, each person is limited to one. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and go to the 627D local specialty store to order it. Listening to these advertisements that are inserted into every opportunity, the netizens were confused. They almost thought they clicked the wrong video. Advertising in an interview, this principle is quite creative. However, many people were really attracted. Not to mention that the transformation function of the Warrior Pro itself is very attractive. The price given by the principal is even more jaw-dropping. The deposit is 59999, which means that the total price of the mecha is only about 180,000 star coins. Isn't this too cheap? After hearing the price quoted by Yin Xiaonan, netizens were somewhat skeptical. You know, an ordinary B-class mecha on the market often costs at least 500,000 star coins. Is 180,000 star coins serious? Although they were skeptical, Netizens were not slow at all to click into the online store. After discovering that there was indeed a pre-sale link for the Warrior Pro in the online store, and that it was really priced at $59,999. Most people's first reaction was to grab it quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. The 2,500 pre-sale mechas were all sold out, and those who didn't get one were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Don't you believe that there are such cheap mechas? Then why are you trying to compete with me? I saw everyone saying that the price of this mecha is too low before. I have to wait and see. I will buy it after seeing the actual effect. I was so naive that I actually believed the lies of you scammers. 59999 is not a small amount, right? Although it is nothing for a mecha, it will still hurt if it is thrown into the water. So is there anyone willing to transfer the pre-sale to me? However, those who successfully placed orders did not say anything at all, although they still had some doubts in their hearts. The 627 Military Academy was a certified military academy after all. It was still so famous, so it should not be openly engaged in fraud. As for the mecha worth 180,000 star coins, it would be a big profit if you bought it. Only a fool would give it to others. League Finals. Chapter 190 Final Rules. District 1 is the political and military center of the capital star, and even the entire Federation. This is the most heavily guarded place in the capital star. Fully armed guards patrol between office buildings around the clock. And in invisible places, hidden cameras cover all blind spots densely. The most important defense is the scabbard-like building located in the center of District 1. It is the office of the Federal Military Department. Principal Yin. It is said that the 627 Military Academy will not set limits on students' qualifications when recruiting students like other military academies do. Is this true? Well, that's right. In my opinion, qualifications are important, but they are not the only decisive factor. At this time, in the office of the Supreme Marshal, Ling Jiayan was staring at the holographic projection in front of her thoughtfully. Ling Jiayan had noticed the 627 Military Academy, an ordinary military academy with some special features. In the previous comprehensive assessment, although she expected that this school should stand out in the future, she did not expect it to develop so fast. In the group stage, the 627th Military Academy defeated Minerva. The amazing record of the coalition and the First Army has been spread everywhere. Ling Jiayan was happy to see this happen. The League has indeed not had any new blood for a long time, and the principal of this military academy, Yen Xiaonan, has aroused her interest. Knock knock knock. A rapid knock on the door interrupted Ling Jiayan's thoughts. She paused the video and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Ling Jiayan Adjutant Ryan walked in. When his eyes accidentally swept across the projection on the table, he was surprised for a moment. It turned out that the Marshal was also watching the interview video that has been very popular on Starnet in recent days. But thinking of the news he had just received, he quickly retracted his gaze and reported to Ling Jiayan in a serious tone. "Marshal, there was another explosion in District 7, which has caused 13 deaths and 37 injuries. In addition, the spy reported that several consortium families have been making small moves recently. The capital planet has been in turmoil recently." Ryan took nearly 3 minutes to finally report everything. Then he lowered his eyes and quietly waited for the instructions of the person in front of him. However, Ling Jiayan did not speak for a long time. The metal pen cap hit the table rhythmically, making a crisp sound. The air became somewhat stagnant. Ryan felt an invisible sense of oppression, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. At this moment, Ling Jiayan suddenly stopped her hand movements, sneered. "It seems that we have been a little tight recently. Some people are struggling to death." "Marshal." Ryan hesitated for a while, but still couldn't help but say, "The situation is dangerous now. Why don't we postpone the time of the League Finals?" "No." Ling Jiayan flatly rejected his proposal. "Doing so will only alert the enemy." "Marshal, are the rules of this League Finals going to be changed?" Ling Jiayan nodded. "Even if it weren't for the current incident, I was planning to change the rules of the actual competition. Now is the perfect time." After 7 days of rest, the League Finals finally kicked off. The first thing held was a grand opening ceremony. Students from various schools got up early, washed and dressed neatly, and waited outside the venue in high spirits. Almost all students looked towards the direction of the 627 Military Academy intentionally or unintentionally. Now no one thinks that the only ordinary military academy participating in this league is a soft persimmon. Hey, have you heard? The leader of the 627 Military Academy. She only has double C qualifications, and was rejected by all the military academies in the capital star before. So she had to go to 627. There were whispers in the crowd. Is it true? Can a person with double C qualifications go to military school? This person didn't even reach the minimum threshold. But I watched the game recording. She had a battle with an A-class mecha. She didn't look like a double C. Speaking of this, didn't you recognize that Yin Ting, the loser, was also in their school team? And Bailier, isn't she the famous silly and sweet lady of the capital star? Now she is completely different. I watched their air combat video. These two actually teamed up to shoot down Li Washu. I really suspect they were cheating. It shouldn't be. Many people reported it to the military education department, but no problems were found. Then the 627 Military Academy is too weird. Isn't it? In just over a year, how did they make such great progress? For ordinary audiences, the SS-class mechas of the 627 Military Academy, and several students, who are not inferior to the geniuses of the four major military academies, such as Xie Yinhan, Zephos, and Lin Tianan, received more attention. As for the students from other participating military academies, the changes in Tao Shan, Yen Ting, and Bai Liar that almost completely changed their bodies attracted their attention. Many students with mediocre qualifications could not help but have an idea in their minds. If they went to the 627 Military Academy, would they be able to make the same progress as these people? An undercurrent surged for a while. I say you should not brag too much about the 627 Military Academy. A student from the Silver Blade Military Academy could not help but say, even if they did not cheat in the group stage, the simulation competition is completely different from the real combat. The final is a real combat competition. They may not be able to perform so well. These words were like a basin of clear water that instantly extinguished the fiery thoughts of many students, allowing them to regain their rationality. Yes, being good at fighting in the simulator does not mean that you can also exert the same strength in reality. Moreover, after the group stage, the four major military academies have become alert. By then, it is hard to say what results the 627th Military Academy can get. True gold is not afraid of fire. So let's see how the 627th Military Academy performs in the finals. The students of the 627th Military Academy vaguely heard the discussion in the back row. But they didn't even look at the group of people. They also thought that everything would be determined in the finals. At this time, the exciting music sounded, and the team that was waiting in the waiting area immediately started to move. The 627th Military Academy, as the first military academy in Group A and Group B, took the lead in entering the venue. Today is different from the past. When the students of the 627th Military Academy appeared, there was a huge wave of cheers in the audience. Those who can come to the opening ceremony are usually the fanatical fans of a certain participating school, or military enthusiasts who like to watch the league. Surprisingly, the volume of shouting the name of the 627th Military Academy in the audience is not inferior to the volume of shouting the name of the First Military Academy, and it can almost compete with it. After the teams of the 12 participating schools entered the venue, Marshal Ling Jiayan walked to the stage to give a speech. This Supreme Marshal, who has always been famous for his iron-blooded wrist, has a great prestige. When her figure appeared on the big screen, the originally noisy audience instantly quieted down, and the students in the audience subconsciously straightened their backs. At the annual Military Academy League Finals again. Those who can come here are undoubtedly the best Military Academy students in our Galaxy Federation. Ling Jiayan looked around at the students from various schools standing in line, and then continued to speak. You are the rising stars of the military. Just like your predecessors, one day you will also step onto the battlefield and fight for the country and the people. This actual combat match will be a starting point. It is not a game of playing house. I hope you can truly understand the appearance of war. Everyone listened quietly to the person on the stage. Ling Jiayan's speech was not long. After briefly encouraging the students, she quickly made the final remarks. Thunderous applause rang out in the entire venue. Ling Jiayan hurriedly left, surrounded by a team of guards. She was busy with official duties during this period, and she had to adjust her schedule to take some time to come here. She had to rush back to the military headquarters for a meeting. The next 4 commentators came on stage. They would announce the rules of the finals. Students from all schools were feeling uneasy. There had been rumors that the rules of this year's finals might be changed. And the marshal's speech just now seemed to hint at this. Sure enough, Major Zhu Haolan dropped a bomb as soon as he came on stage. The league finals will be a highly realistic actual combat match. Unlike previous actual combat matches, this finals will all use live ammunition. When necessary. She paused, and then uttered the last few words. Allow real death. The students standing below held their breath. As if struck by lightning. The audience became noisy. And the live broadcast room of the opening ceremony was filled with comments. At this time, the atmosphere of each military academy team was heavy and depressing. The students had already made many guesses about the rules of the league finals. But they did not expect the Ministry of Military Education to be so cruel. Even the students of the 627th Military Academy looked very solemn. The principal had almost scared them to death when he mixed real bullets into blanks during training. What more? It was a highly realistic competition with real bullets? As for the students of other military academies, they had never been exposed to live-fire training, and their reaction was even greater than that of the students of the 627th Military Academy. However, until this time, no student had thought of withdrawing from the competition. After all, as military academy students, they would have to go to the battlefield sooner or later, and the most shameful thing on the battlefield is desertion. Unlike the military academy students, the ordinary audience did not understand the approach of the Ministry of Military Education at all, and many opposing voices had appeared on the Star Network. Sacrifices on the battlefield are inevitable, but the league is different. What if a student really gets into trouble in the league? They are just a group of children. Such casualties are meaningless. The four commentators paid no attention to the protests from the audience. They continued to explain the rules of the game. Alger said in a deep voice, the finals will be held in District 22 of the capital Star. Each participating team will have limited supplies at the beginning. There will be 10 supply stations in the stadium. Liang took over the conversation. Each supply station is only for one military school. After receiving the supplies, the supply station will be evacuated after 30 minutes. Violent destruction of the supply station is prohibited. But supplies can be looted outside the supply station. Titus spoke next. The entire actual combat competition lasts for 2 days. 3 check-in points will be refreshed on the second day of the competition. The participating teams need to check in order. He paused and continued. The first 3 teams that complete all the check-ins can get 3,000 points, 2,000 points, and 1,000 points respectively. In addition, 5 points can be obtained for eliminating a participating student from other teams. Killing mutant creatures does not count. Zhu Haolan, live ammunition will be used throughout the competition. Students can send distress signals in times of crisis. But this also means withdrawal. There will be multiple rescue teams monitoring the students in real time, so that they can provide timely rescue. After the specific competition rules were announced, the opening ceremony ended. While protests were still going on StarNet, students from participating schools had already set off for the competition venue in District 22. Chapter 191, the first stage of the finals. After the students left the venue, the principals and teachers of each participating school also sat in the hovercraft to return to the park. Although the venue will broadcast the game for a period of time after the opening ceremony, the stands are too crowded and noisy. These principals and teachers still prefer to watch the game in the viewing room specially prepared for them in the park. On the way, Yin Xiaonan saw the law enforcement team patrolling outside through the car window, and couldn't help frowning. Is there something wrong with the capital Star? Why do I feel that the security in various districts has become more stringent these 2 days? I know this, Jiang Xuanyu said. Recently, there have been explosions in several districts. During the league period, in order to avoid public panic, the military secretly suppressed the incident. Among the principals present, Jiang Xuanyu has the closest relationship with the military, so naturally, no one would doubt the truth of her news. For a moment, the faces of the principals were all a little solemn, and I don't know whose side. It a troubled time. Yin Xiaonan even vaguely smelled a hint of impending storm. At this time, the central live broadcast room had been opened. Recently, the Star Internet was full of discussions about the 627 Military Academy and the League. The number of people watching the live broadcast was several times more than that of the group stage. The 4 commentators were also in their positions. Liang glanced at Alger and complained half-truthfully. Major Melon, you know? After the group stage, I watched the replay of the game. Your Group A game was really exciting. I regretted not switching with you at that time. Zhu Haolan nodded seriously. I also regret not switching positions with Major Bader. The battles in Group A are very suitable for the commander to analyze. And not like Group B. The result of the game is already a foregone conclusion after only half of the race. Alger chuckled when he heard this. Then you don't need to regret it anymore. The finals will definitely be more intense than the group stage. How about I give the stage to you too? Lying agreed immediately. Okay. Then it's settled. The audience in the live broadcast room are also looking forward to the upcoming finals. In addition to the 4 major military academies, the most mentioned one is the 627 Military Academy. Finally, the finals are here. If 627 takes first place again, will it make history? I am not optimistic about 627 performance in the finals. The finals are actual competitions. The performance in the simulation competition only shows that their combat awareness is good, but whether the body can keep up with the awareness is another matter. Some Star Network Arena Masters are beaten by professional soldiers offline. 627 is really in danger. They have offended 3 of the 4 top military schools in one go. Especially the First Army suffered such a big loss in the group stage. They will definitely take revenge in the finals. I am a little curious about the result of the battle between the First Army and 627. Actually, I don't care who wins the finals. I came here to see the actual effect of the Samurai Pro. Me too. Although I didn't get a pre-sale shot. But if it is exactly the same as the promotion, I will get one no matter what. The game has started. Until the live camera finally cut to the stadium, the audience stopped chatting and turned their attention to the game that had officially started. The entire 22nd district is composed of a large area of wasteland and mountains. This is where the Capital Star Garrison usually conducts exercises. The teams of each participating school were randomly placed at different entrances of the stadium. I was wondering where the finals would be held before. I didn't expect that there would be such a place in the Capital Star where every inch of land is valuable. In the K-29 Military Academy team, Charlie looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help sighing. This shows that you didn't do your homework well. Hearing his words, the girl next to him said, several league finals were held in District 22. And this is also where the First Army and the First Army often conduct field training. Doesn't that mean they are much more familiar with this place than we are? Charlie said in a dissatisfied tone. This is too unfair. Don't worry about that. Area 22 is very large. When defining the scope of the competition venue, the organizers have naturally taken this issue into consideration. Okay, stop chatting. We have to hurry to the supply station now. Charlie was about to say something, but Feng Xian interrupted their conversation. And the whole team began to march quickly under his leadership. Hey, this direction, Charlie said in surprise as he walked. Commander-in-Chief, shouldn't we be closer to supply station number 6? Why do you have to take a long detour? Feng Xian sighed helplessly. Didn't you look at the map? Supply station number 6 is not only close to us, but also the closest supply station to the drop point of Minerva Military Academy. Charlie immediately shut up, without Feng Xian saying anything more. He understood the other party unfinished meaning. Although their K-29 Military Academy is indeed good among the first-class military academies, it is not good enough compared to the 4 major military academies. Charlie didn't have a deep understanding of this before, until they encountered the first military academy in the group stage. Whether it was a single soldier or a fighter formation, they were beaten by the opponent team. This made him truly realize the disparity in strength between the two sides. Minerva Military Academy is also one of the 4 major military academies. If Charlie had imagined that K-29 Military Academy would be able to make a splash in the league when he first joined the league, now he has come to his senses. Their mission is actually to keep the top 6 position under the strong pressure of the 4 major military academies. As for why it is the top 6? Because there is also a 627 Military Academy. The students of K-29 Military Academy have naturally watched the video of the Group A game. They never thought that the school that defeated them in the audition would perform so well in the group stage. The First Army, Minerva Military Academy, and the Allied Forces. Which one is easy to mess with? The people from the 627 Military Academy were able to beat the 3 schools and get the first place in the group. After watching the video, they were all silent. They couldn't help but wonder if those guys still had some reservations in the auditions. Feng Xian was surprised and inexplicably felt that it was as expected. But what he was more concerned about now was the next action of their K-29 Military Academy. He looked at the sky in the distance with an unclear expression, There are a total of 12 military academies participating in the competition, but there are only 10 supply stations, plus some schools will definitely occupy more than one supply station at that time. We must choose the right target. Since the initial supplies provided by the organizer were pitifully few, the commanders of each school quickly realized the importance of the supply station. At the beginning of the game, not only K-29 Military Academy, but all teams headed towards the supply station. However, because the distances between the locations of each school and the supply stations were different, the commanders had to make a decision which supply station to go to. The four commentators still focused more on the four major military academies. The closest supply station to the First Army and the Allied forces is supply station number 3. They did not settle for the second best, and chose supply stations that are farther away. It seems that they will face off against each other later. Lying Tone was quite excited. Titus continued to explain, Minerva Military Academy went to supply station number 6, and the closest to the First Army is supply station number 4, but supply station number 4 is about the same distance from the 627th Military Academy. Oh! Zhu Haolan asked with interest. So, it seems that the 627th Military Academy will face off against the First Army again later? The live camera switched to the 627th Military Academy. However, looking at the direction they chose to go, Lying couldn't help but sigh with regret. The 627th Military Academy chose the farther supply station number 1 as their target. Does it not want to have a direct conflict with the First Army? Alger understood this. The game has just begun. It's normal not to want to have a conflict. Supply stations are limited. It's not a wise thing to waste all your time on fighting. Zhu Haolan crossed his arms and said. But this also means that the 627th Military Academy chose to retreat before the battle with the First Army, and has already lost in terms of momentum. What Alger said is actually not without reason. Now the game has just begun. In the case of a shortage of supplies, the most important thing is to race against time to occupy more supplies. The fight can wait until later. But don't the First Army and the Allied forces understand this principle? In similar situations, knowing that they might encounter a powerful enemy, both schools still firmly chose to face the challenge head-on. Precisely for morale considerations. The First Army and the Allied forces are both top military schools. The two sides have always had wins and losses in their competition. If one of the schools chooses other supply stations just because of a possible encounter in the future, doesn't it mean that even their commanders have no confidence in defeating the enemy? For schools like K-29 Military Academy, this is a choice that has to be made out of helplessness. But the First Army and the Allied forces have their own pride. After discovering that the 627 Military Academy abandoned the number 4 supply station and chose to go to the farther number 1 supply station, the audience in the live broadcast room also talked about it. Sure enough, the 627th Military Academy is not good at actual combat. Right? They would rather walk 20 kilometers more than meet the First Army team. So how can the 627th Military Academy compare with the First Army? They only show off their prowess in the simulated competition. Are you asking too much of the 627th Military Academy? Even several first-class military academies have to take a detour. And the 627th Military Academy is just an ordinary military academy. Although it's understandable, I'm still a little disappointed. What I said before is right. I shouldn't have such high expectations for an ordinary military academy. Although Alger had just defended 627 in front of several commentators, he was actually a little dissatisfied in his heart. His fighting style was originally quite radical. Seeing that 627 Military Academy was so cowardly, he understood it. But he couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. Aren't these little bastards too bloodless? They are just the first team. Right? They were defeated by them. As for being so scared, they even avoided them. Alger gritted his teeth secretly. After the group stage, he boasted in front of a group of colleagues that 627 Military Academy would definitely win the league championship. If these little bastards dared to embarrass him, they would be dead. Alger silently calculated, if the 627th Military Academy really lost in the finals, it didn't matter. He would talk to Joel at that time, and personally give these little brats a few training lessons, and guarantee that they would be trained to cry for their parents. Just then, Zhu Haolan's voice suddenly sounded. Wait, where are the mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy? Alger suddenly came back to his senses, and his eyes subconsciously searched the 627th Military Academy team. Although Zephos, Ruby and other main players were still there, most of the mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy were missing. Chapter 192 Qiyang. Director, please cut the camera and show us the current location of the 627 Military Academy mecha squad, Alger said quickly. The screen image changed, and the familiar warrior mechas finally appeared in the live camera, but the four commentators were stunned at the same time. Are they climbing the mountain? Liang looked at the mechas on the big screen, with a confused expression. This direction, could it be that the 627 Military Academy mecha squad is planning to go to supply station number 3? Zhu Haolan also frowned. But judging from the distance, the First Army and the Allied forces are closer to the number 3 supply station. The 627th Military Academy won't be able to get there in time. Right? Yes. Liang nodded. There is a mountain between the 627th Military Academy and the number 3 supply station. Either they can take a detour, or they can only climb over the mountain. No matter which way they choose, they can't reach the number 3 supply station earlier than the First Army and the Allied forces. Alger coughed dryly when he heard this. But their mecha operation level is still good. The mountain road is not easy to walk on. They have limited energy, and don't use auxiliary engines. This climbing speed is already fast. However, the audience was not very convinced. It's useless to rush. Whether the number 3 supply station finally belongs to the First Army or the Allied forces, it has nothing to do with 627. Right? Even if they can get there, how can they compete with such a small number of people? The key is that they can't get there, no matter how good the mountain road is. It's not as easy to walk as the flat road. After they get down the mountain, they still have to walk a long way. By that time, the number 3 supply station will be gone. I think it better to go to the number 4 supply station and compete with the First Army. At least it closer. In fact, I think it okay to avoid the First Army and go to the number 1 supply station. But their current operation is really confusing. If they transfer the main battle mecha team, they will not end up with nothing. The audience was not optimistic that the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy could grab the number 3 supply station. And several commentators were the same. After all, there are 12 teams in the league finals, and it is impossible for them to stay in one military academy. Seeing that the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy was climbing the mountain, and there was no explosive point, the camera of the central live broadcast room quickly cut away without interest. And at this time, a military academy had already opened fire. It is not enough to be fast to reach the supply station. There are many high-level mutant creatures in the stadium. If you want to reach the supply station, you will have to pass through their territory. Stop! At the front of the First Army, Qiyang suddenly stopped the others. Hyde immediately ordered everyone to be on guard. There was a rustling sound, and a strange mound of earth suddenly bulged on the ground not far from them. The students of the First Army turned their guns nervously, and saw that the mound of earth swelled up instantly. The reddish-brown soil kept turning outward, ruthlessly crushing the green grass on the ground, and a huge figure suddenly broke out of the ground, accompanied by the terrifying mental pressure. SS-level burrowing lizard. A cry of surprise came from the army. Before the words fell, Qiyang rushed forward like an arrow, and the light sword in her hand pierced the burrowing lizard's dark green eyes. One shot, and it hit. A sharp roar exploded in the ears of the army. Some students with lower mental power levels suddenly showed pain on their faces, and they could hardly stand steadily. Hyde hurriedly asked the team to stay away from the fighting area. SS-level mutant beasts, most people can't help it all, it better to stay away, so as not to be affected. Fortunately, he gave the order early. As soon as the team retreated, the burrowing lizard swung its tail in anger, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Qiyang, who was about to attack from behind, jumped up in a panic as if his butt was on fire, and the mecha barely brushed past the thick and powerful tail. The burrowing lizard used the huge thrust generated by the swing of its tail to pounce on Qiyang, and its pair of sharp claws shone with a cold light in the sun. Qiyang flashed, avoiding the fatal blow like a ghost, and the light sword in her hand drew an extremely sharp arc, colliding with the hard scales of the giant beast, making a clang sound. As an SS-level mutant beast at the top of the food chain, the burrowing lizard has a sensitive reaction that is completely inconsistent with its huge body. Seeing its forelimbs blocked, it opened its mouth wide, and its long tongue shot out, whistling towards Qiyang mecha. At this time, Qiyang was in midair, and it was difficult for her to change direction for a while. Just as the long tongue swept over like a whip, she suddenly raised her arm, and the scorching light energy bullet hit the same point of the long tongue accurately, causing the burrowing lizard to stagnate in pain, and she landed smoothly, and the light energy sword pierced straight into the burrowing lizard abdomen. The audience stared at the live broadcast screen one by one, and they were reluctant to even blink. This is an SS-level mutant beast. Yu Yajing was able to perform so well. Can it be said that she is worthy of being the strongest individual soldier in the army? Everyone secretly thought, I just don't know who is stronger between her and Mia of the Coalition Forces, or Zephos of the 627th Military Academy. Under Yu Yajing's fierce attack, the burrowing lizard had more and more wounds on its body. After dozens of minutes, the giant beast suddenly let out a shrill wail, followed by a heavy tail swing. Qiyang, who was behind the burrowing lizard, suddenly widened his eyes. Oh no! This lizard is going to lose its tail. The burrowing lizard's thick tail suddenly separated from its body, twisting in the air and flying towards Yu Yajing. However, unlike ordinary lizards, this giant beast did not take this opportunity to escape. Instead, it tried its best to deliver a fatal blow to Yu Yajing. Be careful, Qiyang shouted, but saw a flash of cold light, and the huge body of the burrowing lizard fell heavily to the ground. The tail that had left its owner also fell to the ground, but it was still twisting. Qiyang touched his nose in dismay, feeling a little sad. He had originally dreamed of showing off his prowess in the league, surpassing Li Wangshu, and becoming the new generation of military school male god, but with Sister Yu around, there was no room for him to perform at all. In addition to the First Army, the Allied Forces, and Qishao Military School also encountered SS-level mutant beasts. The Allied Forces had Mia and Ji Nanqing, and the speed of dealing with the mutant beasts was even a little faster than that of the First Army, so Qishao Military School was in trouble. Their individual strength was not enough. Under the pressure of the SS-level mutant beast, the team did not even have time to escape. More than half of the people were eliminated at the beginning of the game. Minerva Military Academy encountered the team of Trinity Military Academy on the way to the number 6 supply station. In the final, in addition to the top 3 who completed the check-in, they could get huge points. Only those who eliminated members of other military academies could score points. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is meat. Minerva Military Academy naturally would not let go of the points that were already in front of them. At Han Sumo Command, Min Luo, Jiang Jiwan, Situzan and other main soldiers took the lead in attacking the Trinity Military Academy. After the live camera swung around the teams of various military academies, it finally cut to the Capital Army. Looking at Slausa, who was at the core of the Capital Army team, Alger smiled. For this final, the Capital Military Academy temporarily changed the commander-in-chief. The new commander is called Slausa. Right? Liang looked at the big screen with some curiosity. It is said that this is a freshman who has already served as the commander-in-chief during the group stage. Shoujun is quite courageous this time. Major Zhu, what do you think of the ability of this new commander? Zhu Haolan eyes were deep. Didn't you notice? Shoujun avoided high-level mutant beasts several times in advance. This keen sense of danger is rare, especially for commanders. It is a very valuable talent. Huh? Liang asked curiously. But Slosha qualifications seem to be only AA. The mental power level will affect perception. Excellent commanders often have high mental power levels, and Slosha is just an ordinary AA qualification. Because of this, even though Slosha professional course performance was very good, he was still excluded a lot in the First Army because of his ordinary family background. If he had been detected as S-level or above from the beginning, the situation would be very different. So, the First Army must have encountered considerable resistance in letting Slosha serve as the commander-in-chief. No wonder Liang said that the First Army was very courageous this time. Lao Tu, I heard that your First Army has recently carried out a major reorganization. In the viewing room, Evander looked at the big screen in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. You are so determined this time. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. People who have experienced it know how difficult it is to reform the school. Especially you can let a freshman serve as the new commander-in-chief of the First Army. Which really makes me look at him with new eyes. Talon frowned when he heard this. Although he did start to purge the unhealthy trends within the First Army after the group stage, he actually did not agree to let Slosha serve as the team commander-in-chief. However, the participating students signed a petition, and he had to reluctantly agree to this matter, which he thought was very unruly. Everyone did not know what the principal of Shoujun was thinking. Nandong Wei and Jiang Xuanyu sighed silently in their hearts. Shoujuan operation made it difficult for them to poach more students. Slausha is a really good student. I think his perception ability is no worse than that of ordinary commanders with S-level mental power. Nandongwei's tone was full of regret. What a good commander seedling. It a pity that they can't get their Minerva back. Yin Xiaonan didn't say anything. But her regret was no less than Nandongwei. After all, Slausha's sense of smell was not ordinary. He actually possessed the mental strength of crisis warning. Such talents are hard to come by. It can be said that he was born to be a commander. Under the guidance of Slausha intuition, the first army did not encounter any high-level mutant creatures along the way, and soon approached the number 4 supply station. The large force of the 627th Military Academy was not as smooth as the First Army. They were now caught in a bitter battle with mutant plants. This can't be blamed on their lack of vigilance. Whether it's Xie Yinhan or Lin Tianan, Zephyros' mental power level is not low. If it a mutant beast, they can still take precautions in advance. Mutated plants are no different from ordinary plants most of the time. Until Xie Yinhan suddenly realized that something was wrong and warned others, the mutant plant that was originally pretending to be an ordinary plant revealed its true face, and instantly became aggressive. Chapter 193 Mutated Plants. What the hell is this? The students of the 627th Military Academy struggled with the strange branches that kept approaching them. Strictly speaking, these branches should be called aerial roots. They hung down from the huge tree canopy, like layers of curtains, originally adventitious roots used by some plants to absorb external water, which are not uncommon in nature. However, these aerial roots in front of them all twisted like crazy, like the venomous snake dancing wildly on Medusa head, using their sharp tips to pierce the group of prey that had already stepped into the trap. All mecha soldiers except the main team members of the 627 Military Academy were sent to the number 3 supply station. The main combat force of the large force was the students of the Mecha Infantry Major. They immediately formed a line of defense around the others. These aerial roots attacked the team from all directions. The students kept waving alloy knives, cutting off the approaching aerial roots. But there were too many aerial roots around. After the mobile infantrymen repelled a wave, new ones came up again, in an endless stream, as if they could never be cut down. What worse is that these aerial roots can secrete a light golden juice, which can actually corrode alloy knives and armor. Xie Yinhan, who was at the center of the team, suddenly raised his head, looking through the countless dancing aerial roots at the ordinary-looking tree in the distance. This is the S-level mutant plant golden lacquer banyan. Be careful of the juice. It is not only highly corrosive, but also contains a neurotoxin. If it comes into contact with the skin, it may cause shock or even death. The students who were fighting all paused, especially the mobile infantrymen whose armor was damaged and whose bodies were covered with juice. Zari immediately wailed. No wonder I felt like my leg was splashed with sulfuric acid just now. I thought it was just an external injury. But I didn't expect this thing to be poisonous? Xie Yinhan frowned slightly. Those of you who are injured should withdraw from the competition and go for treatment. The hearts of the mobile infantrymen who had been hit sank when they heard this. Karen gritted her teeth and endured the pain in her right arm. How can I do that? I think I can still hold on. Zari also said. It's not that serious. Right? We have medicine when we get to the supply station. I don't want to quit now. With Xie Yinhan's personality, he naturally didn't waste any more words arguing with him. Killing mutants in this game doesn't count, but it's extremely difficult for the 627th Military Academy team to pass under the noses of these fawn-bearing aerial roots. Ruby drove the mecha at the front of the team, and there were already plant debris piled up under her feet, but there were still aerial roots swooping down from the treetops above her head and stabbing towards the team. Crack! Ruby swung her knife and cut off a particularly thick aerial root in front of her. The sap that flowed out from the broken end fell on the alloy knife, making a faint sizzling sound. The originally smooth blade was now covered with pits and spots. Ruby looked at the blade that was becoming increasingly blunt due to continuous corrosion, and frowned. Commander-in-Chief, this won't work. I think we should just use the flamethrower to burn all these annoying plants. Everyone was struggling to hold on, and their eyes lit up when they heard Ruby's words. Yes, plants are afraid of fire. Why don't they use fire to see if they can scare these branches away? No! Xie Yinhan directly rejected this suggestion. I just told you that the sap of the golden lacquer banyan tree contains a neurotoxin. A big fire will only make the poison spread faster. What should we do? Xie Yinhan sighed helplessly. It seems that if we want to get through, We can only cut down the tree. What a hassle, she complained silently. The commander-in-chief of the 627th Military Academy has a wide range of knowledge. The golden lacquer fig is not a common mutant plant. She was able to recognize it so quickly, and she is also familiar with its various characteristics. In the venue, Zhu Haolan looked at the big screen with a hint of admiration. Alger on the side also nodded. It is indeed a golden lacquer fig. I didn't expect to see this special mutant plant in District 22. Although it is only S level, it is no easier to deal with than SS level mutant beasts. The audience listened to the explanations of several commentators with curiosity. In the stadium, the team of the 627th Military Academy suddenly stepped up their offensive. Landon and Zephos stood in each corner. Landon danced a pair of four-sided lanthanims vigorously, and Zephos used 8 mechanical legs at the same time. Under the targeted cleaning of the two, a blank area finally appeared between the originally dense aerial roots. Ruby, Fang Shanliu and Jisenu took the opportunity to drive the mecha to break through this point, and rushed towards the main body of the golden lacquer banyan. Dozens of aerial roots attacked the 3 people running from different directions. But they were not panicked. They jumped and flexibly moved between these aerial roots. The audience in front of the screen couldn't help but exclaim. This speed, this frequent short-distance change of direction, was simply a naked show of skill. The 3 mechas almost brushed past the aerial roots, as if dancing on the tip of a knife. At this moment, something suddenly happened. Something suddenly shot over and hit the direction of the 3 people. Thinking of Xie Yinhan instructions before they set off, the 3 of them quickly moved away from their original location with the help of thrusters. A pumpkin-shaped fruit exploded in midair, ejecting all the corrosive liquid inside. The surrounding aerial roots were splashed by the corrosive liquid and quickly wilted. Jisenu sighed softly. This fruit is like a chemical bomb. It's too scary. This is just the beginning. In the next period of time, the 3 of them not only have to avoid the sneak attacks of the aerial roots, but also pay attention to the chemical bombs that are ejected from time to time. When they finally approached the strange mutant tree, Ruby couldn't help showing an ecstatic expression. But a buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and a large group of mutant bees flew down from the tree. The golden lacquer banyan has a companion beast called the Atitio poisonous bee. This poisonous bee feeds on the sap of the golden lacquer banyan, and is also highly toxic. If you get close to the golden lacquer banyan, these poisonous bees will come out in droves to attack you. Recalling Xie Yinan words, Jisenu hurriedly said, Senior Ruby, go and cut down the tree quickly. And Senior Fang and I will cover you. The dense swarm of poisonous bees crashed into the outer armor of the mecha like a surging black wave, making a banging sound. Fang Shanliu waved the spear in his hand and stabbed it into the swarm of bees. The spear drew perfect arcs in the air, like a wandering silver dragon. Every time it was swung, countless poisonous bees were injured by the sharp edge of the spear and fell from midair. Jisenu directly activated the particle cannon and fired at the most densely populated area of the swarm. Ruby took this opportunity to rush straight to the mutant tree, and the high-frequency particle knife in her hand whizzed and chopped at the thick trunk of the golden lacquer banyan. Amid a tooth-grinding creaking sound, the high-speed rotating blade penetrated deep into the tree, and golden sap continued to overflow from the incision, falling on the muddy ground and emitting puffs of white smoke. Ruby continued to work hard, and when the whole tree was shaking and about to fall, all the aerial roots suddenly stopped moving, as if the power was cut off, and they fell down lifelessly. The students who were still fighting hard felt relieved, and heard a continuous rustling sound from above their heads. The huge tree canopy and the dense aerial roots shook continuously, and the leaves with golden spots fell like raindrops in the collision. They put away their weapons one after another, and ran forward desperately. Ruby, who was farther away, Jisenu and Fang Shanliu even started their engines at full speed. The 3 mechas ran all the way at lightning speed. Just a few seconds after they left, a loud bang sounded behind them, and the strange tree fell down, splashing a large amount of dust, and the whole earth trembled. It's so terrible. I don't dare to think what would happen if we ran a little slower. Mingfan patted his chest with lingering fear, but saw the person next to him stagger, and quickly grabbed the other person's arm. Hey, Karen, are you okay? Karen's face was pale, and her lips moved, but she couldn't make any sound. The rescue team rushed over, and several injured students were not conscious, so they had to withdraw from the competition early. Fortunately, the team left early, and the damage was not particularly great. The remaining students watched the rescue team hovercraft leave. Yilin sighed. The finals are more dangerous than I thought. Everyone was silent. Deputy Commander Su Chujin saw Xia Yinhan didn't say anything, so he had to speak out. Okay. Let's continue on our way. The students nodded, put their minds together, and were about to set off again, when the speakers hidden in various places in the arena started broadcasting at the same time. The Capo Military Academy has received the supplies from the number 4 supply station. There are currently 9 supply stations left. Please hurry up. The Trinity Military Academy eliminated 97 people, and the Minerva Military Academy eliminated 13 people. The 2 broadcasts came one after the other, and attracted the attention of all participating schools in the arena. The Capo Military Academy has already received all the supplies? It seems we have to speed up. The large force of the 627th Military Academy swept away the slightly depressed atmosphere, and the students became more motivated. The speed of the First Army is quite fast. How about we make a quick decision? On the way to the number 3 supply station, the coalition forces and the First Army were facing each other at this time, and the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, and it seemed that the battle was about to break out. After hearing the broadcast, Minjing and Hyde raised their heads almost at the same time, and their eyes met. That's exactly what I meant. Hyde touched his chin. Why don't we each send 5 people to fight? And whoever wins the number 3 supply station will own it. What do you think? Minjing happily accepted Hyde's proposal. Now the game has just begun. Both schools are in a hurry to get supplies from the supply station, and neither of them wants to waste time mobilizing troops now. There are limited supply stations in the stadium. What if other schools get there first? Moreover, the strength gap between Minerva Military Academy and Trinity Military Academy is not as big as that between them. The coalition forces and the First Army are equally strong. If both sides lose, it will only benefit the teams of other military academies. Naturally, the 2 shrewd commanders are unwilling to do such a thing. But what they didn't know was that, at this moment, a group of sneaky guys were looking down at their movements clearly. After a difficult climb, the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy finally reached the top of the nameless mountain that stood between them and the number 3 supply station. Jiang Xiu retracted his gaze and said to the others, "The First Army and the Allied forces have run into each other. It's just right. Let's get the supplies from the number 3 supply station before them." Chapter 194. A Sudden Intervention. Here, Minjing and Hyde each sent out 5 mecha soldiers after reaching an agreement. Seeing this, the others retreated, leaving a large open space for them to fight. Everyone's eyes were on the mechas responsible for the battle. The final ownership of the number 3 supply station depended on who was the winner of this battle. The first person to take action was Yu Yajing. She suddenly jumped up, and the light sword in her hand whistled and stabbed Mia, one of the 5 coalition forces. Mia was prepared, and she held her battle axe horizontally, blocking the sharp sword. The 2 huge forces collided with each other, making a clanging sound, and the long sword was blocked halfway. Yu Yajing narrowed her eyes slightly, and was about to continue to exert force with her hand. But the axe blade suddenly shook. She reacted very quickly, and withdrew the light sword. At the same time, she raised her leg and kicked Mia cockpit hard. The 2 quickly entered into a fierce battle. The audience had long been looking forward to this duel between the strongest soldiers from the 2 military academies. Before the league started, Yu Yajing was the most popular mecha soldier among the participating students. Even Kelvin, the leader, had to avoid her. Mia had just revealed her rare 4S qualifications in the group stage, and now she is also attracting much attention. The audience has long been speculating who is stronger between the 2. Is Mia stronger? The gap between SS-class mecha and S-class mecha is not so easy to make up. Although Mia has 4S qualifications, Yu Yajing has more combat experience than her. I still bet on Yu Yajing to win. Qualifications are qualifications, but it also depends on the specific performance. If qualifications really determine everything, there is no need for competitions. Wouldn't it be enough to directly compare the data on paper? That's what you say, but qualifications are not just for show. Mia is 4S level. Do you understand the value of it? And looking at her previous duel with Zephos, her combat level is good. Yu Yajing is in trouble now. The audience split into 2 groups and quarreled fiercely. In the meeting, Liang couldn't help asking Alger, "Major Myron, who do you think will win?" Alger was the only single soldier among the 4 commentators, so he naturally had the most say on this issue. It's hard to say. They each have their own advantages. Alger pondered for a while, and then spoke. Mia from the coalition is fierce and flexible. And with the blessing of the SS-class mecha, she can be said to be even more powerful. And her opponent should not be underestimated either. Alger turned to look at the silver-white mecha in the camera, and commented, this classmate Yu Yajing from the First Army has precise and swift attacks. And her insight is terrifying. I wonder if you have noticed. Although Mia mental power is SS level, Yu Yajing reaction is even faster than Mia. She can always catch the opponent movements in advance and avoid the attack. He paused, and added, what more? This is not a 1v1 ring battle. Among the 5 people from the First Army, in addition to Yu Yajing, there are 3 other double S level soldiers. In addition to Mia, the coalition has only 2 double S level soldiers. From the overall strength point of view, the 2 sides are also evenly matched. Liang heard this and looked like she was just watching the fun. It looks like this battle is going to be a fight. At this moment, Mia rushed forward, raising her battle axe high, and slashed at Yu Yajing mecha with an indomitable momentum. Faced with such a powerful blow, Yu Yajing remained calm, and her light sword slid along the axe, and suddenly lifted up when it reached the edge of the axe blade, and easily resolved the opponent attack. Mia couldn't help but frown, and was about to change her moves, but the light sword stabbed at her with lightning speed. On the other side, Qiyang had already ended the battle in advance. Looking at the defeated opponent in front of him, he wanted to laugh wildly with his hands on his hips. He had waited for so long. And finally it was his time to shine. However, before he could be proud for long, an alloy whip covered with terrifying barbs came towards him. The wind was whistling, and Qiyang was startled and jumped to the side in a panic. The tip of the whip left a long afterimage in the air, and passed by him by a hairbreadth. Who attacked me? He looked over with a curse, and saw that it was Qiyang. His heart skipped a beat. He found that one of their troops had been eliminated. Choose me as your opponent? You have a good eye. Come on! I show you how powerful my Gua stick technique is. Qiyang was still mumbling, but his expression became serious. He clenched the electromagnetic stick in his hand, and made a standard starting posture of the stick technique. Qiyang ignored him, and whipped again. The alloy whip whistled when it rubbed against the air, and the tip of the whip pointed directly at his cockpit. Qiyang slid over, and used a move to clear the clouds and see the sun. He turned defense into offense, and the electromagnetic stick hit the connection of Qiyang mecha at lightning speed. Qiyang reaction was not slow either. He swung his long whip, and entangled the approaching electromagnetic stick. The battle was fierce. In the monitoring room, a staff member suddenly exclaimed, "What wrong?" asked her companion. The man pointed to a monitoring screen and said, "What are these mecha soldiers from the 627 Military Academy doing?" The companion looked over after hearing this, with a slightly startled expression, and could not help but move closer, and his expression gradually became strange. Except for the 2 staff members in the monitoring room, the others were completely immersed in the fierce battle between the coalition soldiers and the First Army soldiers. Yu Yajing once again blocked me a battle axe with a light sword, pursed her lips slightly, feeling the pressure from the opponent. The sword body kept trembling in the violent collision, her eyes darkened. Can it be said that it is worthy of being an SS-level mecha? Both its attack strength and defense capability were stronger than her S-class mecha. Especially the huge battle axe, which was amazingly powerful with the opponent SS-class physique, and most importantly, it could also emit shock waves. She used the power of her 5 senses to barely resist, but it still affected the rhythm of the battle. Yu Yajing sensed the subtle changes in the airflow through her outward mental power, and suddenly changed direction, and the sharp axe blade almost brushed against the side of her mecha. While Yu Yajing was still fighting with Mia, another 2S-level soldier named Tian Fei from the First Army had already ended the battle in advance. This was a third-year student, who had performed well in the last league, and was also a key player in the First Army. Tian Fei pulled back her weapon from the cockpit of the defeated opponent mecha, took a breath, and after a quick glance, she knew that she had no ability to intervene in the battle between Yu Yajing and Mia. So she chose to help Qiyang on the other side to fight Nanqing. 2-1, Qiyang was immediately at a disadvantage. Min Jing, who was watching the game, frowned. A cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. "Look up in the sky, what is that?" Many people in the First Army and the Allied forces looked up subconsciously, and then there was an uproar. "Is that a flying mutant? Why do I feel it doesn't look like one?" Some students couldn't help but yell. Min Jing and Hyde faces changed at the same time. Not good. The staff in the monitoring room had been in shock just now, and finally remembered to cut the camera. The audience who were watching the mecha battle with great interest suddenly found that the camera was cut, and immediately started to make a fuss, shouting for the director to cut the camera back. But after they saw the screen clearly, they couldn't help but stop complaining, and opened their mouths slightly. In the live broadcast, dozens of mechas were gliding down from high altitude, with huge gliders on their backs, like giant metal birds flying across the sky, blending into the swift wind. What with this hang glider? I don't remember any school mechas looking like this. Have you forgotten that the Warrior Pro is a transforming mecha? Although I knew it was a transforming mecha, I didn't expect it to be played like this. The 627 Military Academy can actually do something beyond my imagination every time. The more I watch, the more excited I am. So is there really no one pre-selling it? I'm willing to pay double the money to get one. After discovering that these mechas gliding in the air were the warrior mechas of the 627 Military Academy, the audience became excited. They finally understood why the mecha team of the 627 Military Academy had gone to such great lengths to climb the mountain before. At this moment, these warrior mechas at the center of the topic suddenly turned their heads to look at the live camera, as if they were looking at the audience in front of the screen through the camera. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Before the audience could figure out what this was doing, a uniform voice came from the screen. Want to experience the fun of gliding with a mecha? Warrior Pro, you deserve it. The audience who saw this scene, ? Is this an advertisement? This is definitely advertising. Right? Several commentators looked at each other in bewilderment. Alger was very glad that he had not been drinking water just now. He had never seen students from any school advertise so blatantly in the military school league. Are these little bastards here to play games or sell goods? Puff. In the viewing room, Nangongwei laughed out loud. Principal Yin, your students are very cute. Yin Xiaonan looked at the one who was still actively promoting 627D local specialty store. The students couldn't help showing satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad, they are quite sensible, they know how to promote the school online store. I will give them contribution points when I go back. But the principal of Shoujuan, Talin, who was sitting next to him, suddenly sneered. Grandstanding. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a smile. It's just that the students said a few words. How can it be called grandstanding? Isn't it their outstanding performance that attracted the audience attention? Talin's face was dark, and he didn't say anything else. With the help of the hang glider, these warrior mechas of the 627th Military Academy approached the number 3 supply station at a very fast speed. Not long after, a broadcast sounded throughout the venue. The 627th Military Academy has received the supplies from the number 3 supply station. There are currently 8 supply stations left. Please hurry up. The soldiers of the First Army and the Allied forces, who were fighting fiercely, stopped their actions almost at the same time. The number 3 supply station has been taken by other schools? They looked incredible. This is impossible? From the distance, their First Army and the Allied forces are the closest to the number 3 supply station. What is going on? Chapter 195 Siege. Commander-in-Chief, should we continue to fight? Mia turned around and looked at Min Jing and the team in confusion. The battle between them and the soldiers of the First Army was originally fought for the ownership of the number 3 supply station. Now that the number 3 supply station has been taken by someone else, it seems meaningless for them to continue fighting. The 7 mechas still on the field stopped their actions tacitly, waiting for the next instruction from their commander. Min Jing and Hyde looked at each other and ordered at the same time. All personnel, move forward at full speed. Immediately, to the number 3 supply station. The mecha soldiers walked in the front, and the teams of both schools immediately started to move. During the march, the students still couldn't help discussing the scene they had seen before. It turns out that the people we saw in the sky were from the 627th Military Academy. How did they do it? Generally, mechas don't have the ability to fly. Right? It should be that their mechas have a device similar to a glider. What? Did you see people from the 627th Military Academy in the sky? Qiyang heard the boys walking in front of him discussing this matter, and immediately came over, with curiosity in his eyes. He was wondering, where did these people from the 627th Military Academy come from? It turned out that they flew over from the sky. The boy nodded. Yes, they should be mecha soldiers, but I don't know if there are any main players. That fine. Qiyang looked relieved instantly. The supplies have been collected. We can just grab them later. They are not a large army. Can't we grab them? Both the First Army and the Allied forces had long considered the supplies of the number 3 supply station as theirs. Now that they were intercepted by the 627th Military Academy that appeared halfway, the two schools suddenly had a common enemy. The two teams were not far from the number 3 supply station. Less than 10 minutes after the announcement, they rushed to the outside of the number 3 supply station with great momentum and surrounded the entire supply station. Hiss, they are coming! Song Peng lay beside the movable door of the supply station and looked out carefully. Shirja, who was standing by, folded his arms and snorted. They came pretty fast. Jiang Xiu, who was busy, looked up at the two of them, frowning and shouting. What are you doing? Come over and pack the supplies. Got it, Senior Jiang. Song Peng touched his nose and walked back with Shirja. Aren't we scouting the enemy situation? Jiang Xiu couldn't help showing a trace of worry on his face when he heard this. The main players of this operation did not come. She was the captain, shouldering a heavy responsibility. And the pressure was already great. Moreover, they were now surrounded by the large forces of the First Army and the Allied forces in the supply station. According to the rules of the finals, it is forbidden to violently destroy the supply station. So these people did not break in by force. However, after receiving the supplies, the supply station will be evacuated after 30 minutes, which means that they only have 30 minutes of safety time. After 30 minutes, when the supply station is evacuated, they will face the siege of the two major military academies. Jiang Xiu knew his own limitations. It was impossible for them to break out of the enemy encirclement. The students of the First Army and the Allied forces also thought so. Seeing that the people of the 627th Military Academy refused to come out of the supply station, they were not in a hurry at all. They waited outside leisurely, counting the time for the supply station to evacuate. Commander Min, let compete fairly between the two schools. Whoever gets the kill will get the supplies. What do you think? Hyde, with a harmless baby face, smiled and discussed with Min Jing about the distribution of all the supplies of the 627th Military Academy. Min Jing glanced at him. Yes, it is possible. But it depends on whether the 627th Military Academy has any tricks up its sleeve. Hyde disagreed. They were all blocking the way here. The mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy couldn't just fly away. Right? Even if they could fly, they could still shoot people down. The comments were not optimistic about the situation of the mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy. It over. The mecha team of the 627th Military Academy is going to be wiped out. After a look, it's impossible for their main force to arrive within 30 minutes. There's no way to save them. How about trying to negotiate? Leave the supplies to the First Army and the Allied forces and go? How could the Allied forces and the First Army just let them go? They shouldn't have come. If they can get the supplies but can't take them away, they will be making things easier for others. If I ask you, they are still too greedy. What are they thinking? They actually dared to snatch food from the First Army and the Allied forces. They are doomed now. Just then, the announcement sounded again. Minerva Military Academy has received the supplies from the number 6 supply station. There are currently 7 supply stations left. Please hurry up. 627 Military Academy has received the supplies from the number 1 supply station. There are currently 6 supply stations left. Please hurry up. The two announcements made the faces of the First Army and the Allied forces students surrounding the number 3 supply station look ugly. There are only 10 supply stations in total, and there are not many supply stations left now. And the 627th Military Academy actually received supplies from another supply station? The students of the two schools suddenly felt threatened, thinking of the performance of the 627th Military Academy in the group stage. They secretly made up their minds that they must not let go of the 627th Military Academy mecha soldiers in the number 3 supply station. Not only supplies, but also people. Friends of the 627th Military Academy. Don't waste your time. How long can you hide? Why don't you come out and say hello to us now? Finish the game earlier. And go out to watch the live broadcast of the game earlier. Gu Tianchen shouted loudly outside the supply station, but did not get any response. The camera cut to the supply station. To the surprise of the audience, even at this time, these mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy did not show the panic they imagined. Oh, Do they already have a solution? Zhu Haolan, who was explaining, suddenly became interested. Jiang Xiu, who had already arranged for people to pack all the supplies, took a deep breath. Fortunately, Commander Xie had told her before the departure what to do if she encountered the current situation. Hey, you guys don't dare to come out. Do you? Anyway, the supply station will be evacuated later. Do you really want to continue to be cowards in front of the entire Federation audience? If this gets out, people will say that you 627 Military Academy are all cowards. Outside the supply station, Tianshan continued to shout. Seeing that these mecha soldiers of the 627 Military Academy never came out, he simply used a method of provoking them. However, he felt a sudden airflow fluctuation just after he finished speaking. He quickly moved aside. A bullet almost brushed past his mecha cockpit. It seems that I hit your sore spot. Tianshan glanced at the bullet head on the ground with contempt. His tone was still arrogant. Such a small bullet can't eliminate me. Why don't you come out and compete with me? In response to him, there was a sudden burst of gunfire. Several students from the First Army and the Allied forces standing outside the supply station were caught off guard and shot. They quickly retreated. Just after replenishing supplies, the 627th Military Academy had sufficient ammunition, and bullets passed through the windows of the supply station and poured out like a violent storm. The soil on the ground was splashed everywhere under such strafing, rocks were broken, smoke and dust rolled, and the fierce gunshots intertwined into one, forming a high-pitched and exciting symphony. The students of the two schools wanted to fight back, but they had to endure it temporarily because of the rules of the game that they could not attack the supply station, and only retreated to a place outside the attack range. Damn it. You guys are clearly cheating by taking advantage of the rules. Tianshan was so angry that he jumped up and down. And he didn't care about the rules and rushed directly to the supply station, but was stopped by Hyde. Although the teams of the two schools had retreated, the gunfire still did not stop, and bullets continued to be fired from the supply station. And occasionally there was even a powerful rocket. However, because the two schools were already prepared, there was not much damage, and most of the bullets missed. Are they going to throw the can down the drain? A coalition student couldn't help but complain when seeing this. So many bullets are wasted. TSK, I bet the organizers must be bleeding in their hearts now. Unlike previous actual combat matches, this competition uses live ammunition, and it is also the most expensive Military Academy League finals in history. Maybe they just don't want to leave the bullets for us, her companion beside her said in a sad tone. I don't know what the organizers think. These bullets should have been ours. Hiss, really? Many students immediately showed a look of pain. As time passed, perhaps because they felt there was no hope, the gunshots finally stopped, and the mecha soldiers of the First Army and the Allied forces began to prepare, one by one. Ready to go, just waiting for the last few minutes to end. In the First Army, Minjing still looked a little doubtful. As long as you look at the map, you will know that the number 3 supply station is closer to the drop point of their Allied forces and the First Army. Even if the 627th Military Academy has a way to let the mecha team collect the supplies first, it will definitely not be able to leave smoothly. Xie Yinhan must understand this. So why did she send the mecha team? Could it be that the other party was taking a chance? Impossible. Recalling Xie Yinhan's series of operations in the group stage, Minjing flatly denied this speculation. Although the other party command style is bold and radical, it is impossible to rely on uncertain accidental factors to make decisions. For a qualified commander, the so-called bold action plan must be formulated after fully evaluating the risks. There must be something she didn't expect. Minjing lowered her eyes and thought, if she was Xie Yinhan, how would she break the situation when she encountered this situation? In a flash, Minjing had a guess in her mind. Like a flash of lightning piercing the darkness, she raised her head suddenly. At the same time, Hyde also hurried over. Yajing said that when the gunshot sounded before, she also vaguely heard another strange sound, I suspect. They are digging a tunnel, trying to escape from underground. Minjing continued what Hyde had not finished saying. She immediately understood why the mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy had been firing before. It was actually to cover up the noise made by digging the tunnel, so as not to arouse their vigilance. Now it was time to evacuate the supply station. Minjing and Hyde immediately ordered the main team members to go and find out. Sure enough, when these main team members entered the supply station that was already evacuating with full vigilance, they saw a big black hole on the ground, and the mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy had long disappeared. Qiyang was immediately shocked. Oh my god! Are they rats? So good at digging holes? It was really amazing that they dug such a tunnel in less than 30 minutes. In fact, it was not only these students from the First Army and the Allied forces. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the whole process of how the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy dug a tunnel to escape. They were even more shocked than them. After all, which school ordinary soldiers can have a weapon made of mental power transmission material? Chapter 196 The Hoe is showing its power. At this moment, the live broadcast room barrage is still discussing the tools used by the students of the 627 Military Academy mecha team to dig tunnels. You should know that mental power transmission materials are extremely precious, and are basically only used in the field of mecha manufacturing. There are even fewer mental power transmission materials that can increase the power of weapons. Only a few advanced mechas are equipped with weapons made of this kind of special mental power transmission materials. For example, Kelvin Mecha Knight has a giant sword made of heavy stone. So, when everyone saw that the mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy actually used weapons made of mine-conducting materials to dig the soil, their first reaction was, "What a waste of natural resources." Who said that the 627th Military Academy is located in a remote star system and is poor? Even the ordinary standard mechas are equipped with mine-conducting weapons. Isn't that inhumane? Using mine-conducting weapons to dig the soil? What are you thinking? Shouldn't this treasure be cherished? But it's true, they are quite efficient in digging tunnels. Although the mental transmission weapons are easy to use, they also require high mental control. These soldiers are not the main players, which is quite impressive. The audience was amazed at the big hand of the 627th Military Academy, and was surprised by the mental control level of these mecha soldiers. However, most people were still saddened that the precious mental transmission weapons were used to dig the soil. Yin Xiaonan fell silent as she watched these comments. Is it possible that this thing was originally used for digging? Yin Xiaonan suddenly realized that. No wonder all the hoes on the shelves of the school exchange store were sold out. Could it be that they were bought by students and used here? But she could also understand that the hoe produced by this system is indeed much more useful than the general engineer shovel. Turning back to the competition field, after discovering that the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy had escaped through the underground passage, the mecha soldiers of the coalition forces and the First Army were speechless for a moment as they surrounded the earth pit on the ground. No way, they just waited foolishly for 30 minutes, and everyone ran away. Several coalition forces and the students of the First Army looked at each other. They had fought against each other before, but now they felt a sense of sympathy. If we chase them from this tunnel now, is it possible to catch up with them? Although everyone ran away, Qiyang still lay beside the pit and looked around, and even turned on the searchlight to shine inside. The white light hit the soft soil, and it seemed that something was exposed. He was about to touch it. Yu Yajing's face changed slightly, and shouted loudly. Everyone retreat immediately. All the players who came were the main players, and they reacted quickly. As soon as they retreated, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded, accompanied by the flames rising into the sky, and the whole tunnel collapsed. Oh my god, these guys from 627 are too wicked. Aren't they? Qiyang, who escaped death, couldn't help but pat his chest. He was not in the mecha just now. If he was really blown up, it would not be a question of whether he would be eliminated or not. He would probably be sent directly to the treatment cabin. Although she was mentally prepared, Min Jing was still amused when she learned what happened in the supply station, including the group stage. This was the second time. 627. And Xia Yinhan. She repeated the name in her heart, quickly sorted out her mood, and said to Hyde, "Since the number 3 supply station is gone, why don't we say goodbye? There are only 6 supply stations left now. Whether it is the First Army or the coalition forces, they have not gained anything. If they continue to delay here, it will be fun if they really don't take down any supply stations." Well, I was just about to say that there is no need for us to fight anymore. It is better to find other supply stations as soon as possible. Hyde sighed bitterly with a baby face. Although I have watched the video of the group stage, it is only after the real fight this time that I finally understand your feelings. 627 is indeed not a school that can be viewed with common sense. Who would have thought that this group of people would suddenly fly down from the sky? And they ran so fast, it was just playing them around. Min Jing glanced at him. How about we make an agreement? Hyde asked. What agreement? Min Jing said. If we meet the 627th Military Academy again in the next game, we will cooperate to eliminate the 627th Military Academy first, and then solve the problems between our two schools. Hyde squinted and touched his chin. Not a bad idea. Let's do it this way. Anyway, the check-in point will be refreshed tomorrow. We will meet each other anyway. In fact, no matter whether the First Army or the Allied forces got the supplies from the number 3 supply station, the other school would not be so resentful. But it was intercepted by the 627th Military Academy as a third party, which pushed the two schools to the same front. The coalition forces and the First Army separated at the number 3 supply station, and tacitly chose different directions to leave. 627, which had calculated the two major military academies at the same time, was also in trouble at this time. After receiving the supplies from the number 1 supply station, the large force of the 627 Military Academy continued to rush to the number 5 supply station closest to their current location. However, they encountered a sneak attack from the First Army halfway. Xie Yinhan couldn't help curling her lips when she looked at the First Army team that suddenly appeared in front of her. It seems that she had a bit too much hatred in the last game. According to the broadcast, the First Army was at the number 4 supply station before. They could have chosen the closer number 8 supply station, but they chose to take a detour to attack 627. How can they not say that they love 627 deeply? The First Army, which suffered a big loss in the group stage, was obviously well prepared this time. Kelvin led several mechas to attack Zephos' Zerg mecha first. The giant sword made of heavy stone, after being infused with mental power, chopped at the head of the Zerg mecha with great force, but was blocked by the thick mechanical legs. Clang! A sharp metal collision sounded. Kelvin did not retreat immediately, but continued to input mental power into the giant sword. As the power of the giant sword became heavier, it began to tilt and press towards the opposite side little by little. Zephos immediately raised another mechanical leg, and was about to stab Kelvin cockpit, unexpectedly. Several alloy chains with claws suddenly threw at him from different directions. Zephos' eyes fixed, and he wanted to retreat without thinking, but was blocked by Kelvin. In this short moment, the claws at the front of these alloy chains have landed steadily on the Zerg mecha. And the landing location is also very clever. They are just stuck in the joint connection of the metal legs, with the joint force of the First Army mecha at the end of the alloy chain. Several chains instantly stretched into straight lines, binding the Zerg mecha in the center. At the same time, Kelvin's giant sword slashed at Zephos again. So many people fighting one person. You First Army are too insidious. Seeing this, Ruby wanted to help immediately, but Lu Qiyang was driving Feng Yin to launch a fierce attack on her, and she had no chance to get away. After such a big setback in the group match, Lu Qiyang changed his elegant and restrained fighting style and attacked fiercely, hitting the vital points with every move, which made Ruby quite overwhelmed. After trying to go to Zephos several times but being blocked, Ruby had to refocus her attention on the competition with the opponent in front of her. She could not help Senior Gao Simeng. Except for Ruby, the rest of the main soldiers of the 627th Military Academy were also in battle at the moment, and had no time to go to support. Fang Shanliu faced a mecha soldier named Hog from the First Army. Landon faced Lin Muyuan, and Jisung Yu faced Yutong. What worse is that because the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy was not there, while their main soldiers were tied up, the mecha soldiers of the First Army led the mobile infantry to encircle and suppress the rest of the 627th Military Academy. It seems that the First Army is here to avenge the group stage. Tut tut. 627 is not good. Because of the group stage, everyone in the First Army must be holding their breath, but I really didn't expect them to find 627 so soon. Rumor has it, their school has issued a death order. They don't have to win the championship, but they must kill 627. Hiss. Is it true? But they can actually think of using this method to deal with Zephos. Now that the main players of 627 have been tied up, won't they be suppressed by the First Army? The barrage of comments was full of discussion, and Alger, who was explaining, couldn't help but frown slightly when he looked at the battle scene on the big screen, with the mecha team not yet returning. The mobile infantry of 627 Military Academy had no chance of winning against the mecha soldiers of the First Army. At this moment, he suddenly found that the weapons in the hands of the mobile infantry of 627 Military Academy seemed familiar. Psychic conduction weapons. Someone in the barrage had already recognized it. Isn't this the spiritual conduction weapon that the mecha team of 627 Military Academy used to dig the soil before? Everyone was excited. With the spiritual conduction weapons in hand, the mobile infantry of 627 Military Academy should be able to improve their combat effectiveness. I just don't know if these mobile infantry can control the spiritual conduction weapons. Yin Xiao's expression was a bit hard to describe when he saw the scene. Principal Yin, are you worried about the students? Nan Dongwei inadvertently caught a glimpse of her expression and asked with concern. Yin Xiaonan touched his nose. Ahem. That not the case. She knew the students' mental power control level. Even for students majoring in mobile infantry, it was not difficult to use these hoes made of mental power transmission materials. After all, so much land was not cultivated in vain. It's just that a group of people fighting with hoes is too much like a village fight. Ordinary people in the interstellar era generally don't recognize this kind of farm tool that is very backward to them. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Nan Dongwei did not continue to investigate, but sighed. By the way, I thought that only all the mecha soldiers of your school were equipped with mental power transmission weapons. But I didn't expect that even the mobile infantry had them. Principal Yin is really generous. Yin Xiaonan shook his head. In fact, the things were exchanged by students with contribution points, and the school did not provide them for free. Does that mean that these mental power transmission weapons have already belonged to the students? Jiang Xuanyu on the side was very surprised to hear this. And she looked envious. You make me want to go to the 627 Military Academy. What? There is such a good thing? Nan Dongwei was even more excited. Her eyes were shining. I heard that the 627 Military Academy does not limit the age of students who apply. As long as Principal Yin agrees, I will immediately submit an application for admission. Contribution point exchange. Right? As long as she is given a chance, she can clear out all the things in the 627 Military Academy store. Hearing the seriousness hidden in the jokes of the two principals, Yin Xiaonan was silent. Not necessary. In the arena, the mecha soldiers of the First Army did not know that the strange-looking weapons held by the students of the 627 Military Academy were made of mental power transmission materials. Until the outer armor of the mecha was directly broken by a hoe, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 197 Solve it yourself. Spirit. Spiritual power transmission weapon? The mecha soldiers of the First Army could not help but pause when they saw the scene. They were puzzled. Why these mobile infantrymen of the 627th Military Academy could have spiritual power transmission weapons. The students of the 627th Military Academy held the hose tightly in their hands, with both hands, and input their spiritual power into them. The long and sharp hoe blade made a pleasant buzzing sound, and a vibrating airflow appeared around the hoe blade. They bravely rushed towards the mecha of the First Army in front of them, with the hoe blade pointing directly at the cockpit of the enemy mecha. The students of the First Army were caught off guard. If there were only the mecha infantry team, they might have been taken away directly by the offensive of the 627 Military Academy. However, mecha soldiers are different from mobile infantry. Not to mention the mecha soldiers of the First Army. Mecha Combat Major is the trump card major of the First Army, and students who can be selected for the league are the elite among the elites. After a period of confusion, the First Army team quickly regained the rhythm of the battle. The offensive was fierce, but the mecha infantry team of the 627 Military Academy still showed no signs of retreat. The students danced with the hose in their hands vigorously. Seeing that the battle lines of both sides were constantly moving back under the charge of the First Army mecha, they all waved their hose, picked up large pieces of soil from the ground and threw them at the external camera of the First Army mecha. At this moment, a terrifying mental pressure suddenly erupted. Zephos manipulated the Zerg mecha to exert force violently. The 8 metal legs coordinated with a huge body movement, and instantly broke several alloy chains. At the same time, flame surged out from the flamethrower on the head of the mecha. At this moment, the Zerg mech he was driving was like a giant beast in a rage, with its rotating mechanical head spewing raging flames, forming roaring fire dragons that roared towards the enemy. Seeing this, several soldiers of the First Army, who were close, were about to retreat immediately. But unexpectedly, a scream came, and the Zerg mech raised its legs, and a First Army mech was driven by the alloy chain and fell towards the Zerg mech. Before the mech soldier could untie the connection with the alloy chain, a metal leg pierced through accurately, completely piercing his cockpit. This was just the beginning. 2 more First Army mechas were destroyed, so fast that other First Army soldiers were frightened. Kelvin hurried forward to stop Zephos' attack. The giant sword collided with the metal foot, and a burst of aggressive mental power suddenly attacked him. Mental power released. Kelvin was shocked. Under the pressure of mental power, his face turned extremely pale in an instant. Although his mental power level was S+, he still couldn't easily deal with this terrifying attack at the mental power level. He almost lost the connection with the knight in the mental shock. And Zephos' mechanical foot had already stabbed over. In the critical moment, Kelvin barely turned around, protected the cockpit of the mecha, and blocked the fatal blow at the cost of a mechanical arm. And the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy finally rushed back to support. Sowing frowned at the situation in front of him. When he found out that the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy was not there, he thought he could beat 627 this time. But he didn't expect that these mobile infantry of the 627th Military Academy would be more tenacious than he expected. But now the best opportunity to defeat the 627th Military Academy has been lost. The opponent mecha team has returned to support, and is about to form a pincer attack on them. What a pity, but if the 627th Military Academy is so easy to deal with, it would not be 627. A trace of regret flashed in Sowing's eyes, and then he immediately issued an order for everyone to retreat in the communication channel. The First Army team began to fight and retreat, but the students of the 627th Military Academy became more and more courageous, especially now that the mecha team has returned. The pressure on the mobile infantry, who were originally at the forefront, was greatly reduced. Several main soldiers are here. Kelvin is no longer able to fight Zephos, and is covering the retreat of other mecha soldiers. Ruby and Qiyang have a slight advantage in the battle, but they cannot end the battle immediately, and Qiyang has already retreated. Fang Shungliu has already set his opponent out of the game, and is helping Ji Sinyu fight Yutong. Landon and Lin Miyuan have similar qualifications, but his combat experience is slightly insufficient, and he is now being suppressed by Lin Miyuan. After receiving the signal to retreat, Lin Miyuan was planning to quickly resolve the opponent in front of him, but he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He immediately changed the direction of his action without thinking. The next moment, a long-range sniper bullet broke through the air and almost passed by him. Lin Miyuan's pupils trembled slightly. Sniper? And a sniper who was capable of sniping the mecha in battle? He felt a chill in his heart, and hurriedly looked in the direction where the bullet came from, but found nothing. At this moment, another sniper bullet whizzed in, but from another direction. It was too late for Lin Miyuan to dodge. The sniper bullet hit the mecha head with great precision. Unlike ordinary bullets, this bullet specially designed to snipe mechas not only has a very large caliber, but also has amazing power. It exploded immediately after hitting the target. The mecha head is the place where the mental power is most densely connected. Lin Miyuan only felt a violent shock in his brain, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted directly, which scared Langdon, who was opposite him. In fact, under normal circumstances, even if the mecha was hit in the head by a sniper bullet, it should not have such a big reaction as Lin Miyuan. However, Lin Miyuan was attacked by Xia Yinhan external mental pressure in the group match before, and his mental power was injured again before it recovered, which made him fall into a coma all of a sudden. The rescue team hiding in the dark saw this scene, and immediately pulled Lin Miyuan out of the cockpit of the mecha, and carried him away on a stretcher. Lin Tianan looked at the rescue vehicle going away through the scope with mixed feelings. Although the rules of the finals were like this, she and Lin Miyuan were enemies on the field, and there was no reason to show mercy. Although the opponent was still putting pressure on her after the group stage, he was her cousin who grew up with her. Seeing him injured, she inevitably felt a little unnecessary guilt in her heart. However, this emotion only stayed in Lin Tianan's heart for a short while. She quickly picked up the anti-material rifle in her hand and aimed at the next target, the chief of the individual soldiers of the First Army, her fiancé Kelvin. The crosshairs landed steadily on the night cockpit. Lin Tianan decisively pulled the trigger, and the sniper bullet shot out from the muzzle, rushing straight towards the target with an unstoppable momentum. Kelvin's reaction was faster than Lin Miyuan. He quickly dodged the hidden gun. Lin Tianan's expression remained calm, and he continued to shoot. The bullets streaked across the sky like meteors. Kelvin mecha lost a mechanical arm, which affected its flexibility. Several parts of the body were hit, but no key parts were hit. At this time, he had gradually retreated beyond the range, and Lin Tianan had to put away his gun. So this is what she meant by solving it herself? Yan Ting, who was watching Lin Tianan sniping of the two, couldn't help but shudder when he recalled what the other party had said before. You can't judge a person by appearance. He only saw that Lin Tianan seemed gentle and kind. How could he forget her terrible sniping ability? Yan Ting suddenly realized that they really didn't need to help Lin Tianan, because no one could really bully her with her character. As the Shoujuan team retreated, the battle gradually stopped, the smoke slowly dissipated, the gunshots became less and less frequent, until the surroundings were completely quiet. The rescue team was still busy carrying the wounded, including students from the Shoujuan team, and students from the 627th Military Academy. The mobile infantrymen of 627, who were not eliminated, were exhausted one by one, and they all stuck their hose into the ground as support for their bodies. Their faces were covered with dust and sweat, and many of them had overdrawn their mental strength, and their faces turned pale, but their eyes were bright. You know, they resisted the offensive of the main force of the capital army in the absence of the mecha team, and delayed until the arrival of reinforcements. After the capital army team completely disappeared from the sight of the students of the 627 Military Academy, two broadcasts suddenly sounded. 627 Military Academy eliminated 39 people, and Capital Military Academy eliminated 21 people. Capital Military Academy has received supplies from the number 5 supply station, and there are currently 5 supply stations left. Please hurry up. Although the 627 Military Academy resisted the previous offensive of the capital army, the losses were not small. But the focus of the students was on the latter notice. While you were holding us back, did you let the team go to the number 5 supply station in advance? Xie Yinhan looked amused. No wonder you left so quickly just now. The new commander of the First Army is much more interesting than the previous one. In the following time, the supplies of the remaining 5 supply stations were quickly collected by other schools one by one. Among them, the Allied forces and the First Army each received supplies from 1 supply station, and the supplies of the remaining 3 supply stations were collected by the Silver Blade Military School, the K-29 Military School, and the Guangyao Military School. Although the supply stations have been evacuated, the battle between the schools has not ended. The announcement of the number of eliminated students from each school continued to sound in the venue. Some schools that did not receive supplies turned their attention to other participating schools after the supply stations were gone. Some schools that received supplies did not stop. The more supplies, the better. Who would complain about too much supplies? Moreover, eliminating members of other schools can get points. As the only school that received supplies from 2 supply stations, the 627th Military Academy encountered waves of enemy attacks. Some schools that were close to them didn't dare to provoke the 4 major military academies, so they took a chance and set their sights on them. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that the war finally subsided. In this melee, Minerva Military Academy robbed the supplies of Silver Blade Military Academy. The First Army eliminated all the remaining students of Qishao Military Academy, and the 627 Military Academy successfully repelled the Edward Military Academy and Leto Military Academy, who were trying to rob supplies, and even robbed them. In addition, K-29 Military Academy and Guangyao Military Academy fought a battle, but neither side gained any advantage. As for the First Army and the Allied forces, they did not make any big moves. The remaining school was Trinity Military Academy. After nearly half of its students were eliminated by Minerva Military Academy, they unfortunately encountered SS-level mutant beasts, which ended their journey to the finals early. When night came, the schools that received supplies found a place to set up tents to rest. The schools that did not receive supplies were in a miserable situation. The students could only freeze outside in the middle of the night. The next day, the students of 627 Military Academy came out of the tents and regained their spirits. At this time, the 3 check-in points were finally refreshed. According to the rules of the competition, each school team needs to complete the check-in at 3 check-in points in order. The top 3 can get 3,000 points, 2,000 points, and 1,000 points respectively, compared with the points that can be obtained by eliminating students from other participating schools. There is no doubt that the key to winning is to complete the check-in as early as possible. Hey, check-in points 2 and 3 are so far away. Looking at the refreshed electronic map, Langdon said doubtfully. I say, is there really a school that can arrive before the end of the game? Elin said. There are more than just check-in points on the map. Take another look. Yes, there are also several temporary airports in the stadium. Yinting was rubbing his hands. And before Langdon could look at the electronic map again, he interrupted. When there are transport planes, there is no need to walk there. Su Chujin just went to wake up Xia Yinhan, who was still lying in bed, and saw that they were still standing here chatting. So he reminded them. Okay, you all go and solve your personal hygiene problems. The general commander is up. We have to set off soon. 10 minutes later, Xia Yinhan, whose mind was completely awake but the morning grumpiness was still not dissipated, issued the latest instructions with a cold face. Everyone in the ship department and the 3rd command group go to the airport numbered 9632. And the rest of you follow me to the check-in point number 1. Chapter 198, the second stage of the finals. As the check-in points were refreshed, the teams from each school set out to the number 1 check-in point. Of course, each school also sent another group of people to the airport, in addition to the number 1 check-in point, to reach the number 2 and number 3 check-in points. Flying vehicles must be used. Fortunately, compared with other schools, the current location of the 627th Military Academy team is not far from the number 1 check-in point. After a period of rapid march, they soon arrived at the area near the number 1 check-in point. The first thing that appeared in their field of vision was a row of abandoned factories. According to the map, the check-in point was located in the factory in the center. The students did not rush to act, but first released the drone for reconnaissance. After confirming that there were no people from other schools hiding in the factory, they approached. It seems that we are the first to arrive? Langdon looked around curiously, and saw that the surroundings were quiet, and there was no sign of any enemy troops. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Su Chujin frowned upon hearing this. It better to be alert. Go check in now. The Allied forces, the First Army, and the First Army are not far from us. We are here now, so they shouldn't be much slower than us. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Yinhan, who had been silent, suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp at a factory building in front of the left, and said in a cold voice, "Come out!" All the students immediately became alert, raised their weapons, and turned their guns over. The surroundings were still quiet. The breeze blew gently, a white butterfly fluttered up and down along the grass by the roadside, and finally landed silently on a wild flower. The building made of concrete stood there silently, casting a straight shadow. There was no movement inside the factory, as if Xia Yinhan was just being too suspicious, but no one put down their weapons. Ruby drove the mecha forward, and was about to enter the factory to check, when a figure suddenly flashed from the door, and a huge battle axe whistled and chopped towards her. Mia was also very puzzled. How did the commander-in-chief of the 627th Military Academy discover her existence? She was very confident in her ability to hide, but she didn't expect that her hiding place would be exposed before she took any action. But since she had been exposed, there was no point in her hiding any longer. She simply took the initiative and launched the attack first. Ruby had been on guard all the time. Without waiting for the battle axe to fall, she quickly retreated to the back. At the same time, she raised the high-frequency particle knife in her hand and blocked it in front of her, blocking the battle axe. Mia, it you? Seeing the mecha in front of her, Ruby's fighting spirit suddenly became more intense. Mia's appearance was like a signal. The dense gunfire suddenly exploded in the students' ears, and countless missiles were fired from the low hill on the side of the factory. Could it be that the coalition forces have come a long time ago, but have been hiding here to ambush us? Seeing this scene, Ji-Sun couldn't help but widen her eyes. Su Chujin thought for a while and analyzed. The coalition forces did not hide in the factory. They deliberately relaxed our vigilance. The low hill over there happened to be in our visual blind spot. They have been keeping their troops in place, waiting for the best moment to launch a sneak attack on us. Fortunately, their commander-in-chief discovered the abnormality in advance and ruined the other party plan. The others suddenly realized something, but Xia Yinhan shook his head slightly. No, it's not just the coalition forces coming. At this moment, all the mechas hidden in the dark revealed their figures, and one of the silver-white mechas rushed over first, with a clear target on Zephos, who was at the front of the team. First Army. You Yajing? Ji-Sun's voice suddenly rose. The coalition forces and the First Army have joined forces? Facing these sudden enemy forces, the 627th Military Academy reacted quickly. The large force quickly retreated to an empty factory building nearby. using the building as a cover to fire back. The mecha soldiers continued to rush to the check-in point under the fire cover of others. The students of the coalition and the First Army naturally refused to let them succeed. A large group of mechas pressed over and surrounded them. Although the location of the 627th Military Academy was only a few hundred meters away from the number 1 check-in point, the mecha team could not move forward at all under the airtight blockade of the soldiers of the two schools. The students couldn't help but look into the distance anxiously. They could clearly see a corner of the factory where the check-in point was located, but this short distance seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm. The S-class mechas from the coalition forces and the First Army specifically targeted the main force of the 627th Military Academy and fought against them, dragging them into a battle that could not be ended quickly. The coalition forces and the First Army that had been hiding behind the low hills also began to approach the factory from the outside, slightly compressing the activity space of the 627th Military Academy team. Students from the 627th Military Academy were constantly eliminated, especially the mecha soldiers who were charging at the front. Several warrior mechas had been destroyed by the enemy. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen a school that could attract 2 top military academies to join forces to suppress it. The 627th Military Academy ability to attract hatred was really amazing. The 4 major military academies had suffered losses at the 627th Military Academy before. The fans of each school were naturally happy to hear about this, and they all gloated on the public screen. Ha! I always see 627 Military Academy cheating other schools. And finally, I see them get humiliated. If it was any other school, I might still sympathize with them. But 627 Military Academy. Well, I can only say that this is the result of jumping too high. The first-year students of the coalition sent a congratulatory message, and I knew that with our God-min vengeful character, he would never let 627 go. There are those who gloat over the misfortune, and there are also those who feel sorry for 627 Military Academy. 627 Military Academy has gained a lot of fans after the group stage. For these people, the coalition and the First Army, as old military academies, actually teamed up to bully a school that participated in the league for the first time. It is simply bullying the weak, which is too shameless. However, no matter how much they complain, the game is still based on strength. The behavior of the First Army and the Allied forces does not violate the league rules. They can only be condemned in public opinion, which is irrelevant. The most important thing now is whether the 627th Military Academy can resolve the crisis at hand. The clock-in issue can be put aside. If the current trend continues, the 627th Military Academy is likely to become the third school to be eliminated after the Qiyang Military Academy and the Sanyi Military Academy under the siege of the two schools. Xie Yinhan's expression was also unusually solemn. The difference in the strength of the enemy and us was too great. If we fought head-on, we would most likely be wiped out. Fortunately, they were not in an unobstructed wilderness. The surrounding factories could serve as their cover, which gave them room for negotiation. After observing the surrounding environment, Xie Yinhan chose a factory building and let the troops quickly establish a defensive stronghold. The students hid behind the windows and fired at the streets outside. At this time, the superiority of holding 2 supply stations was reflected. The 627th Military Academy had sufficient ammunition, such as submachine guns, shotguns, portable rocket launchers, which were very suitable for use in street fighting. The entire stronghold was armed into an extremely solid fortress. Although the coalition forces and the First Army tried to break through this defensive position several times, because the position chosen by Xie Yinhan was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there were layers of obstacles, they all ended in failure. In addition, the snipers of the 627th Military Academy roaming between the roofs also made the main combat teams of the two schools hard to defend. From time to time, a mecha soldier in combat was hit by a bullet suddenly shot from an inconspicuous corner. When they wanted to counterattack in the direction of the bullet, the sniper was no longer in the original position, with defensive strongholds to attract firepower and snipers helping in the dark. The pressure on the mecha team of the 627th Military Academy was greatly reduced, with Zephos and Ruby blocking them. Fang Shanliu, Ji Sinyu and Langdon saw the gap in the enemy encirclement and rushed through it at lightning speed. Then they ran to the check-in point without looking back. Yu Yajing, who was still fighting Zephos, saw this scene and suddenly changed the direction of the muzzle. Without thinking, she pulled the trigger at Ji Sun-yu, who was running in the front. The sound of the bullet was barely perceptible in the chaotic environment at the moment. The sharp bullet broke through the air, passed through the battlefield, and shot straight to Ji Sun-yu mecha engine. But just when this bullet was about to approach the target, another bullet in high-speed motion suddenly appeared and collided with it. This little episode did not attract the attention of many people on the field. In front, Ji Sun-yu continued to run forward without noticing anything. Only the live camera captured this thrilling moment. Lin Tian's calm profile then appeared on the screen. Yu Yajing had no time to take care of this incident. Mia was a tough opponent for her, but she could still see the possibility of winning, and the person in front of her actually gave her a feeling of invincibility. Sharp metal legs stabbed at her from different directions, precisely blocking all her escape routes. Yu Yajing had to fight head-on. The light sword barely blocked one leg, and then another leg stabbed from another direction. Facing such a terrifying opponent as Zephos, Yu Yajing not only did not retreat, but her eyes, which were always calm, burst out with amazing fighting spirit. On the other side, Mia also noticed that a mecha from the 627th Military Academy broke through, but was held back by Ruby. Although Ruby mecha level and qualifications are slightly lower than Mia, her life experience since childhood has given her a beast-like intuition and extremely rich practical experience. It is hard to say who will win or lose between the two, but it will only take Ruby a few minutes to restrain Mia in a short period of time. On the roof, Lin Tian continued to shoot, and the bullets accurately hit the knees of several enemy mechas that were still chasing, blocking their actions. At this time, Fang Shengliu and the other three had successfully entered the factory building where the number 1 check-in point was located. That must be the time clock. Langdon looked at the machine with the screen on in front of him with excitement. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard a sound of breaking through the air. Fang Shengliu reacted very quickly and blocked the whistling alloy whip with his spear. 2 mechas came out from the dark. There are actually 2 S-class mechas hidden here. The 3 of them were shocked. Ji Sun-yu quickly reacted. Since the coalition forces and the first army arrived earlier than them, there was no reason not to ambush people around the time clock. Guerrilla and Ji Nanqing were rivals before, but now they are fighting side by side. Fang Shengliu and Ji Sun-yu are fighting against each other, respectively, asking Landon to finish the check-in. However, when Landon ran to the check-in machine, he found that he had to answer questions first to complete the check-in. Only by filling in the correct answer can the check-in page be unlocked. Looking at the questions that popped up on the screen, Landon was completely confused. He knew all these words, but he didn't understand what they meant when put together. Chapter 199 Melee. Why not just guess, and maybe you can guess the answer correctly. Langdon entered a random string of numbers into the answer box with a fluke in mind. Click submit, and a prompt box popped up on the screen immediately saying, "Wrong answer." The check-in page could not be clicked at all. He did not believe it, and tried a few more times, but it still did not work. The answer was wrong, and it was still wrong. It turns out that the actual competition also tests cultural knowledge. Langdon was in despair at the moment. If he had known that he would need to answer questions to check in, he would have switched with Ji Sun-yu and Fang Shengliu. He would go fight and let them answer questions. However, it was too late to change people now. Ji Nanqing moved quickly. The long whip in his hand flashed with a cold metallic luster, and drew sharp arcs in the air, carrying a murderous aura. Whip weapons are not easy to control, but he happened to be a whip expert. The alloy whip sometimes flew up and down, like a snake, and sometimes flew high in the air, like a silver dragon breaking through the clouds. The whip shadows overlapped and changed endlessly. Although Fang Shengliu had fought with the opponent many times, he still had to do his best to deal with it, and could not afford to be distracted at all. On the other side, Qiyang, who was fighting with Ji Sun-yu, was not weak at all. His weapon was an electromagnetic stick, which was not as erratic as a whip. The stick method seemed more stable and solid. He did not use many fancy techniques, but simply and directly attacked the opponent again and again. But it was also difficult to deal with. Each of his swings was powerful and heavy, with a thunderous force, as if it could shake the world. Compared to the evenly matched battle between Fang Shengliu and Ji Nanqing, Ji Sun-yu was inevitably a little stretched under Qiyang's fierce attack. Although she was talented, she was a freshman after all, and her combat experience was far inferior to Qiyang. Now she was just struggling to hold on. Langdon looked back at the two for help, but he didn't get any look. He looked at the answer page again, scratched his hair in pain. There was no other way. He could only ask for help. This question is to calculate the current coordinates of an unknown planet based on the orbits and positions of known planets. Su Chujin said after looking at the picture that Langdon transmitted through the mecha data link. Ah, so what is the answer? Langdon asked anxiously while paying attention to the fierce fight next to him. This question is not difficult, but it takes time to calculate the result. Wait a moment. Langdon had to suppress his restlessness temporarily, and continued to wait, unexpectedly. Ji Nanqing suddenly whipped him with a whip, aiming directly at his cockpit. Whoosh, the alloy whip passed through the air with a whistling sound, like a venomous snake that suddenly attacked, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The air seemed to be torn open with an invisible hole, and as the whip fell faster, the sound of the wind became extremely sharp. Langdon hard jumped, and he hurriedly stepped back from the time clock. The tip of the whip hit the ground with a thunderous sound, and the sound instantly spread like ripples, and continued to echo in the empty factory. Ji Nanqing missed the first attack, but he did not give up. Before Langdon could breathe a sigh of relief, he whipped him again, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch its trajectory. Langdon Mecha Thunder was not known for its speed and agility. Under Ji Nanqing's continuous attacks, it had to flee in a panic. Seeing this scene, Fang Shangliu suddenly thrust out the spear in his hand, just when Ji Nanqing wanted to swing the whip to resist. The spearhead turned around and attacked Gu Tianxin behind him at lightning speed. This shot was so powerful and unexpected that Gu Tianxin, who was about to make a fatal attack on Ji Sinyu, had to change his tactics and defend himself. Ji Sinyu took the opportunity to escape from his attack range, aiming at Ji Nanqing who was right in front of her and pulling the trigger decisively, and instantly exchanged opponents with Fang Shangliu. Looking at the four people who were once again in a fierce battle, Langdon breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. At this time, Su Chujin's voice finally sounded again. I figured it out. According to the format of the answer box, the Under Armour coordinate system is most likely used. The specific coordinates are 5, 7, 4. Langdon immediately ran back to the time clock and nervously entered the answer into the answer box. However, before Su Chujin could finish reporting the answer, a noise suddenly appeared in the communication channel. Hello. Hello. Commander Su. Can you still hear me? Langdon felt like the sky was falling when he found that he could not contact Su Chujin. At least wait for him to finish entering the answer. Why did this communication channel have problems earlier or later? But at this time. In fact, it was not just Langdon's case. 627. The communication channels of the First Army and the Allied forces all had problems at the same time. Before everyone could react, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly came from far away, and the whole land was shaking slightly. The students who were fighting subconsciously stopped fighting, and saw an SS-class mutant King Kong ape appear in sight. At this time, the giant beast was angrily chasing two unfamiliar S-class mechas. But the two mechas quickly got into the ranks of the Allied forces and the First Army. The King Kong ape didn't care about that. It raised its head to the sky and let out a deafening roar. It waved its strong and powerful arms, and through the tree, it had uprooted in its hands in the direction where the two mechas were escaping. With a dull thud, the tree hit the ground and splashed dust. Many students from the Coalition and the First Army were unable to react, and were directly blown away by the huge impact. Which wicked school brought the SS-level mutant beast here? Many people had such questions in their minds, but they didn't have time to think about it. The mad King Kong ape attacked everything in front of it indiscriminately. The unlucky Coalition forces and the students of the First Army were in trouble. They were caught off guard and faced the anger of the King Kong ape. The communication between the First Army and the Coalition forces had problems. The commander could not pass on the order at all. Facing the sudden unexpected situation, there was no way for the teams to communicate effectively in time. In the blink of an eye, several people were eliminated from the teams of the two schools. The culprit, the two S-class mechas, flexibly moved through the crowd under the pursuit and interception of the soldiers of the two schools. And people and horses fell wherever they went. In this chaos, a new team suddenly appeared from the woods on one side, and launched a surprise attack on the Coalition forces and the First Army, which were already in a mess. It was Minerva Military Academy. Xia Yinhan, Min Jing and Hyde reacted almost at the same time. The other team must have arrived before, but after understanding the battle situation, they did not rush out, but quietly waited in the dark for the best time to attack. Now that the teams of the three schools have consumed a lot of supplies and manpower in the fierce battle just now, They attracted SS-level mutant beasts to create chaos and take the opportunity to reap the fruits of the battle. The sound of dense bullets rang out, and the large force of Minerva Military Academy rushed into the teams of the two schools like a sharp blade. The students of the two schools, who were already in panic, were no match for the single soldiers of Minerva Military Academy. The large force of the 627th Military Academy was in the defensive position, and was the least affected by this wave of Minerva Military Academy's sneak attack. In the chaos, Minyu and Jiang Jiwan, who had completed the ignition mission, ran to the factory building where the number 1 check-in point was located under the cover of the large force of Minerva Military Academy. At this time, inside the check-in point, Langdon was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. What should I do? What is behind this answer? When Langdon looked at the answer screen of the check-in machine and didn't know what to do, the noise in the communication channel suddenly disappeared, and Su Chujin's calm voice sounded again from the other end. Deputy Commander Su. Langdon was surprised when he found that the communication was restored. What happened just now? The communication was suddenly cut off. I was so anxious. Minerva Military Academy is here. Su Chujin explained briefly and then said, "Let not talk about this. Quickly enter the answer and complete the check-in." Okay, you go on. I'm listening. Langdon's expression also became serious. Listen carefully. The answer is 5741. Langdon entered the answer in the answer box and chose to submit with great nervousness. It should be okay this time, right? He stared at the screen intently and finally appeared. Correct answer. After the prompt box appeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, answering questions should be left to professional people. He thought to himself. It was just a matter of answering a question and entering an answer. But he felt it was more tiring than fighting an S-class mecha. The clock and page was finally unlocked. A blue light flashed in the machine and scanned Langdon's face. And a broadcast suddenly sounded throughout the stadium. Congratulations to the 627th Military Academy for completing the clock-in at point 1. The students of the First Army and the Allied forces were stunned at the same time, and the communication channel was restored at this moment. Min and Hyde quickly organized people to launch a counterattack. Since Minerva Military Academy had brought out electronic mechas in the group stage, other schools would naturally not be unprepared. Before the finals began, several schools, including the First Army, the Allied forces, and the 627th Military Academy, had thought of countermeasures. Due to various restrictions, the electronic interference capabilities of the two electronic mechas of Minerva Military Academy were very limited, and they were simply incomparable to the electronic warfare aircraft currently in service in the military. They were able to kill all the enemies in the group stage before. But in fact, they were more unexpected. Maybe some ordinary first-class military academies and second-class military academies can only do nothing when facing the electronic mechas of Minerva Military Academy. But the teachers and students of the Mechanical Engineering Department of schools, like the Coalition and the First Army, are not vegetarians. Before the finals, they specially strengthened the anti-interference ability of the internal communication system of the mecha and power armor. 627 also has a senior mecha engineer like Wei Tianhe to help solve the problem. The Military Academy League has never been just a stage for combat students to shine. There is also a battlefield without gunpowder in the place where the live broadcast camera cannot see. Although the teachers and students of the Department of Mechanical Engineering did not have to play in the game, they also made great contributions to the team. They were the heroes hidden behind the scenes. Han Suma obviously noticed the changes in the enemy team and could not help but frown slightly. She had long expected that it would be difficult to maintain electronic suppression of the enemy for a long time with electronic mechas alone. But the reaction speed of the First Army and the Allied forces was beyond her expectations. Under the joint attack of the soldiers of the two schools, the ferocious SS-level mutant King Kong ape finally fell unwillingly in the overwhelming artillery fire. Next, they pointed their spearheads at the initiator of all this. Seeing that the Minerva Military Academy team was losing ground in the strong counterattack of the two schools, the 627th Military Academy chose to stand on the side of the Minerva Military Academy. They had already completed the check-in at point 1, and the first choice was naturally to get out of this chaotic battle as soon as possible. However, the other three schools would never let them go. If they insisted on leaving, they would become targets for the students of the 627th Military Academy. The Coalition forces and the First Army would eventually kill them. Instead of letting the Coalition forces and the First Army turned their guns against them after they had dealt with Minerva. It would be better to unite with Minerva to encircle and suppress the teams of the two schools and find an opportunity to retreat. But at this moment, a dull roar accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air suddenly sounded above everyone's head. Dozens of fighter planes flew towards them at a rapid speed, like swooping falcons, and dazzling particle beams were constantly shot out from the guns under the nose, sweeping everything on the ground. Under the fierce attack of these fighter planes, another team appeared near the factory. Everyone's face suddenly changed. The First Army is coming. Chapter 200 Retreat. As the First Army joined the battle, the scene became more and more chaotic. Students from various schools were fighting in one place. Gunshots and explosions were heard one after another. The number of people eliminated from each school was rising sharply. The First Army had the Air Force to provide ground support. Although the weapons that these fighters could use were subject to certain restrictions, they still had more advantages than ground combat troops. Compared with ground combat troops, these fighters had faster speeds and excellent maneuverability. Before the enemy troops launched their attacks, they quickly increased their altitude and used their air superiority to carry out precise strikes on ground targets. The First Army soldiers advanced very quickly in coordination with the Air Force. Although they were the last to enter the battlefield, they opened a gap between the other school teams that had joined the battle earlier at lightning speed. However, the other military schools were not pushovers either. Facing the threat from the sky, the soldiers from various schools took the initiative to approach the First Army ground combat personnel, engaging them in close combat, so that the fighter planes could not open fire for fear of hitting friendly forces. Some students chose to hide in the factory. Without high lethality air-to-ground missiles, fighter planes could do nothing about this situation. In the melee, the coalition forces and the First Army also completed the check-in at point number 1 in a timely manner. Originally, their two schools were the first to arrive at the check-in point. If the commanders of the two schools had not wanted to ambush 627 and were worried about arousing Qiyang vigilance, they would have completed the check-in long ago. The two broadcasts did not attract much attention, and the teams from each school were already angry. The students charged forward recklessly, with stray bullets flying everywhere. It seemed that the purpose was not just to grab the check-in points. Each school wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate more people from other schools, so as to consume the strength of the opponent. The rescue vehicle was parked nearby, and the staff were busy. From time to time, students had to leave the field because of injuries. From the current situation, Minerva Military Academy had a micro-energy shield. The elimination rate of mecha soldiers was the lowest, and the First Army had Air Force support, which seemed to have a greater advantage. However, Qiyang looked at the First Army and the Allied forces in the defensive stronghold with a thoughtful look. No! It was not obvious when the First Army and the Allied forces were on the periphery before, but now, their number is not right. Thinking of something, Qiyang suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. No wonder she felt that their firepower was not enough before. She originally thought that the two schools had their own ulterior motives and wanted to preserve their strength. Now it seems that, although there is this factor, it is not the main reason. At this moment, the communicator in Qiyang's hand suddenly vibrated, interrupting her thoughts. After listening to the report from Elin and others on the other side, she put the matter of the First Army and the Allied forces aside. Anyway, it was too late to stop it now. It was useless to think too much. There were 3 check-in points. What wrong with letting them take the lead temporarily? Qiyang turned and looked at the tunnel that had been dug indoors. He yawned lazily. Well, it's time for them to go. Just as the battle at the number 1 check-in point became more and more intense, 2 more broadcasts sounded, which attracted everyone's attention this time. Congratulations to the Federal Military University for completing the check-in at the number 2 check-in point. Congratulations to the First Military Academy for completing the check-in at the number 2 check-in point. Hearing the broadcast, the students of the Minerva Military Academy and the First Army were stunned at the same time. Hansumu and Slausha reacted instantly. The two schools had already sent some people to the number 2 check-in point. The people who stayed here were actually deliberately delaying their time. Min Jing, who was watching the game, curled her lips slightly. She chose to join forces with Ijuan not only to target 627. The strength of each school in this league is stronger than in previous years. If you want to win the championship, you have to find another way. Considering that the result of her previous divination was not very good, she decided to cooperate with Ijuan a little. Now the teams of each school have been dragged to the number 1 check-in point. and they have completed the check-in at the number 2 point. Now they just need to wait for the transport plane to pick them up, and they can go directly to the number 3 check-in point. Minjing was about to order everyone to stop the other military academy teams at all costs. But before she could speak, her gaze towards the battlefield suddenly paused. Wait, where did the people from the 627th Military Academy go? At this time, the large force of the 627th Military Academy had successfully escaped through the tunnel. The students hugged the hose in their hands, wishing they could kiss them. Sure enough, they were right to bring the hose, which could be used for fighting and digging tunnels. There was a more versatile weapon than this. A medium-sized transport plane had stopped not far in front of them, and the students lined up to board the plane, but at this moment, a familiar roar suddenly sounded in their ears. It turned out that the fighter planes of the First Army were chasing them. The fighter planes of the 627th Military Academy were on alert nearby, and they immediately rushed over when they saw the enemy planes, and the other students took the opportunity to board the plane. For cost and safety reasons of the students, although the competition did use live ammunition throughout the whole process, the organizers also defined the range of weapons that could be used in advance before the game, and some high-lethal weapons were not within the scope of permitted use. Unlike mechas, which are prepared by each school, fighter planes are provided by the organizer of the competition. This may be the reason why, compared with the weapons and equipment of mechas and mobile infantry, the weapons that fighter planes can use are more restricted. But this does not mean that air combat between fighter planes is safer than ground combat. On the contrary, if the fighter pilot cannot eject in time in a critical situation, he is more likely to die. Among several majors, students majoring in fighter planes actually face the greatest risk in this actual combat competition. In the VIP seat of the league venue, Mu Yanqing looked at the fighter planes that had already started fighting on the big screen, and couldn't help showing a trace of worry. After hearing that the league finals would use live ammunition, he tried to contact his daughter Balier, hoping that she would give up participating in the league finals for her own safety, but she was rejected without hesitation. Dad, are you kidding? My classmates are working hard for the league championship. You let me quit at this time. What will other classmates and teachers think of me? But have you ever thought about what to do if something really goes wrong? You just learned how to fly a fighter plane. I don't think you are suitable to participate in such a dangerous competition now. Looking at his daughter on the other side of the screen, Mu Yanqing softened his tone. If you are worried about school issues, I can explain the situation to your principal. I am not stopping you from participating. You can participate again next year. Dad, I remember you said you would respect my choice in the future. The faint voice of his daughter came from the other side of the screen. Mu Yanqing was startled and subconsciously stopped the countless words he wanted to say. Balier looked at him with a firm look she had never had before. Dad, I will never quit. The competition is about to start. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up first. Looking at the black light computer screen, Mu Yanqing was silent for a long time. At this time, Mu Yanqing looked at his daughter profile flashing on the big screen, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. His eyes nervously followed the silver-gray fighter plane until the camera was cut away. He was still worried. After going to the military academy, his daughter changed more than he had imagined. She was tanned, thinner, and looked more energetic. Her lively appearance, when talking about fighter planes, always reminded him of her mother. He was actually proud of Balier. He always knew that his daughter had an unparalleled talent. But it was just that this talent had never been discovered before. But now this kind of pride in his child was completely overwhelmed by another emotion. When he thought that Balier might go to the battlefield in the future, he couldn't help but panic. He only has this one daughter. He dare not imagine what he would do if Balier got into trouble. Mu Yanqing covered his face. He was just a businessman, and he did not have such noble sentiments. Compared with the lofty honors of soldiers, he cared more about his daughter's personal safety. He hoped that Balier could live a peaceful and smooth life. In this case, why did he send his daughter to military school in the first place? Mu Yanqing smiled bitterly, and he still felt a little regretful in his heart. What if it was you, Baishu? If you were still here, would you support our daughter to take this path? Mu Yanqing vaguely knew the answer. The other party was a completely different person from him. Recalling Balier's determined look again, Mu Yanqing seemed to see his wife when she was young. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to send his daughter to the military academy. In the arena, fighter jets helped to contain the enemy fighter group, and the transport plane of the 627th Military Academy finally took off smoothly. As the transport plane gradually went away, the fighter planes of the First Army reluctantly stopped chasing. Now they had to meet the ground troops, who had completed the check-in at point 1. And there was no way to continue chasing the people from the 627th Military Academy. The fighter planes of the Minerva Military Academy had also arrived. Under the continuous airstrikes, the coalition forces and the First Army could no longer stop the large forces of the First Army and Minerva Military Academy, who had completed the check-in from breaking through. The transport planes that came to meet them and the fighter planes that escorted them still needed some time to arrive. After the large forces of the First Army and Minerva Military Academy retreated, they rested on the spot. Behind the low hill near the number 1 check-in point, several students, who were tied with branches and leaves all over their bodies, quietly exhaled, looking like they were still in fear. They were students sent by K-29 Military Academy, Silver Blade Military Academy, and Leto Military Academy to scout the situation at the number 1 check-in point. Only the first 3 schools that completed all the check-ins could get extra points. With the 4 major military academies, the other military academies had no hope of completing the check-ins. But several military academies still sent people to observe the enemy situation around the number 1 check-in point with the thought that they might be able to pick up some leaks. But they didn't expect the battle to be even more intense than they imagined. Several students hid behind a low hill, trembling with fear, for fear of being discovered. It's just the 4 major military academies. But what the matter with the 627 Military Academy? An ordinary military academy not only completed the check-in, but also escaped unscathed from the melee of several top military academies? The scouts of the K-29 Military Academy had a complicated look, and the students of the Silver Blade Military Academy couldn't help but blush. Before, they thought that the 627 Military Academy might only be good at simulation competitions, and might not be good at actual combat, but now they have been slapped in the face. The students of Leto Military Academy were relieved. They had just failed to rob supplies yesterday, and were beaten and fled by the 627th Military Academy. They were embarrassed to be crushed by an ordinary military academy. But now they saw that this group of people and the 4 major military academies were fighting back and forth. So it didn't seem so embarrassing for them to lose to the other side. Chapter 201 Rout. Seeing that the First Army fighter planes did not continue to chase, the environment was finally temporarily safe. The students of the 627th Military Academy, who had just boarded the plane, fell on the simple seats of the transport plane. They were already exhausted. They were just barely holding on. You have to know that when the Minerva Military Academy and the First Army had not yet left, these students of the 627th Military Academy withstood the siege of the 2 major military academies at the same time. Although the First Army and the Allied forces did send some people to the number 2 check-in point, the elite force of their team was actually left at the number 1 check-in point. The fact that the 627th Military Academy held its defensive position, even though its individual soldiers' comprehensive strength was inferior to that of the 2 schools, has already surprised the audience in the live broadcast room, and even several commentators. Of course, they also paid a heavy price for this. Not only were nearly half of the soldiers in the team eliminated, but the others were also injured to varying degrees. The students from the ship department and the command department in the cabin were bandaging the wounds of the soldiers who had just boarded the plane. A student from the individual soldier department asked curiously, "Why are you so late? We have been waiting for you at the number 1 check-in point for who knows how long. We were almost dying of anxiety." "Don't mention it." Kong Shan's face was not looking good either. "After we went to 9632 airport, we found that all the fighter planes in this airport were taken away by people from other schools. We had no choice but to go to the farther 8235 airport. As a result, we encountered an ambush there again." The soldiers all widened their eyes. This was something they had never expected. It was people from Guangzhou Military Academy, Elin explained. They deliberately ambushed around the airport, waiting for teams like us who went to the airport alone, and wanted to take advantage of the absence of the school main combat force to harvest points. "So did you win?" Landon had just been screaming in pain from treating his wounds, but now he looked very gossipy. "How could that be possible?" Kong Shan sighed. "There were so many people, it was good enough that we could escape, and that why we wasted some time and finally found an unoccupied airport." The other students immediately understood why the transport plane arrived so late, and everyone fell silent for a moment. Xie Yinhan rubbed his brows. "It is very likely that the Allied forces and the First Army took the lead in the 9632 airport. This was my misjudgment. As the commander-in-chief, I failed to better grasp the enemy movements. Now that I think about it, it is no wonder that the First Army and the Allied forces did not make any major moves after the supply station was completely evacuated yesterday afternoon. It turned out that they deliberately wanted to avoid her detection. I guess the commanders of the two schools were ready to deal with her at that time. Right? Xia Yinhan was a little annoyed. She should have been alert a long time ago. If she had considered this possibility in advance, she would not have let the second team go to the 9632 airport. Not only did they waste time, but they also encountered an ambush by the Guangzhou Military Academy because they were eager to find an available airport, which caused a series of negative chain reactions. After hearing Xia Yinhan's self-blaming words, the other students quickly waved their hands to indicate that this was not her problem. Elin said sincerely, Commander-in-Chief, although we always call you a god of learning, you are a human being, not a real god. How can you predict everything so accurately? Don't set such high standards for yourself. Xia Yinhan was slightly startled. She looked at the classmates around her. Their eyes were open. Even though the situation was serious, there was no haze in their eyes. They only cared about her. Were they comforting her? Xia Yinhan found it a little funny. But she was silent for a moment. Then she sneered. Why would a god think of such a simple thing? With her pride, she naturally disdained to deny her mistakes. She spoke again, with a rare serious tone. It was my mistake. I won't deny it. But it's not important now. The most important thing is what we should do next. The other students looked at her curiously. And she said, now the coalition and the First Army are ahead. In order to avoid further widening the gap, we must go to the third check-in point now. Elin suddenly opened her eyes wide. But what about the second check-in point? 3 fighter formations will be selected from the second check-in point, Xia Yinhan said without thinking. Su Chujin on the side couldn't help but speak. Isn't it a bit too risky? At least 2 or 3 individual teams should follow together. It seems safer this way. But we don't have enough people. Xia Yinhan's words made everyone else feel depressed. The previous melee consumed a huge amount of their troops. Especially the students of the individual soldiers department, who were the main force in the battle. The elimination rate was shockingly high. They didn't have many available people. If they divided their troops again, their overall strength would definitely be further weakened. At that time, let alone punching in, their 2 teams might be eliminated by the enemy. Xia Yinhan, you should have all seen the map. Check-in point number 3 is located in a gathering area of advanced mutant creatures. The environment itself is very dangerous. Besides, teams from other military academies must be heading there too. Too few people can't get there. Kong Shan questioned. But is check-in point number 2 safe? If we send a few fighter formations there and fail to check in, it will be useless even if we complete the check-in at check-in point number 3. Xia Yinhan nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to say next. The reason I let the fighter formation go there is because I guess the test at check-in point number 2 must be prepared for fighter majors. What does this mean? Other students were puzzled when they heard this. Xia Yinhan further explained. The formulation of the league finals rules must take into account all majors. It is known that you need to answer questions to complete the check-in at the number 1 check-in point. The questions are related to the warship technology major. They also deliberately chose a question that is beyond the scope. Hey, wait a minute. Langdon suddenly interrupted. Isn't Deputy Commander Su a command major? How can he answer it? Yilin rolled her eyes. For a top student, is this a problem? Langdon. He felt that he was hit again. Is this the gap between people? After being interrupted by Langdon, Xia Yinhan paused for a moment, and then continued. It can be said that the test at the number 1 check-in point is specially prepared for the battleship technology major, which gives me a guess. She said. The test at the number 2 check-in point should be prepared for the fighter plane major, and the number 3 check-in point is located in the gathering area of advanced mutant creatures, which should be specially used to test the strength of individual soldiers. Then shouldn't the command department be tested? Kong Shan asked curiously. Xia Yinhan narrowed his eyes. How to choose between different plans. How to deploy troops throughout the game. This is the test for the command department. The students were thoughtful. For the sake of professional balance, the actual combat competition will definitely give students from each major the opportunity to perform. And only in this way can the strength of each school be fully examined. If you think from the perspective of the Ministry of Military Education, this is something that is easy to think of. Therefore, actually, Xia Yinhan had already guessed that there must be a hidden airport in the arena when the game just started. A competition for all departments cannot simply test the strength of individual soldiers, so there must be an airport in the arena. But in the absence of sufficient information, she suspected many airport locations, and yesterday their team became the target of public criticism because they got supplies from 2 supply stations. The team was busy repelling various military academies that wanted to rob supplies, and had no time and energy to find out the location of the hidden airport, which made Xia Yinhan feel a little regretful. If the number 2 check-in point is really a test for professional fighter jets, then it seems more appropriate to send a few fighter jets there. But these should be just your guesses, right? Su Chujin frowned slightly. Their commander-in-chief is good in everything, but he is always too bold. If he guesses right, it will be good, but if he guesses wrong, they will lose more than they gain. But this is the only chance, Xia Yinhan said. With our current strength, we can't divide our troops at all. But Minerva Military Academy and the First Army are different. They have more troops than us. They can completely divide the large army into 2 teams and go to the number 2 check-in point and the number 3 check-in point respectively. The First Army and the Allied forces have already completed the check-in at the number 2 check-in point. If we continue to check in step by step, the top 3 may have finished checking in before we reach the number 3 check-in point. Su Chujin was silent for a while. She knew that Xia Yinhan was right. Their individual comprehensive combat strength was originally inferior to that of the other military academies. And now they don't have enough troops. If they choose to split the team into 2, the most likely result is that they will be defeated by other military schools one by one. If they choose to go to the number 2 and number 3 check-in points in order, compared with the progress of other military schools, they will not have enough time, Xia Yinhan said in a deep voice. With our current strength, we can only take an unconventional approach to win. If we bet right, we still have a chance to win. If we bet wrong, it doesn't matter. Right? Su Chujin did not raise any more objections, obviously agreeing with Xia Yinhan's point of view. The other students of the individual soldier department did not think so much. Anyway, Xia Yinhan was the commander-in-chief, and they were only responsible for following orders and executing them. The matter was settled. 3 fighter planes separated from the main force and flew towards the number 2 check-in point. The rest of the people set out to rush to the number 3 check-in point. Their current location was even closer to the number 3 check-in point than the number 2 check-in point. After a period of flight, the transport plane arrived at the vicinity of the number 3 check-in point first under the escort of the other fighter planes. The first thing that caught the students' eyes was a steep mountain wall. This mountain wall is almost vertical to the ground, as if it was cut by a knife, and the entire side is very straight. What is more eye-catching is that the entire mountain wall is covered with dense nests of mutant creatures. These nests are all from a high-level mutant bird called the giant beak bird. This bird is a social creature with a strict internal hierarchy. Adult birds generally reach a level, and there are a few S-level small leaders. The giant beak bird king has reached SS level. They have a strong sense of territory, especially their nests. Once a creature approaches their nest, they will immediately be attacked by them. It is very difficult to mess with. According to the electronic map, the check-in point is near this mountain wall. However, the students looked down and couldn't find the time clock. The transport plane of the 627th Military Academy kept circling over the mountain wall, but they didn't dare to get too close, so as not to attract the attention of the giant beak bird. Suddenly, a girl leaned on the porthole and exclaimed, "Look! Isn't the time clock in the bird nest at the top of the mountain wall?" The others looked in the direction of her finger and gasped. The time clock was right in the nest of the giant beak bird king. "This is going to be difficult," Ji-sun murmured. That mountain wall was not suitable for airborne landing, and with the threat of the giant beak bird flock, the plane could not get too close. If they wanted to get close to the giant beak bird king nest, they could only climb up from the bottom of the mountain wall. Not to mention that the mountain wall was extremely steep. It was very difficult to climb directly, and they would inevitably pass those bird nests and had to face the crazy attacks of the giant beak bird flock. But no matter how difficult it was, they had come this far, and they couldn't just give up. The soldiers of the 627th Military Academy were quickly sent to the foot of the mountain by transport planes. Looking up at the mountain in front of them, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva silently, and finally made up their minds. However, before they started climbing the mountain, the First Army, the Minerva Military Academy team, hurried over. just as Qiyang guessed. Facing the threat of the coalition forces and the First Army, they divided their forces. Unlike the 627th Military Academy, Minerva Military Academy, and the First Army joined the melee later. One of them had a micro-energy shield, and the other had fighter planes to provide air support. Their losses were much smaller than those of the 627th Military Academy. They could completely split the team into two and act separately. Just a few minutes after the two schools' teams arrived, transport planes of the coalition and the First Army also appeared from another direction. These two teams obviously came directly from the number 2 check-in point. The fighter planes of each school soon fought in the air. Several ground combat units gathered at the foot of the mountain wall. The soldiers looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder instantly became strong. Chapter 202 Flight Challenge. No extra communication is needed. 627, Minerva, and the First Army soldiers attacked the First Army and the Allied forces almost at the same time. The First Army and the Allied forces have completed the check-in at point 2, walking ahead of all the teams, making them the target of other schools. According to the rules of the game, check-ins must be in a predetermined order, that is, schools that have not completed the check-in at point 2 cannot complete the check-in at point 3 now. The First Army and the Allied forces are different. They are the schools that are most likely to complete all the check-ins first. Faced with the sudden and fierce offensive, the First Army and the Allied forces were somewhat overwhelmed. This was naturally because their elite forces were basically all in the first team at the number 1 check-in point, and had not arrived yet. Seeing that the situation was not good, the teams of the two schools immediately united to jointly deal with the siege of other military schools. For the students of the First Army and the Allied forces, their most important task at present is to hold back the soldiers of other schools until their first team arrives at the number 3 check-in point, when they will have the advantage. The people from other military schools also knew this. So they stopped the soldiers of the First Army and the Allied forces, and started climbing the mountain wall. The Allied forces and the First Army were not to be outdone, and used particle cannons to bombard the students from other schools, who were climbing the mountain wall. Just as the teams from various schools were once again in a melee at the number 3 check-in point. The 3 fighter formations of the 627th Military School finally arrived at the location of the number 2 check-in point. They did not encounter any enemy teams along the way. With the presence of the 4 major military academies, the other participating military academies have basically given up the points that can be obtained by checking in, and are now fighting among themselves, eliminating each other players, and it is impossible for them to go to the direction of the number 2 check-in point. The fighters of the First Army and Minerva Military Academy set off later than the 627th Military Academy, and fell behind them. As for the fighters of the First Army and the Allied forces, they did not encounter them either. When they arrived at the number 2 check-in point, there was no one here. The second check-in point is located on the edge of a large lake. Let the other fighter formations continue to be on alert in the sky, for fighters landed directly in the open space next to the check-in point. The environment here is quiet. The huge lake is like a clear mirror. The lake water ripples in the breeze. There are several D-level water birds foraging leisurely in the lake. It looks peaceful and peaceful. However, several students majoring in fighter aircraft still did not relax their vigilance, and still carefully looked at the surrounding environment. After observation, they did not find any potential danger, but noticed that there were several huge inflatable piles in the lake in front of them, and they did not know what they were used for. But the most important thing now was to check in quickly. The clock-in machine was in a glass house by the lake. Yen-Ting walked over anxiously. As expected, the clock-in page needed to be unlocked again. But this time it was not to answer questions, but to complete a challenge task. The participating schools can unlock the clock-in page by sending fighter jets to cross all obstacles on the lake within 100 seconds. If the aircraft body hits the inflatable pile, there will be a penalty of 10 seconds. If the flight height exceeds the height of the inflatable pile, or the wing angle exceeds 10 degrees, there will be a penalty of 3 seconds. It must fly along the prescribed route. The specific flight route is shown in the figure. Yen-Ting was stunned after reading the prompt on the screen. Qiyang actually guessed it right. The second check-in point was a test for their fighter plane major. Looking at the huge inflatable piles floating on the lake, some students swallowed their saliva. Isn't this altitude too low? And you have to fly the whole distance within 100 seconds. Such a fast speed may cause an accident and lose control. There was a whisper in the communication channel. Yen-Ting thought about it, and gritted his teeth and said, "Let me try." According to the flight route map provided on the time clock, The entire flight route is around the lake. After the fighter takes off, it must first pass through several gates composed of inflatable piles, and then control the fighter to turn quickly at the end, fly around the piles, and finally complete a climbing action of more than 10 G to reach the end. The camera of the time clock will record the whole process and count. If the fighter completes the task within 100 seconds, the check-in page will be automatically unlocked. Yin-Ting stopped the fighter plane at the starting point and made final preparations. He looked a little nervous. This challenging mission was not easy at all. Ultra-low altitude flight has very high technical requirements for pilots. In a low-altitude environment, the pilot field of vision will become very narrow, and it is impossible to perceive surrounding information in the first time, which is very easy to cause accidents. Moreover, there are other requirements for the mission. The need to cross obstacles along the prescribed route means that the pilot must not only fly at low altitude, but also perform maneuvers. The restrictions on flight altitude and wing angles also require the accuracy of flight control and the stability of flight attitude. At the venue, Titus explained the difficulty of this task to the audience in detail. He added, in addition, the 100-second time limit also requires them to manage their time well and allocate the limited time more reasonably. At this time, Yin-Ting had already set off. He first faced a gate made of several inflatable piles. The inflatable piles that served as doorposts were very narrow, and could only allow the fuselage to pass through. If he was not careful, the wing might scratch the inflatable piles. Fortunately, Yin-Ting's flying skills were good. He passed through the opening gates at a very fast speed. His movements were very clean and neat. The fighter plane quickly reached the end of the lake like a streaking meteor. Now it was time to turn around. This was not difficult for Yin-Ting. He made a beautiful big turn and successfully completed the turn. Now it was only about 54 seconds. It was a good start. If he continued like this, he would definitely be able to complete the task within 100 seconds. Yin-Ting was also refreshed. Next came the most difficult flying around the poles. According to the prescribed flight route, he had to fly around 3 conical inflatable poles in a straight line in an S-shaped trajectory. Yin-Ting adjusted the aileron angle on the rear side of the wing. The fighter plane tilted sharply to one side during the high-speed flight. After passing the inflatable poles, it quickly straightened the fuselage, leaving only a winding white trail behind. Beautiful. Seeing this scene, Titus, who was explaining, couldn't help but give a compliment. But maybe some people just don't like to be praised. As soon as Titus finished speaking, the silver-gray fighter plane just passed the second inflatable pile and suddenly plunged uncontrollably into the lake below. Yin-Ting's face changed slightly, and the audience covered their mouths in fear and screamed. Just when the nose of the fighter plane was about to touch the water, Yin-Ting actually pulled back in time, making the fighter plane make a similar movement of raising its head. The long tail of the plane suddenly slid down across the lake, splashing a wave, but the nose of the plane was like one end of a seesaw, and immediately rose up. The fighter plane that had been pulled up again crashed straight forward into the third inflatable pile. Fortunately, these inflatable piles were hollow. Yin-Ting's fighter plane directly tore through the entire inflatable pile and passed through it. The challenge had obviously failed, but Yin-Ting didn't care about the result and was still calming his heartbeat. It was too dangerous just now. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would probably have been sent to the hospital now. After seeing Yin-Ting attempt, the other students had even less confidence. The difficulty of this challenge was higher than they had imagined, and it was also very dangerous. Seeing that no one else was talking, Bailier volunteered to stand up. Let me try it too. Be careful not to make the angle of attack too large. Otherwise you will stall. Before taking off, Yin-Ting even shared his failure experience with her. However, Bailier still failed in the challenge. She did not have the same accident as Yin-Ting, but she was unable to keep the altitude down during the flight. When she was penalized 3 times, the final result exceeded the stipulated 100 seconds. Then the other 2 students who came down with him also tried it. One of them exceeded the time limit because he was too cautious, and the other drove the fighter plane directly into the lake. Finally, he was rescued from the crashed fighter plane floating on the water by the rescue team. He had to leave the stadium early because of his serious injuries. Yin-Ting frowned and was about to try again. Several friendly aircraft patrolling the nearby airspace suddenly discovered the enemy. The fighter planes of Minerva Military Academy are coming this way. Everyone instantly became nervous. Yin-Ting even remembered the provocative message his cousin sent him before the game. His scalp was numb. How could it come so soon? And it was Minerva who came. He suppressed his uneasiness and said to Ningyu beside him, "The challenge here is left to you. Bell and I will stop Minerva." "Hey, me?" Ningyu pointed at herself in surprise. "I can't do it." "Right." But before she could continue to refuse, Yenting and Balier drove their fighter planes to meet up with other formations, leaving her alone. Ningyu silently swallowed the words that had not yet been spoken. Okay, she comforted herself. Originally she thought the mission was quite difficult, but compared to fighting with Minerva fighter group, the mission assigned to her did not seem that difficult. At this time, at the number 3 check-in point, many soldiers had already reached the middle of the mountain wall. This mountain wall has a very high vertical distance, few support points, and the rock surface is extremely unstable. If the force is slightly heavier, it may collapse, which adds a lot of difficulty to the climbing. Only light and medium mechas and more agile mobile infantry can perform this task. The heavy mechas of each school are attacking each other at the bottom of the mountain wall, and they are also restraining each other to prevent the enemy from attacking their teammates on the mountain wall. But even if there is no attack from the enemy below, the soldiers climbing on the mountain wall are still in danger. The fierce battle has disturbed the giant beaked birds that were originally incubating eggs in the nest. These fierce black birds flew out of the nest one after another, flapping their huge wings, and constantly launching fierce attacks on these uninvited guests approaching the nest. As more and more beaked birds sensed the threat, rough and piercing quacking sounds were heard one after another. The beaked birds that left their nests gathered together, like a black whirlwind sweeping towards the students from various schools on the mountain wall. The sharp beaks fell like dense raindrops, making banging sounds when colliding with the metal armor. Students continued to fall from the mountain wall under the impenetrable attack of the beaked birds. The students began to shoot at the flock of birds with flamethrowers, which gave them a chance to breathe. Fortunately for them, the giant beaked bird king went out to hunt with other family members with stronger combat power. And there were not as many adult birds left in the nest as they imagined. Just as the soldiers from each school increased their climbing speed, wanting to reach the location of the punch card machine as soon as possible while the giant beaked bird king was away. The elite of the First Army and the Allied forces also rushed over from the number 1 punch card point. Chapter 203 Interception. The arrival of the First Army and the Allied forces immediately changed the situation, where the ground combat forces of the 2 schools were suppressed. Other schools could no longer stop them. In the fierce artillery fire, Yu Yajing, Mia and other main soldiers quickly approached the mountain wall. Now the students on the mountain wall are also divided into several echelons. At the top are Ruby, Kelvin and Min Luo, 3 double S-level soldiers. They have reached the dense bird nest area in the middle and upper part of the mountain wall, and thus became a thorn in the eyes of the mutant bird flock, a thorn in the flesh, and received the most violent attack from the giant beaked bird. From a distance, the 3 mechas were almost completely swallowed up by the black wave that kept rushing towards them. Only the vague outlines of the mechas could be vaguely seen through the gaps between the flocks of birds. However, the 3 of them were worthy of being the best double S-level soldiers in the 3 schools. Facing the surging giant beaks, they withstood the attack and did not fall off the mountain wall like other students attacked by the flock of birds. Although the giant beaks kept rushing towards the 3 mechas regardless of everything, they did not really cause fatal damage to them. The 3 of them fired their weapons to kill the mutant birds that were approaching, and swiftly moved between the giant beaked bird nests, which aroused even greater anger among the giant beaked birds. In addition to the 3 of them, Fang Shanliu, Jiang Jiwan, Lu Qiyang and other 627, Minerva and other main players of the 3 schools of the First Army were slightly behind. At this time, they were helping to eliminate the mutant bird flocks above, so as to reduce the pressure on Ruby and the other 3, Shui, Tianfei, and a few other soldiers of the First Army. The main individual soldiers of the Coalition Army were chasing closely behind. These soldiers followed the second team of the 2 schools from the second check-in point, and fell behind under the joint attack of the other 3 schools. Further down were the ordinary team members of each school. Most of them were mecha soldiers, and some agile mobile infantry. In fact, compared with mecha, the light and agile mobile infantry had a greater advantage when climbing the mountain wall. But facing the siege of the flock of birds, they were more likely to be broken through the defense and fall from the mountain wall. Fortunately, the power system of the armor can exert a reaction force, and the students who fell down are generally not in danger of life. When they found that the main force had arrived, Cui, Tianfei, and other students from the First Army and the Allied forces were all delighted. They immediately inserted the fixed steel nails into the cracks of the mountain wall and lowered the ropes, so that their teammates could reach their location faster. People from the other three schools were frantically pulling the hatred of the giant beak birds. Yu Yajing, Mia, and other First Army soldiers who arrived later, the main force of the Allied forces did not suffer too many attacks from the flock of birds, and climbed up quickly with the help of the ropes. As for 627, Minerva, and the students of the First Army also obviously discovered this. The ordinary team members in the middle of the mountain wall opened fire one after another. The dense bullets followed closely behind several mechas, leaving terrifying bullet holes on the mountain wall. On the other side, after detecting that the Minerva Military Academy fighter group was approaching quickly, the fighter formation of the 627 Military Academy immediately went to intercept. The number of fighters of the two schools was actually similar, but the Minerva Military Academy had two more. But the fighter plane major is the trump card of Minerva Military Academy. After several encounters, the pilots of 627 Military Academy have already had a very deep understanding of the strength of these opponents. Not only did they not relax because they were acquaintances, but they also felt great pressure. After all, this time it was still a real battle. Unlike 627 Military Academy, in addition to dozens of E-35 fighters, the team of Minerva Military Academy heading to the number 2 check-in point also had a transport plane carrying a single soldier team. At this time, the fighter group was escorting around the transport plane. For the students of the 627th Military Academy, this transport plane is undoubtedly the best target for attack. They naturally cannot, as in real war, use lethal weapons to destroy the lives of all the people on the plane. But if they can shoot it down, the enemy individual soldiers on board will be stranded here, which will also be a good weakening of the enemy's strength. After all, the distance between each check-in point is far, and they must rely on flying vehicles to get there. If they rely on individual soldiers to walk alone, they will not be able to reach their destination in time. Even if they fail to shoot down the transport plane, they could still disrupt the enemy fighter group rhythm in this way. Prepare to attack. We must cut off the connection between the transport plane and the enemy fighter group as much as possible. Yin Ting stared at the moving target on the screen and encouraged other teammates in the communication channel. Just as the second team of Minerva Military Academy was about to approach the second check-in point, 10 T-71 fighters suddenly rushed out of the clouds and launched a surprise attack with lightning speed. Facing the aggressive fighter group of 627 Military Academy, the 12 E-35 fighters of Minerva Military Academy seemed to be well prepared. They quickly dispersed in units of 4 fighters and surrounded the T-71 fighters of 627 Military Academy. After the group stage, everyone in Minerva Military Academy was summing up the lessons, especially the students of the fighter major. They gathered together privately and watched the video of the air combat part of the group stage several times. In fact, compared with other majors, the performance of these fighter pilots in the group stage was not much of a drag, and the final loss of Minerva Military Academy to 627 could not be blamed on them. In terms of the competition between pilots, in several air battles in the group stage, the number of fighter planes lost by 627 was actually more than theirs. But as mentioned before, the fighter plane major is the trump card major of Minerva Military Academy. Even the other 3 top military academies cannot beat Minerva in this field. So for these pilots of Minerva Military Academy, it is normal for their side to win. It is a shame to have so many fighter planes shot down by an ordinary military academy. These fighter students had long made up their minds to regain their place in the finals, and they thought they were fully prepared. After carefully analyzing the characteristics of the 627 Military Academy fighter formation, they found that although the pilots of the 627 Military Academy were very brave and had good cooperation with each other, they were too immature in terms of tactics, and their operations were a bit rigid. Once an unexpected situation occurred, these pilots of the 627 Military Academy would not be able to cooperate well. For example, in the final space battle of the group stage, the pilots of the 627th Military Academy cleverly adopted the Layberry Circle tactic, but faced with Li Wangshu constant sniping, their formation immediately broke up. This shows that they did not have much experience to deal with such sudden changes. In view of this weakness of the enemy, the students of the Minerva Military Academy chose to adopt a new tactic in this final. At this time, both sides had opened fire, and the fighters of the Minerva Military Academy did not all rush forward, but launched waves of attacks like tides and batches of 4 aircraft. These E-35 fighters are located at different heights and directions, but they form a seemingly loose, but actually tight three-dimensional formation. They change positions flexibly, supporting up and down, covering left and right, cutting the fighter group of the 627th Military Academy into independent combat units. This should be a one-domain, multi-layer, 4-4 system tactic. Titus' eyes flashed with surprise. This tactic can not only allow the fighter formation to better maintain its formation during combat, but also quickly concentrate troops locally to destroy enemy aircraft when needed. As soon as he finished speaking, a T-71 fighter from the 627th Military Academy was surrounded by two enemy planes. Under the attack of the aircraft cannon, the fighter began to emit thick smoke. The students in the cockpit were so scared that they quickly pulled down the ejection handle and ejected from the fighter. I heard that these fighters used in the competition are sponsored by the 1st Group Army. Looking at the rapidly falling T-71, Alger clicked his tongue twice, with a sour tone. Really rich. Unlike their 2nd Group Army, military funds are in short supply. Even weapons and equipment that are about to be eliminated are kept as treasures. Usually, they feel bad to give them to the new recruits, who have no way to train, not to mention giving fighter planes to these students, who have not even graduated from military academy. Zhu Haolon, who was standing by, coughed dryly when he heard this, reminding Alger that he was on the live broadcast now, not to talk nonsense. Alger shrugged and said nothing more. Faced with the very targeted new tactics of the Minerva Military Academy fighter group, the students of the 627th Military Academy were caught off guard, and 3 T-71 fighter planes were shot down in the blink of an eye. This undoubtedly brought great psychological pressure to the other pilots of the 627th Military Academy. After all, this was not a simulated competition. The flames of the explosion of the fighter plane were so real that they could not control their hands and trembled. Yin-Ting gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. He warned himself in his heart that he should not panic at such times. He took a deep breath, opened the communication channel and said, "I think we still have to attack the enemy transport plane. But I need help." What Yin-Ting didn't know was that Li Wanshu had already locked his current location. His cousin actually cared more about being shot down by him and Baelier in the group stage than he thought. Li Wanshu had already made a decision to entertain his cousin in the finals to show the deep friendship between brothers. Yin-Ting was talking about his plan with others when his hair stood on end and he felt a sense of crisis. Before he could figure out where this sense of crisis came from, a white E-35 emerged from the clouds in front of him on the left, followed by several particle beams that swept towards him. Yin-Ting's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pulled the joystick to climb and dodge in the direction of 1 o'clock. The white fighter passed behind his tail and rushed to his right rear position. Li Wanshu was about to change direction when he saw that the T-71 driven by his younger cousin suddenly made a reverse maneuver, rolling and diving downward, and quickly changed the direction of the nose. The silver-gray fighter left an almost semicircular trajectory in the air, turning the passive into the active, and took the lead in pursuing Li Wanshu E-35. This was beyond Li Wanshu's expectation. He laughed instead of getting angry. It seemed that he had underestimated his cousin. He pulled the joystick, and the whole fighter plane suddenly climbed up. Yin-Ting immediately chased after him, but his eyes were hurt by the sunlight shining on him. He barely opened his eyes, but he could not see anything, only a blurry halo. When he finally regained his sight and saw the scene in front of him, his heart almost jumped out. The E-35 had turned without knowing when, and was pointing its nose at him aggressively. The two fighter planes entered into a scissors chase. Yin-Ting had recognized Li Wanshu a long time ago, and he was very upset. It was Baelier who shot down his cousin in the group stage, and he was just the bait. Why didn't his cousin hit Baelier, but just stared at him? Chapter 204 check-in completed. At this moment, check-in point number 2. Ningyu stared at the inflatable pile in front of her, her brows furrowed, and a layer of fine beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. She had tried the challenge mission once before, but it took a total of 108.416 seconds, which exceeded the 100 seconds required by the mission. Although it was only a difference of more than 8 seconds in the flight speed race, every second of improvement is very difficult, not to mention a full 8 seconds. She was worried. Could she really complete the check-in successfully? Thinking that the other teammates had gone to intercept the fighter planes of Minerva Military Academy, whether the school could complete the punch-in at point 2 depended on her alone. Ningyu felt like she had an extremely heavy mountain on her back, and she was almost unable to breathe. She didn't think she was an outstanding student, and even she herself had no confidence in completing the task. She really wanted to ask her teammates, why on earth could they trust her so much and hand over such an important task to her? What if she messed up? No, she must not mess up. Ningyu's eyes suddenly became firm again. She remembered how much sweat all of them had put in for this league. They had made it through the preliminary rounds and the group stage. It had not been easy for them along the way. Now it was the last moment. She couldn't let everyone's efforts go to waste. Yin Ting was still fighting with Li Wanshu. Both sides entered the air combat maneuver called horizontal scissors. The so-called horizontal shear refers to a series of maneuvers that two fighters carry out in the same maneuvering plane in order to seize the other side rear hemisphere. Yin Ting T-71 and Li Wanshu E-35 have been circling and chasing for several rounds. After another brief intersection, they separated again. Yin Ting slightly pressed the nose of the aircraft to make a no-load reversal, which allowed him to complete the turn of the fighter faster than Li Wanshu. At this time, Li Wanshu appeared in front of him at 10 o'clock. This is called the leading turn phase in horizontal shearing. Now he is in a more advantageous attacking position. Yin Ting stared at the fuselage of the white E-35. His hand was already on the trigger. But he found that something was wrong. The E-35 suddenly slowed down with a barrel roll. He was unable to react and rushed directly in front of the opponent. Yin Ting was shocked and realized belatedly that he had fallen into a trap. The next moment, he felt the whole fuselage tremble. Li Wanshu opened fire. Yin Ting hurriedly accelerated to dive to the next one, fleeing to the valley below. But the E-35 also rushed down and continued to chase him. The two fighters passed through the valley at a speed of wind, one after the other. Yin Ting carefully paid attention to the terrain on the ground, but he could not get rid of the enemy plane after twists and turns. Just when he was about to despair, he glanced at the sensor screen and suddenly showed a confused look. The E-35 piloted by Li Wanshu suddenly abandoned the target in front of him for some unknown reason, and pulled up again, and flew away from the valley in a hurry. Huh? He left? Yin Ting felt a little strange while feeling relieved. His cousin didn't seem to want to let him go just now. Baileyr's voice sounded in the communication channel, which timely dispelled his doubts. The fighter planes of the First Army actually took advantage of the fight between the two schools to sneak attack the transport plane of the Minerva Military Academy. No wonder his cousin ran so fast. It turned out that there was a fire in his backyard. Yin Ting clicked his tongue twice, looking gloating. He touched his chin. If he didn't take advantage of the fire now, when would he? When the fighter group of the 627th Military Academy was suppressed by the fighter group of the Minerva Military Academy using the one-domain multi-layer 4-4 system tactics, the sudden intervention of the 1st Army Fighter Group changed the original situation. Seeing that the enemy planes wanted to go back to support the already shaky transport planes, the pilots of the 627th Military Academy drove the T-71 fighters and rushed up bravely, trying to delay their steps. On the other side, Ningyu was making her third challenge attempt. She had completed the slalom flight, and it took only 86.312 seconds. This was her best result so far, and it was also the one she had the best chance of completing the challenge, as long as she didn't make any mistakes next time. However, Ningyu didn't dare to relax at all. According to the mission requirements, she now needed to complete a climbing action of more than 10 G to reach the finish line, which was not easy for her. If the previous challenges tested the pilot reaction ability and micromanipulation, then the last challenge tested the pilot physical fitness. 10 G of gravitational acceleration gives people the feeling of being pressed down on the seat by a force 10 times their own body weight. It is still a bit difficult for Ningyu, B+, to withstand such an overload. She almost fainted in the last challenge. It was as if an invisible force was squeezing from all directions, pushing every drop of blood in her body to her lower limbs. She felt like she was in the dark deep sea, and every breath seemed to squeeze the last bit of oxygen in her lungs. When the fighter plane finally stabilized, her whole face instantly flushed with blood, and tears came out of her eyes. Ningyu was eager to complete the task, and she started a new challenge without waiting for a complete recovery. Her head still hurts a little. At this time, she gritted her teeth and pulled the lever upward, and the whole fighter plane suddenly raised its nose, climbing upward, and the cockpit turned upside down. The beautiful blue lake flashed quickly above her head, and the fighter plane drew a nearly perfect arc in the air. Ningyu already felt a strong push on her back. She began to take deep breaths to increase the pressure in her chest, so as to help blood flow to her brain. In her blurred vision, she felt that the passage of time became extremely slow. She could only hear her heavy breathing. When she reached the finish line, she felt as if she was in another world. The result of this challenge was far beyond Ningyu's expectations. 98.141 seconds. She actually did it. And it was almost 2 seconds faster than the time required by the task. She didn't care about being excited, and immediately completed the clocking in at the clocking machine. A broadcast sounded throughout the venue. Congratulations to the 627 Military Academy for completing the clocking in at point 2. Several pilots of the 627 Military Academy, who were fighting fiercely with the fighter planes of the Minerva Military Academy, had a flash of surprise in their eyes, and decisively withdrew from the battle. Since the clocking in was completed, of course they quickly ran away. The pilots of the Minerva Military Academy and the First Army all felt depressed when they heard the news, and they didn't continue to clock in. The most important thing now was to complete the clocking in. In fact, the fighters of Minerva Military Academy may not be unaware that the fighters of 627 Military Academy were just deliberately delaying time. But they were still held back by the opponent's fearless attitude. As for the First Army team that arrived later, they wanted to take the opportunity to kill the second team of Minerva Military Academy, who came to check in at point number 2, so as to gain a greater advantage. Now the two schools can't care about continuing the internal fight. And after the fighters of 627 Military Academy evacuated, they also rushed to the second check-in point. The fighters of 627 Military Academy suffered heavy losses in this air battle, and 6 of the 10 T-71s were shot down. But their purpose of delaying time has been achieved. After Ningyu met up with other teammates, she was shocked to find that there were only 4 T-71s left. Although she did not see the battle between her teammates and the Minerva Military Academy fighter planes, she could already imagine how tragic the battle was. "Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to complete the mission?" she couldn't help asking. "No," Yin Ting said firmly in the communication channel. "Of course not. Of course we believe you." Other students also spoke up. What Ningyu didn't know was that, in other people's minds, she had always been a very good person. After all, not everyone could get high scores in Mr. Shan professional courses. It was just that she seemed to be always a little cautious when flying a fighter plane. Being cautious and careful was naturally good, but being too cautious could sometimes get in the way. If others hadn't given her the task of clocking in, and she had made up her mind to complete the task, she wouldn't have been able to throw away all her worries and fly so fast. "You guys," Ningyu suddenly didn't know what to say. Bai Liar couldn't help but said, "Senior Ning, in fact, your flight control ability has always been very strong. You should be more confident." Ningyu was slightly stunned. At the number 3 check-in point, the report that the 627 Military Academy completed the number 2 check-in point instantly alerted the students of various schools on the mountain wall. They had been on guard against the coalition forces and the First Army, but they didn't expect that 627 would overtake them. As soon as the report ended, Kelvin suddenly attacked Ruby. The muzzle on the mecha arm burst out an extremely dazzling light at Ruby. Ruby quickly dodged to the side. The particle beam landed on the mountain wall with a loud bang, accompanied by flying dust. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and large pieces of rubble kept falling down. The students who happened to be right under the rubble were in trouble. Those who reacted quickly hid to the side. Those who didn't react in time were hit by the rubble, and fell from the mountain wall, and in the process of falling, they once again affected other students below. Ruby had just escaped a disaster, and before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she quickly turned around and raised her arm to block another sneak attack from the other side. She saw that Min Luo had approached her without knowing when. Min Luo's attack failed, and immediately swept her leg fiercely, attacking Ruby's lower body directly. Ruby was startled, and used the force to dodge. The next moment, Kelvin's giant sword whistled and slashed directly at her cockpit. The 3 mechas fought on the nearly vertical mountain wall, but their postures were still flexible and agile. Under the attack of the 2, Ruby jumped from one bird nest to another, followed by Min Luo and Kelvin. The nests made of branches and mud could not bear the weight of the mecha, and the bottom of the nest fell down. As the 3 of them moved forward, bird nests were constantly destroyed, and Ruby was almost forced to the edge of the mountain wall, obviously facing the simultaneous attack of Kelvin and Min Luo. Even Ruby was a little overwhelmed. Fong Shungliu and Ji Sinyu below saw the scene and wanted to help, but they were also besieged by Jiang Jiwan, Lu Qiyang and others. As the main players from each school fought fiercely, the entire mountain wall was shaking. Some students on the mountain wall couldn't help but feel a little worried. They doubted whether the mountain wall would be directly collapsed by these main players. Even the flock of giant beaked birds stayed away from the battle zone and circled around the mountain wall anxiously. At this moment, an angry cry suddenly sounded, and the pressure from the SS-level mutant beast quickly spread. Everyone's face suddenly changed. The giant beaked bird king is back. Chapter 205 Battle on the Mountain Wall. The entire tribe of giant beaked birds has been thriving on this mountain wall for decades. As the overlord of this area, nearby creatures dare not offend them easily, let alone invade their territory. This mutant bird is very difficult to mess with. Once you provoke one, you will be besieged by the entire tribe. And their level is not low. The leader is even a rare SS level. Here they have almost no natural enemies, and the tribe is getting stronger and stronger. The giant beaked bird king is usually domineering. Only he and his large family members bully other neighbors. No one dared to bully their tribe. The giant beaked bird king did not expect to see a scene that made him tear his eyes out after returning to his nest after a big meal. Under the continuous destruction of the soldiers from each school, the giant beaked bird nest had been destroyed for the most part. Some bird nests had already been completely broken apart in their fierce fighting, and the bird nests that survived were now shaky. What made the giant beaked bird king even more angry was that some bird eggs that had not yet been successfully hatched also fell down with those broken bird nests, and the bottom of the mountain wall was full of broken eggshells and golden egg liquid flowing out of them. The students found that the giant beaked bird king had returned, and before they could react, a sharp cry suddenly broke through the sky, like a sharp blade piercing everyone's eardrums. The cry was filled with endless grief and hatred, and it brought with it a huge mental force that shook the sky. Some students whose mental power level was below a level suddenly showed pain on their faces, and they could hardly support their bodies. Some people fell off the mountain wall. At this moment, the giant beaked bird king completely spread its wings, and the wings almost covered the entire sky, casting a huge black shadow on the mountain wall. It suddenly swooped down from the sky. Its wide wings stirred up violent air currents in the air, and its pair of sharp claws flashed with a cold light. And it grabbed directly at Minluo Mecha. Minluo was about to punch Ruby. But when she saw this, she quickly changed her moves and dodged to the side. But she was still a step too slow. The bird claws instantly pierced the outer armor of the mecha, and slashed through her left shoulder, but continued to attack Ruby behind her. Ruby's pupils shrank slightly, and she immediately raised her hand to block the high-frequency particle knife in front of her. The collision between the hard claw pads and the blades splashed a string of sparks, which made Ruby feel as if she had chopped on a hard stone. And there was a clang. The giant beaked bird missed its attack, but it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to flap its wings, pecking at the three most threatening invaders with its sharp beak, and making angry cackles. The three mechas dodged on the mountain wall in a panic. The beak pierced into the mountain wall and then quickly pulled out, leaving a long string of terrifying holes on the mountain wall. For a moment, stone chips flew and smoke filled the air. Just as the three were being chased by the giant beaked bird king, two mechas suddenly jumped up from below and quickly climbed towards the huge nest on the high ground. The other students were shocked to find that it was Yu Yajing from the First Army and Mia from the Allied forces. They didn't know when they came up. They saw Mia controlling the mecha to jump back and forth between different points on the mountain wall. She was agile, and her two mechanical arms were firmly embedded in the cracks of the rocks like iron hooks. Every time she jumped, she landed steadily, as if she had taken root on the mountain wall. She was extremely stable, and was not moved at all by the whistling mountain wind around her. Yu Yajing was driving a light mecha, which was even faster. Her figure was lighter and more agile, and her climbing movements were as natural as flowing water, without any sense of stagnation. In the blink of an eye, she had climbed several meters higher. Quick! Stop them! Seeing this, students from the other three schools opened fire, and dense light energy bullets were fired at the two people. But it was difficult to stop their progress. Seeing that the two mechas were about to rush to the front, Kelvin's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he raised his mechanical arm, and the muzzle rotated rapidly, gathering a terrible energy from it. He pressed the launch button, and a dazzling beam of energy shot out like an arrow, and it shot towards the rock wall above the two mechas. With a loud bang, the rock surface instantly collapsed, and countless rubble rolled down, causing the location of the two mechas to collapse. The two mechas were caught off guard and fell rapidly down along with the surrounding rocks. The audience watching the live broadcast exclaimed when they saw this incident. At this moment, on the mountain wall, Qiyang suddenly swung the alloy whip in his hand. Mia, who was falling, quickly grasped the whip. With the help of the thrusters, she pushed hard against the rock wall with her feet. The whole mecha bounced up like a spring, flew up several meters, and returned to the mountain wall. Qiyang's reaction was not slow either. As she was falling, she fired a steel wire, which swung her to the side. At this time, she had found a new foothold. The only ones who suffered were the students below. They had never expected such a thing to happen. They were unprepared when the rocks rolled down and fell down like dumplings. On the other side, Kelvin was attacked by Ruby just after firing the particle cannon. The sharp blades slashed the outer armor of the mecha and spun at high speed. Kelvin immediately used a knee strike. Ruby was about to dodge, but Min Fist landed on her body. The mental power was temporarily blocked at the place where the attack was made. Ruby kicked without thinking. The next moment, Kelvin swung the giant sword at her. Just when the three were fighting, the eyes of the giant beaked bird king turned red, and suddenly he let out a long roar full of anger. As an SS-level mutant beast at the top of the food chain, it had never been ignored by the enemy like this before. It flapped its huge wings vigorously, and a strong airflow surged, like a strong wind passing through. The surrounding dust and gravel were lifted up by this invisible force, and swirled in the air like a sandstorm. The students on the mountain wall were knocked to the ground by the violent airflow, and had to hold on to the protrusions on the mountain wall tightly to avoid being blown down. At the call of the giant beaked bird king, the mutant birds that were originally circling in the air also spread their wings and rushed down, launching an indiscriminate attack on the students on the mountain wall. At this time, Minerva Military Academy and the First Army had also completed the check-in at point 21 after another. Several schools stood on the same starting line again. Facing the mad giant beaked bird king, the main soldiers of each school barely reached a consensus and decided to solve the problem of mutant beasts first, and then they would compete with each other. The dazzling energy beam instantly exploded on the huge body of the giant beaked bird king. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, the main soldiers of each school used their most powerful means of attack. Even SS-level mutant beasts could hardly resist. Seeing that the breath of the giant beaked bird king was gradually weakening, Ruby suddenly jumped up, stepped on the head of the giant beaked bird king and kicked hard, and quickly shot towards the direction of the bird nest with the reaction force. Qiyang narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her hand, and fired several shots. And the light energy bullets landed accurately on Ruby Mecha. At the same time, Qiyang whipped the whip quickly, and the alloy whip whistled at Ruby, who was still in the air at lightning speed, and quickly entangled the ugly thing. A mechanical leg. Ruby was anxious as she watched the damage to the mecha rise rapidly. But she was in the air, and it was difficult for her to dodge. She had to turn sideways to use the thicker back of the mecha to withstand the damage of the light energy bullet. Seeing this, Qiyang was about to continue shooting. But suddenly, she noticed an abnormal airflow fluctuation. As soon as she dodged to the side, a long spear passed through the head of her mecha, and the sharp spearhead pierced deeply into the rock wall. Fang Shangliu pulled out the spearhead and stabbed the spear in his hand at Qiyang again. But the other party still dodged it easily, although Fang Shangliu was holding Qiyang back. Ruby, who was about to reach the bird nest, was pulled back by Qiyang's whip. She changed direction in the air with the help of the auxiliary engine and kicked Qiyang's mecha hard. On the other side, Minyu stopped Kelvin, and Jiang Jiwan took the opportunity to run to the bird nest, but was hit on the back by Gu Tianxin's stick, and Mia was tripped by Lu Qiyang. The main soldiers of each school were caught in a chaotic battle. No one wanted to let people from other schools finish the check-in first. Everyone used their best tricks and tried their best to trip up their opponents. The audience in the live broadcast room was overwhelmed. Finally, Qiyang eliminated Fang Shangliu first, and approached the location of the bird nest before other main soldiers. Others showed anxious expressions, but it was too late to stop them. However, a broadcast sounded first. Congratulations to the 627th Military Academy for completing the check-in at point 3 and becoming the first school to complete all the check-ins. Other schools, please hurry up. What is going on here? Not only the students of the 4 major military academies, even the audience in the live broadcast room were confused. Just now, the main soldiers of each school were fighting all the time, but they didn't see any of them go to the check-in point. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be that likely. They believed that if there really was such a person, other schools would never let him get close to the bird nest. Just as the audience was wondering if the broadcast was wrong, the camera in the live broadcast room finally cut to the area around the clock-in machine. When they saw the figure in the center of the camera, everyone was stunned. Mobile infantry? How did a mobile infantryman appear in such a place? The audience was unbelievable at first, and then fell into a long silence. They didn't expect that the geniuses of the major military academies had fought for so long. And in the end, it was an ordinary mobile infantryman who completed the clock-in first. They finally understood why the main soldiers of other schools had not been alerted before. Compared with the huge mecha, the mobile infantry was too inconspicuous. No one thought that a mobile infantry could climb to such a high position under the attack of the mutant birds. After completing the check-in, Tao Shan seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed in the huge bird nest. Without the strong defense of the mecha armor, her mental strength and physical fitness level were far inferior to those of the double S level geniuses. It was much more difficult for her to arrive here than those main soldiers. And it was also much more difficult than others imagined. Fortunately, she finally did it. Tao Shan smiled with relief. She didn't attribute the credit to herself in her heart. If other teammates hadn't helped her to contain the enemy all the way, if Ruby and Fang Shangliu hadn't helped to attract the attention of other main soldiers of the military academy, she wouldn't have been able to complete the check-in. Guessing that there might be a live camera cut in, she took off her tactical helmet, raised her head, stared at an unknown point ahead with sparkling eyes, and a figure unconsciously appeared in front of her. Principal, did you see it? We really did it. Chapter 206. The game is over. After the 627th Military Academy, the second team to complete the check-in at Point 3 was the First Army, and Mia was the third team to complete the check-in on behalf of the coalition. It was meaningless for the following schools to check in, but there was still more than an hour before the end of the game. The next period of time was a melee, and the teams from each school seized the last opportunity to eliminate the people from other schools as much as possible. The students of the individual soldier department had already started fighting before they got off the mountain wall, and more people were fighting fiercely at the foot of the mountain wall. As the fighter formations heading to the number 2 check-in point arrived one after another, the air battlefield gradually became lively, and fighter planes continued to fall with thick smoke. Although according to the rules of the competition, eliminating a student from another school can only get 5 points. But a little bit adds up to a lot. If more people are eliminated, there may be a chance of a comeback. However, no matter how hard they fight, the 627th Military Academy, which has 3,000 bonus points, has basically locked the championship of this league. The commanders of each school have already known the situation of the number 2 check-in point at this time, and they can't help but regret not maximizing the use of their troops. In fact, they did not have no guesses about the situation of the number 2 check-in point before. As long as you think from the perspective of the Ministry of Military Education, it is not difficult to find that the test content set at each check-in point is related to the various majors participating in the competition. But unlike 627, with their current military strength, there was no need to take this risk. Slausa did propose to send only a fighter formation to the number 2 check-in point, but it was rejected by the deputy commander of the team. Although he got the command of the Shoujuan team, there were additional conditions. Since he was still a freshman, and the league was too important, the teacher of Shoujuan took out a layer of insurance in advance, letting a third-year student be the deputy commander, and had the right to interfere with Slausa's final decision. This is not wrong. For the 4 major military academies, it is more important to seek stability, rather than to win in danger. This is also the most important reason why the 4 commentators believe that the 627 Military Academy was able to beat the 4 major military academies in the finals. The 4 major military academies have a long-standing reputation, but they are also too cautious. Their students are very excellent, but they lack the spirit of the 627 Military Academy students, who are always brave enough to move forward no matter what difficulties they face, and the wild vitality that is unique to them. From the perspective of overall strength, the students of the 627th Military Academy are actually inferior to those of the 4 major military academies. Many of them are from uneducated backgrounds, and have not received any professional guidance before entering the 627th Military Academy. Even students with outstanding qualifications such as Xie Yanhan and Zephos are not geniuses respected by the public in the conventional sense. Lin Tianan was once an art student. Ruby was born in the backward and secluded Kaibu Star. Yen Ting and Balier were considered to be weak people without any strength. And even Tao Shan was once rejected by all the military academies on the capital star because of his qualifications. Although Zephos has a rare 4S qualification, he is regarded as a time bomb by others. Xie Yinhan was not very qualified at the beginning because of physical problems. He is used to taking unconventional approaches. But it was this group of people who created this impossible miracle under the witness of the audience of the whole Federation. When the game was finally over, there were not many people left in each school, and the audience was still excited. The barrage was full of comments about the name of the 627 Military Academy. In the office of the Supreme Marshal, Ling Jiayan took some time to watch the live broadcast. When the camera swept over the students of the 627th Military Academy, her originally cold eyebrows and eyes softened unconsciously. At this time, these students were already covered in mud, but the smiles on their faces were still very lively. Ling Jiayan saw a kind of vigorous vitality with a little bit of wildness and passion in them. She had a hunch that the emergence of the 627th Military Academy would definitely bring some surprising new changes to the entire Federation. Marshal, Ryan's confused voice sounded at this time. The league is over, and they seem to have not taken any action? Ling Jiayan's barely perceptible smile disappeared instantly, and her eyes returned to their usual coldness. Whether they take action or not, our plan remains unchanged, and now is the time to act. In the viewing room, the principals of other schools were congratulating Yin Xiaoman. Although the final scores of the participating schools have not yet been announced, the 627th Military Academy should be the champion of this league. The only one who didn't come forward to congratulate Yin Xiaoman was Shoujuan Principal Talon. He was still there, puffing his beard and glaring as usual. Compared to Shoujuan's failure to win the championship of this league, what he found more difficult to accept was that Shoujuan actually lost to such an ordinary military school that he had always despised. The live broadcast had not ended yet. The 4 commentators were reviewing the entire game. The principals and teachers in the viewing room had no interest in continuing to watch. They all stood up and prepared to take the hovercraft to District 22 to pick up the students. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, followed by countless screams. The faces of the principal and teachers in the viewing room suddenly changed. Looking in the direction of the sound, they found that the sound came from the big screen in the front. The live camera had already cut to the venue, where the 4 commentators were as the game ended. At this time, the screen was in chaos. There were flames rising into the sky. The people in the audience were pushing each other in fear, and rushing to the exit. Alger, Zhu Haolan and others noticed that something was wrong, and had already stopped explaining. They were now comforting the people in the audience, and looking for security personnel in the venue. The situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction. What going on? Nandong Wei couldn't help but frown. You know, the capital star has been more and more guarded in recent days, and the live broadcast venue is the top priority for the law enforcement team to protect. The audience has to go through several security checks before entering. How could such a serious accident happen? The other principals and teachers were also quite confused. There was another deafening bang, and the whole room trembled. This time the sound did not come from the screen. Listening to the explosion so close, Yin Xiaonan, Jiang Xuanyu and others looked at each other, and their expressions became extremely solemn. What is going on? A teacher turned on the optical computer to contact the law enforcement team, but found that there was no signal. The large screen at the front of the viewing room also flashed a few times, and then went completely black. The whole room fell into a dead silence. An impatient person walked towards the door, intending to go out and see what was going on. But before the person got close to the door, a voice suddenly sounded. Wait a minute, Yin Xiaonan said in a serious tone. An emergency message appeared on the system panel that only she could see. Please note that a high-risk unknown creature is approaching quickly. Danger level SSS. Please be vigilant. On the other side, 5 transport planes landed at the airport at the exit of the 22nd Area Stadium. A large group of students walked out of the transport planes. They were the students who stayed until the end of 627 and the 4 major military academies. Originally, after the competition, a hovercraft should have been sent to pick up all the participating students who were still on the field. However, they waited for a long time for the hovercraft to arrive. Only after a long time did they receive the message that they were asked to drive the transport plane to the designated airport. The students could not help but wonder, what is the Ministry of Military Education doing? The competition was over, and the next step was to wait for the final results to be announced and to attend the award ceremony. The points were still being calculated, and the students of each school had already roughly guessed the ranking. For the students of the 4 major military academies, although they were a little disappointed that they missed the championship of this league, the competition was over, and the result could not be changed. They could only wait until next year to compete again. From the auditions to the finals, although there was a break in between, most people were still nervous. Now that the competition has finally come to an end, everyone is relaxed, and the students of various schools have changed the tense relationship during the competition and actively gathered together to communicate. The students of the 627th Military Academy were undoubtedly approached the most. The students of the 4 major military academies were very curious about them, and some of them even inquired about various enrollment information of their school without leaving any trace. However, after walking out of the apron, these students realized that something seemed a little wrong. Where are the people? Qiyang looked around, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Why is there no one here? In the Minerva Military Academy team on the side, Hansuma also showed a thoughtful look. In fact, it seems that we haven't seen any staff since half an hour before the end of the game. Hey, Slausha, what wrong with you? In the other team of the First Army, Yuta asked curiously. Slausha stopped at some point. His face looked very pale at the moment, and his body was involuntarily tense, like a fully drawn bowstring. There was a voice in his head screaming danger. No, I think there's something wrong here. Before he finished speaking, in the teams of other schools, Xia Yinhan and Yu Yajing raised their heads almost at the same time, looking sharply in the same direction, but saw nothing. Teams from various schools stopped one after another. Those students who were eliminated in the competition had already followed the rescue team and left the stadium. There were not many people left from each school, but they were undoubtedly the elite among the elites. Although they did not have the spiritual power characteristics like Slausha, Xia Yinhan, and Yu Yajing, they also more or less smelled a hint of danger. The whole airport was filled with a suffocating silence, as if time had suddenly been paused. The originally leisurely expressions on the students' faces were swept away. They picked up their weapons again and observed the movements around them with vigilance. At this moment, it seemed that something quickly ran past. The students immediately became alert. The main soldiers of each team looked at each other and carefully went forward to check with their light energy guns. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. They turned back quickly and saw that the students behind them were looking in a certain direction in fear. But the crowd blocked their sight. They were about to go back, and Yu Yajing suddenly fired several shots at the corner, and there was a rustling sound. Several main soldiers looked over, and their pupils shrank instantly. What kind of monster is this? The camera in the corner was lit with a red light, recording everything and transmitting it to the monitoring room in real time. The airport monitoring room was filled with a strong smell of blood. The bodies of several staff members were lying in a corner. 3 people wearing golden masks were quietly watching the students on the monitoring screens, with a leisurely posture. It is said that these little brats are the strongest among the new generation of the Federation? A muffled voice came out through the mask. The tone was like a cat playing with a mouse, with a hint of obvious teasing. Then I have to try their potential. Chapter 207 Monster. In the airport, the students looked at the monster in front of them in disbelief. The first thing they saw was the terrifying whip-like tentacles wandering around its body. Someone immediately said with a trembling voice, "Bugs, Zerg mutants?" Everyone was shocked. How could there be Zergs on the capital planet? Su Chujin observed carefully for a while, and frowned. The latest version of the Zerg Atlas does not record any mutants with such characteristics. Are you sure? Hearing her words, a student from the First Army standing next to her widened his eyes instantly. Could this be a new type of mutant that has never been discovered before? This monster suspected to be a new type of Zerg mutant is about 4 or 5 meters tall. From the appearance, they are more like a combination of humans and Zerg. They have heads and limbs similar to humans, and their arms are particularly strong. The muscle lines on their arms are like undulating mountains. The tense muscles seem to be able to break through the skin at any time, releasing a terrifying force. But unlike humans, their skin was a strange blood red. Some whip-like tentacles protruded from their bodies. Their shoulders were bulging, and a pair of extremely sharp bone spurs grew out of them. Yu Yajing continued to shoot, and the burning light energy bullets hit the chest of the monster in the corner, leaving a series of charred bullet holes. But the monster seemed to feel no pain, and rushed towards her direction with the light energy bullets still being shot out. Seeing this, the others also opened fire. However, Both kinetic and energy bullets seemed to have only a tickling effect on the monster, and the main soldiers had to activate their mechas. Qiyang took the initiative to fight the monster coming from the corner. Mia and Ruby went to the other side to deal with the other monster coming from another direction, and the other main soldiers continued to be on guard around the team. Everyone looked very solemn. This kind of monster was very unfamiliar to them. They didn't know what kind of weaknesses they had. Unlike mutant creatures, they were suspected to be advanced Zerg mutants. The degree of danger had increased by who knows how many times. Generally, the Zergs that students encounter in the simulator have their attribute values artificially lowered. Most military school students cannot come into contact with real Zergs before the 4th grade, not to mention the mutants, which are more terrifying than ordinary Zergs. Compared to the 3 soldiers who came forward to test, others seemed to be more nervous than they were. Damn! What's going on? Why is there no signal? Qiyang kept fiddling with his optical computer. Although the functions of the optical computer were locked to prevent cheating during the competition, the most basic emergency call function was generally usable. Students can send a distress signal to the law enforcement team through the optical computer under special circumstances. However, when Qiyang wanted to contact the law enforcement team, he found that it was impossible. The words, "Abnormal signal. Please try again later," repeatedly appeared on the optical computer screen. Seeing that they could not contact the outside world, several commanders felt depressed. Han Suma showed a trace of worry in his eyes. The appearance of these monsters seems to be premeditated, but who would target us students? And they are actually doing things in a place like the capital planet. Slosha's condition was still not very good at this time. He said with great effort, "Today is the last day of the league. The game has just ended. It is the time when the attention is the highest. If they want to attack us under the noses of all the Federation people, there must be an insider." That right. But the insider can only create a time difference. It doesn't make sense that the military has not discovered the abnormality for so long. There is only one possibility, Minjing said in a deep voice. Something happened outside too. Several commanders fell silent for a moment. Xie Yinhan couldn't help but frown slightly. She always felt that the situation in front of her seemed strangely familiar. And the voices of those monsters. No one saw Angelica trembling slightly in the crowd. A pair of inorganic artificial eyes stared blankly ahead, as if she was trapped in some painful memories. At this time, Qiyang had already started fighting with the monster. She dodged the monster's sudden iron fist by leaning sideways. There was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Several tentacles suddenly stretched out and continued to attack her along the monster arm. She jumped back without hesitation, trying to get out of the attack range of the tentacles. But unexpectedly, the tentacles could continue to extend. She immediately swung her sword and chopped off the front end of the tentacle. It fell to the ground but continued to twist, like a giant earthworm rolling. New branches had quickly grown at the cut. Qiyang was slightly surprised. This monster was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined, whether in terms of speed, agility or strength. It was not inferior to the S-class mecha she was driving. On the other side, Ruby held the tentacles of another monster, and Mia swung the battle axe in her hand and chopped at the main body of the monster from behind. A black shadow flashed by quickly, and the axe blade was stopped by the bone spur that suddenly appeared halfway. Mia wanted to continue to exert force, and another bone spur on the monster's left shoulder stabbed directly at the mental connection of her mecha. Mia hurriedly withdrew the battle axe and moved the axe blade horizontally in front of her body, blocking the monster's sudden attack in time. The axe blade collided with the bone spur and splashed sporadic sparks. The other students watched the two battles nervously, and a chill rose quietly in their hearts. Qiyang, Mia and Ruby were the strongest soldiers among them, but they could only barely resist the attacks of these monsters. What if it was them? The students didn't want to think about it any further, secretly thinking that there were only two monsters, but as if they were slapped in the face. A large group of identical monsters jumped down from the corridor on the upper floor the next moment. The huge monster fell heavily to the ground, making a series of dull thunderous noises, making the students' hearts tremble. The ground, paved with high-strength concrete, was smashed into spiderweb-like cracks under the huge impact force. The faces of several commanders suddenly changed. Han Suma said decisively, "Let go back to the apron. These monsters are simply not something that these students can destroy. The current situation is unclear. They might as well take a transport plane to seek help." The other students had no objection and retreated towards the apron. Qiyang, Mia and Ruby also quickly retreated and carried out long-range attacks with other main soldiers to hold back the monsters. The dense sound of machine guns rang out. The black muzzles spit out flames crazily, and the intermittent particle cannons continued to explode on the monsters. The students used the fierce firepower to temporarily suppress the monsters, and ran towards the transport planes on the apron. Wait! Yu Yajing suddenly noticed an unusual beeping sound amid the fierce gunfire. A hint of panic rarely appeared in her usually calm eyes. Wait! Don't go over there! But the students were being chased by the monsters, and they all wanted to escape from the airport. In the chaos, except for a few people who stopped in doubt, the others continued to rush towards the transport plane in a panic. At this moment, the beeping sound suddenly stopped, and 5 transport planes exploded at the same time. Bang! In the monitoring room, a masked man opened his palms at the same time as the explosion, and simulated an explosion sound. Under the shock wave of the explosion, several students who were running in the front were thrown high into the air, accompanied by screams from the crowd. They rolled and crashed to the ground, lying on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. A raging fire burned wantonly on the wreckage left by the transport plane, making a continuous crackling sound, and the metal gradually twisted and melted in the flames, emitting a pungent smell. The students stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, cold sweat running down their faces, their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably, and some were almost unable to support themselves. The masked man observed their expressions through the monitor with great interest, and seemed to enjoy the pain and fear shown by these students. She curled her lips in a good mood. Little mice want to run away so soon? That won't do. This game has just begun. Although these students are the elites of each school, they are just students after all, and they have never been so close to death. Even in the league finals, which is known as a highly realistic game, the opponents are all military academy students, and everyone has room for maneuver, and it is impossible to kill them. Moreover, there is a rescue team nearby to monitor the situation in real time, and they will immediately launch rescue when necessary. These transport planes are actually equipped with remote-controlled bombs. When the students thought that they had come here on these problematic transport planes, they were instantly scared, and it felt like they had just brushed shoulders with death. This also seemed to confirm that there must be a traitor among the staff. There were painful groans, and the students came to their senses, and hurried to help up the unlucky guys who were blown away by the shock wave. The commanders of each school gathered together to discuss the whole thing. Who wants to attack us? Han Suma frowned. The staff of the league are all military personnel. She could not imagine how terrible the force behind this matter was. Xie Yinhan narrowed his eyes slightly. They were able to detonate the bomb just when we were approaching the transport plane. They had such a good grasp of the time. This means they must be monitoring us. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her head, and her eyes quickly looked at the monitoring tower on the side. This type of monitoring tower is generally used to observe the takeoff and landing of aircraft, as well as the activities of related personnel. The panoramic camera located on the top of the steel frame can monitor the apron in all directions without blind spots. Lin Tianan raised his gun and fired a clean shot at the location of the camera. There was a sound of glass breaking, and people from other schools nearby could not help but be secretly shocked, although they knew that there was a very powerful sniper in their team when they fought with the 627 military academy before. It was the first time they saw the other party shooting at close range. They didn't expect that she would be faster, more accurate and more ruthless than they imagined. That means the enemy has been watching us, and is very likely not far from us. After hearing what Xie Yinhan said, Gu Tianchen felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw the broken camera. Slosho looked thoughtful. They could have waited until we were all on the transport plane before detonating the bomb. But they didn't. Instead, they chose to detonate the bomb when we were close to the transport plane. This is more like a means of intimidation. It seems that they don't just want to kill us. That right, Min Jing said. They specifically led us to this airport. It should be related to those monsters. The destruction of the transport plane seems to prevent us from escaping from here. Everyone was in a heavy mood. No law enforcement team or army had arrived yet, and the optical computer could not contact the outside world. They didn't know whether they could really wait for rescue in time, before the students could continue to be depressed. An endless stream of monsters gathered around the apron, and they had to join the battle. What shocked the students the most was that this monster not only had amazing defense, but also could secrete a strange mucus from its body when it was seriously injured, helping it recover faster, comparable to an indestructible cockroach. Seeing more and more monsters, The students had to take the wounded and retreat to the airport security checkpoint again. They fought and killed all the way to the exit of the checkpoint with the last glimmer of hope. And the explosion-proof door at the exit was indeed closed. Several commanders were not very surprised. Since the enemy had tried every means to trick them to the airport, it was impossible for them to leave easily. At this time, countless monsters had surrounded them again. On the other side, in the viewing room, a group of principals and teachers poked their heads out from behind their seats tremblingly. After finding that the monsters were completely motionless, they breathed a sigh of relief and walked over one after another. Although the crisis had been resolved, they looked at the person with a warm smile in front of the monster corpse, and for some reason, they felt scared. Yin Xiaonan had just given the warning when a monster suddenly broke in. Although all the people present were principals and teachers of the military academy, not all of them were from the combat department. There were quite a few civilian staff among them, and they were almost scared silly when facing the monster. Several principals and teachers with good combat power immediately stood at the front and asked others to find shelter and hide. But soon they found that these monsters were not only agile and powerful, but also had incredible recovery abilities. Seeing that several principals and teachers who participated in the battle were about to collapse, Yin Xiaonan finally turned the tide and killed all 3 monsters. The bloody scene made the onlookers feel that this person seemed to be more terrifying than the monsters. At this time, even Jiang Xuanyu and Nandong Wei, the 2 principals who often dealt with Yin Xiaonan, looked at her in surprise. If it weren't for this accident, they didn't know that the other party had such good skills. Even the principal of the First Army, Talin, who had just participated in the battle, looked at Yin Xiaonan with a complicated look. The whole room fell into silence. Just when everyone wanted to say something, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Chapter 208 Discovery. The group of people hearts were immediately lifted up again, and they saw a team of mechas with special military numbers rushing straight in from the door that had been broken open by the monsters long ago. As soon as these mecha soldiers entered the viewing room, they raised their weapons nervously. They had heard the sound of fighting a long time ago, and they knew the terrifying nature of those monsters. When they thought of the identity of the people in the viewing room, they rushed over in a hurry, fearing that they would be late. When they arrived at the door of the viewing room, they found that the fighting sound had disappeared. They immediately had a bad feeling and rushed in. Just as they were about to open fire, they saw the scene inside the room. The nervous and anxious expressions on their faces froze instantly. There was no bloody scene in the room, as they expected. The principal and teachers were all standing there. If it weren't for the 3 monster corpses on the ground, they almost thought they were wrong. There was no monster invading this room. Looking at the monster whose head had been chopped off and was deader than dead, the mecha soldiers in the cockpit took a deep breath, their faces full of shock. They almost thought they were dreaming, and then looked at the group of principals and teachers who were safe and sound. Their eyes became more respectful. Can it be said that they are worthy of being the best military academies in the Federation? It turns out that not only the students are powerful, but also the principals and teachers are so hidden. They have all experienced the power of this new type of Zerg mutant, and their original plan was to quickly move with the people here. But they didn't expect that the 3-headed monster would be solved so quickly. If the facts were not before their eyes, they simply could not believe it. Principal, are you okay? When these mecha soldiers were in shock, 2 more people rushed over. Katie and Joel quickly found Yin Xiaonan in the crowd and immediately ran over. I'm fine. Yin Xiaonan shook his head. Katie was greatly relieved when she heard this. And Joel also looked at the person in front of him carefully. After seeing that she was indeed not injured, he quietly revealed a look of relief. Although the monsters in the room seemed to have been killed, the mecha soldiers still dispersed and searched the entire room in a well-trained manner. Some of them squatted down and carefully examined the bodies of several monsters. While the other team members were busy, the leading team leader came out of the mecha and walked in front of everyone. He saluted in a standard military salute and said, "We are the special rescue team formed by the 2nd Group Army. We came to the park to protect your safety under the order of the military headquarters." In fact, after seeing the corpses of the 3 monsters, he was a little skeptical whether these mission targets really needed their rescue. "Lieutenant, can you tell us what's going on?" Nandong Wei asked after glancing at the rank insignia embroidered on the collar of the other party combat uniform. "Just call me Hicks." The lieutenant had a serious expression. There have been riots in various districts, and as you can see, a new type of mutant has appeared that is not included in the Zerg Atlas. There are a lot of these monsters, and it's very dangerous outside now. A group of principals and teachers surrounded Hicks and asked about various situations. Yin Xiaonan asked Joel and Katie, "How did you get here?" Joel looked a little embarrassed. "I heard an explosion from the window of the dormitory building. I saw that the gate of the campus was blown up. A monster was coming here. The monster looked like a Zerg mutant. I realized that something was wrong and wanted to contact you. But I found that the optical brain had no signal. I also heard a big explosion," Katie interrupted. "As soon as I went out, I saw Joel running out in a panic. He said that the optical computer could not contact you, the principal. So I followed him." Yin Xiaonan keenly grasped the key points in the two people words. "Did the monster come directly here?" Joel nodded. She immediately showed a thoughtful look on her face. "It seems that these monsters are not acting entirely on instinct, but are targeting them purposefully. Otherwise, they would not be able to find the location of the viewing room so accurately. But who is behind this group of monsters? Is it really the Worm Mother?" Yin Xiaonan didn't think it was possible. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. "Host, I scanned the brain of this unknown creature and found a chip." Yin Xiaonan's eyes changed instantly. She immediately walked to the chopped-off head of the monster, knelt down and began to cut it with the high-frequency particle knife equipped by the mecha. The lieutenant was still answering other people's questions. He caught a glimpse of Yin Xiaonan's unusual behavior from the corner of his eye and was immediately shocked. "What are you doing?" The other principals and teachers also followed the lieutenant's gaze and were stunned. Principal Yin was not satisfied with killing the monster and was planning to continue to mess with the monster head. They inexplicably felt that it was a bit pitiful for the monster to fall into the hands of the other party. Seeing that the surroundings fell into a strange silence, and Yin Xiaonan was still there concentrating on cutting the back of the monster head, Jiang Xuanyu couldn't help but cough lightly and asked, "Principal Yin, what are you doing?" Without waiting for Yin Xiaonan to answer, she found a foreign object made of special material in the monster brain. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she picked it out with the tip of the knife. The chip covered with blood fell to the ground with a thud, making a crisp sound in the quiet room, attracting almost everyone's attention. After Jiang Xuanyu and others saw clearly what it was, their faces suddenly became ugly. Since there was a chip, didn't it mean that these monsters could be controlled by humans? Although after learning that riots had occurred in various districts, they knew that these monsters were definitely related to the sudden appearance of thugs. But they still had many speculations about the origins of the monsters. The current situation was the worst. These monsters, that were highly suspected to be Zerg mutants, were actually biological weapons created by humans. "Don't let me know who did it. What a bunch of beasts." A mecha soldier angrily pounded the wall, and no one else said a word. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive for a while. Although the Federation has been continuously deploying a large number of troops to the front line over the years, there are still many inhabited planets that are completely destroyed by the Zerg. Not to mention the distant past, the Battle of Wilcost, which caused the Federation to suffer a disastrous defeat, was to save a super-inhabited planet with a population of more than 5 billion. The final result was that the Federation army that went to rescue was almost annihilated, and the number of civilians rescued was even smaller. This was also the battle with the heaviest casualties in the Federation in the past 100 years. The accumulation of one tragedy after another made most humans hate the Zerg to the core. The monster in front of them showed that there was a traitor among them. When humans were already exhausted from dealing with the Zerg invasion, someone actually created a monster that was even more terrifying than the Zerg mutants, and pointed the gun at the human race. Hicks realized the importance of this information and immediately had the chip put away. In fact, given some more time, others might not be able to discover the existence of the chip. But the appearance of this monster was very sudden, catching everyone off guard. Most people didn't have time to escape, and the army was busy putting out fires everywhere. So it was naturally impossible to discover the secrets in the monster brain so quickly. Yin Xiaonan put away the knife, stood up and asked Hicks, "Lieutenant, do you know the situation in District 22? Hicks was stunned when he heard this. "I really don't know. Are you worried about the safety of the participating students?" He thought for a while, and said, "Compared with other districts, it should be safer there. After all, the league venue is set up there, and many safety inspections have been carried out before the game. Moreover, District 22 is sparsely populated, and it is unlikely that the thugs will go there. They are still more concentrated in several districts with developed business and dense population." Yin Xiaonan frowned. "But this does not guarantee the safety of the students." Hicks smiled helplessly. "Your concern is reasonable. We already have a team going there. And there are already many staff members in the stadium. All we can do now is pray that the students are safe. That may not be the case. Yin Xiaonan is not used to pinning her hopes on others. She made a very straightforward decision. I'm going to District 22. Hicks was slightly stunned. And then he persuaded, Principal, I understand your feelings very well. But it is very dangerous outside now. A large group of monsters are roaming around in various districts. And explosions can be seen everywhere. More importantly, because of the large-scale electromagnetic interference created by the thugs, not only the communication is affected, but also the navigation system of the hovercraft has failed. There have been a series of car crashes on the aerial track. The military has ordered people to block the airspace of each district. How are you going to get through? They are now in District 17, while the students are in District 22, which spans 4 districts. District 19 in particular is one of the most densely populated districts in the capital star, and it is very chaotic now. Without the ability to take a hovercraft, it is extremely difficult to get through these chaotic areas to District 22. Yin Xiaonan's tone was still firm. Lieutenant, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Once I make a decision, I will not change it easily. If something really happens, I am willing to bear the consequences myself. She paused and looked at Hicks. So, I hope you can provide me with a pass to enter District 22. Unlike the other districts, District 22 is managed by the army alone, and it is also the location of the actual combat venue of this league. Without a pass, you can't enter at all, especially now that the districts are so chaotic. It is even more impossible to let people in casually. Yin Xiaonan was in a hurry to find students, and naturally didn't want to be stuck on this. Hicks wanted to refuse, but looking at the other party's sincere eyes, he hesitated. At this time, Jiang Xuanyu actually stood up and helped Yin Xiaonan persuade Hicks. Lieutenant, you may not know that the 3 monsters in the room were killed by Principal Yin. I believe she has the ability to go to District 22. Principal Yin is a rare double S level soldier, and her skills are very good. At least she has no problem protecting herself. Nan Gongwei also chimed in. The specific situation in District 22 is still unclear. If Principal Yin goes there, it will be a help to the rescue team. Right? Those students are the future hope of the Federation. You mean, she killed all these monsters by herself? Hicks confirmed to the 2 of them in disbelief, and the other mecha soldiers also looked over. They thought that the principal and teachers in the viewing room had killed the 3 monsters together, but it turned out that it was all done by one person. You should be relieved now. Nan Dongwei words gave a positive answer. A group of mecha soldiers were all numb. Is this really something that humans can do? Hicks finally gave the pass to Yin Xiaonan. Just when Yin Xiaonan was about to leave, Joel plucked up the courage to walk up to her. Principal, I want to go with you. You want to go with me? Yin Xiaonan's eyes flashed with surprise. Are you sure? I'm going to drive the mecha directly over. Joel understood what Yin Xiaonan had not said. He gritted his teeth and said, I can do it. I've tried it before. The potion you gave me, Principal, is very useful. Now I can complete the mental connection with the mecha. Yin Xiaonan thought for a moment. Well, if you insist on going, I have no objection. But I may not be able to take care of you at that time. So you have to be more careful. Joel nodded solemnly. And Katie immediately shouted, Principal, I want to go too. Yin Xiaonan said, You don't have to go. I have another task for you. What task? Katie asked curiously. Yin Xiaonan, you go to protect Captain Watts and Teacher Wei, and help me monitor Yu Pei. Although Katie didn't quite understand why the principal asked her to monitor Teacher Yu, she nodded vigorously immediately, indicating that she would definitely complete the task assigned by the principal. What surprised Yin Xiaonan was that after Katie, someone she had never expected actually proposed to go to District 22 with her. Chapter 209 Action. Don't get me wrong, I just want to make sure the rescue operation goes smoothly. Looking at Yin Xiaonan's surprised eyes, Shoju and Principal Talon snorted coldly. After all, there are more students than just you 627 students there. They represent the future of the Federation. I'm not helping you, but for the entire Federation. Yin Xiaonan didn't mind his still hard tone, on the contrary. She showed her usual warm smile. It's great that Principal Talon is willing to go. Talon, who was on high alert, felt a little aggrieved when he saw Yin Xiaonan's reaction. At this moment, Nan Dongwei sighed with regret, and said to Yin Xiaonan with a wry smile, If it is a business negotiation, I can still play a role. I won't hold you back in this matter. Principal Yin. I just have one unwelcome request. The principal, who is usually good at making friends, now looks particularly sincere. I want to ask you to help take care of our students at Minerva Military Academy. I will thank you when I come back. Jiang Xuanyu also said. And the students of my coalition have also troubled Principal Yin. You will be the great benefactor of all the teachers and students of my coalition. You two principals. There is no need to do this. Yin Xiaonan said seriously. If there is any danger in District 22, no matter which school students are encountered, I will not stand idly by. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it. They didn't know why. Even though Yin Xiaonan only said this sentence, their original anxiety was blown away by a breeze, and they suddenly felt relieved. It seems that some people in this world are born with a reliable temperament that makes people trust them unconditionally. The principals of other schools also gathered around Yin Xiaonan, hoping that she could help take care of their students after going to District 22, which made Yin Xiaonan feel like she had become the director of a nursery. However, no one was interested in Tuolin, who was also going to District 22. Although these principals knew that their strength was limited and they could not go with them, they still had basic vision. After the battle just now, they had clearly realized that Yin Xiaonan was the key to this rescue operation. Even Talin had to admit this. If Yin Xiaonan hadn't been there, he might not have made up his mind to go to District 22 in such a chaotic situation due to various concerns. Even if he really went, it would be difficult for him to reach the destination smoothly by himself. After all, as Hicks said, the communication was disrupted, and they didn't know whether the students far away in District 22 were really in danger. It would be difficult for people not to hesitate to take such a big risk for such an uncertain thing. To do this, strength, decisiveness and courage are indispensable. Watching the three mechas going away, Nangongwei's eyes gradually focused on the white mecha in the front. She suddenly remembered the 627th Military Academy student, who was only a mobile infantryman in the league finals, but climbed to the highest nest on the mountain wall to complete the punch in despite the attack of the mutant bird flock. Remembered the 627th Military Academy pilots, who bravely rushed towards the enemy in the group stage. And remembered the commander-in-chief of the 627th Military Academy, who dared to calculate the First Army when the game was unfavorable. She had been wondering what kind of school could cultivate such a group of students, which might be one of the reasons why she took the initiative to make friends with Yin Xiaonan. And now she finally had the answer in her heart. She saw that kind of indomitable spirit in Yin Xiaonan again. With the earnest advice of other principals, Yin Xiaonan and the other two drove the mecha and hurriedly left the campus. The outside was even more chaotic than Hicks said. During the league, the capital star was extremely lively, and tourists from various star regions gathered here for this annual event. Except for areas like Area 1 and Area 22, which restricted entry and exit, which were not affected much. Other areas were overcrowded, and there were a large number of hovercrafts in the sky, driving busy on different tracks, presenting a lively scene. However, all this was completely changed by the sudden riot. When Yin Xiaonan and others arrived on the street, they saw that the colorful holographic projections on the buildings had disappeared, and the wreckage of the hovercraft could be seen everywhere on the roadside. The sound of sirens kept echoing in the city. Many houses were on fire, and from time to time, the flames of explosions suddenly shot up into the sky. The pedestrians on the road had already fallen into panic, and various noisy sounds were intertwined. Although some law enforcement officers and soldiers were trying their best to evacuate the crowd, they had little effect. Yin Xiaonan frowned slightly as he looked at the crowded street in front of him. At this moment, the system issued a new task. Emergency task. Go to District 22 in time to rescue all students. Reward: 7,500 experience points, 2,000 points. Note: as long as one student dies, even if the task fails, this task is special. The system will provide free navigation services, planning the most time-saving route for the host. Yin Xiaonan pupil shrank when he saw the task information. System, are they really in danger? Yes. According to my calculations, there is a 1.31% chance of death among those students. As time goes by, this probability will continue to rise. Yin Xiaonan's heart sank. Knowing that time is precious, she immediately said, System, plan the most time-saving route to District 22 for me now. As soon as she finished speaking, she found a virtual map in front of her. It carefully marked the distribution of buildings and streets around her current location. The crowd was marked with red blocks. The more people there were, the darker the color. It can be seen that, now all the streets are filled with crimson blocks, but a glowing golden line suddenly appears, starting from Yin Xiaonan location and extending out continuously. Let go! Yin Xiaonan glanced at the route marked on the map, and said to the two people beside her. Then she stepped back and jumped, and kicked the wall in front of her, and the two mechanical arms quickly climbed up the exposed metal pipes, and quickly jumped and ran on the outer wall of the building. Seeing this, the other two followed in their mechas. Area 22, in the security checkpoint of the airport, the students were not in a good situation at this time. After being surrounded by monsters, they opened fire, but there were too many monsters, and because of their amazing recovery ability, they were no match at all. One of Kelvin's mechanical arms had been broken by Zephos before, although he later reattached it himself, but it was not as sensitive as before, and he was caught by the monster tentacles in the battle. He hurriedly swung his giant sword, cutting at the tentacle, unexpectedly. The monster bone spur took the opportunity to stab his cockpit. His heart jumped, seeing that it was too late to dodge. Yu Yajing on the side attacked the monster body at lightning speed. At the same time, Ji Nanqing swung the whip to entangle the bone spur. When the crisis was finally resolved, Kelvin breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked him, with a rare sincerity in his tone. In the face of life and death crisis, students from various schools changed their tit-for-tat competition and joined hands to resist the monster attack. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. They might fight in the league, but on the battlefield, no matter which school they were from, they were all comrades. The only one who really had a deep conflict with the people of the First Army was probably Zephos. But when he saw several soldiers of the First Army in danger, he chose to lend a hand without hesitation, which made the expressions of the rescued First Army students a little complicated. Although the students fired desperately, they gradually couldn't resist the increasingly fierce attacks of the monsters, and many people in the team were already injured. Are we really going to die here? A boy suddenly said in despair. No, definitely not. The student next to him felt nervous when he heard this, gritting his teeth and speaking with an extremely firm tone. Rather than saying she was refuting the boy's words, it was more like she was trying to convince herself. Why not? The boy became even more excited. He was on the verge of collapse. The transport plane has been blown up. The exit has been closed. We can't escape at all, and if we continue to stay here, we will only become food for these monsters. The boy's words directly exposed the fear in everyone's heart, and everyone fell into a strange silence. Seeing that the morale was getting lower and lower, Han Sima couldn't help but say, "Everyone please calm down. It's far from time to despair. There must be a way." She thought for a while. In fact, we still have a place to go now. But I don't know where the specific entrance to that place is. Where? Others asked hurriedly. Generally, military airports will have hidden underground passages, which will lead to some key areas of the airport, such as the command center, warehouses and the like, so that personnel and materials can be transferred under special circumstances. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. There were too many monsters on the apron, but they could completely avoid the monsters by going to other buildings in the airport through the underground passages. At least they could delay time and wait for outside rescue. It's just that the entrance to this kind of underground passage is usually very hidden, and only a very few insiders know where it is. It's hard for us to find it without any clues. Han Sima said the tricky part, unexpectedly. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice sounded, "I may know where the entrance is." Everyone subconsciously looked at the person who spoke, and after finding out that it was Lin Tianan, the students of the 627th Military Academy were not surprised. Are you serious? Students from other schools looked skeptical. Lin Tianan released his mental power again to verify, and nodded. Well, the entrance is not far from where we are now. I can take you there now. Wait a minute. Xie Yinhan, who had been concentrating on operating the optical computer, finally raised his head. There is one thing I have to do before going there. In the monitoring room, 3 masked men were originally watching the monitoring screen leisurely, and occasionally commenting on the performance of the students. As the 3 were talking, the surveillance screen suddenly flickered and went dark almost at the same time. At the same time, a line of small words appeared on the screen. If you peek again, you get a sty. I'd pinch it for you. No need to thank me. The 3 masked men were stunned after reading the message. Interesting. After a long silence, a chuckle suddenly sounded in the monitoring room. One of the masked men laughed out loud. She was not angry about this little provocation. but became more interested in this group of students. However, if you want to block us, this alone is not enough. Chapter 210 Underground Passage. The masked man turned on the optical computer after he finished speaking. And the scene inside the checkpoint appeared again, but this time it was from the first-person perspective. At this time, most of the students had entered the underground passage, and the main force of each school stayed at the end. Mia, Ruby, hurry up! Minlu urged. The two threw a few fusion grenades and hurriedly flashed into the passage. But just as they were about to close the alloy door at the entrance of the passage, a pair of rough and huge hands suddenly appeared, tightly clasped the edges of the two door panels. And the monster hideous head poked inside. Several people were startled and hurriedly pushed the door panel. The alloy door trembled constantly during the struggle between the two sides. But it did not move at all. The long tentacles of the monster immediately passed through the gap between the door panels and stabbed them. Mia immediately swung the battle axe in her hand to cut off all the tentacles. Without waiting for the monster to return to defend, Ruby rushed forward and put the muzzle of the particle cannon directly on the monster head and pressed the launch button. The dazzling particle beam was like a sharp steel needle, instantly piercing the monster head. Scarlet flesh and blood mixed with broken bones sprayed out and scattered on the surrounding ground in dots. Still twitching slightly, the monster roared and fell back unwillingly. The others took the opportunity to quickly close the alloy door. Seeing that the students had successfully broken through, the masked man narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a new order to the monster group in a cold voice: increase the attack strength by 1 level. Just as Ruby and others were calming their breathing in the passage, a huge crash like thunder sounded again, and the alloy door shook violently. The faces of several main soldiers changed instantly, and they immediately raised their weapons again vigilantly. The roar of a monster was faintly heard from outside the door. The impact was getting stronger and stronger. The alloy door kept making creaking sounds, causing the surrounding walls to vibrate. The wall dust fell like fine sand. Oh my god! Can this door hold up? Tianshan couldn't help asking. No one answered. All eyes were focused on the trembling alloy door. Under the continuous impact of the monster outside, a large bulge gradually appeared in the middle of the alloy door panel. The bulge was getting bigger and bigger during the vibration, and it seemed that it might break through the door panel and tear it apart at any time. This door won't hold out for much longer. Let go. As soon as Minluo finished speaking, the alloy door finally couldn't bear the weight and collapsed with the edge wall with a shrill whine. Dust flew everywhere and gravel splashed. Without waiting for the monster to show up, several main soldiers gritted their teeth and pulled the trigger, and the dense sound of machine guns sounded again like a storm. Hearing the strange noise coming from the back, the students walking in front felt their hearts sink, and the monster seemed to have entered the passage. This was much faster than they had expected, but all they could do was run forward desperately. Under Lin Tian's guidance, everyone quickened their pace. Before the smoke and dust completely dissipated, several monsters rushed towards Ruby and others who were left behind under the rain of bullets. After fighting again, several main soldiers immediately noticed something was wrong. These monsters had improved in strength and speed. They did not fight to the end, but fought and retreated. When the monsters were about to catch up, they quickly closed the partition safety door inside the passage and blocked the monsters outside again. But they all knew clearly that this door could not hold out for too long. At the same time, Yin Xiaonan and the other two had passed the checkpoint and arrived at Area 18. Talon looked at the white mecha jumping flexibly on the roof in front of him, and he still had doubts in his heart. When he found that Yin Xiaonan did not take the regular route at all, but chose some places that were not roads at all, he refused at first. But before he could make any comments, the other party had already set off, so he had to follow. And then he gradually discovered that, although the route chosen by Yin Xiaonan was a bit strange, it was indeed shorter than the regular route, and it cleverly avoided many dangerous areas. So he shut up silently. However, his brows were still tightly furrowed. There were still 3 districts to go. Could they really reach District 22 in time? In stark contrast to Talon's complex psychological activities, Joel was just concentrating on watching the figure in front of him and following closely behind him. Although he had tried to establish a mental connection with the mecha before the league started, this was the first time he actually drove a mecha after the accident. The scene in the cockpit made him familiar yet unfamiliar. The faint roar of the mecha engine sounded in his ears, and he couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. However, this emotion only flashed through his heart briefly, and he soon looked firmly at the white mecha in front of him. when the school encountered the Red Spider Pirates last time. He was extremely upset that he could not play any role. But now it was his first time to fight side by side with the principal. And he would not allow himself to be a drag. Unexpectedly, as he chased the figure in front of him, his mental power was always in a very stable state, as if the nightmares that had been haunting him in the past had completely dissipated. This was undoubtedly a race against time. Seeing that time was passing by little, and every extra minute spent might increase the danger faced by the students, Yin Xiaonan ignored the complex terrain and directly turned the engine to the maximum. The white mecha flexibly passed through various alleys, roofs and gaps in the walls, like a flash of snow-colored lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye, making passers-by who happened to see it think that their eyes were hallucinating, and also making it difficult for Thorin and Joel behind her to chase. Fortunately, both of them were of S-class physique, and they managed to keep up with her speed. In the end, they arrived at the checkpoint of Area 22 in just 43 minutes, which was undoubtedly a miracle. Due to the riot, the checkpoint of Area 22 was already guarded by the army, but with the pass provided by Hicks, they were allowed to pass smoothly. In addition, they also received new news from the soldiers at the checkpoint, according to the arrangement made by the Military Education Department before. Whether the eliminated students or the students who fought to the end would be taken to the S-114 exit of the competition area by the hovercraft after the game. And before them, there were troops going to the S-114 exit to rescue them. So are we going there now? Joel asked. Yin Xiaonan shook his head, his eyes still solemn. 3 rescue points were marked on the system map. One was indeed the S-114 exit, one was inside the stadium, which should be for the students who had not had time to leave the stadium, but there was another one with the highest degree of danger, which was the H613 exit that no one else mentioned. Let go to the H613 exit, Yin Xiaonan said. Joel's eyes flashed with surprise, but he said nothing and followed as usual. Wait a minute, Talon suddenly said. Didn't you hear what those people said? They should all be at the S-114 exit. But this is just a should, isn't it? Yin Xiaonan tilted his head and said, for those thugs to make such a big fuss, there must be someone inside and outside to help them. Is it really just a coincidence that they chose to make trouble just after the league ended? Talon's face was tense, and he didn't seem to be convinced by Yin Xiaonan. I don't care what you guess. I want to go to S-114. Oh, Principal Talon, please go ahead. Yin Xiaonan did not have any intention of trying to stop him. You? Talon was choked, seeing Yin Xiaonan rushing towards H613 without looking back. He was so angry that he simply went straight to the S-114 exit in the opposite direction. On the other side, after a hard fight and escape, the students finally used the partition doors in the underground passage and the complex forks to temporarily get rid of the monster pursuit. At this time, they were resting in the underground warehouse of the airport. This is a place used by military airports for material storage, combat readiness and personnel concealment in special circumstances. There are multiple functional areas inside the warehouse. The students were pleasantly surprised to find a lot of weapons, ammunition and energy supplies stored by the airport in the storage area, including some extremely powerful lethal weapons. The students from various schools were amazed when they saw these things. After 2 days of competition, they didn't have much ammunition and energy left. In addition to the large amount of consumption in the previous fight against monsters, the weapons and resources they could use were already very few. The appearance of these things is undoubtedly a life-saving straw for them now. This kind of underground warehouse originally has the function of providing a temporary shelter for relevant personnel in an emergency. In addition to weapons and ammunition, the warehouse is also equipped with a lot of maintenance tools and various types of parts, and even a monitoring and alarm system independent of the airport. All this finally made the students' extremely tired faces have a hint of joy. The students quickly settled down here, some on guard, some repairing, some healing, and after the intense battle without any breathing room, they finally had time to review and think about the whole thing. Minyu frowned and said, this monster seems to know the mecha. It knows the mecha weaknesses very well. Others have also discovered this in the battle. Compared with ordinary Zerg, the strange thing about this monster is that it seems to be too familiar with the structure and function of the mecha. At this time, Xie Yanhan suddenly said, although we have signed a confidentiality agreement before, but the signal is also blocked and the monster is similar to the Zerg. I have to suspect that everything happening in front of me is related to that incident. Hearing Xie Yanhan's words, the faces of several students, who had been to Dionysus before changed. Except for Yin Ting and Fang Shangliu, who had been eliminated. The other witnesses of the Dionysus incident were all here. Ji Nanqing frowned and said, "Actually, I also have this suspicion. There are not many forces that dare to attack us at this time of the League. And the mysterious force that can create the Dionysus tragedy under the nose of the Federation is very suspicious." After listening to Xie Yinhan and Ji Nanqing words, the others were completely confused. That thing? What thing? And Dionysus? What are you talking about? Gu Tianchen shouted even more dissatisfiedly. Hey! You 627 and the Coalition. What on earth are you talking about? Ji Nanqing paused and began to talk about their previous experience on Dionysus. Chapter 211 Origin. Are you saying that the major accident that happened on Dionysus was caused by human factors? After listening to Ji Nanqing words, the others were all shocked. You should know that the news about the explosion of the Dionysus space station last year was all over the Star Network for almost a month or two. After all, there were a large group of tourists from different places at that time, and even in the end, no remains were found. Many family members protested on the Star Network, and it was unknown what kind of agreement the government signed with them in the end. After receiving huge compensation, everyone stopped talking about this matter in public. The final official accident investigation report pointed out that the cause of this terrible disaster was an unexpected failure in the cooling system of the space station nuclear reactor, which caused the core to overheat and explode. What did they hear now? There was something else behind this accident? It's just that the unidentified creatures we encountered at that time were only about the size of a dog, and their attack power was far inferior to the monsters we are facing now. Mia showed a look of reminiscence. Maybe it because that not the complete form of the monster. Xie Yinhan said. Do you remember what we saw in the Dionysus shelter? What do you mean? Ji Nanqing's face changed slightly. Well, we once cut a cocoon, and I suspect that the unknown creature was born from the cocoon. Xie Yinhan narrowed his eyes. We destroyed its growth environment, causing it to be born from the cocoon early, which also deviated from the original plan of the instigators. That's why the armed elements in the port were so terrified when they saw the unknown creature. So what they want to cultivate is actually the monster we see now. Ji Nanqing thought of the people trapped in the cocoon, and his face suddenly turned extremely pale. That is to say, these monsters are really just as we guessed at the time, and they are all transformed from humans? Xie Yinhan shook his head slightly. To be more precise, humans have become the nutrients for the growth of these monsters. This should be a new species that combines human and Zerg genes at the same time. Others couldn't help but gasp when they heard her words. If they hadn't experienced these things personally, they would definitely think that what Xie Yinhan said was all made up. But before today, they would never have thought that some criminals would dare to reach out to the capital planet and choose to make such a big move at the end of the League. From this point of view, Xie Yinhan's speculation is very likely to be true. Xie Yinhan recalled the voice of the monster she had sensed before. Her eyes darkened, and there were some more shocking things that she had not told others. This kind of monster needs to parasitize on the human body to grow during the incubation period. They not only use human flesh and blood as nutrients, but also, from their physiological characteristics similar to mammals, it can be seen that they have also integrated human DNA. In this process, they are very likely to retain part of the host memory. At this moment, a voice interrupted Xie Yinhan's thoughts. Angelica, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly said, Actually, I know the origin of these monsters. The students of various schools were stunned by Xie Yinhan's words, but they didn't expect to be bombarded with another bomb before they could recover. Looking again, it turned out to be the people of 627 again. Are you serious? Gu Tianchen eyes widened suddenly. Angelica nodded, and her right hand clenched unconsciously, as if she was trying to restrain the emotion surging in her heart. Although I don't know why these monsters appear here, I am sure they are related to the Empire. Hearing her words, almost everyone's face changed. Why is the Empire involved? Are you sure? Kelvin couldn't help but speak. This is not a trivial matter. Angelica did not answer him. Her voice was a little low at this moment. My family and I encountered this kind of monster on the way to escape the Empire. They are artificially manipulated. My father died at the hands of this monster. Others did not expect to get such an answer, and they were silent for a moment, although they still had many questions in their hearts. They were afraid of touching each other pain again. Angelica recalled the scene she had seen, and murmured, They are very strange. I have never seen such souls. twisted and chaotic. And the violent and greedy instincts hide endless pain and confusion. As if they can't find their true belonging in this world. What does this mean? The students did not understand her words. Angelica quickly came to her senses. There was a hint of uncontrollable fear in her voice. Since these monsters have appeared, it means that they are likely to come too. Without waiting for others to ask her who they are, Yu Yajing suddenly stood up and started the mecha. What wrong? Tianchen asked in confusion. Slaosha and Xia Yinhan faces also changed. They warned almost at the same time. There are monsters approaching us. Isn't this possible? Other students subconsciously retorted. If there really was a monster coming, why didn't the alarm go off, and there was nothing on the surveillance? But even so, they all stood up and picked up their weapons, and nervously looked in the direction of the warehouse security door. Everyone fell silent, time passed slowly, the alarm never went off, and no accidents happened. But just when the students were about to relax, there was a sudden noise from the ceiling above their heads, and then several monsters suddenly appeared in front of them, with the ceiling suddenly collapsing. Everyone's pupils trembled slightly. They had been on high alert, but they had never expected that these cunning monsters would actually crawl out of the ventilation duct in the ceiling compartment. On the other side, Yin Xiaonan, Joel and Talon finally arrived at the H613 exit of the stadium. After struggling for a long time, Talon finally chose to turn around and look for Yin Xiaonan and Joel, but he kept persuading Yin Xiaonan to go to the S114 exit with him. However, when they really arrived at the H613 exit, Yin Xiaonan didn't need to say anything more. He had already found that there seemed to be something wrong here. What is certain is that an enemy has been here. The three of them checked the bodies of the staff members, who were casually abandoned on the roadside, and then looked at the airport that had closed all the passages. The explosion-proof door of the checkpoint was locked, but with the secret help of the system, Yin Xiaonan was able to easily open this high-level explosion-proof door that was enough to resist the attack of multiple S-class mechas. As the door slowly opened, a strong smell of blood instantly hit them, and when the scene inside the checkpoint finally came into view, the hearts of the three of them jumped. The area in front of the gate alone was already covered with traces of fierce fighting. The most important thing was that they also saw the armor fragments of the participating students left on the ground around them. At the same time, the masked man who was originally admiring the panicked expressions of the students had already discovered that someone had broken into the airport. You stay here and watch those students. Sija and I will go out to solve some minor problems, and come back. After saying that, the two masked men immediately summoned the mecha from the space button, entered the cockpit, and strode out of the door. Yin Xiaonan and the other two were walking inside the checkpoint with extreme vigilance. They hadn't seen any students, nor any enemies. The entire checkpoint was shrouded in a dead silence, but they became even more alert. Click, click. The footsteps of the mechas echoed in the empty space. The sunlight fell in through the door they opened, casting patches of light and dark on the ground. A breeze blew gently, bringing up the fine dust on the ground. Yin Xiaonan suddenly turned around, and the high-frequency particle knife in his hand collided with the sharp bone spurs instantly, making a dinging sound. A huge monster appeared, with a disgusting stench. The monster failed to hit, and let out an angry roar, raised its strong and powerful arms, and smashed the target in front of it with its fist as big as a casserole, but missed again. Yin Xiaonan was eager to save the students, and had no patience to deal with the monster. His attack was simple and sharp, and each move was aimed at the vital points. Joel and Thorin wanted to help, but found that they could not do anything. At this time, two monsters that had been dormant for a long time suddenly shot out from the darkness like cannonballs. They hurried forward to resist. Yin Xiaonan took out his knife and reminded them, their weaknesses are the heart and the head. Generally, don't cut the tentacles. The more you cut, the more it will irritate it. Then find the right time to attack its heart. As soon as she finished speaking, the monster that was fighting with her suddenly opened its bloody mouth towards her, and the tentacles on its body twisted and attacked her from all directions. Yin Xiaonan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the high-frequency particle knife in his hand turned into a silver whirlwind, spinning at high speed and whizzing through the tentacles. Wherever it passed, the tentacles that were originally bearing their fangs and claws broke one after another, and fell to the ground with a series of puffs. However, new tentacles had already emerged from the incision. But before these tentacles could weave a huge net covering the entire space again, a sharp knife light suddenly flashed, piercing straight into its heart with a thrilling light. After the monster fell heavily, Yin Xiaonan added, "Of course, if you can get close to it before the tentacle split, This is the best opportunity. Joel and Thorin were both of high caliber, and had been on the battlefield before, so they had much more practical experience than the students. In addition, they were well equipped, and Yin Xiaonan told him the monster weaknesses, so they successfully killed the monster in the end. At this moment, there was a loud rumble from the ground, accompanied by the monster roar, and the whole building began to tremble. Yin Xiaonan frowned slightly. The students should all be in the hidden underground passage of the airport. Let go! The three were about to rush to the location where the sound came from, but two strange mechas suddenly came out from the dark. A female voice with a slightly strange and stiff tone sounded. Very good. You are good at fighting. And I have finally met a few worthy opponents after coming to the Federation for so long. How about playing with me? Seeing the extremely unique appearance of the strange mecha, the three of them recognized each other's identity almost at a glance. Thorin's tone was full of defense. Imperial? Chapter 212 Masked Man. Although these two strange mechas are also humanoid mechas, they are completely different from the simple and practical appearance of the mechas currently in service in the Federal Army. They have a nearly perfect streamlined body, and the dark golden lines on the almost pure black body are winding like ancient runes, revealing a cold and mysterious temperament. The most eye-catching thing is the several pairs of mechanical wings behind them. The black skeleton and the golden feathers are intertwined, now half closed, but one can already imagine how shocking it would be if all the wings were fully unfolded. Even Yin Xiaonan and the other two had to admire the beauty of the two mechas. Including the wings, the entire mecha looked brilliant and colorful. More than a combat machine, it looked more like a work of art carefully polished by an art master. And compared to those fancy civilian mechas, they were more inclined to a retro and gloomy imperial court style. The gorgeous appearance did not reduce the threat they brought to people at all. Imperial Judgment Angel? Or a six-winged one? Without waiting for the masked man to answer, Talon accurately revealed the identities of the two people. He tensed up instantly. How did you get into the capital planet? No, what conspiracy do you have here? The origin of the Imperial Judgment Angels is long. They belong to the Imperial Royal Guard and are directly controlled by the Imperial Emperor Veraceti. They are widely known for their iconic angel mechas, but they rarely appear in public. They were born to maintain the imperial power of the Empire, specializing in handling some dirty work that cannot be put on the table for the Imperial Emperor, similar to the Imperial Emperor personal guards. The Judgment Angels are also divided into 3 levels. The Seraphim is the highest level. There are 9 people in this generation. Generally, they are only responsible for the highest level tasks. The relationship between the Federation and the Empire is delicate. Talon, who once had real power in the military, naturally could not be unaware of the information about the Empire. That is why he was so surprised. The Empire Judgment Angels appearing on the capital star is already an extremely incredible thing, not to mention 2 Seraphim. Facing Thorin question, one of the masked men chuckled. How did we get here? Of course someone from your Federation invited us here. Since someone invited us so kindly, it would be impolite for us not to come. You? Thorin was so angry that he trembled all over. Under the threat of the Zerg, the Federation and the Empire had already signed an armistice agreement. Although there were undercurrents between the two sides, they had always maintained superficial peace. Does the Empire want to unilaterally tear up the peace treaty now? He hated the shamelessness of the Empire. But he was even more angry that someone in their Federation took the initiative to lead the Empire, doing such a treacherous thing. Just as Talon and the masked man were confronting each other, Yin Xiaonan also saw the basic information of the 2 angels of judgment given by the system. Name, Ursula, Seraphim, mental power, S. Plus level, mental power characteristics, thermal energy control, physical fitness, SS level age, 36 race, human, biochemical, subjects of expertise, mecha combat, mental power control, assassination, torture, military intelligence, etc. System evaluation. One of the 6-winged angels of this generation of the Empire can create or transfer thermal energy through mental power. So it is often called God Flame. She is the 6th-winged angel in the Empire, whose combat power is second only to Archangel Michelle and Blood Angel Yu. If you hire such a teacher, your students may be able to gain some different benefits. But given her loyalty to the Imperial family, it is difficult to recruit her. It is recommended that the host directly threaten her with force. Name, Cixia, Angel of Desire, Mental Power, S, plus level, Mental Power characteristics, Emotional Manipulation, Physical Fitness, S level. Age, 36. Race, human, cyborg, subjects of expertise, psychology, mecha combat, shooting, toxicology, reconnaissance, etc. System evaluation. One of the six-winged angels of this generation in the Empire. Although her combat power is not outstanding among the major six-winged angels, but be careful. She is actually no less dangerous than other six-winged angels with stronger combat power. As an extreme fun-loving person, she likes to enjoy the pain of others the most, is good at sowing discord, spreading gossip, is a chaos maker, is completely unsuitable to be a teacher. It is recommended that the host physically eliminate them. Yin Xiaonan sighed in his heart. The two are indeed worthy of being the top combat forces of the Empire, not only have high qualifications, but also have extraordinary mental strength characteristics. However, after seeing the system evaluation of the two, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Should she praise it for not forgetting its original intention? At this time, the system is still obsessed with recruiting teachers for the school, and even has its eyes on the Angel of Judgment. How desperate is it? And that Angel of Desire is not suitable to be a teacher. So the system directly asks her to physically destroy him. How can this be so outrageous? The system, however, takes it for granted that Angel of Desire is a nuisance and cannot be used by the school. Of course, it should be destroyed as soon as possible. Yin Xiaonan did not chat with it anymore. She was now watching the two angel mechas vigilantly, with an attitude that was more cautious than ever before. The system said it lightly. These two people are not soft persimmons. At least from the paper strength, their chances of winning are not great. What more? The students still need to wait for the rescue. She has no time to waste here. But Yin Xiaonan also knows that the reason why these two people appear now is to stop them. Unless they defeat the people in front of them, they can't get through it all. Considering the danger that the students may face at this moment, they not only have to defeat these two people, but also need to defeat them as quickly as possible. Just now, they had heard the roar of the monster coming from the underground passage. If it was too late, the students would be in danger. She took a deep breath, silently reminding herself that she should not panic at such times, and should not show that she was too worried about the students, as this would only expose her weaknesses to the enemy. She still remembered the introduction of the two people by the system, that the Angel of Desire was very good at manipulating other people's emotions. System, help me exchange a bottle of potential stimulating potion. To be on the safe side, Yin Xiaonan took advantage of the fact that the battle had not yet begun to exchange a medicine that could forcibly improve the body functions in a short period of time. This medicine can play a role in turning the tide in times of crisis, but it also has many disadvantages. First of all, it has a great side effect on the human body. It is best not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. More importantly, it has a certain time limit. When the effect of the medicine ends, the user will fall into an extremely weak state. If the enemy is not defeated before the effect of the medicine ends, then using this medicine is undoubtedly self-destruction. If the enemy in front of her was not so strong, Yin Xiaonan would not exchange this potion just in case. If she really faced a desperate situation, she could at least give it another try. The price of the potion is different for users with different qualifications. Yin Xiaonan is now at double S level, and the potion requires 1,000 points. The system refuses to accept bargaining. Fortunately, she has done a lot of tasks, and she usually doesn't spend much. Now she has gradually accumulated some points, so she can still afford it. While Yin Xiaonan was exchanging the potion, Talon was angered by the masked man, rushed out first, and in the blink of an eye, he started a fierce fight with the angel mecha. Yin Xiaonan found that it was the Angel of Desire Xixia, and couldn't help but frown slightly, and reminded her, Principal Talon, she is deliberately angering you. Don't fall into the enemy trap. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, a red flame swept towards her position. It was Ursula. Yin Xiaonan dodged in a hurry, but the flames were still chasing her closely, so she had to change direction again. The flames burned black wherever they passed, and something was burning. Ursula still didn't seem to care, and continued to use the flamethrower to sweep at Yin Xiaonan. Under the continuous pursuit of the flames, Yin Xiaonan kept moving in an S shape, and the whole mecha was like a wandering snake, creating a winding trajectory. Just when Ursula thought she was going to turn around again, Yin Xiaonan controlled the mecha to push the ground hard, and it was like an arrow shot from a string, and suddenly rushed in the opposite direction. The high-frequency particle knife spun with a buzzing sound, and stabbed Ursula Angel Mecha from a very tricky angle. However, just as the particle knife was about to get close, One of the metal wings behind Ursula opened up, and she turned around unexpectedly, and the sharp feathers collided heavily with the blade. Yin Xiaonan immediately spoke. Joel. Joel understood, and almost the next moment she spoke. He locked onto her, while Yin Xiaonan was attracting the enemy attention. He fired an ion cannon from another direction. A dazzling beam of light suddenly lit up in the room. Yin Xiaonan turned and rushed forward, blocking the enemy mecha retreat route first. However, this deadly ion beam miraculously scattered when it touched Ursula mecha, and it lost its original destructive power. The other party used the spiritual power. Yin Xiaonan reacted almost immediately. The random thermal motion of elementary particles would cause the ion beam to diffuse. But Ursula could use her spiritual power to control the thermal energy. This was a problem. She couldn't help but frown. In this way, many energy weapons would be less effective against Ursula. Ursula's strength was far stronger than Yin Xiaonan expected. Even if she and Joel joined forces, they could only barely compete with the other party. Just when Yin Xiaonan was thinking about how to break the situation, another accident happened to Talon. It was as if the opponent had completely lost his mind. He attacked Xixia frantically without any care. But not only did he fail to hurt the enemy, he made many mistakes. Yin Xiaonan immediately reminded him, but his state at this time was very strange, as if he was completely controlled by the rage. Joel, go over and help Principal Talon. Yin Xiaonan thought about the personal information about Xixia that he had seen before and felt something was wrong. But, Principal. Joel hesitated. After the battle just now, he had clearly realized how powerful the enemy in front of him was. The enemy was more terrifying than those monsters. He didn't want to let Yin Xiaonan face such a powerful enemy alone. Yin Xiaonan interrupted him very straightforwardly. No buts, you go and help Principal Talon. His current condition is very wrong. I can deal with Ursula alone. Joel had no choice but to agree. He gave her a last worried look. And then he went to help Thorin. However, Thorin ignored his arrival and was like a red-eyed bull, completely immersed in the out-of-control madness. Now he also realized that something was wrong. At this time, there was another loud noise from the ground. Chapter 213. Do your best. In the underground warehouse, the students were still in shock as they looked at the huge gap in the wall behind them. Tens of minutes ago, several monsters broke through the ceiling of the underground warehouse and attacked them. Fortunately, with the advance warning from Yi Yajing and others, everyone immediately stopped resting, and the mechas had already been restarted, so they were not attacked by the monsters without any preparation. The dense gunfire instantly filled the entire space, and the battle started again. The students even used a 105mm recoilless gun found in the warehouse. With a loud bang, the armor-piercing shells exploded on the monsters, and the broken meat mixed with blood splashed everywhere. Facing the fierce firepower from the students, the monster roared in pain and was temporarily stopped from moving forward. But just when everyone was about to take advantage of the victory, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed the recoilless gun. What happened next stunned everyone present. The monster that took the recoilless gun actually looked extremely skilled in carrying it on its shoulder. Aim and pull the trigger. The dazzling fire lit up, and the armor-piercing shell burst out from the muzzle like a meteor with a long tail, whistling towards its target. But this time its target was humans. Several students who reacted slowly were pushed away by the people next to them, and the armor-piercing shell hit the wall directly. A violent explosion sounded, and a powerful shock wave instantly spread around, shaking the entire warehouse. When the smoke and dust cleared, the students got up from the ground in a panic, and saw a terrible crack on the wall. They were thankful. If the walls here had not been coated with explosion-proof coatings, which absorbed some of the energy, they suspected that the entire wall would have collapsed in the explosion just now. Isn't this monster a little too smart? Gu Tianshan couldn't help but complain. Not only can it avoid surveillance, but it can also use weapons. Is it really a monster? He directly expressed the concerns of others. Everyone's heart sank. They simply couldn't imagine what consequences would be caused if this monster was mass-produced. The students did not have the time and energy to think about such problems that only military bigwigs could solve. Their most important task now was just to survive. They had discovered that the monster seemed to be stronger than before. Originally, they had thought of using the weapons and ammunition replenished from the warehouse to suppress the monsters with firepower, but they did not expect that the monsters would be better at using weapons than them. Then someone else's weapon was taken away. The students were beaten back step by step. Seeing that many people were injured, Minjing frowned and said, "We must leave now. It will be too late if we don't leave now." But the question is, If we have to leave, who will stay behind to cover us? Zephos suddenly said. You go first. I am older than you. Leave this to me. I am sure I can hold them back. Senior Gao Simong. The students of the 627th Military Academy exclaimed in surprise, while the students of other military academies showed extremely complicated emotions in their eyes. Although many of them did not ridicule Zephos to his face, like some students of the First Army, they all deliberately distanced themselves from him. Even now, except for the students of 627, no one was willing to get close to Zephos. After all, he almost went berserk during the live broadcast, and many people had heard that his father, General Gosman, was suspected of treason. How could they trust such a person and turn their backs to him? They never expected that Zephos would stand up at this time. Then I will stay too, Ruby said after a moment of hesitation. She has always been accustomed to seeking benefits and avoiding harm. But Zephos is a companion she recognizes, and she can't let him face such a terrible monster alone. The other students of the 627th Military Academy also spoke up after hearing this. Then I will stay too. And me. The students of the 4 major military academies said that they would also stay, but they couldn't just let the people of 627 be heroes. Several commanders felt a headache when they saw this noisy scene. In the end, the final decision was made. The rest of the people took the wounded and left first, and the main force stayed behind. Originally, some people wanted to object to the arrangement, but seeing the serious expressions of Min Jing and others, they gave up. Instead of arguing any further, it would be better to retreat as soon as possible and not hold back their teammates. This is not a competition. They don't even know when rescue will come. They have no room for error. There is no elimination, only death. The main soldiers of each school did not question the commander decision. They had already stood at the front and launched a fierce attack on the monsters again. Just like Zephos. The attitude is self-evident. In the Federation, ability is always equal to responsibility. As the main soldiers, they are stronger, so they should naturally bear heavier responsibilities. This is almost a matter of course in the minds of most people in the Federation. Under the cover of several main soldiers, the rest of the people evacuated the warehouse in an orderly manner. But before they had gone far, Slosha hurriedly told everyone to stop. Just when everyone was puzzled, the armor of several students walking in the front was pierced by several tentacles of the monster that suddenly appeared. The next moment, they were thrown out with force, and the team instantly fell into panic. Hyde's face changed instantly. Not good. We fell into a trap. Xie Yanhan glanced at the monster that had walked out of the dark. His eyes sharp. They had predicted our retreat route long ago and ambushed here in advance. When the others heard her words, they felt a piercing chill rising from the soles of their feet. And then, they felt complete despair in their hearts. Now the road ahead was blocked. Where could they run? They had no choice but to continue fighting. But the main force was gone, so the possibility of their victory was slim. Finally, a student couldn't help sobbing. Will rescue really come? The air seemed to become unusually heavy, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. No one knew whether rescue would come or when it would come. And even if rescue did come, they might not be able to hold on until then. Although these students have experienced many school trials and competitions with other schools, they did not truly feel the cruelty of war until this moment. There are no cameras, no audiences, and their goal is not even to win a victory with flowers and applause, but just to survive. However, this seems to have become a luxury. No matter what, at most we will die and fight these monsters. A student suddenly shouted. The others seemed to have finally figured it out. Their eyes became firm again. If they were destined to die at the hands of these monsters, then they would choose to fight with a bang. Even if they died, they would drag these monsters to hell with them. At this moment, Xie Yanhan changed her usual lazy look and said in a deep voice, If you can trust me, let me command this battle. The other commanders looked at her in surprise. Have you thought of any solution? I don't know what to do, but you can give it a try. I do my best. The students of the 627th Military Academy were stunned when they heard this. They thought there was something wrong with their ears. Is this really Xie Yanhan? They had never heard the words do my best from each other before. She was always at ease, but it made people feel that she kept a deliberate distance from everything. More like a bystander who watched everything happen with a cold eye. Even in the Military Academy League, facing those schools that are much stronger than 627, she often looks nonchalant. as if nothing in the world can be taken seriously by her. Even Xie Yanhan herself was a little surprised. She is the one who fears trouble the most. If she were the old her, how could she stand up at this time and take the initiative to take charge of the matter? This is a battle with a huge disparity in strength. Even she is not sure she can win. If she really loses, it is possible that others will put all the responsibility on her as the commander afterwards. Compared to facing her own powerlessness in this situation, it is undoubtedly easier to blame others. It has nothing to do with good or evil, but human nature. Moreover, what she is going to do next is extremely controversial. Even if they can successfully escape, others will only be completely wary and alienated from her, just like those she has met in the past. Xie Yanhan has always been a person who holds a pessimistic attitude towards human nature. When she was a child and could not control her own abilities, she peeked into too many dark places in people's hearts. At her age, she should not have been exposed to too many negative things. If she had not been so determined, she would have been completely devoured by those evil thoughts. She had hated all humans for a long time, including herself. But despite this, she still chose to take over the command. Xie Yanhan chuckled. Perhaps because she did not want to see anyone from the 627th Military Academy lose their lives in this battle. After all, they were classmates. Even if the situation was not optimistic, she wanted to try her best. Everyone listen to my command now. Xie Yanhan quickly straightened her expression. She spread her mental power, and countless voices instantly filled her mind. Most of those voices came from the students around her. Some were anxious. Some were afraid. Some were angry. Some were excited, and even included the vague mumblings of several monsters. They intertwined together, making her brain seem like an extremely noisy market. Xie Yanhan's temples were throbbing, as if they were about to explode at any time. Since she learned to control her abilities, she hadn't felt that her head was about to be blown up by the huge flow of information for a long time. The ability of telepathy can do more than just read other people's thoughts. This is just the most basic use of this ability. Do you know how the Worm Queen knows everything about the outside world even though she is inside the worm nest? You can do it too. The method is to try to accept all the voices, and then find everyone's mental power nodes, and use your mental power to connect them. Recalling what the woman who called herself Nisos once said, Xie Yanhan rubbed her brows and began her attempt. Chapter 214 Battle. At this moment, Xie Yanhan felt like she was on the sea when a storm came. The voices of different people formed a wave that reached the sky, and hit her with great momentum. She was caught off guard and fell into the waves that rose and fell, and was caught by dangerous whirlpools. She tried hard to eliminate the interference of these voices, and used her mental power to carefully perceive the outside world. Finally, she looked in this turbulent wave, arrived at a point of light. These points of light were like beacons on the sea on a rainy night, flashing brightly in the storm, guiding her in the direction. When her mental power touched a point of light, she seemed to have established a wonderful connection with another person. A new vision opened up to her. She actually saw the first-person view from his position through his eyes. As the number of points of light she connected gradually increased, the first-person views from different angles were played synchronously in her mind, allowing her to obtain almost a panoramic image of the entire battle area. At this moment, several monsters finally couldn't hold back and launched an attack. Their tentacles suddenly drilled into the high-strength concrete floor, like sharp drills, and quickly broke through all obstacles in front of them. There were cracks on the ground that were still extending, like the dorsal fin of a shark emerging from the water, showing its presence as it quickly approached the students. Some students hurriedly fired their guns, but it had no effect. Suddenly, a tentacle sprang out from the crack at lightning speed, and attacked the back of a coalition student. However, because the position of the tentacle was just in the blind spot of his vision, he was still unaware of it until now. Rosen quickly moved to the left front. A female voice sounded in time. The coalition student subconsciously followed Xie Yanhan's words, and the tentacle attacked fiercely, but it missed, and was cut off by another soldier who received the attack order. Rosen looked at the half-tentacle still twisting on the ground, and felt a little scared. But he realized that the voice just now seemed to sound directly in his mind. And why did the other party know his name? After completing the connection of all the mental power nodes, Xie Yanhan entered a very mysterious state. Not only vision, all the 5 senses of everyone were connected to her, forming an organic whole. She was like a central processor. All the information in the battle area, and those messy voices were transmitted to her through various mental power nodes, and then she used her huge mental power, which had been unlocked to the S+ level for centralized calculation and processing, so as to come up with the most favorable decision for them at this time. What New York SOs said was not without reason. This fighting style was indeed somewhat similar to the Zerg hive consciousness. But for the higher Zerg, ordinary war bugs were just consumables that could be sacrificed at will. And there was still a clear hierarchy within them. The mental network formed by Xie Yinhan using his telepathic ability was different. It was composed of an absolute center and other branch nodes with equal status. Xie Yinhan preferred to use the star structure. Let's call it. Although Min Jing and other commanders were not connected to this network, they soon noticed something unusual. Although the students participating in the battle came from 5 different military academies, they basically didn't know each other in the past. After Xie Yinhan took over the overall command, these students suddenly showed an extraordinary tacit understanding, which was a world of difference from the previous state of being clearly divided and doing their own thing. But what made them even more surprised was that Xie Yinhan rarely spoke, and they couldn't understand how he did all this. Tentacles kept coming out of the cracks on the ground, like terrifying claws emerging from the abyss, grabbing at the students. But they repeatedly missed due to Xie Yinhan warnings. Seeing that the attack failed, the monster in the front couldn't help but roared angrily, rushing forward, as if it wanted to crush all the humans in front of it under its indestructible iron fist. Seeing this, several students who faced the monster retreated quickly. At the same time, several other mechas took the opportunity to fill in the gaps, and the light energy swords attacked the monster ribs from the left and right. The hard bone spurs swiftly blocked the blade, but a mecha had already appeared silently behind the monster, and swung the knife towards its spine. A tooth-grinding collision sounded, and the blade pierced through the monster's scarlet flesh, as if it had chopped on a hard stone. The monster struggled violently, and its tentacles, which had been bearing their fangs and claws, retracted rapidly at an incredible speed, stabbing at the 3 mechas surrounding it. The 3 soldiers withdrew almost at the same time, and a particle beam shot straight from a distance, hitting the monster abdomen. This series of actions was connected as naturally as flowing water, as if they had been rehearsed hundreds of times in advance. Although the main soldiers were not there, the students relied on excellent cooperation to resist the monster's fierce attack. In the monitoring room, the only masked man left quietly watched everything happen. She did not issue any new instructions, but silently watched the girl who was giving orders behind the crowd through the monster eyes. Is this the person in the prophecy? Moon Angel Serial showed a trace of inquiry in her eyes, and at this moment, her optical brain suddenly vibrated. She glanced casually, and after seeing a message sent from an anonymous number, she raised her eyebrows slightly. What did the other party want to do with her at this time? At the checkpoint, the battle continued. Thorin was completely controlled by anger at this time. His eyes were bloodshot, and the only thing he could see was the angel mecha. The despicable Imperial people dared to set foot on the territory of their federation. He could not forgive them. The Empire should not exist in this world. Only the Galaxy Federation is the orthodoxy of mankind. The deformed monsters produced by genetic technology in the Empire should be humanely destroyed. The Imperial people should die. The traitor should die. And the dignity of the Federation must not be violated. Kill her! Kill her! Uncontrollable anger surged in his chest. The flames of anger had already spread into a raging fire in his heart. Even his mental power seemed to be burning. The blood-red word kill almost filled his entire brain. He let out a low roar, and rushed towards the angel mech recklessly, like a beast that had completely lost its mind. Xixia watched this scene with interest, and easily dodged the opponent's chaotic attack. Want to kill me? But what can I do? There have always been many people who want to kill me, but no one has ever succeeded. What I like most is that you hate me to the core, but can't kill me. She swung the superconducting ion whip in her hand, but she was not in a hurry to defeat her opponent, but like an elegant and calm animal trainer, she dodged Thorin attacks freely, and whipped the outer armor of the opponent mecha. Thorin was already injured, his body had long been overloaded, and there was a strong smell of blood in the cockpit, but he seemed to feel no pain at all, and his speed still showed no sign of slowing down. Principal Talon, can you hear me? Joel's anxious call was useless, and Xixia seemed to have finally gotten tired of this game. She accurately seized a flaw in Talon and struck him hard, knocking him to the ground. Talon was still struggling to get up and continue fighting, but the connection at the knee of the mecha seemed to have malfunctioned under the impact of the energy flow released by the ion whip. Xixia approached step by step, her eyes locked on the position of the cockpit, and a trace of cruel killing intent appeared in her eyes. She adjusted the energy output of the ion whip to the maximum. Just as she was about to swing the whip again, she suddenly noticed a sound of breaking air behind her. The ion whip in her hand turned and quickly wrapped around a whistling halberd. Before she could launch a shock wave, the opponent suddenly exerted force to throw the ion whip away. Xixia narrowed her eyes dangerously and looked at the fiery red mecha that suddenly appeared in front of her. Joel also looked at Xixia with caution. His expression was particularly solemn. Most of the powerful figures in the federal military fought their way up from the battlefield. Principal Talon of the First Army was once a fierce general. He did not expect that the opponent would be defeated by the enemy so quickly. What made him more alert was that the enemy was not defeated by Thorin completely by force. The enemy's state just now was obviously not right. So, is this the mental power characteristic possessed by the enemy? Although he had heard that the Imperial Trial Angels all possessed very rare mental power characteristics, this was the first time he really fought against an enemy with mental power characteristics. The Trial Angel who fought with the Principal should have abilities related to energy control. So could the ability of the person in front of him be emotion control? Recalling Thorin Furia's state just now, Joel secretly guessed. Just as the two mechas were in a tense confrontation, Xixia suddenly said with a sneer, "It's just right. That person just now was too weak. I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. I was still wondering if this is the strength of your federal military. He is just a fool who can only lose his temper. If all your federal military are like this, then it's no wonder that you lost the Battle of Wilkest." Her careless words were like a sharp sword that instantly pierced Joel's heart. Joel's expression froze, as if time had stopped. All his original plans were interrupted by the enemy words. He felt his mind go blank. A rage mixed with strong grief surged in his heart like a tide. The voices and smiles of his former comrades appeared in his mind one by one uncontrollably. He clenched his fists, suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and the huge halberd in his hand chopped down heavily towards Xixia position with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 215 Hard Knot. Huh? Such a big reaction. There must be something wrong. Xixia dodged the attack and asked with interest, "Did you participate in the Battle of Wilkester?" Joel did not answer her at all. The halberd turned around and whistled towards her mecha cockpit again. "It seems that I was right." Xixia dodged and said maliciously, "Why, wasn't what I said wrong? It was the incompetence of you federals that caused you to lose the Battle of Wilkester. The useless people in the Empire must be dealt with." Joel's eyes darkened slightly. He knew that the other party was trying to provoke him. He remained unmoved. The halberd in his hand kept thrusting forward, one strike after another, bringing with it a series of sharp winds. Under his strong advance, Xixia retreated rapidly to the rear. But she continued to ask, "Are all your comrades dead? It is said that your Federation has not yet released the detailed casualty data of this battle. So it should be a heavy loss? Hey, why don't I see your military number? What your current rank? Lieutenant? Major?" Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Xixia suddenly felt bored. She suddenly swung out the ion whip. The flexible whip body flashed in the air. It was so fast that only a trace of afterimage could be seen. The next moment, it accurately entangled the blade on the head of the halberd. A sharp metal collision sound was heard, and the ion whip instantly straightened, tightly binding the halberd, completely blocking its forward momentum. However, before Xixia could continue to exert force, the halberd suddenly broke free. Joel looked determined and made a sweeping blow. The tip of the halberd flashed with a cold light and rushed towards the cockpit of the Angel mecha. The air seemed to be torn apart, and a sharp whistling sound was emitted. At this moment, the wings on the back of the Angel mecha suddenly spread out, carrying it off the ground. The sharp blade of the halberd head drew a semicircular arc in the air, just missing it. Xixia couldn't help but frown slightly. The premise of emotional manipulation is to break through the psychological defense of the target. But now the opponent has obviously been prepared and will not be easily influenced by her. But she did not give up. The ion whip was swung out again, and the whip tip fell as densely and quickly as raindrops. While attacking, she carefully observed every detail of the opponent, trying to find a crack in his seemingly impeccable performance. The ion whip danced in the air, like the tongue of a venomous snake, making a hissing sound of breaking through the air, and the huge halberd blocked the attacks one by one, pick, stab, hook, chop, colliding with the ion whip with 1,000 pounds of force, sparkling a series of sparks. Xixia was keenly aware that the other party movements were a little tense. A trace of deep thought flashed across her eyes. She tried a few more times, and found that there was a hint of anxiety hidden in the other party attack. Thinking about the purpose of the other party coming here, Cixia suddenly realized that her mouth could not help but slightly rise. And her eyes were excited and calculating. Are you here to save those students? We specially prepared a batch of N173 experimental subjects for them. How many of them do you think will survive in the end? Joel's breathing was quickened for a moment. Although he quickly concealed it, Cixia still caught it. She swung out the ion whip again to wrap around the halberd. This time, she used all her strength and did not give the other party any chance to break free. The ion whip and the halberd were in a stalemate, as if they were wrestling in silence. Cixia said softly, "You look very nervous. Are you afraid that you can't save them?" Her tone was like a devil whisper. Joel pursed his lips slightly, and did not say anything. He just continued to exert force on the halberd. Cixia suddenly loosened one end of the ion whip. He was caught off guard, and had no time to retract his strength. He lost his balance instantly, and leaned forward. It seemed so, TSK, that right? How can a loser who lost a battle be a hero, am I right? Cixia quickly went around behind him, whipping, while speaking. Joel's pupils dilated unconsciously, his dodging action paused for a moment, and the next moment the dark blue ion whip mercilessly fell on the outer armor of his mecha, leaving a terrifying scorch mark that was almost 1 meter long. Cixia squinted with pleasure. You know what? Before you came, we watched the students being torn apart by the N173. They looked so cute in their fear and despair. They were still shouting, "Teacher, save us!" before they died. Although Joel knew that the other party words might not be true. There was indeed a lot of blood in the checkpoint. But there were no students' bodies. Joel still felt nervous. Cixia said, "You don't have a military number on your mecha. Let me guess. You retired after the Battle of Wilcoster. Did you become a teacher at the military academy? There are your students among the cadets. So you came here to save them?" TSK. What a touching teacher-student relationship. Cixia sighed pretentiously. No one from the federal military has arrived yet. And you teachers were able to find this place so quickly. Which touched me a little. She dodged Joel halberd and raised her voice. But can you really afford so many lives? What the point of you? A poor loser. Coming here? She said firmly. You are afraid too. Right? You know you can't do it. Joel's eyes gradually revealed a trace of confusion and struggle. He clenched his teeth and tried to maintain his calmness. But a layer of fine cold sweat oozed out of his forehead unconsciously. Every word of Cixia was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. And cracks appeared in his originally indestructible psychological defense line. Driven by the thrusters of the mecha, he raised his halberd high and chopped forward heavily. But he missed the target directly. He couldn't control his whole body and began to tremble. And he almost couldn't maintain the mental connection with the mecha. A deep fear quickly seized his heart. He felt that his breathing became extremely difficult. The faces of his former comrades and the smiling faces of his students appeared alternately in his mind. He couldn't do it. He had no ability to save anyone. A voice said in his heart. His face turned extremely pale. The ion whip whistled towards him. But he seemed to have suddenly lost all the strength to resist. Blood. Blood everywhere. No more communication channels. Sharp screams of the Zerg. And the dead soldiers still opened their eyes wide. He seemed to be back on the battlefield of Wilkestar again. A few months before the outbreak of the war. The Zerg had sneaked into this super-inhabited planet with a population of more than 5 billion through a natural wormhole that had not been discovered by the Federation. No one noticed anything unusual until the Zerg suddenly occupied the entire planet at lightning speed. The Zerg had absolute air superiority, and the reinforcements from nearby planets could not land at all. The residents of Wilkes were trapped and died on this planet that was already full of Zerg, and the military had to send a large number of troops to rescue them. They misjudged the situation from the beginning. No one knew that the Zerg had already infiltrated. The underground of this planet was already full of dense Zerg tunnels. They wanted to recapture this planet at first. Therefore, they did not evacuate the residents of the planet in time. When they found that something was wrong, the entire communication system was completely paralyzed. The ground combat troops were ambushed by the Zerg army and suffered heavy losses. All the officers with higher ranks than Joel in the D Company were killed, and the command power was unexpectedly transferred to him. Although he had noticed something was wrong at the time, he still decided to continue the original mission and go to a shelter in a certain area to rescue more than 200 civilians trapped inside. The final result was that when they finally arrived at the shelter after paying a great price, they found that the shelter had been breached by the Zerg. In the end, most of the team died there, and only a few people broke through. Joel always felt that this was his responsibility. And he made a decision that ruined the lives of other comrades. Fear overwhelmed him like a tide. Joel's body trembled constantly, as if he was completely immersed in the endless painful memories. He couldn't do it. He couldn't save anyone. The growing pain and fear wrapped him tightly, making it impossible for him to break free from the nightmare. But at this moment, he seemed to hear a familiar voice coming from a distant place. Joel. Joel. His eyes suddenly revealed a struggle. Joel, your enemy can manipulate emotions. Don't be influenced by her. Don't forget. What is the purpose of our coming here? He didn't forget, but he couldn't do it. I believe you can do it. As if guessing his inner thoughts, the voice said so before he continued to deny himself. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Escaping can't solve any problems. The Battle of Locust has long passed. You have retired. You are now a teacher at the 627th Military Academy. The past cannot determine anything. The key lies in what you choose to do now. Joel was stunned. The students' lively smiling faces suddenly appeared in front of him. The past was a foregone conclusion. But now the students were still waiting for him to save them. Is he going to give up? He couldn't help but sneer. He didn't know he was such a coward. Joel seemed to wake up suddenly from a dream. The focus of his eyes regrouped, and his consciousness returned quickly like a tide. At this moment, the ion whip was flashing with dangerous light, and it came through the air with the momentum of thunder. He raised his halberd and swung it down quickly. The attack of the ion whip was interrupted by the huge impact force and deviated to one side. Cixia showed a surprised look. Her ability was ineffective. At this time, she could no longer sense any fear in Joel. She was unwilling to say something to provoke him. But she was exhausted by the opponent's fierce attack. Yin Xiaonan was secretly relieved to see Joel finally return to normal, but she had no time to care about the other party's situation. Her expression at the moment was extremely solemn. Her opponent Ursula was the most powerful enemy she had ever seen. Chapter 216 God Flame. Although they were still in the checkpoint, Yin Xiaonan was now in a heat wave. Ever since the battle with Ursula, the area near them began to heat up continuously. The ground became hotter and hotter. The snow-white walls around them gradually began to turn yellow, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. Yin Xiaonan was already sweating in the cockpit. Even though she had turned on the cooling system, the interior of the entire mecha was still becoming more and more stuffy, making her feel like she was in a steamer. She knew that this was Ursula doing. A continuous heat field had formed in this area, which was independent of other parts of the checkpoint. Ursula did not use the flamethrower again. She could create and control flames. The black and gold angel mecha suddenly opened its palm, and a huge fireball suddenly appeared in her palm, soaring into the air, and quickly split into countless fireballs in the air, pouring towards Yin Xiaonan like a gorgeous meteor shower. Yin Xiaonan did not move. At this moment, she was in a state of high concentration, like a cheetah ready to attack. As the blazing fireball approached, she suddenly jumped up, and did not retreat but advanced, taking the initiative to run towards the direction of the fireball. With Yin Xiaonan engine fully running, the white mecha was as fast as a flash of lightning. Seeing that it was about to collide with an oncoming fireball, she suddenly made a sharp turn and narrowly passed it. And then she immediately jumped over another low-flying fireball. Before landing, she tiptoed again, and quickly passed between the two fast-flying fireballs. Her movements were agile and light, moving between the gaps between these fireballs, as fast as a phantom, and in a flash she was close to Ursula, making the always proud angel of judgment raise his eyebrows in surprise. Ursula drew out a long sword, and blocked the whistling particle knife. The sharp blade glowed with a strange red light, and the place where it met the particle knife made a sizzling sound, and white smoke rose, accompanied by the pungent smell of burning metal. Yin Xiaonan frowned slightly, and suddenly pulled back the particle knife, and at the same time, he rushed forward, and the particle knife struck out again, and swept towards the neck of the angel mecha. Ursula reacted very quickly and retreated, and the high-speed rotating blade flew past her, and the next moment she swung the sword and slashed horizontally, and a wave of heat surged out with the sharp sword. The two of them fought back and forth, their movements becoming faster and faster. Sword shadows and knife lights intertwined, and metal collisions could be heard from time to time. But Ursula's weapon, after being blessed by her heat energy, was obviously more dominant. Yin Xiaonan looked like she had been soaked in water at this time. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and under the influence of the high temperature, her physical strength was consumed much faster than usual, and her physical agility was greatly affected. The small space in the cockpit was extremely stuffy. She breathed rapidly, and her mind seemed to become a little chaotic. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came. She gritted her teeth and used the particle knife to block the fast-attacking long sword again. A sudden snapping sound suddenly sounded. The particle knife finally couldn't withstand the continuous high-temperature attack and completely broke apart. Yin Xiaonan's pupils shrank slightly. Before she could react, the next sword had already whistled. She quickly pulled out a chain sword from the waist of the mecha. With the input of mental power, the chain sword made a clang sound, and instantly became extremely hard, colliding with Ursula's sword, and bursting out dazzling sparks. On the other side, after completely getting rid of Xixia's emotional control, Joel seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and his attack became extremely powerful. The main weapon of Joel Mecha is a huge halberd. The halberd, also known as the leader of all weapons, has the characteristics of multiple weapons such as guns, knives, sticks, hooks, etc. It can be said that it combines the functions of light weapons and heavy weapons. As a rare composite weapon, it has high requirements for the user. Not many people can really use it, but Joel happens to be very good at using this weapon with exaggerated upper and lower limits. Xixia's combat power is not among the top among the six-winged angels. She is more accustomed to using her ability to manipulate emotions to influence her opponents, thereby winning without any effort. When Joel no longer had any fear or hesitation in his heart, he even showed more amazing strength than before, which gradually made Xixia a little overwhelmed. Seeing the huge war halberd slashing towards her with violent shock waves, Xixia, who always took pleasure in the pain of others, also felt a rare fear. But a violent explosion suddenly sounded from behind them. The war halberd was delayed for a moment at the last moment, giving Xiixia the opportunity to dodge. The fiery red mecha did not continue to attack, but seemed to want to rush to the direction of the sound. Xiixia waved her whip to stop the other party, and suddenly smiled knowingly. Are you worried about your companions? At this time, the six wings behind Ursula were all spread out. She stayed in midair, looking coldly at the white mecha not far away. The opponent was more difficult than she expected. Although she had the ability to control heat energy, her ability was not unlimited, but required a lot of mental energy. She did not expect the battle to drag on for so long, so she decided to fight quickly. The huge mental power continuously gathered the surrounding heat energy, and a blazing fire dragon gradually took shape. Under Ursula's control, the fire dragon rushed towards Yin Xiaonan with endless high temperature and destructive breath. You look anxious. TSK. Who is she to you? On Joel's side, Xiixia seemed to have finally found the opponent weakness, and asked him with great interest. Joel anxiously looked at the white mecha being chased by the fire dragon in the distance, trying to break through Xixia's blockade, but failed again. You are so nervous. It seems that she is not an ordinary colleague. Is she your sweetheart? Xiixia said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a huge war halberd slashing towards her in an instant. Her heart jumped, and she quickly jumped back a big step. Joel took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He clearly realized that if he didn't deal with the enemy in front of him, he would not be able to help the principal. He gave up his original plan and chose to focus on dealing with the enemy in front of him. But Xiixia didn't let him go and continued to ask. You reacted so strongly just now. It seems that it is true. Does the other party know? But what she didn't expect was that the next attack of this fiery red mecha suddenly became as fierce as a storm, and she continued to stimulate with words. But the other party was not distracted by it, but fought more fiercely. Yin Xiaonan's situation was not good at this time. The huge fire dragon was chasing her closely, forcing her to flee in a panic. As the surrounding area continued to heat up, the ground became extremely hot, and the outer armor of the mecha had even slightly deformed. All she could see was burning flames. Some instruments in the checkpoint were burning, and the walls began to peel off in large pieces. Cracks appeared in many places. Feeling that her physical strength was about to be exhausted, Yin Xiaonan finally made up his mind and took the potential stimulating potion. The medicine took effect very quickly. Yin Xiaonan felt a sharp pain, and then a huge amount of energy surged throughout her body. Her mental strength increased again, and her physical strength was restored. Just like the improvement of her qualifications in the past system upgrade. She didn't bother to carefully experience the difference between the two, and she stepped on the ground and ran towards Ursula's position. Her speed was so fast that even the fire dragon was left behind. The chain sword was like a spirit snake coming out of a cave, and it suddenly shot out, and it flew towards the angel mecha in the air in a strange arc. Ursula had not expected such a change. Although she tried her best to dodge, she was still knocked down. The next moment, the chain sword whipped her again like a whip. Ursula could not help but frown. She found that the opponent's speed suddenly increased. Yin Xiaonan Mecha Su Guang was originally a growing mecha. Under the stimulation of the potential stimulating potion, Yin Xiaonan mental strength and physical fitness had reached the limit of what the body could bear, and the performance of the mecha was also greatly improved. The chain sword she was using was the real main weapon of this mecha. It was a rare weapon that could transmit mental power. The state of the chain sword could be changed by inputting mental power. As she input her mental power, the chain sword twisted and circled flexibly in the air, attacking Ursula Angel Mecha with a rhythmic rhythm. When the opponent swung his sword to respond, the whole chain sword suddenly became hard and straight, and stabbed accurately at the weakness of the Angel Mecha. Ursula gradually showed signs of weakness under Yin Xiaonan unpredictable attacks. She simply withdrew her control of the fire dragon and concentrated the heat energy on herself. The ability to control heat energy can not only attack the enemy with high temperature, but also improve one's own strength and speed. Concentrating heat energy on the muscles can increase the reaction speed and contraction strength of the muscles. Applying heat energy to the body can even dilate blood vessels, improve blood circulation, and further improve the condition. Yin Xiaonan also noticed the change in Ursula, and her heart trembled. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The other party was indeed one of the top 3 angels in the Empire's 6-winged angels. This ability was too terrifying. She felt a sense of crisis. The effect of the drug was limited, and she had to defeat Ursula before then. While the two were fighting fiercely, Yin Xiaonan inexplicably had an extremely mysterious feeling. Ursula's movements suddenly became extremely slow in her eyes. She subconsciously input her mental power into the chain sword and stabbed the Angel Mecha. When she came to her senses again, she saw that the chain sword had penetrated the cockpit of the Angel Mech, and blood was flowing out from the gap of the mech. She pulled back the chain sword, and the Angel Mech fell down. Joel had finished the battle long before Yin Xiaonan. He wanted to help Yin Xiaonan, but found that the battle between the two was too fast, and he could not intervene at all. So he used this time to help Principal Talon, who had recovered, to repair the connection at the knee of the mech. Seeing that the principal won the battle, Joel couldn't help but quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Yin Xiaonan confirmed the enemy status, put away the chain sword, glanced at the other angel mecha whose head was directly chopped off, and asked curiously, "What did this person say to you just now? I seem to hear something like or something?" Her mental power was raised to above S level by the potion. During the battle just now, she noticed what Cixia said before Joel chopped off the mecha head. Joel said hurriedly, "Principal, time is running out. Let go to the underground passage." "That right?" Yin Xiaonan's expression instantly became serious. She was just asking casually. The most important thing now was to save the students. She also remembered that there would be a period of weakness after the drug wore off. She had to rescue the students before that. Chapter 217 Rescue. The battle in the underground passage was still fierce at this time. Under Xie Yinhan integrated command, the strength of students from various schools was maximized. A calm female voice sounded in everyone's mind, conveying different instructions at the same time, but it gradually caused a hint of hidden fear in many people's hearts. They didn't know how the other party did it. Commander Xie from the 627th Military Academy was not only able to transmit the voice directly into their brains, but more frighteningly, she seemed to know every one of them well, as if any of their secrets were exposed in front of her. Xie Yinhan naturally noticed the strange emotions that were growing in the silent team. But she didn't care. This was the result she had expected since she made the decision. At this moment, a monster suddenly let out a painful roar, and its tentacles burst out instantly, sweeping towards the surrounding students. "Retreat quickly!" Xie Yinhan's voice immediately appeared in the minds of several students who were attacked. But it was possible that the long battle had made them extremely tired, and the monster attack was too fast, and it was too late for them to react. At this critical moment, several students from the 627th Military Academy suddenly stepped out of the crowd and cut off all the tentacles of the monster first. More tentacles grew out from the broken ends, and quickly attacked the students like deadly venomous snakes. But they dodged them in advance. The flash of knives and the whistling of bullets. They took the initiative to step forward to fight. If the students from various schools were in good cooperation under Xie Yinhan command before, then these students seemed to have truly become one. As if they didn't need any time to think, they coordinated with each other like gears meshing precisely. Each action was seamless, and there was a unique rhythm in the action. When the crisis was finally resolved, Xie Yinhan was also a little surprised. Telepathy is not a control system ability. To achieve the effect just now, the prerequisite is that the person who is the spiritual node must completely open his heart to her, and communicate with her at a certain moment, so as to achieve the same frequency resonance of the mind. Xie Yinhan had never thought that she could use this advanced telepathic ability in a critical moment. Are they not as afraid of her as others? Feeling the unreserved trust in her from the bottom of her heart, Xie Yinhan rarely felt confused, and at this moment, she was almost at her limit. She felt as if countless needles were constantly pricking her nerves in her head, and her temples were throbbing, which was a sign of mental overdraft, but she continued to squeeze the few mental powers she had. The monster attack was finally contained. If she cut off the connection at this time, the monster would inevitably counterattack more fiercely, and the team would fall into chaos. Just when she felt that she was about to collapse, a familiar white mecha, with the main soldiers of each school suddenly appeared in front of her. It was the principal. The students of the 627th Military Academy immediately recognized Yan Xiaonan. After a brief surprise, their eyes instantly burst into joy and excitement. Woohoo! The principal came to save them. Students from other schools were also very surprised to see someone coming. But after finding out that there were only 3 mechas besides the main soldiers, they were relieved but also a little disappointed. How could 3 people solve the monsters in the passage? What did the military think? However, they were soon slapped in the face. They saw that those monsters that were extremely powerful in their eyes could not withstand 3 moves in the hands of the white mecha. The main soldiers of each school had already seen the terrifying strength of the other party. Amid the exclamations of others, they just watched the white mecha in battle silently, with extremely complicated expressions. When will they be able to reach the same level as the other party? The fighting spirit was quietly ignited in the eyes of several soldiers. The students of the 627th Military Academy did not look surprised at all, and they all stood aside to cheer for their principal. But what they did not expect was that, after dealing with the 2 monsters, Yan Xiaonan stopped and turned to look at them. Who of you wants to come up and try? I will guide you, and you will be rewarded with 100 contribution points for killing a monster. The expressions on the students' faces froze instantly, and everyone took a big step back. Based on their understanding of their principal, they knew that this should be another lesson from the other party. Can it be said that he is worthy of being their principal? He is still thinking about training them at this time. But what was unexpected was that before a warrior appeared among them, Yu Yajing immediately spoke up. Can I try it too? Her tone was full of eagerness. Sure. Yan Xiaonan was a little surprised, but he agreed. Then you can deal with the monster over there. Yan Xiaonan glanced around, selected a target for Yu Yajing, and the chain sword was quickly to the other 2 monsters nearby, and roughly drove them out of this area. Yu Yajing immediately drove the mecha towards the monster. Sensing her approach, the monster tentacles suddenly sprang out from the cracks in the ground and surrounded her. The monster weaknesses are the heart and the head. If you can't get close to the monster body before the tentacles split, just avoid the tentacles. Pay attention to its attack rhythm. Your 5 senses are very sharp, but they are also easily disturbed by the outside world. Human energy is limited. You should selectively receive information. You just drew your sword at a wrong angle. You should move it a little lower. Yan Xiaonan provided instruction, while using the chain sword to drive away other monsters that wanted to approach. In the end, Yu Yajing killed a monster in less than 10 minutes. She showed a thoughtful look and thanked Yan Xiaonan solemnly. Yan Xiaonan looked at her with a hint of appreciation and deep regret. Such a good student, but it a pity that she is not from their 627. If it weren't for the fact that the principal of the 1st Military Academy, Evander, was very nice to her, she really couldn't help but want to poach her. After seeing Yu Yajing experience, the other students who were still watching also had their eyes shining. One-on-one guidance from a teacher, and such a powerful monster as a top sparring partner, this opportunity is hard to come by. The students of the 627 Military Academy had been cheated by their own principal many times before, and they originally wanted to wait and see for a while, but when they found that Yan Xiaonan actually showed great appreciation for Yu Yajing, and Mia and others were watching covetously from the side, these students instantly felt a sense of crisis, and they also actively signed up. Damn it. They didn't want to be outdone by people from other schools. Since the number of monsters was limited, 1 less monster would be killed, and there were too many students who signed up, so they had to fight for the remaining monsters. After waiting for the last student to finish the battle, Yan Xiaonan had just designated a new target. and a large group of students rushed towards the lucky one who was chosen. Some students in the queue looked at the few remaining monsters one by one, silently calculating in their hearts whether they could grab them, and whether it was feasible to share a monster with others. Other students, who were not from the individual soldier department, did not understand the madness of this group of people at all. They were stunned when they saw the scene. Why did they feel that this scene suddenly became a bit magical? Talon's expression was extremely complicated at this time. He originally thought that Yin Xiaonan's behavior was very inappropriate. This monster was comparable to a high-level mutant of the Zerg. Not to mention solving it quickly, how could it be treated so lightly? Isn't this ridiculous? But now, he was speechless. He couldn't help but wonder, could this incredible training method be the real secret of the other party's ability to lead an ordinary military academy to rise so quickly? As for Joel, he was diligently helping Yin Xiaonan maintain order among the students in line. As a teacher at the 627 Military Academy, he was obviously used to the weird ideas that suddenly popped up from his principal. Anyway, the principal's actions always had deep meanings, and he only needed to execute them. Just before the last monster was about to be killed, Xie Yinhan suddenly noticed something strange and looked up sharply. The monster turned its head and stared at her silently until its pupils gradually became dilated. Sally looked at the darkened computer screen, revealing a look of surprise. Ursula and Cixia were defeated. It seems that I underestimated the Federation. After she finished speaking, her figure disappeared in the monitoring room. After all the monsters in the passage were eliminated, Yin Xiaonan came out of the cockpit of the mecha. What surprised her was that she felt good even though the drug should have expired. Where was the weak period? System, congratulations. Host. Under the effect of the drug, your mental strength and physical fitness have directly achieved a small breakthrough. This should be the reason why you don't have any side effects now. That potion can actually help people break through? Yin Xiaonan was surprised. If she took a few more bottles of that medicine, wouldn't she be able to directly upgrade to 4S level? The system quickly dispelled her dangerous idea. This is only a low probability event. It is recommended that the host use less of this medicine. It is still very harmful to the human body. At this time, the students also gathered around Yin Xiaonan. Principal, I knew you would come to save us. Yilin's eyes were filled with tears. Ruby asked curiously. Principal, what is going on? Angelica said that these monsters were caused by the Imperial people. Is this true? When the students of the 627th Military Academy heard the principal, the students of other schools were stunned. Is this your principal? Qiyang pointed at Yin Xiaonan and couldn't help asking Zephos beside him. Zephos looked at the other person in surprise. He didn't expect someone to take the initiative to talk to him. He nodded. Yes, she is the principal of our 627. And she is also a very good person. Qiyang scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, Brother, thank you for saving me before. I have heard some bad rumors about you. Now that I have met you in person, I know that those rumors are not true. Zephos had never thought that he would hear such a thing. He was not good at speaking, and his expression was a little confused for a moment. From now on, you are the friend of me, the most handsome man in the army. Qiyang did not mind the other party's silence at all. He put his arm around Zephos' shoulders in a familiar manner. But speaking of it, your principal is so awesome. I thought she was from a special operations unit in the military. None of the students from the 4 major military academies thought that the driver of the white mecha was actually the principal of the 627th Military Academy. Just like Qiyang, they all subconsciously thought that the other party was the ace vanguard of the military, who came here specifically to perform the rescue mission. When the students from the 627th Military Academy saw the surprised expressions of others, they acted very proudly, and they proudly puffed up their chests one by one. Their principal came to save them. Such a powerful person is their principal. The students of the 4 major military academies admitted that they were impressed. But the smug look of these guys was a bit too annoying. The principals of their schools are not bad. Right? 627 military academy students, No matter what, our principal is the best. There are 3 rescue points in the rescue mission issued by the system. After the problem at exit H613 was solved, Yin Xiaonan planned to go to exit S114. After she led the students out of the underground passage, she saw that a mecha team had arrived here. There was a small silver flying eagle pattern on the exterior paint of these mechas, which was the Silver Eagle. Chapter 218 Silver Eagle. When Sun Shui first entered the airport at exit H613, she quickly noticed something unusual. There had been a fierce battle here, and the walls of a certain area looked more like they had been burned by fire, with scorch marks of varying depths, which immediately reminded her of Ursula, the seraph among the Imperial Judgment Angels. This might be the place they were looking for. Long before the incident, a very small number of people, including the Silver Eagle team, had already learned the relevant information. Silver Eagle had been investigating the mysterious medicine and special Zerg mutants of the Empire. After the explosion on Dionysus, they got a very valuable clue and set their sights on the Alex family. After multiple investigations, they finally found the suspected location of the illegal laboratory set up privately by several major consortiums some time ago. They found that these scums were so bold as to hide the laboratory on the capital planet. However, before they could take action, these consortiums keenly smelled a hint of wind. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Alex family and other consortiums decided to create chaos in the League, so as to take the opportunity to transfer laboratory personnel and destroy all criminal evidence. Long before the finals began, the two S-level special assault teams, Silver Eagle and Clouded Leopard, received orders personally issued by Marshal Ling Jiayan. They were to destroy the illegal laboratory when the chaos occurred. There were also special people watching the League field, just waiting for the consortium to take action, so as to catch their internal response in the military. But the mutant beast riot mentioned in the intelligence did not happen until the end of the finals. The consortium changed its original plan, or their intelligence itself was wrong. The chaos started after the end of the finals, and the scope was the entire capital planet. Monsters far greater than their estimated number were roaming in various districts. Explosions continued to occur in crowded places. Large-scale electromagnetic interference. This was obviously a long-planned riot. Because the rescue team responsible for the safety of the League venue had problems, the Silver Eagle team led by Sun Shui was temporarily dispatched to rescue the students in District 22. They found that the student at the number 3 check-in point was missing. But they were misled by false information and went to the airport at another exit of the stadium and encountered the illusion angel Ruisi. Ruisi combat power is not as strong as Ursula, but her mental power is hallucinogenic. As soon as they entered the airport, they fell into the illusion created by the other party. Although they finally found the abnormality and defeated Ruisi, their mood still became extremely heavy. The Empire actually intervened in this incident and sent out a powerful 6-winged angel of judgment. This is definitely not good news. After spending a lot of time with Ruisi, they searched along the various exits of the stadium one by one, and finally arrived at the airport at exit H613. Deputy Captain, I have found out the identities of the drivers of the 2 damaged Empire mechas. They are Seraph Ursula and Angel of Desire Cixia. Both of them have been seriously injured. According to my judgment, there should be 3 mechas of at least S-class involved in the battle with them, especially one of the mechas whose main weapon is suspected to be a chain sword. After entering the airport checkpoint, the Silver Eagle team quickly found 2 severely damaged Angel mechas. The team battlefield trace analyst, a member codenamed Wenju, immediately inspected the 2 mechas and carefully explained some of the information she found from the battle damage traces of the mechas. At this time, another member of the team, Feng, who was searching inside the checkpoint, also came to report. Deputy Captain, I found that the hidden underground passage of the airport was opened, and the students are likely inside. Sun Shui frowned slightly, let Wenju stay to guard the Imperial mecha, and quickly rushed to the entrance of the passage that Feng found with the others. Although the intelligence of the Imperial Judgment Angel was extremely important to the Federation, they were on a rescue mission this time, and the first priority was naturally to find the whereabouts of the missing students as quickly as possible. After seeing the collapsed alloy door at the entrance of the passage, the team members were all shocked, and they became even more worried about the students' current situation. Sun Shui was about to lead people in to investigate, but she suddenly noticed a large number of footsteps and noisy voices coming from far away in the corridor. The other team members also heard the noise and took up their weapons in alert. Not long after, a large group of people came out of the corridor. They were the missing students they were looking for, but there was one person surrounded by those students. She was seeing Yin Xian and walking with the students. Sun Shui was startled. Hey, Principal Yin. Why are you here? Duan Hong at the side couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After the live broadcast was interrupted, I was a little worried about the students in Area 22, so I rushed here with Principal Talon and Joel. Yin Xiaonan asked him, Are you here to save the students too? Yes, but it seems that we are not needed now. Duan Hong glanced at the lively students behind her, thought of something, and asked suspiciously, "Principal Yin, don't tell me that you killed those 2 moths?" Hearing Duan Hong addressed to the Empire Angel Mecha, Yin Xiaonan mouth twitched. But he still nodded and admitted, "I killed one of them. And Joel killed the other one." Although he had guessed it in his mind, Duan Hong was still shocked. That not an ordinary moth. "How did you do it?" The other members of the team were secretly observing this woman, who seemed to be very familiar with Duan Hong. And after hearing her words, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. After encountering the illusion angel Ruisi, the know-it-all in the team explained to them the strange abilities of the 9 six-winged angels in the Empire. Among them, the Seraph Ursula is ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength. And Sishia's ability to control emotions is also very strange, which is not something that ordinary people can easily deal with. So, are even the principals and teachers of the military academy so powerful now? Sun Shui has not spoken a word, and there is a hint of inquiry in her eyes when she looks at Yin Xiaonan. Although Yin Xiaonan did not say whether she defeated Ursula or Sishia, she had a hunch that the opponent must have defeated Ursula. And Ursula was 4S level, and had the ability to control thermal energy. To defeat such a terrifying opponent, you can imagine how strong Yin Xiaonan himself is. Thinking back to when they were at the Tiannu Star Space Station, it was Yin Xiaonan who provided them with a crucial clue. Sun Shui felt that this person was more and more like a mystery. However, perhaps because Yin Xiaonan always reminded her of an old friend, she subconsciously and instinctively felt that although he was mysterious, he was not a person with ulterior motives. After communicating with Yin Xiaonan, Duan Hongze took the initiative to drive the mecha to the group of students. He recognized the 627 kids from them at a glance. After all, he was their chief instructor for a few days. "Hey, can you still recognize who I am? Isn't it Duan Hong Duango?" Hearing that familiar tone, the students of the 627th Military Academy secretly rolled their eyes. They originally thought that the Silver Eagle team was very cool, but now there was no filter at all. Duan Hong said, "I heard that you won the championship this time? Not bad. Not bad. Fortunately, you didn't embarrass me as an instructor. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to preach to others about you." The students of the 627th Military Academy were speechless, and the students of other schools couldn't help but let out a suppressed exclamation when they heard Duan Hong words. When Duan Hong came over, they had been secretly looking at each other. Although they didn't know the specific situation of the Silver Eagle team, they knew very well that this team must be an elite team of the military to perform special tasks. And they were all very curious. They never expected that members of this team had actually taught people from 627. The students of the 4 major military academies, who didn't know the truth, were so envious that their eyes turned red. My goodness. 627 Military Academy could actually invite instructors of this level for special guidance. This school is really not simple. And it seems that their loss is not unfair. Duan Hongze looked very proud, and said to the students of the 627th Military Academy, "Look at your attitude. Do you know how to respect me as an instructor? Didn't you see how much your friends next to you envy you? You can win the championship thanks to my encouragement in the past. Do you know?" The students of the 627th Military Academy, "Oh, does the so-called encouragement mean scolding them as garbage every day?" They really want the people of the 4 major military academies to experience the same formula of being scolded. Seeing that the missing students had been rescued by Yin Xiaonan and the other 2, the Silver Eagle team was surprised and asked everyone a lot of questions. After learning that the students were deceived by a message suspected to be sent by the organizer of the event and were besieged by a large number of monsters, Sun Shui's face was extremely solemn. The airport is not a place to stay for a long time, and many students are injured and need timely treatment. After discovering the abnormality of the H613 exit, the Silver Eagle team notified the special rescue team to come. When everyone left the checkpoint, they happened to meet the soldiers who came in a military armored vehicle. These soldiers will conduct a more thorough search of the entire airport. Ursula and Sishia were taken away by the special department personnel who came with the team. Some injured students were also properly arranged. The matter was settled. Sun Shui glanced at Yin Xiaonan and asked, "What are your plans next?" Yin Xiaonan said, "I'm going to exit S114. Sun Shui raised her eyebrows. Silver Eagle mission this time is to rescue all participating students. That happens to be our next stop. Why don't you go with us?" Yin Xiaonan agreed. But before departure, many students said they wanted to go with him. Yin Xiaonan did not object directly to this. She crossed her arms and said, Yes, but we will not slow down to wait for you halfway. Just come if you think you can keep up. Some students retreated, but Ruby, Mia and other main soldiers from each school insisted on their original decision. The students who had been eliminated long ago were concentrated at the S114 exit. They were luckier than the students at the H613 exit because they received timely support from the rescue team and encountered fewer monsters. Yin Xiaonan and his team joined the battle after arriving at exit S114. After all the monsters nearby were eliminated, the rescue team sent out hovercrafts to pick up the students who were scattered in the stadium and had not yet evacuated. These students did not encounter any danger, but because the staff did not come to pick them up, they were frightened for a long time. After confirming that all the students were safe, Yin Xiaonan's mission was completed. Since Yin Xiaonan saved some students from other military academies besides the students from the 627th Military Academy, the system also awarded her an additional 1,000 points. At this time, Xin Shui suddenly came to her. We received urgent intelligence. There are thugs who are planning to destroy the stabilizer on the star ring. Are you willing to help? Yin Xiaonan's expression suddenly became serious when he heard this. Chapter 219 Captain. The capital star is a ring-shaped world surrounding a star, and its movement in the plane has the characteristics of positive feedback. That is to say, a tiny disturbance will be continuously strengthened under the action of this mechanism, thus triggering a series of chain reactions like a snowball. Therefore, if the stabilizer on the star ring is destroyed, the entire capital star is likely to accelerate away from its original orbit and crash into the sun in a very short time. Of course, this very short time refers to months or even years, but it is enough to attract attention. Yin Xiaonan accepted Xin Shui's invitation, and without further ado, they immediately set out to intercept the thugs who wanted to cause trouble. The other members of the Silver Eagle team did not understand why the deputy team leader wanted to pull an outsider to perform the mission with them. But after the battle, the few old members of the team looked a little dazed. Who is she? Even Duan Hong's expression changed. Although he did say in the past that Principal Yin was a bit like their captain, he now found that things were not that simple. Some tacit understandings formed over a long period of time could not deceive people. I didn't expect Principal Yin to be so strong. Is she really just an ordinary military school principal? Did you find that she and the deputy captain were very coordinated during the battle? Did they know each other before? I haven't heard the deputy captain say that she knows such a strong friend with the character of the deputy captain. When will she talk to us about her personal affairs? Hey, old Duan, why did you suddenly become so quiet? I am not used to it. The newcomers in the team were chatting, but the old team members fell into a strange silence. After dealing with the thugs, Yin Xiaonan said goodbye to Xin Shui and others and left. Now the capital star is in chaos, and she was not too worried about the students after being away for a long time. But she didn't expect that Xin Shui would catch up with her just after she left. Don't you have anything to explain to me or to anyone else? Yin Xiaonan was startled when she heard the question. She was about to speak, but Xin Shui interrupted her. I just saw you do the shoulder spin jump slash. This is a move created by someone. No one else in the world should be able to do it except her. Do you still want to deny it? Yin Xiaonan smiled helplessly. I didn't deny it. Xin Shui stared at the person in front of her, with uncontrollable surging emotions in her eyes. There was anger, but also relief. At least the other person was still alive. Why didn't you contact us? She asked. This kind of thing is hard to explain. You must have seen me die in the insect nest. If an inexplicable person suddenly came out and said that I was actually the captain of Silver Eagle who had died a long time ago, would anyone really believe it? Looking at Xin Shui's gaze, Yin Xiaonan felt a little guilty. She said embarrassedly, what more? We all have our own things to do. If we are destined to meet again, we will meet again. Look, are we meeting now? That sounds nice. If she hadn't chased him, would this person have taken the initiative to admit his identity? Xin Shui sneered in her heart, and went straight to the point. Will you come back? Yin Xiaonan paused, looked at the person in front of him, and saw a hint of hope in the other eyes, but he still shook his head. I am doing a good job as the principal now. Xin Shui was a little anxious. As long as you come back, you will still be the captain. Xin Shui. Yin Xiaonan's tone suddenly became very serious. You are the captain of Silver Eagle now. I just saw it. You are doing a good job in this position. You are already an excellent captain. Seeing Xin Shui still wanting to say something, Yin Xiaonan said in a deep voice, people always have to look forward. Even if I come back, I will not be the Silver Eagle of the past. Xin Shui fell silent immediately. Yin Xiaonan saw that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, and sighed. Don't make it seem like a life and death separation. I just don't want to go back to Silver Eagle. But it doesn't mean we will never see each other again, she half-jokingly said. Just think of me and Xiaoping retiring together. When you are on vacation, you are welcome to visit 627. It also a good opportunity to help me train my students. Sun Shui just stared at the person in front of her quietly. Just when Yin Xiaonan thought that the other party had not given up the original idea, she suddenly said, Okay, I will go after the mission is over. I also want to see if those students are worth it for you to give up Silver Eagle and stay in such a broken place. Yin Xiaonan touched his nose and couldn't help but whispered. Although the school is on the desolate planet, it is really not broken. You will know when you go there. The students of the 627 Military Academy did not know what a terrible demon king their principal had brought upon them. The chaos on the capital planet was quelled faster than everyone expected. The Central Military District directly dispatched the second group army, and killed the riders and the monsters that were roaming around at lightning speed, and captured those who should be captured. All districts returned to peace in a blink of an eye, and people couldn't help but suspect that the capital planet filled with panic and death was just a dream. At this time, the Empire declared war on the Federation. Chapter 220 Declaration of War. Today, I am here to reveal a shocking fact. For a long time, the Galaxy Federation government has been trying to cover up its own ugly crimes. What they have done has seriously violated the humanitarian spirit. On May 18, 1681, in the imperial capital, which is extremely far away from the capital star, Prime Minister Sandra held a war declaration meeting on behalf of Emperor Veraceti. At the same time, the content of the entire declaration meeting was broadcast to the entire galaxy through the quantum resonance communication circuit. When hearing Sandra's condemnation of the federal government, the federal people generally felt absurd. The federal government certainly has many problems, but what qualifications does the empire? A place that has not even abolished slavery. Have to say that the federal government is inhumane. And as if she knew what the federal people were thinking, Sandra said contemptuously. The federal government always claims to be more human rights oriented than our empire, but in fact, it is doing anti-human things in private, and has brutally blocked the truth. We have solid evidence in our hands, proving that they have committed unforgivable mistakes in the massive explosion of the Dionysus space station. I am following the order of His Majesty to make the truth known to the world. Is there something about the Dionysus space station involved? The people of the Federation who are not aware of the inside story whispered, and some military academy students, who already knew that the Dionysus explosion was closely related to the monster that suddenly appeared on the capital star, changed their faces. The Dionysus explosion that occurred in the EU-86 galaxy last July was not caused by an accident, as the Galaxy Federation government said, but was purely man-made. The Federation government used the millions of people on Dionysus as experimental samples, conducted inhumane human experiments, and finally blew up the entire space station to destroy the bodies. That right. The federal government has always wanted to take the space station away from us. Since they failed to do so, they simply wanted to destroy the entire space station. Anyway, we are Imperials. They have never really accepted us, so they are going to use us for experiments. A former Dionysus executive appeared in front of the camera. We noticed something was wrong, so we distributed free tickets to attract a large number of federal tourists, in order to make them afraid, but we didn't expect them to take action anyway. Only a very small number of us escaped through the emergency passage of the space station. After the accident, the Federal Military Department also silenced the victim family, preventing them from continuing to investigate. Ms. Sun mother and brother family were on Dionysus at the time. After being persecuted, she fled to the Empire. After the Dionysus executive finished speaking, Sandra introduced. A haggard woman began to tearfully accuse the Federal Military Department of evil deeds, which made some federal citizens who watched the video shaken. Could it be that what these people said was true? Although the Dionysus space station is a well-known lawless area, it has always been synonymous with chaos. Neither the management nor the residents are good people. But they shouldn't be used for experiments. Right? Besides, there were so many tourists there at the time, Sandra continued. And the experiments they conducted were even more horrifying. The federal military transformed humans into monsters similar to high-level mutants of the Zerg, and used chips to control them. Now the situation is out of control. Such monsters have appeared on the capital planet of the Federation. As soon as these words came out, the entire galaxy was in an uproar. If the matter of the Dionysus space station had nothing to do with most people, The nature of the matter had completely changed. News about the riot on the capital star had long been widely spread on the Star Network, and even the people of the Empire had heard about it. They did not expect that there was such a hidden story behind the riot. Those people in the capital star whose relatives were injured or killed in the riot immediately became extremely excited. Although the riots in various districts had subsided, the government and the military had not yet issued a notice to explain the situation. They were eager to know what the truth was. In addition to the people in the capital, people in other places were also outraged. Transform humans into Zerg? Humans have been fighting against Zerg for so long, and they have long hated Zerg. This obviously touched the reverse scale of most people. Watching the live video released by the Empire, the Military Academy students were furious. They are clearly the thief crying thief. Yin Ting was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. Qiyang also cursed. The Empire likes to do human experiments, and they have the nerve to throw dirty water on our Federation. That's true. But this time, there must be people from the military involved. The Empire and the Consortium alone can't cause such a big mess. Min Jing leaned against the window and tossed the ancient copper coins in her hand. Her sister Min Luo argued, "He is also a traitor. How can we put the blame on our Federation? Is their Empire innocent?" Han Suma's face darkened. The Empire is indeed not innocent. But there have been problems within the Federation military for a long time. The Empire only provided the medicine. The main cause of the riot on the capital planet is not the Empire. Many people in the military are involved. The students were all silent now. They knew very well that what Min Jing and Han Sumu said was right. Although the military had not yet made an announcement to the public, the internal liquidation had already begun quietly. As soon as the riots subsided, many people were taken away for investigation, including a general. Such a thing would happen in the military, which they thought was sacred and inviolable. It was undoubtedly a bit disillusioning for these military academy students, who had not yet graduated. "I don't understand," Jisung said with some doubt. "If we really investigate the matter of the experimental subjects, the Empire is obviously not free from involvement. Why do they want to expose the matter directly?" Xie Yinhan said. "Although we all know that these are just excuses for them to start a war, they still have to have a legitimate reason." Her lazy tone was full of sarcasm. "What more? The Empire does not regard civilians and slaves as human beings. They think that even if they are found out that they are also involved, it will not affect anything. They don't care about public opinion at all. But the Federation is different. For the Federation, which has always claimed to be superior to the Empire system, the exposure of such things is a very fatal blow." After condemning the Federation crimes, Sandra finally stated the Empire purpose for starting the war this time. They wanted to take back the territory that they were forced to cede to the Federation during the 7 Years' War. In the Supreme Marshal Office, Ling Jiayan narrowed her eyes slightly as she watched the live video that was about to end, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At this moment, her adjutant Ryan knocked on the door and came in, reporting to her, "Marshal, according to intelligence, the Empire sent a total of 5 six-winged trial angels this time, one of whom was killed, 3 were captured, and the Moon Angel Serial escaped our pursuit and should have left the capital planet. Serial has the ability to teleport. I don't blame you." Ling Jiayan asked. "Did you get anything out of the 3 people who were captured?" Ryan shook his head in embarrassment. "They obviously have received professional training. We haven't obtained any valuable information yet, and we found that their vitality is rapidly draining, but we can't find any reason." Ling Jiayan looked thoughtful. "It is said that the Imperial Judgment Angels are all biochemicals selected and cultivated by the Imperial Royal Family. These biochemicals are deliberately left with genetic backdoors, so they won't rebel easily. It seems to be true. The Empire Judgment Angel has always been mysterious. In fact, this is the first time that the Federation has captured a living 6-winged angel." Ling Jiayan's words startled Ryan. He paused, and then reported the situation of the illegal laboratory hidden in the capital planet. Most of the data has been destroyed by the head of the laboratory. The head committed suicide when the laboratory was breached. The sympathetic lobe of the remaining researchers' brains has been completely wiped out. Now they are just a group of research machines without empathy. Ryan recalled the report submitted by the Cloud Leopard team, and couldn't help but frown slightly. In addition, the head of the Alex family had already fled to the Empire with the core members of the family, and the one who stayed in the capital planet was a fake bionic man. Ling Jiayan sneered at this and ordered, "Let the Cloud Leopard continue to hunt. Since the Imperial Judgment Angel has come to the capital planet, Our special assault team also needs to go to the imperial capital for a tour. Ryan nodded in response, and then reported the results of the investigation and interrogation of the relevant personnel, as well as the self-examination within the military. After all the contents were reported, he said with some worry, Marshal, now the outside public opinion is not favorable to us. The people have doubts about the military. Prepare to hold a press conference and announce some of the investigation results directly to the public. Ling Jiayan's tone suddenly became extremely cold. In addition, closely monitor public opinion. And once someone is found to be spreading rumors, they will be severely punished. Now the Federation can be said to be in internal and external troubles. The Empire has sent troops to the Taishi Star region, and the war has begun, and a lot of problems have been exposed within the Federation. Ling Jiayan cut the Gordian knot and carried out a major purge with an iron fist. Several major financial groups, except the Alex family, which was the mastermind of the Dionysus explosion and other incidents, which has been controlled by law enforcement agencies. Several other families have also been involved in it to varying degrees. Now they are also being investigated, and these families used to be domineering in the past, and their hands were not clean. Naturally they were trembling with fear, for fear of being found to be wrong. The military and the government were even more shaken when the Capital Star riot occurred. Not only was there a traitor among the League staff, but the law enforcement team and the First Group Army, which should have provided timely support, also had very big problems. Now batches of people are being taken away for questioning. The people of the Capital Star were in panic, but public opinion was strictly monitored. Any remarks attacking the government and the military were nipped in the bud. Many people privately cursed Ling Jiayan as a tyrant, but the situation was finally controlled by the opponent's strong means. Despite so many things that happened, the Military Academy League, which was originally interrupted by the Capital Star riot, still held an award ceremony the day after the Empire declared war, and perhaps in order to ease the tension that permeated the entire society. This award ceremony was held more grandly than in previous years.